In the past 5 years, I've gone from making $0 a month to building a multi-million-dollar business while helping our clients also make tens of millions of dollars in revenue in the process. And the best thing about it is I did it all without waking up at 5 a.m. and taking cold showers and meditating 15 minutes a day and journaling all my thoughts and ideas. And pretty much I just focused on doing high leverage work. So during these past 5 years, the great thing is that I've documented all of the things that I have done to get these results. I've documented all of the cold email campaigns that we've used to book tens of thousands of meetings. I've documented the sales scripts and sales process that we use to close millions of dollars in new agency contracts. I've documented the operations and the SOPs that we use to remove ourselves from the day-to-day. And now I've taken all of these things, I've handpicked the best stuff, the best videos and all these things, and put them together into this massive 10-hour course video, you know? So instead of selling it for $997 or running some giga exclusive cool webinar or selling you a $100 a month school group, I'm just giving it away for free. You know, you can just have it, you can use it, you can go through it. Now, all the topics that I've selected for the video are all the fundamental stuff that you need to scale an agency: niches, offers, cold emails, LinkedIn, sales process, systems, service delivery. Pretty much everything is covered on a fundamental level. But I've also provided timestamps into the description. So if you already have some of these parts covered, you can just go and watch the section of the video that is more relevant to you, so you don't have to watch through the full 10 hours, unless you really want to make some money. But yeah, so I'll see you on the next clip. Let's get into it. It's gonna be great. See you there. If you run an agency or are just a marketer in general, you always hear everyone telling you how important offers are. Hey, you need to have a good offer. You need to have this offer, that offer, their offer is good, bad, blah, 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 blah. Offer. You know, you always hear talks about offers, you know, and yeah, 100% there's a lot of truth to it. If you have a bad offer, no matter how good your cold email campaigns are, no matter how good you're in sales, no matter how good your content is or ads are, your business is going to just suck. You know, it's going to be really hard to make any money. It's going to be really hard to charge premium prices. It's going to be really hard to close clients. Everything's going to be just difficult if you have a bad offer. So yeah, 100%. A good offer is a foundation to any business success. Great. But also there's for the past few years, I think the meaning of offer or the clarity of what actually is a good offer has gotten diluted a lot. There's, of course, Hormozy wrote his book and people started making these crazy offers. Hey, if you don't make $1 million in 2 minutes, I will do this and that. And you know, there are all these crazy offers and people are telling you to make irresistible offers. And it confuses a lot of people, you know. Do I just have to make massive, big, bold claims to get people to buy? Do I just have to have crazy guarantees to get people to buy? What do I actually have to do to make my offer so-called irresistible? And there is just not many systematic processes to do this. But in this video, we're going to go over how we do this and our systematic process, because I'm just doing this for one client or one partner. So it came to mind to record a video about this. Obviously, this is going to be really useful if you run any kind of an agency, run any kind of a business, you work in marketing, where you have to sell something. then it's going to be pretty useful. And of course, for us, because we do a lot of consulting, we run a lot of cold email campaigns. We have gotten to work with hundreds of different offers in the past few years that we have generated tens of millions of dollars in sales for, and booked tens of thousands of meetings for, and sent millions of emails and run ads and all these things. We have worked on hundreds of offers, and at least based on that, this is what works really well for it. So the main thing to actually create a good offer, you want to simplify it a lot. There's a lot of mumbo jumbo online on how to make these great offers and these things, but I think it's actually way simpler. If you really think about it, you're going to have your prospective buyer right here. You know, this is going to be your prospect. Damn, their eyes are super wide apart. But you're going to have your prospect here, and here is going to be the sale, you know, and your prospect has to get here to buy. Really simple. And when the prospect goes from here to here, that means that they have bought your offer. But really rarely it is this simple. Really rarely the prospect just automatically buy. It almost never happens. And the reason for that is because there are going to be obstacles. There's going to be different limiting beliefs. So these might be just beliefs in their head, or they might be actual obstacles. And these obstacles are going to be standing in their way, you know, these are going to be the obstacles. So It might be a limiting belief. They don't believe that it works for them or in their niche, or maybe that they don't have time to do it, or maybe they don't have the skills to do it, or maybe they don't have XYZ to do it. So then in order for them to buy, you need to get them to zigzag through all of these obstacles to actually buy. And usually people try to do this. They know that there's some objections here or some obstacles here, and they try to just overcome it by making this big bold claim. Like, if I just make my claim so big, the prospect is going to go through this painful path of like forgetting all their limiting beliefs. Or maybe if I just give them a crazy guarantee, like they are not gonna think about all these things and they're just gonna buy anyways. But at least in my experience, that's not an extremely reliable way to do things. What I would rather do is I would just rather figure out like what these obstacles are and remove them. Because then when these obstacles are removed, the only logical thing left is to buy, you know? If they have the money, if they have the pain, if they want the end outcome, and there's zero obstacles in their way, there really is nothing else to do than buy. And then that's what actually makes the offer irresistible, not the massive claim, you know? Like you don't just want to like overcome all these different obstacles by making a massive claim that you probably can't even deliver on, or giving a massive guarantee that's going to lose you money in the long run. You actually want to figure out why they wouldn't buy. Don't focus on why they would buy, focus on why they wouldn't buy. You know, pretty fucking simple, at least if you ask me. So how I do this, and I got this from, I can't remember the name of the guy. I can't remember his name, but this one dude who was mentored by Gary Halbert, and this is actually a strategy that Gary Halbert used on marketing campaigns, and he got it from him, and he talked about it in his book. So it's pretty much a market research technique. Like everything at the end boils down to market research. Like the better you understand your market, the better marketing campaigns you're able to make, the better offers you're able to make, the better campaigns you're able to make. Everything stems from market research. So one thing, like one simple exercise that you can do to make your offers immediately better, and this once again works for any niche, any offer, is really simple, is write a list of why they would not buy. You know, take out a Google sheet or a Google Doc or whatever list that you use and write out a list of things why they would not buy. Sounds really simple. And you want to write 50 different things on why they wouldn't buy. 50 things why they wouldn't buy. And yes, you're going to look at this and you're going to think, holy shit, 50 is going to take me hours and hours and hours to write. It's going to take me 10, 20 hours to figure out 50 things that actually why they wouldn't buy, but that is the whole point. Because for you to actually write down 50 things why they wouldn't buy, you actually have to learn the target market. If you can't write down 50 things, you don't know the market. So first, like what's going to happen is you're going to start writing it down. You're going to write the first 20, 30, or let's say like you're going to write down first 20. Boom, 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 boom. This is your 20 things that you write down. Amazing. And these are going to be fairly easy. These are going to be fairly logical. They're going to make a lot of sense. Like they're going to be the first things that people say on sales calls. Writing first 20 is going to be easy. Then you go and you write the next 10. So for you to get to 30, you have to start like thinking a bit more creatively. You have to start thinking outside the box. And you have to actually start like using your brain to write the next 10 things. Then for you to get to 40, holy shit, that's gonna get way, way, way harder. You're gonna start to have to do competitor research. You have to go on Reddit. You have to go on different forums, different groups, talk to people in the market, like actually dig out their pain points to get the next 10. And then to go from 40 to 50 things, you have to get really, really creative. You have to like really stretch all your ideas and really like turn every single stone, every single rock, and you have to get super creative to figure out these things. So the whole point why you write 50 things down, why they would not buy, is because it's hard and you actually have to like do a lot of market research to get these 50 things down. 20 is easy, 30 is a bit harder, but 50, almost no one's gonna do that because it's fucking painful, because everyone just wants fast, quick wins and they don't want to do market research because it's boring, even though that's what makes all the money. And then when you have written 50 things down, what you want to do is you want to go through every single thing that you wrote down and rank it from 1 to 10 in terms of how strong it is. 1 is the weakest and 10 is the strongest. So if you think that that specific pain point or that specific reason why they would not buy is extremely accurate and it's extremely strong, it's going to be a 9 or a 10. If you think that it's a super far-fetched thing and no one actually cares about the thing that you wrote down, it's going to be 1, 2, or 3, you know? So you go through and you rank every single one of these things 1 to 10, and then you delete everything that isn't 8, 9, or a 10. So you only leave the 8s, the 9s, and the 10s in the strength level, you know? So you're gonna be left with like maybe 10, 15 things on the list. And then for you to make the offer just more irresistible is you just have to solve all of those things. A great example is, let's say you run a cold email lead generation agency. And a reason why people wouldn't buy is because they are afraid that they're going to be breaking the GDPR laws and data privacy compliance laws. And that's like a really, really strong thing in your niche. Like, you know, that's a 9 or a 10. Okay, how can you solve that? You create a document or a PDF or argument, you hire a lawyer to write a statement on what are the actual guiding principles on how to not break GDPR or how to make sure that everything, all of these cold email campaigns are completely legal. And you write down all the things that you have to do. And then you show to the prospect that, hey, we use all of these points or we match all of these points. You know, it's like if the lawyer says, hey, for you to not break cold email, like GDPR on your cold email campaigns, you have to do these 4 things. There's actually 7 things. You have to do these 4 things to make sure that it's actually fully compliant. You show the statement to your clients or your prospects, hey, we actually hired a GDPR compliance lawyer, one of the best in the world. We paid them a few $1,000s. And we got this statement that they wrote, and they said that you just have to follow these 7 guiding or 4 guiding principles, not to break the GDPR laws. And here's proof that we follow all of these guiding principles. And that's going to immediately put your prospect's mind to ease because they see that, okay, these guys are actually serious about this. They went and they hired an expensive lawyer. They went out of their way and did this statement. None of my competitors or none of your competitors are doing it. So immediately you have solved maybe their biggest issue on why they wouldn't buy. The second thing would be, let's say, that they don't have a way to accurately track them, or let's say that they don't know if they can close the lead. So let's say you do cold email lead generation. A number 2 thing, like one of the strongest pain points why they wouldn't buy is they're not confident that they can actually close the leads. They're afraid that, hey, these guys are going to get us a bunch of leads and we can't close them. So, okay, what do? You can offer them sales consultation. You can bring them on, you can like give them a sales rep or place a sales rep for them in your offer, or you can make them a new CRM, or you can make them a new script, or you can train their sales team, or you can do X, Y, and Z. You can give them 10 calls that show how to close these leads. Once again, boom, way more irresistible. Then let's say their third pain point on why they wouldn't buy is because they are afraid that these leads are unqualified. Okay, amazing. You can tell them that you only pay for qualified leads. You can show some kind of process. You can give them a guarantee that, hey, if more than 20% of the leads are unqualified, you don't pay for the service at all or pay for the month, whatever. Once again, you just overcome that obstacle. And when you do that, once again, I don't know if I already deleted the drawing, it's like to go from point A, aka the prospect being in pain and looking for a solution, to point B, the buying the solution. It's the only logical way because every single thing why they wouldn't buy is already covered in here. And a second great thing is because you can cover these things like before they become objections. So it's like, before you go for the close, like before you ask if they want to buy it, these are just concerns. But after you ask for the deal, after you ask if they want to buy it, these things are objections. It's way harder to handle objections than just overcome concerns. You can show these things to them before you ask for the deal. So in your sales presentation or in pitch, you show, hey, and I know a lot of people are worried about this, we have this solution. A lot of people are worried about this, we have this solution. A lot of people are worried about this, we have this solution. So it's going to make it way easier for you to close. Your service is going to be way more valuable, so you can charge way more money for it. You're going to have a big, massive advantage compared to all of your competitors because you have actually taken these things in the mind. So you're not just trying to brute force them to sign the deal because with a big guarantee or a big claim, you're actually making it way better, easier for them to buy. And fourth thing that's going to happen is when you go through all of these 50 things, when you actually come up with this massive list, you learn so much about your niche. Like we are doing this for one offer right now. We have never worked with this niche, but this is a completely brand new niche for us. And we are filling out this list. And we have done 2 weeks of market research. We're like, watch YouTube videos, talk to people in the niche, looked like endless amount of forums, read books. Like we have done so much market research just to get a list of these 50. And we don't even have 50 yet. And there's a lot of other things that you can also do this for, but this is like the easiest way for you to make your offer absolutely irresistible, is just remove all the things on why they wouldn't buy. And one really important thing is remember that this list is dynamic. So over time, you're going to learn other reasons why people wouldn't buy, and you can add them to the list, or you can take away from the list, or you can change them out. Remember, this list of the reasons why they wouldn't buy, it's always changing because market conditions change, things change, there's different trends, etc. So this way you can always stay on top of the reasons why people wouldn't buy, and you can take these things into concern, or you can like take these things into your mind and make your offer actually match these things. So really simple. Just figure out why people won't buy and get rid of those reasons. Actually give them solutions. If you sell Facebook ads and you run ads for e-commerce stores, like maybe their problem is that, hey, we don't really know if we're going to be able to make that much money from there in the back end. Okay, boom, we'll build you a back end. We'll do email marketing automations. We do SMS automations. We do upsell sequences. We do cross-sell sequences. Or maybe they're afraid that their conversion rate is too low, so their ads are going to be unprofitable. Okay, amazing. We'll build you a new funnel. We'll do CRO on your landing page. We'll do X, Y, and Z. You know, like this works for any single niche. Take out a piece of paper or a Google Doc, write down why my niche wouldn't buy my offer, write 50 things down. It's going to take you a week. It's going to take you 2 weeks. It's going to take you 20, 30, 40 hours, depending on how much you know about the niche already. Go all in on it. Don't just write the first 20 that come to mind. Write all the fucking 50 things. I guarantee you it's necessary. And then just spend a week or two figuring out, okay, how can I change my offer to make sure that these things are not actually obstacles or objections. Super fucking simple. Also, if you are an agency owner and you're doing over $3,000 a month, we are recruiting new members for our mastermind right now. Agency Velocity Mastermind. Boom, pretty sick logo. Have it also here. And in our mastermind, we will help you scale to 20, 30,000 a month during 2025, probably even higher. We have gotten a bunch of people to 30, 40, 50, 100,000, 120,000. So if you're interested in working with a fucking group of killers, absolute cold email chats, making sure you always know what's working the best in the industry, working with our team personally one-on-one, and just scaling your company, having a fucking fantastic time doing it, go check out agentvelocity.io from the description, and you can get like a private invitation from there. So go check that out. We are going to be closing the doors really soon when we hit 100 members, and after that you won't be able to join unless someone leaves. So we're going to be closing doors, raising prices, all that stuff. So make sure you apply, like the video, subscribe, comment, whatever, and make your offer fucking irresistible. Take care. Bye. During the past 3 years, my LinkedIn profile has made me hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I don't even create content on LinkedIn, which is pretty crazy, right? And in this video, I'm going to show you how to do the exact same thing, how to set up your LinkedIn profile in a way that even if you don't do content there, it's still going to automatically every single month bring you hot, qualified, inbound leads that you can close and sign for your agency. And then of course, if you decide to do LinkedIn content, it's even better. But I personally hate LinkedIn as a content creation platform because of the crazy stuff that's going in there. But you can do that, and I'm going to show you how. Pretty cool stuff. I'm not gonna go into that much more detail on it, you know. I think you might know me, might not, I don't know. But pretty much why a LinkedIn profile matters. Like this is a big like misconception almost, or like big thing that I see common happening in the game is people like agency owners, they don't have a good LinkedIn profile because they don't do content in there. So they're like, why would it matter? Why does it matter what my LinkedIn profile says? I'm not doing content there. I don't care. I'm not an influencer. But it still does matter a lot because there are going to be a lot of referral or a lot of traffic sources where people naturally go to your LinkedIn page first. Like if we go, for example, instantly AI experts. If you are on any expert pages, like if you do cold email for a bit and you use these tools, like you're gonna go on different expert pages. So if you go here, instant.ai's expert page, you can find me. And the first thing there that they recommend is the LinkedIn profile. So obviously, if someone is scouting for a next growth marketing or lead generation partner here, and they go and they click on your LinkedIn profile and it looks like trash, obviously you're gonna lose the competition to everyone else. Or if we go to Clay experts, this has been really good for us. Like we get a lot of inbound from these different sources. Like if you go to Clay experts, you go to enterprise partners and you scroll here, finance GC, boom, you click here, we're gonna find all this stuff. And then also like LinkedIn is going to be the first thing here. And then if you go to just Clay Expert pages, I'm not a Clay expert myself, but if you go to Jack Hayward, boom. Damn, why is this not opening? Jack Hayward, LinkedIn, or if you go to Emil. Why is it not finding it? Maybe I have deleted the Emil. Okay, never mind. But yeah, like at least you can find Jack from here. So if you do a lot of cold email and you get good results, you're going to be in a lot of these expert pages, and the inbound traffic that you can get from these expert pages is fucking fantastic. We get a lot. It's super fire. Like we get more than we can take on from these expert pages alone. If you send out cold emails, like people are going to automatically go to your LinkedIn profile, send a cold email, and say, hey John, we can make you a lot of money. They're like, who is this dude? Is he real? Is he a scammer? They go and they Google your name and they go to your LinkedIn profile. They see what you do. Referrals, like when your current clients or past clients or just people in your network, they refer you. In a lot of cases, they send your LinkedIn profiles out. Hey, you should talk to Leevi. Here's his LinkedIn profile. Reach out to him. If you do YouTube content, people are going to check your LinkedIn profile. If you do LinkedIn content, of course, people are going to check your LinkedIn profile. That's pretty self-explanatory. And these things matter a lot in the chain of, even if you're doing cold email. Like you send a cold email, they're like, interesting offer, but I'll first have to see if this guy is real. They go to their LinkedIn profile, okay, looks good, and they give you an email reply. And in some cases, let's say they come to an expert page, they check your profile, okay, that looks really good. Let's book a discovery call with them. So yeah, we get like through this, and because like having optimized LinkedIn profile, it's like we get more inbound that we can handle right now. So yeah, I'll have to go to LinkedIn and I'll find my profile and we can go into it. Boom. So we're going to run through this document together. I'm going to keep it pretty short and straightforward. On LinkedIn profiles, you have a bunch of different stages. I'm going to explain each one of these stages and how to optimize it for yourself. You can think about a LinkedIn profile as building a landing page or sales page or sales funnel. It pretty much has all the same elements. So there's going to be different sections. So the first thing you obviously have there is going to be your profile picture. The profile picture is the first thing that someone notices and sees. And your profile picture should be a clear headshot of you. You don't need to hire a professional photographer to take it. Your phone will do just fine. So just set up your phone like this, boom. Few tips to keep in mind when taking your profile picture. Take a clear picture of your face. So nothing crazy, nothing super aesthetic. Smile a little. No need to look like a prison mugshot. Have a background with some contrast so it pops out. Bright colors are great and good quality. Nobody likes a blurry picture. And you can use this tool for creating great LinkedIn profile pictures. So pfpmaker.com. This is what I use myself. And you can also use AI to create professional photos. So I know, for example, Emil's photo is created with AI and he used that tool. So it's pretty good. But yeah, like 100%, you have to have a good profile picture. Like if we go here, and we look at people, for example, who have sent me a connection request. This is becoming a pretty common thing on LinkedIn to have a good profile picture. But if we find an example, for example, this guy is like, this tells me very little about this person. I can see his back and his neck. So yeah, make sure that you have, or like, this is pretty dark. I can't really see his face. So if you have like a bright profile picture like this guy, or like Dylan, for some reason I'm not connected to Dylan, it pops out immediately and it immediately catches your eye. So make sure you have a good LinkedIn profile and you have some color in the background. Second thing is going to be your profile headline. Your headline is the second most important thing in your profile. When you message someone or post something, they can see the first sentence of your headline. So pretty much what I'm talking about is we go to the LinkedIn feed here. Let's see, here I can see Dylan has posted something. I can see like the first sentence or first like small line of his profile picture, and then of course, or of his headline. If I go to his profile, I immediately know, okay, boom, this is what this guy does, you know? So your headline should communicate clearly what you do and who you do it for. When your ideal prospect visits your profile, they immediately see what you do. If it speaks to them directly, you have a higher probability of getting a response from them, you know? For a headline, this is the like structure that I use. Founder at whatever your agency name is. Industry you work in, so you know, doing growth marketing or doing lead gen or doing content creation or doing copywriting for fucking whatever niche, and then your value proposition. So if, for example, we look at mine, finance GC, early stage B2B startup growth, finding product market fit, and waitlist coaching go-to-market strategies. Boom, really buzzwordy, but LinkedIn likes a lot of buzzwords, and especially our niche likes a lot of buzzwords. So we are pretty heavy on the buzzwords. But yeah, so that's pretty much what you do. Just literally use this template, founder at whatever industry you work in, your value proposition. Third thing, your banner. Your banner is a perfect place to plug in a call to action to message you or watch your video sales letter. It's also an amazing opportunity to increase your credibility, to showcase your case studies or certifications or any credibility boosting facts. You don't have to once again hire a great designer for this. You can just use Canva to create a quick and visually appealing banner photo, and you can write something along the lines of, hey, go to financegc.com to watch a free training on how to get boom, your offer end result, your offer time frame without the common pain in the niche. You know, this is what my banner looks like. Pretty simple. We book demos for a B2B startup, certified experts, and then we have some few big names like CLDini, Pipedrive, Instantly, Pitch Lane, Outgrow, you know, like super simple. Like if we go, maybe we can find, okay, I know that guy won't have a bad profile, but maybe we can find a good example of something in here. I have a lot of Finnish LinkedIn posts, so it's not really ideal, but let's see if we go to this guy's profile. Yeah, do you want business in Norway? Contact me. That's pretty clear. That's pretty like straightforward, but it's fairly ugly. But let's say we go look at, okay, Tom Hunt probably has a killer banner. Yeah, you know, the secret behind podcast growth at boom, boom, boom. Like the main thing that I'm just like, why this matters is because it is a lot of space, a lot of real estate. Like sometimes people have like a cool photo. Okay, these are all the same people, but sometimes people have like a cool photo like this, for example. Like this is completely a waste of this amazing amount of space. Like you could have like call to actions, case studies, testimonials, logos, whatever here, but it's not being utilized because you have this rocket and a flower and a light bulb, which doesn't really bring anything. Yeah, it looks nice, but like from a sales perspective, really no utility. So yeah, make sure your banner looks fire. Then we go into the featured section, and in this section you can place links, pictures or videos of anything. And I recommend here putting your booking page, your sales letter, and your lead magnet if you have one. For me, I literally just have this. I just have a booking page link here to book a free discovery call, and it just goes straight into, it just goes here, and then you can book a call from here. But you can have a bunch of other stuff from here. We have like a pretty good like color coordinated profile if you look at our whole team. Wait, where did I lose my own profile? So we have like a pretty nice branding with all of our team members. Everyone looks the same, and we just have this. But a great example, someone who I know has an absolutely fantastic LinkedIn page, is Dylan Hay. He has done this really well. With lead magnets, drive sales pipeline revenue for a B2B SaaS. Boom, these guys are killers, and they have schedule a call, download our lead magnet, check out our case studies. Like this is really, really well done, and that's how you utilize. Once again, like you only have a really small amount of stuff that you can put on your LinkedIn profile, so you have to utilize it to the best of your abilities to make your profile look as good as possible. Make it look, put nice colors, whatever it might be. It just looks professional. But yeah, then we go to the profile summary. The profile summary section is an amazing place to give your prospect more information about you, your methods, and your company before they watch your video sales letter. This is like one of the only places where you can write a bit more like long form copy. You can go pretty hardcore on this if you want to. This is like a template that I have given out or like told people to use if they don't know at all what to write, and if they don't know how to write copy or anything. Like this is better than having nothing. Hey, I'm Leevi. I run your company name, where we help your niche get your offer end result faster and without all the usual BS. We've done stuff like boom, then you just drop your case studies and results you've achieved. Curious how it works, boom, and immediately go to a CTA. Because also here, if you go to, for example, Emil's profile, like here you can only see the first few lines, you know? So here you can immediately have like the main stuff, like we do this, here's the results we've gotten. Boom. And then if someone clicks see more, then you can go deeper into everything here. And you can use, for example, a bit about me. I like to tell a bit about myself in here, if possible, and if it makes sense. You know, like at the end of the day, people buy from people and not from companies. So bringing out your personality is great. I started your company name in year because I was tired of seeing the pain in your niche people keep stuck at. So this is like your one-liner founding story, because that's always really interesting for people. why we are different. So pretty much here introduce your unique mechanism, how you are different, why your service works differently, and then you CTA what's next, boom, and you just link to your landing page. For example, if you look at ours, really simple. We just go into pretty much like the pain that people have in the niche, different objections that they might already have, explaining what kind of like features we do or what our process looks like for working with these companies, dropping some status delta. Once again, price anchoring. You can spend 8 months recruiting and try to hire a 300,000 internal team to do this, or you can work with us on a mutually incentivized pricing structure. Holy shit, what did I do? We of course can't help everybody. So if you are boom, 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 amazing, go book a call, go see if you're a good fit. Super simple. So here, introduce yourself, introduce your offer, introduce your case studies, CTA your landing page. Experience. This is a section that I see a lot of people wasting, you know, like there's few good ways to do this, but in a lot of cases, people literally have nothing here, or they just have like founder at company name and like no other media there. So what you, for example, can do, or what I've done here is just boom, like quick value prop and link to your landing page. And then also really important here, when you're adding different experiences in your life, like from your life, also add the ones that are relevant to your current situation or your current career. Like don't add your first job at McDonald's or anything that isn't relevant to your niche or to your business. Like it like doesn't matter at all, and it just creates noise. Like, so I just have like few ones. I have our current agency, CEO of that, of course, founder at Agent Velocity, founder at my old agency. I was a head of lead generator and sales at this company. I was head of sales at this other company. I did sales here. I did sales here. I was a team leader. So these are all really relevant experiences that I've had in my life that now help me do this job better, and why I'm a more credible source to trust. Another thing that you can do that I like, for example, Emil and Jack have done this. I think Emil has all of them. It's like they have their current position, and then once again, if you are certified or if you have expert status or any of these partnership statuses with these tools, you can put them all in here. So certified clay expert, certified smart lead expert, certified agency partner, Prospio. Like we are Agent Velocity certified agency partner, so I could have this pretty much, and I could have the certified enterprise partner, but haven't put it in yet. Coaching and consultant at Agent Velocity, founder, co-founder. So these are all relevant experiences to someone who's looking to hire an agency. You know, they're like, holy shit, like this guy has done a lot of stuff. He has a lot of certifications, expertise. Damn, he's like coaching, prospecting strategies here. Like he's an absolute stud. So don't put your McDonald's shop here. Skills. This is really good, mainly for like LinkedIn SEO. Like there's really no other benefit, but when someone goes to the search and searches that, hey, like sales professional, whatever it might be, like LinkedIn's algorithm recommends you based on your skills that you have. So just add the skills that are relevant to your field. For me, business to business, sales, lead generation, like these are pretty much the three, and then growth marketing, sales letters, boom, 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 all of these things. But yeah, just add the main relevant things. The top two are the most important, because those are the only things that you can see in your profile. And then if you can go ask for endorsements from your friends, or maybe you're in a mastermind group or whatever, ask for endorsements, because it looks a bit nicer if I have 65 endorsements from sales and endorsed by Saku and 3 others who are highly skilled at this, you know? So yeah, make sure that you add in skills. And then the last thing, the recommendations. The more recommendations you have, the better. Ask your friends, business partners, clients, or whoever you can come up with to write a recommendation for you. These don't have to be like direct testimonials for your work, but these are things that like look nice. Like Ronnie Erickson, I worked with him on different projects. And then one thing that I used to do a lot of times when I was starting out is people would hit me up, and I was doing a lot of LinkedIn content back in the day. So people would always come and ask me for help and ask me for consulting, etc. And I would hop on discovery calls and just free consulting calls. And I would give people a lot of value in the call. And then at the end of the call, I would just ask, hey, the only thing I ask for is if you can go write me a LinkedIn recommendation. Here's a structure, here's a template. It takes 5 minutes, but that would help me out a ton. And sometimes like I would disqualify a prospect, and I would tell them this is not gonna be a fit, like in the beginning of the call, but I would still, for the rest of the call, I would help them out with different things. And then I would ask for the recommendation as well. So you can get a lot of different recommendations. And one thing that I have noticed with LinkedIn recommendations is everyone wants LinkedIn recommendations, but everyone hates to ask for them. So I've had this experience with like bunch of like quote unquote big executives or whatever it might be. I'm like, hey man, could you give me a LinkedIn recommendation? And they're like, yeah, 100% if you can give me one, you know? So usually when you propose it and you say, hey, I can also give you one, people are super keen on doing it. But yeah, like LinkedIn recommendations are really good. Ask your clients, ask your prospects, ask everyone to like your LinkedIn recommendation. It helps out a lot. And there are like other sections here that like could be relevant is you can add like services here. So what services you provide, once again, helps with LinkedIn SEO mainly. Education, so if you have any relevant education, add that. But if you have education at like fucking, I don't know, if you've gone to the bakery school, I don't know, I'm not sure if it helps that much. Like the only real education I have here is my like, when I was studying military and strategic leadership and graduated as a second lieutenant in reserve officer school. And the only reason why I have this is because this is a big thing in Finland. Like there's if someone has gone to this same school during, if they've been in the military and gone to the same school, it's like a small bonding experience. So I have had a lot of networking benefits from this. I see someone, they have like an officer card in their wallet at an event. I'm like, yo bro, did you go to this school? And they're like, yeah, I did. What course did you go to? And when did you go? And what year did you go to? Like I've been able to connect with a lot of people with that. So I use that. And then like honors and awards, if you've been any awards, add them in here. I have just some like old sales awards that I've won. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Go and update your LinkedIn profile. I guarantee you it is going to make you more money and it only takes 15 minutes. Go check out the links in description, like the video, subscribe, whatever it might be. Thank you for watching. See you on the next one. Bye. Yo, so throughout the last 3.5, almost 4 years of my life has greatly evolved around the concept of cold email and sending cold emails for B2B companies to book as many meetings as possible. And throughout the last almost 4 years, we have sent tens of millions of emails. We have booked tens of thousands of qualified sales meetings through those emails we've sent. We have closed thousands of clients, not just for us, but also for our clients and their campaigns and projects that they're working on. And we have also generated around $30 million in revenue that can be attributed directly to these cold email campaigns. I suspect that a bit more, but we can't quantify all of it. So I'm not gonna overshoot it just in case, you know? So in this video, what I want to do is I want to break down a lot of the myths and misconceptions that people have around cold email. There's a lot of noise in the market. Cold email is getting a bit more, or is getting more popular year after year after year. And people are just coming up with bunch of nonsense and bunch of nonsense noise that just doesn't really have an impact in the performance of cold email. So the chances are if you run an agency, so let's say you're a social media marketing agency owner, an AI automation owner, or whatever copywriting agency owner, and you use cold email to sign yourself clients, or let's say you run a B2B lead generation agency where you use cold email to also sign your clients some new deals, or let's say you just run a B2B company and you're just trying to get some more clients through the door with cold email, the chances are that you have gone to YouTube and you have seen bunch of crazy stuff. Use this tool, use this script, use this, use that, use this, blah, blah, blah. And you don't even know really what matters anymore at the end of the day. So in this video, I'm gonna show you what truly matters. And I'm gonna show you the number one, most impactful, most important, the highest leverage thing that you can focus on in your cold email campaigns and ensure that the campaigns that you run actually work, so you don't have to blindly be testing all of this random yapping that you see online, yeah? So the first thing that we need to understand with cold email, and this is like the main concept of this, is that there are different levels of impact in a cold email campaign, yeah? And I usually like to split these levels into 3 different segments. So I'm just gonna take the triangle and draw 2 different lines here, and I'm just gonna make this like this. And there's 3 different levels to this, and this is the pyramid of cold email results. On the top floor, let's call this level 1. This is level 1. Level 2, boom. Maybe I should start preparing these boards in advance so you could save some time. Level 3. So these are all the level 3s, or all the 3 levels that we have in a cold email campaign. And on the level 1, when we work on things on the level 1, we are able to have a small impact in the performance of the cold email campaign. Maybe we can get a 5% increase in the performance of the cold email campaign, maybe on a good day 20%. So when we work on things that go into level 1, we can take a campaign from booking 3 meetings a month to maybe on a good day, maybe 4 meetings a month. But really, you're not gonna make or break a campaign by working on things on this level 1. You're only gonna hyper optimize a campaign that is already working really well. When you go to level 2, this is where things get a bit more juicier. So here we can have the impact of 20% to maybe on a good day 100%. But once again, if you have a poorly performing cold email campaign that is only booking few meetings a month, 5 meetings a month, yeah, it's great if you can double the performance of it, but once again, that's not gonna make you ultra mega rich and successful. And then here on level 3, we have things that can either literally 2x or go as far as 10x the performance of the campaign, of a normal cold email campaign. So if we want to be smart entrepreneurs and really take advantage of the time that we have in the best possible way, obviously we want to work on the things that are on the level 3 first before doing any of that hyper optimizing here, you know? Like if you have a campaign and you can only do one thing to increase the performance, it probably should be something on level 3, because there you have a chance when you get it right to 2 to 10x the performance of the campaign, right? So that is obviously extremely important. So what things go on this triangle? Starting from level 1, this is where all of the hyper optimization comes in. Here we can use different call to actions. So if you go to and watch some cold email tutorials, the chances are that there's some different call to actions that they tell you, or templates, different templates that you find online, or you can target different like sending times, and small settings in the tweaks, like subject lines. You can change the subject line of your cold email and change some settings, sending settings, etc. And here you can have like a small impact. You can change your call to action or cold email campaign. You can a little bit nudge it up, or maybe you can try a different template. It can have a bit of an impact. You can change the subject line, get a bit more opens on your email, but it's really not going to save a failing campaign. Then when we go to level 2, this is where things get a bit more interesting once again. Here we can target different titles and geography. I don't know how to write it, geography. I know it's not written like that. We can target different geographies. We can use different strategies of sending cold emails. So maybe we can offer looms, maybe we can offer audits, maybe we can do one quick questions, whatever. We can also here use different lead sources. We can use different technologies. So maybe we want to implement Clay, so different tech, different softwares, different tools in the market. Or maybe I'm going to zoom in a bit on here. Or maybe we can use different what is the word? Yeah, deliverability. Boom. I'm not going to even try to write that one out because I do not truly care. And these are the things that you can, in the best case scenario, you can 2x the performance of the campaigns. But once again, if your campaign isn't working really well, it's not gonna have a huge impact. And then we go into level 3 where all the magic happens. Here, the things are the niche. So who are we actually selling to? We can change the offer, aka what are we selling? And we can target different sophistication, yeah, or awareness levels on our cold email campaigns. If you are smart and you already probably grasp some of the main concepts here, when you start a new cold email campaign, or even if you're optimizing an old cold email campaign, you should be working on the things that are here on the level 3. You should be focusing on who are you selling to, what are you selling, how much do they already know about the current solutions in the market, and how much they have seen of the current solution in the market, and how aware are they that they have some problems. Obviously, this makes a lot of sense. And then when you have like actually figured all of these things out and you can cross these off the list, then it makes sense because you already have a well-performing campaign. You should already be booking 10 to 30 meetings a month here. Then you can go on to level 2 and start fixing your reliability, implementing tools like Clay, testing different strategies, testing different things in your targeting, testing different lead sources, etc. And then when you finally get these things checked off, then you can move in here. But also realistically, just as a reminder, even if you feel that you are a special cookie and I have a perfect targeting, I have a perfect offer, I have a perfect niche, if you are not realistically booking at least 10 to 30 meetings a month, You don't have everything figured out here. And to be honest, those are really low numbers. By just working on things here, you can get to extremely high numbers, 50 to 100 meetings a month even. So like that's like, if you ever see like someone absolutely printing with cold email and you know that they're not like a crazy cold email expert, you're like, what's happening there? You go look at their campaigns and they're like, in the traditional sense of cold email, they're like, these are absolutely terrible. They're like, what the fuck is happening here? How do these work? It is because everything they have in the level 3 and the foundations of this cold email pyramid, they have figured out, yeah, they might not have the best tech, they might not have the best deliverability, maybe they don't have the best CTA or best template or sending times. But when you have these things here figured out, those things don't matter. This is really where the money is made, you know? And also realistically, when you run a cold email campaign, you won't really get to here until you have sent like emails for at least 6 months. In most cases, it's gonna take you way longer to get here. So if you haven't been running the same campaign for the same offer with the same targeting for at least 6 months and tested different things every single week and had crazy success, you shouldn't be even looking at here. This is like completely useless. This is like completely useless. And to get here, it's also going to take a long time, at least 3, 4, 5 months of really good testing. And still that requires a lot of good fundamental marketing and sales knowledge about finding product market fit and all of these things. Of course, if you have more business experience, more marketing and sales experience, or more understanding about a niche, you're going to get here faster. But if you're starting out green, once again, you're not going to be here that fast. So what can we take away from this and how can we actually use this knowledge? So pretty much what you always need to start out with when you start out a new cold email campaign, if we think about this in mind, is these are going to be the number 1 and number 2 leverage points. First thing, we have to figure out, who are we actually selling to? You know? And there is a small nuance in this process. So if you, let's say you are a B2B cold email lead generation agency, or you are in a position where you can't change the product. You have a product, you have a service, you have an offer, and you can't change it. That is set in stone. So maybe you have a lead gen client and they're like, we sell a SaaS product that helps you create AI, Facebook ad creators, whatever. You have a product, you can't change it. Or maybe you're an SDR or someone else and you have a product and you can't change it. Then you always start from the offer side. And I'm gonna show you in a second how that looks like. But if you are someone who can have a full control over what actually is being sold, you always start from this. Who are we actually selling to? This is the number 1 most important question. Second question that comes from this is, what problems do these people have? Okay, what problems do these people have? And then the question after this is going to be, how do we solve these problems? And these are going to be main questions that you're going to be asking when you have full control of the product or service being sold. Okay, who do we actually want to sell to? Where have we identified a market gap? Are we selling to what industry, what company size, what geographical location? Where do we have an advantage? Where do we understand more about the niche than most people? Or maybe what are we interested in if we don't have a unique advantage? Then, okay, we have figured this out. What problems do these people have? What procedural problems, what marketing problems, what sales issues, what operational issues do they actually have? And especially if we are creating a marketing solution, then it really makes sense to just focus on the main marketing problems. What problems do they have in their marketing process? And then when you have mapped all of these things out, so you map out who are you selling to, what problems do they have? So you have a big list of problems. Okay, how do we solve one or many of these problems? And then you can write out your solution. And in a lot of cases, what you're gonna find out is the offer that you're selling actually isn't relevant to the niche. So this can save you a lot of time if you're thinking, hey, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna sell Facebook ads to fucking, I don't know. I'm gonna sell Facebook ads to lead generation agencies. And then you map out and you're like, oh, actually these lead generation agencies don't really have a problem with Facebook ads because all of them use cold email or something else. Okay, my solution isn't really relevant here. I'm gonna sell something else. And then of course, if you are starting from the other perspective, so let's say you're a B2B lead generation agency or you're just someone who can't have an impact on the product, the questions you ask are a bit different, or at least they are in a different order. So the first question you ask is, how do we solve this problem? Like what, or like more so, what problems does this product / service solve? So let's say you work with a client that has, let's say you are a B2B lead generation agency, okay, and you need to sell this B2B lead gen offer. the first question you ask is, okay, what problem does this product solve? This product solves, or this service solves a lot of problems. It solves the problem of unreliable lead generation. It solves the problem of empty pipeline, empty calendars, sales reps having no leads to work through, unfit leads, unqualified leads, the need to spend a lot of money on Facebook advertising. They need to hire a bunch of SDRs. They need to train a bunch of SDRs. They need to manage a bunch of SDRs. And a million other things. You have a big list of problems that the product or service solves. Yeah? Then after you have mapped out these problems, you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna ask, okay, who has these problems? Boom. And that's gonna be the next question. And then you're gonna just map out all the different people that have these problems. Yeah? So okay, who has problems with unqualified leads? This industry, these type of companies, these kind of companies, this head size company, this industry, whatever. So you always work through, like, depending on how big of a control you have over the company, the questions change a bit, because obviously if you can't change what you're selling, you have to work with what you got. But then if you are in an amazing situation, like let's say you run your own agency, the main thing is going to be, who are we actually selling to and what problems we actually solve for these, and how do we solve these problems. And then when you have mapped out those initial things, what you need to start doing is you need to find alignment. And how I like to always do this is I have the offer, or I have the product or the service. Boom. And then what I do, the first thing is I always write down a list of problems this product/service solves, or what desires does it actually generate. So that could be like what benefit it generates. So you list these things out, so you get creative and you once again start thinking, okay, what kind of problems does this product or service solve? So once again, let's say you sell cold email lead generation. Once again, for the sake of simplicity, you're gonna list down all the things that this product or problem or service solves. Okay, unpredictable leads, stress because the pipeline is empty, unqualified leads, sales are being bored, the need to manage and hire and train an unproductive and expensive sales team, need to go to industry events, need to use paid advertising. Boom, there's a bunch of services or a bunch of problems that it solves. And then we also have different end outcomes that it provides. Okay, what benefit does this product or service generate? And if it's B2B lead generation with cold email, okay, it generates more leads, more revenue, more clients, more predictability, higher enterprise value because it's an outbound mechanism. It works really well. It gathers really good data on the market. It achieves product market fit if you're working with early stage companies, and it has a bunch of different benefits it also generates. And this is going to be your main asset of selling. This is going to be the things that you use, and this is what you actually are selling. You're not selling cold email lead generation, you're selling solutions to these problems, and you're selling these end outcomes. And this works in other niches as well. Let's say you sell copywriting. Okay, what problems does your product or service solve? Low conversion rates on the funnel, low LTV because there's no actual good welcome sequence going on. Unqualified leads coming in because they don't actually understand what they're buying. A lot of high churn because people once again are signing up with the wrong expectations. You know, unprofitable Facebook advertising because the funnel doesn't convert high enough. Boom, it solves a bunch of problems. Okay, what benefit does it generate? It scales the company, generates revenue, generates customers, set expectations better, helps you deliver your message, blah, 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 million things. And then we take out this list where we say, okay, who has these problems? And we look at all of these, who has these problems or wants to achieve these benefits. Amazing. And then we look at the list that we have gathered and we start listing out based on market research and based on our knowledge of different markets and different industries. Once again, remember, you're not going to do this perfect the first time around, but you're going to start listing different industries or different company types or different people who would like to get these benefits. Okay, who has a problem with low conversion rates on their landing page? E-commerce stores, info product companies, this company, that company, who is running Facebook ads and they're struggling with low ROAS, e-com companies, coaches, consultants, course creators, different B2B SaaS companies, startups in different industries. Boom, boom, boom. They want to achieve this. And you list out a list, once again, based on your best estimation and best information that you are working with. And you list out who has these problems or who has these benefits. And then Your main job to make a cold email campaign work with the assets that you're working with is finding the best possible combination between things on this side and things on this side, you know? So here, because niche and offer, these are the number one difference makers in the cold email campaign. Like you're gonna have everything perfect. You're gonna have the best clay setup, best durability, best strategy, best title targeting, best lead sources, the most expensive lead sources, best templates, best sending times, best everything. But if these things are not aligned, nothing is ever going to work. So then your job just becomes figuring out what variable from here do I need to connect with someone from here and what is the best combination. Maybe talking about increasing lifetime value through welcome sequences to e-commerce companies is gonna work the best out of all these variations. Or maybe talking about not having to train and manage a big SDR team to early stage startups is the best working combination. Or maybe talking about hitting 10 million ARR to B2B SaaS companies is gonna be the best working combination. And there's million variables what makes the combination work the best. First of all, there is the variable of what are the main desires of the average character type in the industry. So let's say all the startup founders want to really change the world, or let's say all of the e-commerce store companies want to increase their enterprise value so they can have a massive exit, or all of the coaches and consultants want to create passive income to live a great life and travel around the world, whatever, you know? Like there are different needs and desires and pains and failures and things, different awareness and sophistication stages here, and this is going to dictate what kind of problems and benefits they resonate with. And you might launch the first campaign and where you talk about increasing lifetime value, and you send that message to a B2B, or you start targeting B2B SaaS companies, and this works well. Okay, boom, this works well. I am generating 5 calls a month from this, so this is great. But if you don't test more, you might have one variation here. Maybe you start talking about like getting a $10 million valuation. You start talking about that to e-commerce companies. Maybe this is booking you 20 calls with a really basic email. And this could work 4 times better because there's just more desire, and the alignment with the offer to the niche is just way stronger. Once again, like almost every single one of these variations can work to an extent that you can always optimize it, but you always have to think about the fact that, okay, where is a bigger gap, or where is there a bigger desire or demand for this one thing that I'm solving, or this one benefit that I'm generating? So in the beginning, you're just testing all of these different variables out, and and it's a big algorithm, or it's a big solution. You're like, okay, I'm gonna create a campaign where I'm gonna target e-commerce companies in the US that are doing more than 500,000 a month. And I'm gonna, based on my market research, I think that this, and this value proposition would resonate the best with them. And you test all of those out, and you either have a really good test or you have a really bad test. You get results or you don't get results. It's just a science experiment. Okay, that wasn't it. That wasn't the number one thing. But I think that if I target B2B SaaS companies and I talk about increasing enterprise value, or not having to hire big SDR teams, or solving the problem of unpredictable lead flow, that's gonna really resonate really well. And then out of all of these tests and all of these variations that you do, you're gonna find one variation that absolutely is just golden. Boom. Because you find really good niche and offer alignment, and it's just gonna work. And once again, I want you to remember the fact that here we are talking about really fundamental level of marketing and sales psychology. Every single time when you wanna start a new campaign, you don't have to go through this whole mumbo jumbo of reaching out to 20 different industries or 10 different industries or 5 different industries with 20 different value propositions. No, that's not the point. But I'm just trying to make you understand what's going on underneath the surface of just your cold email template or a cold email campaign. These are the things that you're really looking for. And when you get more experience, when you run your first few cold email campaigns, or you have worked a few months in the niche, you're gonna be able to exclude a lot of things out. You're gonna immediately tell, okay, hey, I know that 80% of these companies won't actually resonate with these things. Or I know that, okay, 80% of the benefits won't actually be interesting enough. Or I know 40% of the problems that our solution serves, they aren't big enough problems in the marketplace for us to actually run a campaign on it. It's not going to resonate well enough. So we're going to be able to already get rid of most of the stuff that you need to test in otherwise. But in the beginning, let's say you start from a completely blank slate. You don't have really any understanding about anything. You don't know anything about marketing and sales, etc. Like then this is what you need to do, and you need to do deep market research, and you need to do a bunch of testing, etc. If you want to unleash the highest amount of potential that your offer or service or product has. But of course, when you have even a bit more understanding about your niche and about your service, then of course you can already get rid of 80% of these things, 90% of these things, just based on the common knowledge that you have. But this is pretty much what's happening in the back end, and the smartest people watching this video are gonna understand this, and they're gonna think, okay, this is the fundamental level of this. This is what's happening in the foundations of the cold email campaigns, and they're gonna be able to implement it to their campaigns and start thinking about from this, okay, how do my benefits or how do my problems to these solutions, or how do these solutions to these problems, how do they actually resonate with these different audience in the market, and is there something else that I should test? Should I present a different value proposition here, or should I actually test different targeting? Because I think there might be a bigger amount of pain here when connecting these two things. And then the people who are maybe just new to the game, maybe you're a beginner or something, you are just, this is not a cold email template that generated $10 million. This is not a fucking Loom strategy that made this amount of money. You're probably not gonna take that much out of it, because usually people in the beginning stages want things get done really easy. And this is not easy. This is something that you actually have to get creative and actually work around to get a bit out of, And then after we have done these things and we have actually find a really good niche and offer alignment, then we move on to different things like sophistication and awareness. Okay, how educated is the market about different solutions in the market? What kind of claims do our competitors have? Do we need to increase our claim? Do we need to bring in a unique mechanism? Do we need to make the unique mechanism stronger? How aware are they of these problems? Do they even know that the problem exists? Do we actually have to first educate them about this problem being in their business? Do they already know that they have a problem, but they don't know that they have a solution? Maybe they know about the solution already, but they don't know that there is a product for the solution or service for this solution. How much do we need to do educating to actually get the point across that we are trying to get? And this is really the main money maker of cold email. Figuring out who actually has the biggest amount of pain that we can solve, and how can we communicate the fact that we have a solution in the best, most efficient way possible. And then when you get these things nailed down, and when you get these 4 elements figured out, you're gonna have a cold email campaign that is gonna be absolutely printing. And then you can add different things. Then you can go and you can buy Ocean.io and get lookalike lead lists and all of these things. Or then you can start implementing Clay and do all of these really fancy personalized Clay tables and implement these to your campaigns, and then you can get really good durability, and then you can different strategies, etc. And then you can start increasing the performance of the campaigns, because obviously if you're booking 50 calls a month by just having good foundations, if you're able to 2x the results of that campaign, that obviously has a big impact. But if you're only booking 3 calls, no matter what Clay work tables you implement, even if you take it from 3 to 6, it's really not worth it looking at how much time and money you spent on it. Your foundations are still really fucked, and your company is never going to be able to scale. And I know I'm talking about cold email in this video, but this is really the marketing lesson for no matter what channel you take. If you do cold calls, if you do door knocking, if you do ads, if you do this, if you do that, this is really gonna be at the core of every single business, and this is what you really have to be focused on. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you're able to implement some of this stuff. Go check out the links in the description, check out our mastermind, check out everything else. Like the video, subscribe, let me know what you want me to talk about, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Sales is the lifeblood of your agency. If you can't predictably take completely random people who have never heard of you and predictably convert them into happy paying clients of your agency, are you really even running an agency, or are you just running a hobby? Because if you can't sell, if you don't have a predictable sales process that predictably closes people and closes the right people who actually you should be working with, everything is going to be so much harder. Your cold email campaigns are not going to be as profitable, your clients are going to leave you, you're not going to get good customer results, you're going to get, you have to always drop your price because people don't really actually see the value of your offer. And yeah, everything is just going to be pretty terrible. And I've been in sales for 8 years of my life. And I'm 24, so that's 25% of my life, which is pretty crazy. A lot of sales experience. I've run big sales teams, or big and big, but like 10 to 15 people multiple times. I've broken a lot of records in different industries. I've built my own sales teams. I've built sales teams for companies. I've taken, I don't even know how many sales calls for my agency and for our offers. And yeah, also worked with over 500 different growth marketing agencies and different agencies in different niches and help them with their sales process and niche. So it's a big part of what I do, and big part of why I consider that a lot of the stuff that we do works so well. I've been able to take so many sales calls that I know pretty well what works or not. So what I'll do in this call is I will give you my word by word sales script. That is based on 2 different calls. So the sales process that I use, it's a disco demo sales call or sales process. So there's 2 calls. I will give you a script or a structure for both of those calls, and I'll show you how to run it. I'll also give you a sales deck that we've also used in the past, and I'll just show you how to run these calls at a successful rate. So when you start taking sales calls for your agency, or probably already are taking sales calls for your agency, it's way easier for you to improve your closing rate and actually get the right customers in at a predictable rate. Also, when you have a good structure of the sales call, it's way easier to track data. A lot of people, when they try to improve at sales, they know their sales suck, but they don't really know why. They just think that it's, I'm just not good at sales. But in a lot of cases, it's not the whole sales process that is broken. It's actually something way smaller. But they don't know how many discovery calls they are taking, how many calls they're disqualifying, how many objections they are getting, what objections they are getting, when are they losing frame, etc., etc. So it's impossible to track if your process is unpredictable. So yeah, I hope that this video will fix that for you. So this is going to be valuable for you if you run any kind of agency and you are doing like sub 100,000 a month, because if you're doing over 100,000 a month, you probably already have a pretty solid sales process, I would imagine. But yeah, if you run a B2B lead gen agency, SMMA, AI automation, content, copywriting, whatever, even if you're just a freelancer, this is still gonna be good for you. But yeah, so we can hop in straight here. So this is pretty much my 2-step sales process script for selling agency offers. And here I have a really important reminder. I'll actually make this a bit bigger. I have a really important reminder here, is that every salesperson and call is unique. The purpose of this script isn't to be read line by line like a robot. Use this as a structure for a cause and adapt it to your own style and preference. Because this script feels natural to me, because it's my own words, it's my own tonalities and pacings and all of these things, but it might not be natural for you. Maybe you even convert it to a different language, maybe you speak in a different way, maybe you have a different kind of approach to sales calls in general, how you present yourself in there. If that's the case, you have to also adapt it, otherwise you're gonna sound like a robot. Like probably all of us have had an experience where we hop into a sales call and then the sales rep is clearly just fucking reading a script. And they sound like a robot, and it's terrible, and you just don't respect them at all. So I don't want that to happen to you. So remember, this is just the outline. None of the specific words on this script either make it or break it. It's the whole structure of it. But if you change a word around or change a sentence around or change something around, it's not gonna make it or break it unless you add something stupid in there. But yeah, so through this document, I have used a few different colors to just emphasize on different meanings of the colors. So black text is pretty much things that you just say and basic headlines, etc. Blue is tonality and body language for the segment. Red is activities and notes, and pink is objection handling and questions. So that's pretty much it. So the first call we always do is the discovery call. So I've never been a huge fan of one call closes when we are selling big high ticket offers. If you're selling something super cheap, like $1,000 a month retainers, like yeah, you can probably one call close that. You don't really need to do any crazy backflips in that sales process. But if you are selling something more expensive to a more sophisticated audience, you wanna always split it in 2. First call, 30 minutes, is the disco call. And in this call, you just pretty much figure out if you can even work with this prospect. You are asking figuring out their goals, their pains, their past solutions, how everything has worked, etc., etc., etc. And you're doing this for 2 reasons. First of all, you're trying to figure out if you can help this prospect. Second of all, you're just gathering ammunition, that if you go to the second call with this prospect, you have like a bunch of information that you can use to tailor your pitch to them and close them, you know? And also it's just great to talk with someone and ask them questions. Like Sales is all about trust. Like what you're really trying to convey is just trust. If someone trusts you 100%, like you can pretty much sell anything. Like think about it. If you have a person in your life that you trust 100%, like maybe your mom, your dad, a great friend of yours, your wife, your boyfriend, whatever. If you trust them 100%, like no matter what they say, you would buy. They're like, hey, this is fucking crazy thing. Even if it's all your life savings, you would probably buy that. Because you have such a strong level of trust. So we're always trying to build trust with our prospects and get our prospects to trust us. And if you really think about it, how does someone start trusting someone, and how do people build trust between each other? They build trust by getting to know each other. And how do we get to know each other is we ask questions about them. So what pretty much we are doing here on the discovery call is we are asking questions about them and their business, so we can get to know them, they can get to know us, and that automatically builds trust, you know? So the first segment of the discovery call is the intro. And this is going to be, once again, you can adapt it, but in general, this should be around 1 to 3 minutes. And pretty much what you say, hey John, can you hear and see me okay? I like to start my call with this, get the prospect engaged. Okay, boom, I can. It's also a nice icebreaker, you know, if you just hop into the call and you're like, how's the weather? You know, it's like, I think it's great, straight to the point. Hey John, can you see me? Perfect. Where are you calling from? Once again, optional. I like to always ask where they're from. I've done a lot of traveling. I know a lot of people around the world. So usually there are some common ground that we can connect on based on where they are. And once again, we are just getting to know them. Maybe there is cultural differences in different areas. I know that, if they're from here, I need to approach the call this way. Or if they're from here, I need to approach the call this way, because there are cultural differences. So where are you calling from? Beautiful. So if you're ready, let's jump straight into the business. And here you want to use an upward inflection at the end of the sentence to make it into a question. You don't have to, but that's what I do. So if you're ready, let's jump straight into the business, yeah? And boom, that's like a question. And the prospect says, yeah, let's do it, man. And here you can also optionally, you can do a bit of small talk. I like to do small talk, but I didn't want to script out small talk because that's fucking terrible. So I like to always ask, where are you from? They're like, I'm from here. That's super cool. I actually went there last year. I went to this city. Have you been here? Oh yeah, that's nice. Super great. How's life there? And then they ask me where I'm from, and then I tell them. And I like to do that, you know? I like to spend 1 or 2 minutes on that, in that song and dance stuff. So after the prospect agrees, we always want to ask for permission to do things. Otherwise the prospect feels that we're just fucking, we don't care about them. So are you ready to jump straight in? Yes, sir. Boom. Amazing. So John, like I mentioned before, this call is going to be a discovery call. So of course, this once again might depend. They might not know this, but if you have used a cold email or a cold call or something to book this call, and you have said, hey, let's book a discovery call, then they should already know this. If they don't, and you use a different way to book these calls, then you might have to clarify this. But always, my prospects already know this. So I say, hey, so John, like I mentioned before, this call is going to be a discovery call, meaning that in this call, there will be no offer, prices, or decisions to make. So this, when you say that to the prospect, it drops their guard. They don't have to be like, you know, when you're in a sales call, you're always a little bit like on your back foot, a little bit like your guard up. You're like, I'm trying to see if there's any tricks here, and I need to be really, really attentive, and I can't give too much, you know, like, you know, people have fucking crazy things that they do on sales calls because they think that they're getting sold to. People hate to getting sold to, so they like to reserve themselves. So I like to do this to make sure that the prospect is as open and can just be as transparent and honest as possible in the call, because they know, okay, there's not going to be any pitching here. There's not going to be any selling. I can say whatever I say, and it's not going to quote unquote turn against me, you know, because people think crazy things about sales calls. The purpose of this call is just to see what your current situation is and to see if we'd be even able to help you. Once again, this creates great frame. It's like, hey, we have no rush. We don't need you as a client. We don't need you. We're just trying to see first if this even makes sense. You know, we don't know, you know, great frame. If after the call, I feel that we'll be a fit, we'll book a second call for later this week / early next week, where we'll go through all the details of what it looks like to work with us and make a decision if we'll move forward or not. Also, the reason why we do this, and we only have the discovery call where there's no pitching or closing, is we can pre-handle or like preset the frame for the second call really well. Like we can say, hey, it's gonna be a decision-making call, we need all the decision makers, blah, 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 and get the prospect to agree on them. So then we don't have the battle with like the really annoying, I'll have to think about it objections. You still might get them, but I have seen that the reason why I started doing this in the first place is because it just removes a lot of those really silly objections because the frame is already set. So if for some reason I feel that we can't help you, I'll let you know immediately and recommend you another service provider or product. Also, I record these calls for note-taking purposes in case I need to go back to something in the offer creation process. You just tell them, boom, also this call is being recorded just for note-taking purposes. When we are creating a proposal for you, you might want to go back, double check some information. So, I hope that's fine. Sound fair? And this is straight from Jordan Belfort. I used to read all his books and everything. So that's just something that in a lot of cases just stuck to me. Sound fair? But you can say whatever, once again, it's not based on the exact words. Hey, does this sound okay? Are you fine with that? Sounds like a good plan. And then you get the prospect to agree. If the prospect does not agree or gives pushback saying, hey, I want to hear the price on this call or something similar, you want to address the objection immediately before moving on to the next stage. If you immediately give in here to the prospect might say, hey, we were actually really looking forward to hearing the price here. And you're like, oh, let's see what we can do. Like you immediately fuck the frame. The prospect has control of the call. And then it's like, then you have to give some kind of price at the end of the call. And if you don't, the prospect feels that you betrayed them or whatever. Once again, with sales, what I have seen, it's just better to be overly, not overly protective of other people's feelings, but because obviously in sales calls, you have to be honest, and sometimes you're just going to say things that people don't like and it's going to hurt their feelings. But more so what I mean is in sales calls, you want to take all the small details or small possibilities of someone feeling betrayed or feeling that you fucked them over somehow. Because if that happens, you lose trust immediately. And obviously the prospect won't buy in most cases there. Or they might, but at least you lower your chances. So I like to handle these things immediately and as much as I can. So they might say, hey, I actually was looking forward to hearing the price on this call since we're looking to make a decision on this ASAP. So then what you can say, once again, doesn't specific matter what wording you use, but what I say, hey, John, I 100% understand that. Objection handling framework that I usually use is I first agree, then I handle the objection, and then I'll go, I agree on it so they don't feel stupid and they feel understood. I handle the objection, and then I move on from it with a close. So yeah, John, I 100% understand that time is valuable and I truly don't want to waste it. And that is the exact reason why the first call will only be a discovery call. I'm going to ensure that the proposal I make to you actually makes sense. After this call, I'll go to the drawing board and create you a custom plan offer based on your situation. I've seen that this way everything is streamlined and I only need to present our offer once and it saves both of us time and energy. If that's a problem, I'll gladly point you towards a service provider that has more of a rinse and repeat approach. So then you can a little bit throw rocks at other service providers by saying, hey guy, if someone gives you offer immediately, they're rinse and repeat, that's a negative term that people have in their mind. Once again, as you can even hear, when I'm reading this, it doesn't sound supernatural. So this is more of a structure. Hey John, I 100% understand it, but what I've seen is boom, 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 boom. But if you still want to get the price right now, immediately, that's completely fine. I'll just point you towards someone who has a bit of a more copy and paste process, so they can always give you a price immediately upfront on their website. We unfortunately don't do that. They might say, I don't want this call recorded. John, I assure you that the call will never be shared outside of the team. I just want to make sure that I don't miss any key information during the process. Unfortunately, my note-taking speed isn't as fast as our ability to speak. Ha 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 ha, funny joke. If the prospect really pushes back on getting the call recorded, just fucking stop the recording. It's not worth losing the deal over that recording. But in a lot of cases, it's you can just handle it this way. Also, I know there's a lot of these frame games and these things. If you go into a lot of sales information online, it's I'll never give up the frame, always tell the prospect what to do, etc. I don't super hardcore believe in that. I know that frame and authority and status is all things that really exist in the sales process. It's really built into human nature and wired into our brains 100%. But you don't want to go overboard with it. If the prospect keeps telling you, hey, I don't want this call recorded, just give it up, man. It doesn't really matter that much. And if you lose the sale because you didn't record the call or you lost the frame there, it's you probably would have not made the sale anyways. So yeah, But I always like to push back on the initial objection. It's just a good practice to be in, and usually like the first objection, you can always handle it when you do it right. But yeah, this is pretty much A1 section, and this is the intro to the call, 1 to 3 minutes. Then we move into the big main part of the discovery call, which is of course discovery. Usually this takes around 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how talkative the prospect is. Some of the prospects talk like crazy and the call goes on for like an hour, but usually 20 minutes. So, great, John. So to start everything off, I'm super interested in hearing why in the first place you decided to take time out of your busy schedule to hop in this call. We say they have a busy schedule, they feel important, but it also is a really, really, really important key point because it usually opens the doors to their like initial goals or initial reasons. And you can get a lot of ammunition and information from this question. And during the discovery questions, take notes on your CRM. You don't need to get every word down or write perfect grammar, just write bullet points, but don't let it distract the conversation. So what I usually do when I'm in a sales call, I just have my CRM open and then I ask, hey, why did you hop into the call? And they start saying, we tried cold email. So then I might write, tried cold email, didn't work. And we want to really scale to 50K, blah, blah, whatever, so I just like write these really cryptic notes, and then at the end of the call I go back to these calls and I double check it with the call recording, or in a lot of cases I have just gotten used to reading my cryptic writing from sales call notes, and then I know, okay, if I wrote want to scale 50K, then I know it's probably they want to scale to 50,000, I don't think there's any point in like trying to write perfect grammar and taking perfect notes in the calls. Sometimes you want to do it for pacing purposes, but that's more advanced besides the point. In a lot of cases, just write what you can. Engage with active listening while the prospect answers. Say things like, yeah, interesting, okay. Like that. It sounds super dumb when I do it alone. It's like, yeah, interesting, okay. Like it sounds stupid, but it's really important. And also nod your head and lean in while they are talking. So when they're talking, lean a little bit, nod your head. Don't nod it too much because you're gonna look like an idiot if you're like this for the whole call. But nod your head while they're talking. Show that you're actively listening. If you're like checking other tabs, checking your phone, looking at the walls, they're gonna feel that you don't fucking care, and that once again breaks trust, and they don't want to buy from you. So participate in active listening. And then you continue with the discovery questions, and I have just linked here. So pretty much holy shit, I accidentally opened Slack. Damn, my bad. So pretty much discovery call questions, what it looks like is, once again, these have to be adapted a little bit to different offers, but this is a pretty good framework if you're doing growth marketing. First, why did they agree on this call? What is their current goal? Why aren't they there yet? So, okay, where do we want to be at? We want to be at $1 million a month. Okay, why do you think you are not there? What have you tried to get there? How did it work? How long did you stick with it? What else have you tried? What do they sell? Who do they sell to? So their offer and their niche. How do they generate leads right now? Why that method? What problems do they solve? What is their closing rate? What is their LTV? What is their average deal size? Do they have case studies? Do they have guarantees? So here we pretty much can split these discovery questions into two different segments. First, we have fundamentally important things. So for example, why did they hop on the call? And what specifically intrigued them? They might say like, hey, we wanted to hop on the call because your approach was really unique, and I really like how you do it this way instead of like everyone else does it that way. And then you get like a really key piece of information. They really like our unique approach, and then you make your whole pitch around that unique approach, because that's clearly the thing why they came in here in the first place. What's their current goal, and why aren't they there yet, and what's their current situation? So you always want to map out where are they right now and where do they want to be. So I want to find the gap, and what things have they tried to do to close the gap. These are extremely important as well, and I see a lot of people who are bad at sales miss this because they don't think it matters. But of course it matters. Like let's say you're selling cold email lead generation, and someone tells you, hey, we tried cold email already, but it didn't work, and we did it for 12 months, and we did it with an agency. Like that's super key information, because then if you're selling cold email, it's like, okay, I need to show why their past agency failed and why it didn't work the last time and why it will be different this time. But if they tell, hey, we have never tried cold email, then they are maybe they're not even bought into cold email, so you have to focus your pitch around the fact why cold email is the best mechanism for them to use instead of why you are the best cold email service provider. So it depends a lot on the pitch, what they have tried in the past. And let's say they tell you, yo, we tried LinkedIn, we tried ads, we tried YouTube, we tried fucking smoke signals. Then you know that in your pitch, you throw rocks at all of these mechanisms, like, YouTube is shit, and okay, maybe don't do that, but explain to them why these things didn't work and explain what is the difference with cold email and why that's gonna work or why you think it's gonna work. Of course, once again, a lot of nuance, a lot of small things to that can go differently here, but that's pretty much the main idea. We wanna know where they are at right now, where they wanna be, did they try to close this gap, why it didn't work, and why they personally think it didn't work, because that's also really important. Because sometimes you know that, okay, something didn't work because the execution was fucking trash, but they think it didn't work because their agency was trash. Like sometimes you have to also navigate around those things pretty carefully, because if you just tell them, no, the agency was fine, you're just fucking trash, it's like, that's gonna completely, like, it's gonna be really hard to sell after that, because it's like, it's a skill issue from them. But of course, be always honest. Never sell something that you don't think will actually help the prospect. And then we go into more so like specific, like service specifics. Like for example, if you're selling B2B lead generation, how do they generate leads right now? Why that method? What problem do they solve? What's their closing rate? LTV, average deal size, case studies, guarantees. Like these are really important things for a lead generation agency. But let's say you run a hiring agency and you place talent from some specific country, for example, in the businesses, then of course the information that you are trying to get is probably different. You care about different things, different metrics, different processes inside their business. So these need to be adapted to your case. After you have done the discovery, if the prospect gives you an answer that is too vague or doesn't answer the question like you wanted them, then rephrase the question and dig deeper. So what I always like to do is I line out what is the question, why did you agree on this call in the first place? And the goal of this is to understand what made them open to consider your service. And then if they give you a really shit answer, then you dig deeper. Okay, sure, I 100% understand, John, but what specifically intrigued you about my email that made you say yes to this call? Like, what was the specific thing? Because I'm sure you get a lot of emails. You're digging deeper. And then if you're still not getting a good answer, a really good life hack is always to just ask the question, why? Like just be like curious. I think Hormozy says childlike curiosity in the sales process is really great. So that's what I try to use. It's like, why? Interesting. Why? Why did that matter? Why did that spark your interest? Why did you think about that? So always make sure that if you get like a really shit answer, you just don't move on, because then it also shows the prospect that you don't really fucking care, and they know it wasn't a good answer, and then probably the rest of the answers they're also going to give are going to be trash, because they know that they don't actually matter. But you want to show them, yes, John, I 100% understand that, but it's really important that I understand specifically what you do or what problem you solve or what this metric is. Like I need to know the specific metric for me to actually be able to tell you if I can help you or not. So this metric, what is it? Tell me now, Then we go into A3, transition, usually 1 to 2 minutes. If the prospect is qualified, you tell them, amazing, John, based on what you told me, what I do is a perfect solution for you, or what we do is a perfect solution for you. Once again, only say this if you think that it's a great solution for them. Like if you don't think it's gonna help them, don't fucking tell them that it's gonna help them. You're gonna ruin your reputation, you're gonna ruin everything, you're gonna fucking ruin your business. So only sell to prospects. Once again, it's crazy that I have to say, you think that you can help. Of course, in the beginning stages, if you're just starting out, you might not know who those people are, so you have to go with a bit of a broader scope, but still. I'm sure I'm able to help you with achieving their goal in the next whatever time frame is relevant for the goal. I'm also confident that over time I can help you with secondary goal and other goal, of course, after I've first gotten the main campaigns working. So usually when you talk about goals in the discovery call, they're going to give you their main big goal, but they're also going to give like 2, 3, 4, 5 other things that they want to solve or create or achieve. So what I like to do, once again, only if I believe that it's possible, I also like to bring these things up to paint a bit of a longer term vision and also to excite them a bit more. Like here on this section, transition section, our goal is just to pretty much, they have now gone through like 20 minutes of answering specific questions about their business, yada, yada, yada. They're fucking exhausted. They're like bored, whatever. They have just been talking about like some random numbers. Now we want to spark them up and get them like fucking on an emotional high. So like, yeah, John, man, I 100% believe that this can help you really well. And I'm sure we can get you from 100K to 200K a month in the next 12 months doing this. And I also think that we can probably figure out the sales team issue really soon. Of course, after the first campaigns have started working, you know. Be certain as hell, use declarative voice drops at the end of sentences. So this is like, once again, like small, like micro verbal communication thing. Like when you drop your voice at the end of the sentence, it sounds more authoritative. So once again, only do it if it's natural for you. Don't force it, because once again, you're gonna sound fucking stupid dropping the voice at the end of the sentence. You know, you're gonna do that. It's terrible. And then the last part of the discovery call is the close, which is 3 to 5 minutes. Every single call, even if we are not closing on working with us, we're still closing them on something. So like I mentioned in the beginning of the call, this call was just a discovery call. So what I'll do now is I go back to the drawing board and I'll come up with a custom proposal to fit your situation, and we'll go over it on the next call. So for the next call, does Tuesday or Wednesday work better for you for a 30-minute call? Then they say, Tuesday, amazing, morning or afternoon. Afternoon, amazing, 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Boom, 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 boom. So don't make the scheduling the next call a big deal. Use assuming tone. Act like it's obvious that the next call will be scheduled. So I like to do this. There's multiple different ways to call it, but I always like to just use the assumption close, aka I'm already assuming that of course they're gonna schedule in the demo call, and I'm just asking questions based on that. Amazing, John. So like I said, we gotta have the next call. So does Tuesday or Thursday work better for you? We give them like a yes or yes answer. Like, do you want the call or do you want the call? You know, if you ask them, hey, do you want the call? Like, hey, John, do you want to hop on the next call or not? Like, once again, it's like there's an opportunity for them to say no. Some people just automatically say no to things. So just give them a yes or yes question, closing the meeting. And I like to use this like yes or yes ladder. Hey, Tuesday or Thursday, morning or afternoon, 2 or 3 p.m. So it's just yes, yes, yes. You know, I like that. But once again, you can do it like in different ways. But just assume it, make it like obvious that it's call is going to be scheduled anyway, so there's no room for pondering if they should hop on a call or not. Amazing. I'll send you a calendar invitation for day and time you just booked. Also, like I mentioned in the beginning, in the next call. Also, like I mentioned in the beginning, in the next call, we'll make a yes or no decision if we will move forward with this or not. To make that happen, do we need to have someone else on the call with us to make a decision or on this call, or are you the only decision maker? And the reason why we do this is because in my experience, one of the hardest obstacles or objections to handle in sales calls is, hey, I need to talk to my business partner. I need to talk to someone else in the company. And yes, you can use the fancy, really gimmicky sales tricks that you find on YouTube. Like, hey, what would your partner feel like if you did this, and what if they said no, would you still do it? Like 100% that works, but in my experience when selling B2B and when selling more expensive shit, it's not really a great way for you to start the relationship. It's, in my opinion, a bit scummy to do that with B2B. Sometimes yes, 100%, like if you're selling a fucking electricity contract or something small, 100%, like it's not a massive life decision and people are just making it bigger in their head, and a lot of people are using it as a smokescreen. But when selling B2B, like it is an actual real objection that there might be. They 100% might have to check with someone else who is in charge of the budget or who is in charge of this or that, you know. So we want to make sure that we don't get hit with this objection, because it's really hard to handle on call. So we ask, hey, John, by the way, in the next call, because we're going to make a yes or no decision, does someone else from your company need to be there to make a decision, or are you the only decision maker on this? And they say, yeah, actually marketing Mark should be there because he runs the marketing department. Okay, fantastic. What is Mark's email? I'll add him to this call as well. And then they say mark at blah, 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 blah.com. Fantastic, I sent him an invite. If for some reason Mark can't join the call at this time, just let me know via email and we'll reschedule it for a time that also works for Mark. Boom, don't make it a big deal. And then I just summarize. And I like to really like nail down on facts and details and timeframes on sales calls, because a confused prospect never buys. So you need to achieve clarity So I like to really hammer down on details. Perfect, John. Super happy to get that we're going to do the next call and we got the chance to connect. So to summarize once more, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's really important we're on the same page. We just booked Thursday, 2 p.m. for this call. And on this call, it's going to be you and it's also going to be marketing Mark. And in this call, we'll go through what it looks like to work with us, the timeframes, the expectations, different results, prices, guarantees, and everything else that is necessary for you to get the full context. Then based on that, we'll make a decision if we will move forward with this or not. Make sense? Boom. Prospect freeze. Perfect. I'll send you a recording of this call and a quick summary of the notes I took over email in a few minutes. I'll also forward them to the marketing Mark to make sure we are all on the same page on Thursday, 2 p.m. Any other questions? Great. It was great meeting you. Talk to you soon. Boom. And then at the end of the call, you take the call recording that you recorded, you send it to the person you had a call with, and if you had to add any other people to the next call, you send it also to them. So they can watch it. They won't in a lot of cases, but they have the opportunity to watch the call. And then if you took notes, like you should have, you also send those notes in a bit of a nicer formatted way to the prospect. And that just shows good salesmanship, it shows professionalism, it shows that you know what the fuck you're doing. People appreciate that. People appreciate good salespeople. So do that. It helps a lot. And it also makes sure that there's like before the call starts, let's say the call is in like 2 days, 3 days, your prospect is like, oh, I had this call, I can't remember what we talked about. Oh, this guy sent me notes. I'll go see the notes. And then they go and they see the notes. And also I like to send a Loom summary of the notes to all the prospects to make sure that there's like full context and they can remind themselves in a few minutes. And by the way, one thing, after you have done the discovery call, don't book the demo call more than 3 days, max 5 days into advance, but you should always try to do it the next day or the day after, max 3 days into the future, because if there's more time than that, the prospects are gonna fucking forget what you're talking about and blah, 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 everything's gonna come up. So make sure that the call is booked fairly short term into the future. And after the discovery call, we're gonna have the demo call. So this is going to be the closing call, the pitching call, the call where we actually get the deal done. And this call is gonna be a few days later. And here at the intro, once again, 2 to 3 minutes. Hey John, can you hear and see me okay? Perfect. How's life been out there in where the fuck they live? If you asked for this fact, once again, shows that you remember things from the call and you listen to them. So how's life been there in New York? Fantastic, amazing. Love to hear that. Also great to meet you. Great to meet you, Marketing Mark. Were you able to check the email I sent to you last Monday? Amazing. Yeah, I was able to look at some notes and I looked a little bit of the call recording. Everything sounds good. Great. So are we all ready to jump straight in? And then the prospects say, yes, let's do it. Or maybe they say, no, actually something crazy happened. But in most cases, they're going to say, yes, let's do it. Amazing. So just to recap, last Monday, we had a call with John where we went through your current situation and goals. And here are pretty much just catching up any other new people who haven't been in the call before to what you have talked about. Based on that call, we both agreed that there is a great opportunity for us to work together to get you to your desired state and time frame, to get you from 100K a month to 200K a month in the next 12 months. And because of that, we decided to schedule this call to go through exactly what it looks like to work with us in terms of what we specifically do for you, what it costs, what the process looks like, etc. So in this call, we'll go through all of those things, and at the end of the call, we'll make a yes or no decision on if we'll move forward with this or not. Sound fair? Boom. Then the prospects say, yes, sounds great, amazing. And just to confirm before we move forward, do we have everyone today on this call that we need to make this decision? If for some reason you don't have all the necessary decision makers on board, reschedule the call 1 to 3 days in the future. I have just once again learned that this, even though you're going to lose some prospects by doing that, overall on a long-term time frame, after 50, 100 calls, your closing rate is going to be higher and your time input is going to be lower. So you're going to get higher leverage on your sales costs. Then we go into information check. So this is really important. Before we move on to the presentation, let's quickly go over what we discussed last call to make sure we are all still on the same page on this. So last call you mentioned that right now you are at $100,000 a month, and you, like in 1 to 2 sentences, you describe their current situation, and then you check through your main note question by question. Don't just blast through all of them at once. Go question by question. After each question, give the prospect a few seconds to think and add to the notes if necessary. Sometimes people look at their notes and they have this big list of notes listed and they're like, hey, just to make sure we're all on the same page, you said this and this and this and this and this and that and that and that and that. Is that okay? And the prospect fucking didn't have any chance to add anything, or he doesn't even remember what you said. And they're like, yeah, sounds good. But pretty much what you're doing here is you're doing two things. First of all, when you go through your notes and you look at your notes and you're like, last call you said that you're doing right now 100,000 a month, right? And they're like, yes. And you want to be at 200,000 a month, yeah? They say yes. And you have used this cold email, or you have used this lead generation mechanism, and you have done this, and you tried this, and you tried this. You know, you go each one of them one by one, and you always give them a little bit of time to say yes, that is correct, or to say actually. Because sometimes what happens is in the discovery call, you get a bunch of notes, you get a bunch of context, bunch of information about the prospect's current situation. And then they leave the call and they go and they talk to their team, or they just think about it themselves, whatever it might be. And they come up with other things that are really relevant to the sales call. And for example, maybe they remember that they actually have tried cold email before 2 years ago. And this is something that is really important for you to know, so you can tailor your pitch once again towards this fact. So then when you go through these things, they're like, and you also said that you have never tried cold email. Is that still correct? And they're like, actually, I remember that 2 years ago we did try cold email. And then you go and do a little bit of mini discovery, see how it went, see what they did, etc. And you can use this information. Because what happens really easily is if you have the wrong data, you have wrong information, and you are tailoring your pitch based on this information, you're giving them the wrong pitch. The pitch is not relevant. It doesn't attack their current false beliefs or bad experiences or objections, whatever it might be. So you always need to be up to date before going into the pitch. So check through your main notes. Then we go into the pitch, which is usually 5 to 10 minutes. Remember that no pitch is the same. It should be adapted to the prospect situation and your own style of selling. This pitch is based on a sales presentation using this sales deck. So this is like an old sales deck, or not super old sales deck, but this is like a sales deck that we used to use. This is what it looked like, really simple. Big claim, proof, core concept, process, or like benefits here, background, process, unique mechanism, and then you explain through all of these things, etc. And then we go into like process, benefits, features, painting the picture into the future, example like price handling or price objection handling, and then you have the close and next steps. But not everyone uses a sales deck, and that is completely fine. We have a sales deck that we use for bigger deals. It looks a bit different nowadays. It's a bit prettier and has a bit more other data and like million case studies, etc. But in a lot of cases, I also like to use a whiteboard. And that's the reason why I like to use a whiteboard, is that is the style of selling that I learned 8 years ago. That's what I got taught, and I've just used it for a long time. It's really natural for me. So just make sure that you adapt your pitch to whatever your style of selling is. I just always like to have something on the screen to visualize things, because if you're just talking, you're only like hitting their like audio, whatever. You're only like, they're only hearing the information. But if you're talking and showing it on the screen, you're also hitting their audio side of things, but you're also showing it visually. So they retain more of the information. And in a lot of cases, they also understand it better. So that's why I like to use a deck or a whiteboard, but there's really no need to do any of those things if you don't feel like doing that, you know? But still, all of the rules of the pitch or the pitch structure is going to apply perfectly no matter what you do. So great, thank you for that. You know, you say first you get the question answered there. Yeah, great, thank you for answering those. Now let's get into our offer. Is it okay if I share my screen? Wait for the prospect to give you permission to share and share your screen. Wait a few seconds for your screen to show up. Amazing, John, can you see my screen? Fantastic, Mark, can you see it? Yes, I can. Boom. So like I said, I'm here to help you get end result in time frame without pain point. So I'm here trying to help you, or I'm here to help you achieve 200,000 a month in the next 12 months without whatever pain point is the biggest pain for them right now. And no, I'm not just talking from both ends of my mouth. I actually did successfully. For example, I helped company X to get these results, or company Y to get these results. Here, you want to drop 1 to 5 case studies. Don't spend too much time going through them. Just quickly cover them in a story format. Describe their starting situation and the results they got and how it affected their business / life. Try to bring out commonalities between the case study companies and them. You can also show your own calendar if you have a lot of calls booked. This is more so for people who run a lead generation agency and they're just starting out. But for a lot of people, this won't be really necessary. But pretty much what you just want to do. So I actually do this successfully. We already have a process that works. For example, we worked with this brand. When they came to us, they were at this situation. They had really big struggle with this thing. We worked with them for this time and we were doing this and this and this. And now 8 months later, this is how their business is looking like. This is the results they're getting. And this is what has happened and blah, 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 you know? So you bring them like in story format, you go over a few case studies. And the reason why you use a story format is because it's just more engaging and people like hearing stories. And second of all, you try to bring out any commonalities. So there was actually this brand that was exactly the same to you guys. They were in the same niche. They were doing the same thing. They had the same problem. They had the same experiences. Like it shows that, okay, it's possible also for them. So obviously the harsh reality is like that most niche companies struggle with lead generation or whatever it might be. You pretty much go through your core concept here in the next few slides or in the next few minutes. And pretty much what a core concept just means is that in every single niche and for every single prospect, there's always one big limiting belief. Like maybe they think that ads don't work for them in their niche, or maybe they think that no one uses email anymore, or maybe they think that doing direct response copywriting like ruins their brand, whatever. Every niche and every person has their own limiting belief, and you have to destroy this limiting belief to sell them, you know? Like if someone believes that ads don't work in their niche and you're trying to sell them ads, no matter how fucking good your offer is, like they're not gonna buy that. So you first have to destroy this big limiting belief, and usually when you destroy this big limiting belief, like you can think about it as like the domino falling and it destroys all the small limiting beliefs. So after you have gone through the case studies or any testimonials and results, whatever it might be, you just want to spend a few minutes showcasing why that limiting belief is wrong and making an argument why actually ads do work in their niche. Like you can say, hey, so for example, a lot of companies in your niche, they believe that ads don't work for them, but actually boom, 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 boom. And then you show them that ads actually work in their niche, and then you can go on, you know? There's really, there's a solution, blah, 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 blah. Also here, when you talk about these things, make sure that you have a certain and confident tone. Say this like it's a cold, hard fact. Try to have bottled up enthusiasm, like you're trying to hold yourself back from excitement. So this is a style of, or this is like a type of tonality that Jordan Belfort talks about, bottled up enthusiasms. Like imagine like you win the lottery. You win fucking $10 million in the lottery. And you can't tell everyone, or like you're planning on telling everyone at the same, like all your friends and your family and everyone at the same time. So how are you gonna be before that moment? Like 2 minutes before, you're gonna be like really trying to like keep that enthusiasm and that excitement inside you. So you're gonna be talking like, yeah, man, like fucking great. So state these things as they're like cold hard facts. Like, yeah, obviously a lot of people in your niche think that ads don't work for them, right? But actually, and you're like enthusiastic, but you're trying to hold yourself back because you're not like fucking going all over the place. You're not like screaming and hitting the desk, whatever, but you're still showing that you're enthusiastic. So then you go over your, like background, and yeah, because of this, so because whatever your core concept was, for the past time frame, we have focused on finding a predictable way on doing this in your niche, boom, boom, boom. Really quickly about me, and then you go over your slide. So usually in this slide, you want to have like your name and your biggest achievements and maybe information about your company as well. Once again, to give a bit more background and build that trust. And then we go into the actual process. So you say, hey, before we dive into the details, I want to give you a high level overview, and slow your speech down here and focus on having a certain as hell tone. Think about it. How do you sound when you're certain as hell? Like if your friend is like telling you, no, like this is a fact, like they are like, let's say you're arguing about a football match that happened last night, and you watched the football match and you had a big bet on it, and you know for a fact what the end score was and end outcome was, and your friend is like, no, it was different outcome, it was like different score, and you're certain as hell like, man, like just go check it out, look up from Google. Man, I watched the game. I know what the end score was, obviously. You know, certain as hell tone. So then you go over your process and the simple core steps of it. So once again, like this is Legion specific, so this doesn't really matter how you go over it. But pretty much the whole idea here, what you're trying to do is you go over, okay, whatever you sell, it's like, okay, this is what our process looks like. It's based on 5 steps. First we do this, then we do that, then we do this, then we do that, then we do this. Any questions on this? And they're like, no, it makes sense. Amazing. Hey, now we are going to go into the details and I'll show you how every single step works. And then when you have sold them the big process high level overview, hey, these are the 5 steps you use. You need to double down and sell each one of these steps. So let's say you do advertising, and the first part of like creating ad campaigns is market research. So then after you've shown them the big process, you're like, okay, amazing. The first thing we do is we do market research, and the reason why we do this is this, and if you don't do this, this happens, and this is how we have done it successfully, and this is what it looks like, and this is our process, and this is how long it takes, and this is boom, 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 boom. You give them all the information of every single step. Remember, a confused prospect never buys. So make sure that you give them clarity, you show them exactly how everything works, and you sell each one of these steps at a time. Like, I don't know, you probably have seen me talk about this, but if I go on Miro, so pretty much every single time when you're selling something, you're always selling a transformation. You're selling someone a transformation. Right now, they are currently at stage A and they want to be at stage B, and that is why they are looking to work with you. And pretty much your offer is this part here. It is the arrow. It is the bridge that gets from A to B. That is what you're selling. You're selling a mechanism for that. And for that mechanism to work, there are going to be certain steps that you have to go over for them to go from A to B. First, you have to do market research, then you have to set up their Facebook pixel, then you have to build a funnel, boom, 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 create ad creatives, write ad copy, launch, iterate. So you first show them, hey, this is the high level overview of how you're gonna go from A to B. They say amazing. And then you show them, this step is fucking important as hell, and this step is important as hell, and this step is important as hell, and this step is important as hell. This step is also important as hell. Like, you sell them all these steps, you know, and then at the end you're like, hey, if you want to go from A to B, you want to use this process, and we will do every single piece of the process, you know. So it creates this amazing like end conclusion for them. And once again, I opened Slack. Fucking my hotkeys are completely messed up. Yeah. So you go over those things, you show them the process, all of the piece of it, etc. And then you go into closing and handling objections. So here pretty much like adapt it just to your pitch. You just go over pretty much, this is the big high level process, these are the steps. And yeah. So in terms of price, when we start working together, I'll set up whatever, I'll do whatever features. So for example, in lead gen, I'll set up 20 email accounts on 10 domains. I'll get you 3,000 leads every month. I'll also write all the email sequences and handle all the conversation with interested prospects on a daily basis. I'll run A/B tests every single week and optimize their campaigns. And on top of this, to make sure you're happy and satisfied with everything, I'll give you a 30-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. And once again, adapted this to your guarantees and your process. But let's say you just told them, hey, you need to do market research, you need to build a funnel, you need to run ads. They're like fucking fully bought into this because you just gave them a really good presentation of why these things are important. And then you say, hey, when you start working together, I will do the market research for you, I will build the funnel, I will run the ads. Boom. No other things needed, you know, like you do everything. And on top of this, you will get these guarantees. This means that for the first 30 days, you can work with us 100% risk-free, and if for some reason after 30 days you're not 100% confident that our partnership will be profitable for you or something else isn't exactly like you want it to be, you can let me know and I'll refund you everything. And this is, by the way, a really killer guarantee. I have used this a lot, and even though it sounds risky, 30% 100% satisfaction guarantee, 30-day 100% satisfaction guarantee sounds risky as hell, but if actually you set realistic expectations and then you match those expectations when the client actually pays you, like there's not going to be refunds. Like the refund rate of this guarantee is like 0.7% or something based on like data of working with over 500 agencies and seeing like tens of thousands of deals and fucking millions of dollars generated with this exact script. And yeah, normally this package would cost you, and I like to do this. I do to like a incentive based close. So normally, for this whole thing, for me to do the research and me to build the funnel and run the ads and have the guarantee and fucking do all of these things and do backflips on the calls, this package would cost you $10,000. But since going back and forth is time consuming and expensive, as long as we make the decision right now, I can give you the full plan for $7,500, aka you are saving $2,500 because you're making the decision on this call. And notice, small thing here, not super important, but helps. You're not saying if you make a decision on this call, you are saying because you're making the decision on this call. You're assuming that they're going to make the decision on this call. Based on everything you've seen, does this seem like an absolute terrible idea to start the process and book our onboarding call for next week? Laugh a bit like it's once again an absolute no-brainer offer and assume that they of course want to get started, you know? Like, amazing, John, like you're saving $2,500, you have this guarantee, we do fucking all of these things for you, you know? Like, based on this and based on everything that you have seen, does it sound like the worst idea in the world for us to book an onboarding call for next Wednesday? And they're like, no, let's do it, man. Like, that's if everything has gone fine. But also, a normal, natural part of the sales process is objection. So if the prospect gives resistance, like they usually do in most calls, what you always want to do, I hear what you're saying, but let me ask you a question. Does the idea make sense to you? Do you like the idea? So this is how we go into objection handling. So the prospect might say, yeah, this is interesting, but I'm not 100% sure if this is the right fit for our company. So what I always like to do, I'm like, yeah, 100% John, I hear what you're saying, but can I just ask you one question? So does the idea in itself make sense to you? Like using this process, doing these steps, like do you like that idea in itself? And then they either say no, which means that they don't trust your process to get results, or they say yes, like that fucking sounds great. If that's the thing, then you know that, okay, it's a logistical issue in most cases, or maybe the price is too big for them, like in their head. Usually that means that it's a price issue or just a decision-making issue in general. They just don't have a framework for that. And from that, we transition into looping. In 90% of the cases, the prospects will give you resistance and objections. Don't worry, it's part of the sales process. It's supposed to happen. Dig out these objections and clarify them to make sure you understand the objection. When you clarify the objection, just use an objection handling sheet. I recommend everyone to have one. This is what we use for handling lead generation agency objections, but you should have all possible objections that you get on a call and have them in a Google sheet, and you just loop through them. So you say, hey, 100%, but do you like the idea? Yes, I do like the idea. Amazing. So what's the thing standing between us? Is it the price? Is it the time frame? What's the thing? They're like, yeah, the price is a bit steep for us. 100% John, I understand, but, and then you go into objection handler, you explain them why it's actually not expensive, or why actually they should make the investment, or whatever it might be. And then you ask for the deal again. 100% John, I understand. I also agree. Everything what we buy in the world could be less expensive, but also, to be honest, it's only an expense, or it's only expensive if you think of it as an expense and not as an investment. So if we think about it like this, let's say you invest right now $10,000 in doing this with us, and then in the next 12 months, you make an extra $700,000 from this, or whatever is realistic. Once again, you don't want to promise the moon from the sky here, because that's going to fuck you super hard. But let's say that's a realistic thing. Or let's say it's even smaller, like 100,000. Like, let's say you invest $10,000 right now into doing with us, and it's a guaranteed investment. You have this guarantee, so you're not going to lose this money. You're either going to win, or everything's going to stay the same. And you make $100,000 back in the next 6 months from this investment. Do you think that is a good investment for your business to make? $10,000 for $100,000 with no risk. That's actually a pretty good investment. Yes, that's what I mean. Amazing, John. Does Wednesday work for the onboarding call? Boom. And then you just go, after the prospect says, yes, I want to do this, you just start the onboarding process. Hey, super excited to start working with you on this, guys. So for onboarding, the process is simple. I'll send you a contract via email right now with all the details. Go through that today. Let me know if there are any questions. It should be fairly straightforward. If it's a smaller company and smaller business and there's no legal teams and lawyers, you can just sign the contract immediately in the call if there's time. That's way better, because you can go over to the contract in the call live. And I like to do that anyways, to show them, hey, by the way, this is what the contract looks like, and run over all the things. And I'll also send you an invoice of, and then your incentive price to the same email. In some cases, once again, if it's a smaller deal and if it's a cultural norm in that geographical area where we're doing business, you can also collect the money upfront in the call. But for example, in Scandinavia, we send invoices all the time. So yeah, we just do invoices. Amazing. Boom. I'll also create a Slack channel that we'll use for communication throughout our partnership. Is it the same email fine for our Slack invite? And the reason why we create the Slack invite immediately is because we want to already get the ball started, before the prospect has signed the agreement and done any of these things. We want to already get started. So then there's more commitment. Client agrees or gives you another email, great. And for the onboarding call, let's actually get that scheduled right now so we can get started with this immediately. Schedule a 60-minute onboarding call, try to get it as soon as possible. The same day is best. Perfect. We'll start creating the infrastructure immediately after the call ends and building a strategy for this. The reason why we say this is because, once again, commitment. It's like harder for them to back out because it already has been started. And yeah, then you just go over everything. So that's pretty much how it fucking works. That's the sales process we have used for a super long time. It works like smooth as butter. It's fucking great. Go put it. You can find the sales process or sales thing in the description as well, the scripts and everything. Drop a like, subscribe, check the links in the description, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Over the past 3 years, me and my team have worked on thousands of different cold email campaigns with hundreds of different companies. We have generated tens of millions of dollars through those companies. And there is this one simple thing that the top 1% of cold email copywriters, B2B growth marketers, agency owners, whoever, do every single time to absolutely blow their campaigns out of the water and predictably make them perform extremely well. And a lot of people just miss this. So today we're going to be doing a presentation on this exact topic. We're going to be doing a presentation or video for B2B growth marketers and agency owners on how to write better cold emails than 99% of people using a concept called the theory of mind. And in a second, all of that is going to make sense. It's a human behavioral concept from psychology that I like to use a lot. So yeah, if you do this right, you're going to be able to crush absolutely amazing campaigns. And this is not just some cold email beginner level stuff. Like, we work in our mastermind agentvelocity.io, like here's the logo, pretty dope. Like, we inside there have like some of the best cold email marketers out there, you know, like the people who get hired by the big, huge, massive brands who charge $10,000-$15,000 a month to work with them. Like, there's some crazy cold email copywriters there. And even these people at times make this mistake of not doing this one thing. And it is costing them a lot of money. So if you're an agency owner, a B2B growth marketer, you just use cold email for anything in your life, or if you just make money from doing cold email campaigns, this is going to be extremely useful for you. And yeah, it's gonna be great. So to get into it, 99% of agency owners, marketers, and cold email copywriters believe that in order for them to write better cold email campaigns and book more meetings and just have better performance, they have to become better quote-unquote copywriters. And in a way, yeah, this is 100% true, but not in the way that they think. Because people think that copywriting is all about fancy hooks, clever call to actions, and romantic writing patterns that you see on old school ads. And this has also gotten way more popular in the last 12 months since people for some reason seem to be hyper obsessed with the latest technology and tactics in cold outreach over the fundamental marketing principles that always apply. Like, people are so obsessed about like clay tables and AI personalization and API scrapers and RSS feeds and all of that stuff. Like, yeah, 100% that stuff is useful, but those tactical and technological things on the surface can never beat the deeply rooted human behavior based marketing principles that all the big marketing campaigns are built upon. So they see some old school direct response ad and they think, wow, this guy is an amazing copywriter. So they see an old school ad like this from an old newspaper, or maybe even from like a funnel that is currently running with these crazy headlines and crazy bullet points and warnings and all these crazy things from landing pages and sales letters that make hundreds of millions of dollars. And they think, damn, this guy's a G. Like, if I could just write copy like this, I would also have like super high performing campaigns. I would be a really good cold email copywriter. But actually, the reason why the good copywriters are so fucking good isn't their ability to write the words on a page. Like, the ability, yeah, of course, like a headline has a big impact, etc. But the reason why they are able to write these good headlines or these good sales letters or good cold email campaigns isn't because they can write the actual words on the page. It's their ability to understand who they are writing to. And in this video, we'll go over how to figure out exactly who you are writing to and what they need to hear in order to convert. Because everyone has their own agenda, their own needs, things that matter to them. If you can figure those things out, you're like golden. So when you learn how to do this, you'll never have to rely on templates, luck, or brainless A/B testing to get a campaign to work. You don't need to like be throwing shit at the wall and just hoping something sticks. Since you're pretty much reading the minds of your prospects and giving them the exact information they need. Also, you'll be able to use this exact process to create amazing offers. Like this is really, really good for creating really good high converting offers, video sales letters, or just have super high closing rates on sales calls. Since you have such an in-depth understanding of what your prospect needs and how to communicate it. So it's really powerful. And to also demonstrate the power of this, I'm gonna first give you an example to demonstrate further. So imagine you wanna go to a Taylor Swift concert, but you don't wanna go there alone, which is completely understandable. So you plan to ask your friend to come with you. But you know it's going to be a really hard sell, since first of all, your friend doesn't like Taylor Swift. And second of all, the tickets are like 1.2K and your friend is stingy as fuck. And this actually blew my mind. I've never looked at Taylor Swift tickets online, but like they're like 1K, so they must be pretty great concerts. So naturally the big mistake most people would make is you go to your friend and they start pitching them on how amazing Taylor Swift is, like the cool venue, the amazing atmosphere, the amazing songs, the dances, blah, 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 blah. Stuff that they do not care about, because remember, they don't like Taylor Swift. No matter how much you hyped up the event, your friend won't care enough to dish out 1.1K for a ticket, you know. Like why would they? They could spend that money on something they actually like and care about. A new phone, a new laptop, a vacation. On top of the money, they have to travel to another city, stay in a hotel, wait in super long lines, and invest a lot of time and energy to get to the show. The desire isn't strong enough to justify the energy and money investment they have to make. But if you're not some average corporate LinkedIn sales expert geek, but an actual stud who knows why people do things, your approach most likely would be something like this. First, so instead of just going out there and like being like, fuck it, I need to get my friend to go to this Taylor Swift ticket, I'm just gonna hype up Taylor Swift. But it's not gonna work because you have to hype it up like crazy and make all these crazy bold claims and all these things. And for them to spend over 1K on a ticket and go through the effort, etc. So if you're an absolute stud and not some corporate geek, first you map out what are the deep desires or problems your friend is actually looking to solve in his life. For example, maybe you know that your friend has been a single for a while and is feeling lonely because of it. He's lonely, doesn't have a girlfriend. Second, you figure out what kind of beliefs your friend has around the topic of dating and finding his dream girlfriend. Maybe he doesn't like online dating, maybe whatever. And third, you tailor your pitch around these desires and beliefs to showcase what's in it for them, what's in it for your friend, why should they care about it, and why their desired outcome is worth more than the money, or why the desired outcome is worth more than the money and energy they have to invest in to come to the show with you. Like you have to understand that in every single sales scenario or transaction, like there always has to be the desired outcome or the problem they solve has to be more valuable than the energy and money they have to invest. And not just the money, like people might have the money, but they might not have the time. Like let's say you're selling a CRM, like changing a CRM, if you have a big sales team or big companies, like it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy and there's a lot of things that could go wrong. So your desired outcome has to always outweigh the investment of money and energy. So you have to figure out like, okay, what kind of a desired outcome could my friend get here, which would outweigh the 1K ticket and the standing in long lines and staying in a hotel and traveling, etc., etc., etc. So instead of going to your friend and saying, yo bro, let's go to Taylor Swift concert next month in Miami, it's gonna be totally sick, she's like the best artist in the world, the Miami Gardens is such a sick venue, the tickets are a bit over 1K, but it's totally worth it because it's such a cool experience. Remember, your friend doesn't care. He doesn't like Taylor Swift. They don't care. But instead of doing this, you go and you say, man, I know Taylor Swift isn't really your thing and 1.2K isn't pocket chase, but think about it. Most of the people going to that concert will be 18 to 25-year-old girls. One of our concerts had almost 100,000 people. It's an amazing place to find a girlfriend since people come in excited as hell to have a good time and meet new people. You'll also have the perfect icebreaker since you already have the natural connection of being at the concert. As a bonus, almost all of our songs are about love and relationships, so you know for a fact that what people have in their minds at the concert. So yeah, worst case scenario, you get a few dates that don't turn into anything and we get an amazing memory of the night, funny memories, whatever. Best case scenario, you'll find the love of your life that you end up spending the rest of your life with. You can always spend the money and energy on random dates, nights at the clubs or Tinder Gold, or you can stack the odds in your favor and invest in one night that can easily change the rest of your life. So instead of saying, like hyping up Taylor Swift and talking about how amazing the event is it in itself, you take their deepest problem or their biggest desire right now, which is finding a girlfriend, and you position the event as something that could get him there. And like you show them why like the people there are like the perfect target audience. It's like the vibe is perfect, etc., etc., etc. Like you'll get a bunch of dates, you might find someone, and obviously finding a life partner or solving the deeply rooted issue of being lonely is for most people worth more than the 1.2k. You know, it's like instead of trying to sell the Taylor Swift ticket, you sell a solution to the problem of loneliness and being single. So as you can see, and of course, like this is a pretty shit example, I just wrote it up. Of course, it would sound really robotic if you talk like this, but you get the point, you know? As you can see, because you approach the situation from the perspective of your friend's desires, problems, and beliefs, the pitch was instantly 100 times more powerful. And this is exactly what your strategy with cold email copywriting should be as well. A lot of people, they just take something like the Taylor Swift event, or they take some service or product, whatever, and they just try to hype it up, how fucking cool it is, and how good it is, and how cheap it is, and etc., etc. But they don't take into consideration the actual deep pains and desires and problems and limiting beliefs the audience actually has. Because if you took those things into consideration, you would maybe realize, damn, they don't care about any of this stuff that I said, you know? So it's really powerful. You have to understand why your prospect should give a fuck. If you nail that down, you'll be able to write super resonating copy to your prospects without any templates, any fancy copywriting tricks, or uncertainty if the campaign is going to perform or not. So how do we actually do this? To do this in a predictable and accurate way, we first have to understand the concept of theory of mind, and it's also called TOM. So, theory of mind is the ability to understand that other people have their own thoughts, beliefs, and desires and emotions, which can be different from ours. Really simple, we usually learn this at a really early age. It allows us to put ourselves in someone else's shoes so we can anticipate what they might be thinking or feeling in a given situation. In copywriting, theory of mind is an extremely powerful and necessary tool. It enables us to create messages that truly resonate with our audience. Tom lets you emphasize with your audience struggles and desires, so you can create content or create copy or create campaign that speaks directly to their needs. Instead of random generic claims, you can offer specific solutions that match what they are actually trying to achieve. So instead of saying Taylor Swift is the best artist in the world, you say, hey bro, you can find a girlfriend here. It also builds trust and rapport. People want to feel understood. When you show that you genuinely get where they're coming from, it builds trust. You can anticipate their concerns and address them, making it easier for them to trust you and your offer, because you show them, hey, I understand what you're going through, I understand your problem, understand your desire, and that positions you automatically as an expert or as an authority figure in the niche, because like, okay, this guy actually has to know what he's talking about to understand this, you know? So if you know they're worried about the cost, for example, you can address that concern up front and provide reassurance. It shows that you understand and care, which positions you as an authority. Of course, to be able to do any of these things, we'll have to have a deep understanding of the market we are selling to. In the Taylor Swift example, if you've known your friend for years, you'll probably know their desires, their fears, their beliefs, and goals pretty well. You know that they want a relationship, you know they are feeling lonely because they have told you. But from a business standpoint, this isn't always the case. Of course, if you've been in the same niche for years, you'll probably have a great understanding of a lot of these things automatically. But if you haven't consciously focused on gathering this information, it's still probably pretty surface level. So the process for this is super simple. It's 4 steps. First, you talk to the market and gather information. Second, you extract the right information from your conversations and research. Third, you implement it to your campaigns. And fourth, you iterate it based on new feedback and new insights. And I'm going to show you how to do all of these things. So yeah, super cool. So first thing is going to be talking to the market and gathering information. When it comes to talking to the market, there are a lot of different methods to do this. You can talk to your customers, to other people in the market, you can read forums, talk in communities, or ask ChatGPT. Important here is to understand is the fact that not all information is equal. People have different biases based on who they talk to. For example, if you ask your best friend of 10 years what's their biggest goal in life, they'll probably give you a detailed, honest answer explaining exactly what they want to do, what kind of a family they want to build, etc. Like deep shit, you know, straight from their heart. Like, yeah, I want to have a wife, I want to have kids, I want to live here, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to be fulfilled, blah, 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 blah. But if your friend is asked the same question in front of a different crowd, for example, in a job interview, they'll give a different answer because of their bias in that given situation. If in a job interview, they get asked, what's your biggest goal in life? In most certain scenarios, they're gonna say, yeah, I wanna work for a great company and blah, 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 blah. You know, like the goal is going to change, or the information they give is going to change based on the given situation, you know? Or let's say it's in front of a big crowd or at a date or whatever, you know? Like you're in front of a big classroom and in front of like 100 people, you have to tell them what's your biggest goal. You're not gonna tell them the most deepest desires of your life in most cases, because like that's vulnerable information. You don't wanna open up to these random people. So you're gonna say something else. And this also happens when doing market research. And this is why I've also mapped out the levels of market research down below. And these are based on my own experience of doing this. So there are pretty much 5 levels of market research. Like you could have more or less, but these are pretty much the main 5 that I see. And higher on the triangle is better and lower on the triangle is worse. So the number 1 best way to do market research is talking to customers, doing customer interviews, talking to clients, customers, people who are already giving you money, or giving your client money if you're doing this for a client, but talking to someone who's already giving them money. Second thing, and I'm gonna talk about this in a bit, but the second way is doing prospect interviews, so pretty much talking to people who are not giving you money, but could be giving you money. They're like in the market, they're similar type of companies, etc. Third, network interviews, so talking to people who you have in the same industry in your network, you know, like maybe you're working in the IT niche, and you know some guys in IT, like they might have some insights, but once again, most likely they're not from the exact perfect companies, or they're not the exact job title, whatever. Fourth, forums and communities. So going in the forums, going in the communities, seeing what people talk about there. Like this can work really well if the quality of the community is really good and the culture inside there is great. Like a great example of this, we had this one guy inside our mastermind AV, and he was going in the logistics industry. And he asked me, hey, is logistics industry good? I'm saying, yeah, probably, like there's a lot of money in there, but I don't know anything about the logistics industry. So you'll have to do your own research. So what he did, he did some prospect interviews, he did network interviews because he had people in the network, but he also went and he bought a course on scaling a logistics company, and he joined a community that came with the course. And in this community, there was hundreds of people looking to scale a logistics company, and he was doing B2B lead generation. So he just literally like talked to people there and asked like saw what people were struggling with, like what kind of metrics they were measuring, what kind of pains they had, what kind of goals they had, etc. What made them happy, what made them sad, etc. And he conducted a lot of really great research from there. And now he's working as a really high position, I think like head of marketing or something for some logistics SaaS company, making really good money there, quit his job and is doing that. So works super well. And then the last thing is the lazy way that everyone wants to do. They go to ChatGPT, they go to look at articles, they Google, what is the biggest pain of a logistics company? They ask ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gives you a fucking bullshit answer, because how would it know? You know, ChatGPT isn't a logistics company, you know? So as you can see, the best and most accurate way of doing market research is talking to your already paying customers. The reason for this is super simple. They are already paying you money, aka, and this means they have a high level of trust in you, you know, like if they didn't trust you, they wouldn't be paying you money. You've also probably been able to build a deeper relationship with them over the time of working together. Also, since they are already paying you, it's a great indication that they are the exact person who you're writing your copy for. Buyers, people in your niche who are buying fucking solutions, you know, like if you have a client and you're making landing pages for them or doing fucking media buying for them, like they are the type of company who you're running your copy for. Fucking people, companies in your niche who can afford your prices and who are looking to fucking hire media buyers. So they are gonna give you the best insights. So if you have the possibility to talk to your already paying customers, fucking do that. That's like super fire. If you don't, talk to people in the market you could work with, but who are not paying you already. So then you go to do prospect interviews. So then you just reach out to different people in the market and you ask them, hey, can I interview you? We're doing this research on this thing, on this topic, in this industry. Can I ask you a few questions? I saw you're a clear expert. I would really value your opinion. In exchange of your time, I can give you money or whatever, you know, like don't complicate this. Like customer interviews, I'm going to show you in a second, like an email template, how to book this. But if you go to like prospect interviews, just call them or email them, ask them if you can interview them, like super fucking simple, you know? And the same goes for network interviews. But like, to be honest, like if you don't have some crazy reason why you can't do these top 2, Like, don't do anything else here. Just do the top 2. You know, they're better than anything else, like by far. Research objective. So when we are doing this research and when we are talking to the market, our research objective is to identify specific events, mindsets, pain points, and desires that trigger the search for a solution like ours. Understanding these triggers can help tailor marketing messages to resonate with the potential customer at the right moment. You know, we want to know why the fuck would they care about our solution. And you could break this down in the following areas. What is their mindset before buying? What are their pains before buying? What are their desires before buying? Path to discovering the product and point at which they bought the product. So if you are talking to your customer who has bought fucking media buying service or lead generation services from you, okay, what was your mindset before that? What pains did you have before working with us? What goals did you have before working with us? How did you find out about us? And why did you buy it in the first place? Why did you buy from us? Now you have the top level overview of these areas. You can start to build questions that help to identify everything needed for your dataset. And here's a few examples. For example, if you look at the pains before buying, what were you doing to track your team's metrics in the past? And this is an example that I brought in. Let's say you are selling a product that helps to automate tracking of sales metrics, you know? So this is like an example that we used here, or that I used here. So if you were selling, for example, that, you could be asking, hey, what were you doing to track your team's metrics in the past? Pain. How much time were you spending on this? Again, pain. How did it feel to do this every day? Their mindset. Were there any other tools that you considered or tried? How they found you, the path. Why did you want to track your team's metrics? Pain. When did you first hear about us? Path, how they found you. How many times did you hear about the tool? Path. Was there anything in particular that you found most attractive? Point, why they bought from you. What were your initial impressions of the tool? Point. Was there anything that you pushed you to make a decision? Point. What did you imagine a day-to-day life to look like with the tool? Point. So pretty much these are the things that you want to figure out, and you can map it out based on your own service. So let's say you're selling B2B lead generation services. Okay, hey, how were you doing lead generation in the past? How much time or money were you spending on this? How did it make you feel to do this every day? Were there any other lead generation solutions you considered or tried before working with us? Why did you want to get more leads? How did you first hear about us? How many times did you hear about us before fucking buying? Was there anything in particular that you found most attractive about our lead generation offer? What were your initial impressions of working with us? Was there anything you pushed to make a decision? What did you imagine your day-to-day life to look like when working with us, when we were doing your lead generation? You know? One of the key tips to avoid bringing a huge monologue of questions to interview, one of the key tips is to avoid bringing a huge monologue of questions to the interview itself. In doing this, you'll spend your time in the interview focusing on the next question in the list rather than listening to and pushing further on what your customers are currently talking about. So when you're talking to your customer, don't focus on what are all the questions you want to ask. Focus on the depth of answers. You know, if they tell you, hey, you ask them, hey, why did you want to get more leads? And they're like, we wanted to grow the company. Okay, why? Why did you want to grow the company? Because of X, Y, and Z. Okay, why does that matter? Why did you think that generating leads would be better to do this? So it's like better to go as deep as possible on these questions and get to like the actual root of the question or root of the answer, instead of just trying to ask a million questions, but all of those questions are fucking shallow and all the answers are shit, because that's not going to help anything. You know, like if you get to know like one root problem, they're like, hey, why did you want to grow the company? Because I wanted to have more profit. Why did you want to have more profit? So I can take home more salary. Okay, why did you want more salary? Because my kids are going to school in a few years and I need to fucking pay for college. Okay, how did that make you feel? Why did you think that lead generation is going to help you do that? Boom, 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 boom. You know? To solve this problem, take a list of questions that you have created and convert them into a combination of core topics with notes to help you touch on those questions if you get lost. So for example, like something like this: before using the product, what was life looking like and what were your primary struggles? And then you can have some like additional questions. For example, how was tracking done in the past? How much time did it take? How did it feel? How did you track your team metrics, etc., etc., etc. So these are just like easy bullet points that you can look over during the interview and be like, okay, shit, this is what I need to ask. And make sure that you record the interviews so you can go back on them and you don't have to spend the whole meeting just taking a bunch of notes. Of course, this is a completely theoretical example, but it gives a general overview as to how the process will look. The more time you spend creating and perfecting your questions, the better and more consistent the data will be in the outcome. Like if you just go and you ask everyone fucking different questions, and all of the questions are formatted differently, and in some of the interviews you dig super deep, in some interviews you don't. Like let's say you do 10, 15, 20 interviews with your clients or prospects, Like the data is going to be all messed up. You won't you will be smarter, but it's going to be harder to make a decision based on it. So you might be thinking, okay, why would my customers or clients bother to do this? I don't want to be annoying. And it's 100% a fair point. And one of the trickiest parts about doing these customer interviews and doing this research, you've done a bunch of work to build your research objective and your questions. But if nobody wants to talk to you, it was all pretty much for nothing. So there are multiple ways that you can approach this, but a lot of it boils down to the point of contact. In almost every case, you'll be sending your customer an email or a Slack message, and this email or Slack message is a make or break, so don't half-ass it. The initial email should clearly identify the ask, squash any concerns about being sold to, and provide any incentive required, and we will also get to that later. And it might look something like this. Hey John, firstly, congratulations on the recent acquisition. We are conducting a research project amongst our top customers. With that in mind, your insights would be incredibly valuable. It's a casual 45-minute conversation about your experience with product or solution over Google Meet or Zoom if you prefer. Purely research, you will not be sold anything. And your time is valuable, so no worries if not, but we would be happy to offer you a $100 Amazon gift card in return for your time. If you're open to the idea, here's a link to book a time. I'll send you a gift voucher to the same email, calendar link, boom. And some people are gonna think, holy shit, I don't wanna pay money, I don't wanna do this, I don't wanna, you don't have to. If you have a good relationship, you don't have to. But remember that this data and this information and learning this stuff is pretty much what separates you from being top 1% cold email copywriter. The first line will be some kind of personalization. Of course, this is completely dependent on your relationship with the prospect, but as you can see, the general aim is to be transparent, conversational, and light-hearted. Send 4 follow-ups to these emails in case they do not reply or book in. Once again, depends a lot on your client relationship, and make sure these follow a similar structure and include personalization elements. And I would recommend creating a separate labeling system in your CRM so you can see who you have actually reached out to and if you have interviewed with them already, etc. So when should I incentivize and when should I not? And if I do, how much should I pay? So should you be giving $100 Amazon gift cards for everyone or not? Entirely dependent on your relationship with the customer. If you have a very close relationship and work together consistently, probably no need to do that, and they would be really willing to help you out without a need for an incentive. But if your customer doesn't have any idea who you are personally, you'll likely need to provide some kind of incentive as you don't have any goodwill. According to a study, for most B2B situations, the incentive should be $60 to $120 for up to 1 hour interview. And of course, if you're dealing with very senior positions, this might be higher. A good rule of thumb is to base it on the hourly contact rate of the individual. Don't get too caught up thinking what the incentive should be. Vouchers are always good, but here are some other alternatives. You can discounts of your service, a physical gift of value, or whatever, let's say you're doing a B2B lead generation, you're gonna say, hey, the first, and you're charging them based on the leads that you generate. Hey, I'll give you the next 3 leads for free. And that might be worth $500. So that's like a huge incentive, that's fucking great, but it doesn't really cost you that much. So that's absolutely fantastic. So step number 1 to do this correctly and actually become top 1% copywriter is just talk to the market and gather information. If you can, talk to your already existing clients or customers. If you can't, talk to other people in the market, call them, send them an email. Hey John, we are doing research on this topic in this niche. I saw that you're a clear expert and you probably know a lot about the industry based on your work history. Hey, if I can take 50 minutes of your time next Tuesday, would absolutely love to. I'll give you a $100 gift card, boom, 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 boom. Send 1,000 of those emails out, or 2,000 or 5,000 if you need to, and you'll for sure get 10 to 15 interviews. I think 10 to 15 is a pretty good minimum. But if you can go super deep with 3 or 4 of your clients, that's usually even like 1 is better than 0. But in most cases, the depth matters a lot. And of course, we want to get a good average. So we don't want to be interviewing just one person because they might be a complete outlier in your scenario. Step 2, you want to extract the right information from your conversations and research. Now after doing a bunch of interviews and research, you'll be left with a lot of unorganized notes, call recordings, and ideas. And it's super important that we organize this information into a simple database that we can use for copywriting. And I'm going to give you a sheet that you can use to do this. Go through all your call recordings and notes and fill this sheet out. And I'll show you what the sheet looks like. Boom, 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 boom. This is pretty much what it looks like. Super simple. So here, just go line by line and you just add things. What is the niche? So what is their industry, what is their vertical, etc., their geolocation, what are the target market characteristics, so their location, their experience, their headcount, blah, 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 blah. There are current metrics related to their solution. So maybe if you sell a B2B lead generation service, you could write getting 5 leads a month from cold email. Shit, what am I doing here? And then you could be saying $50,000 to $100,000 a month in revenue, and maybe you say fucking 3 to 5 SDRs, etc. Like you're just pretty much like taking the averages. Let's say you interview 10 people, you'll get like a really average set. Like, okay, from 10 of these people, 8 people were between 50 to 100K, boom. 7 people had 3 to 5 SDRs, boom. So you can like extrapolate the averages here, because we don't need to have like specifics of every single person, but we just need some kind of average view of what does your average customer look like. Customer pain points, what common problems they face, and what they wish to achieve or resolve. So what kind of desires they have, what kind of beliefs they have. Like if your niche generally believes that cold email doesn't work and you're trying to sell cold email solutions, it's pretty important data point to have. Top fears and concerns, what are they afraid of happening? Failures, what have they failed at trying to solve this problem? So let's say you sell a lead generation solution once again, maybe they have tried ads, maybe they have tried SEO, maybe they have tried hiring SDRs, blah, 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 blah. Trends and factors affecting their industry, top influencers or thought leaders they follow, software, apps or tools frequently used, personal goals and business goals, what worries them the most in relation to your solution, like maybe they are afraid of GDPR laws or whatever the fuck, what led them to buying your solution, how did they discover your product, what are the most common job titles you see in this niche when talking about this, what kind of company size are you talking to, education level or any relevant certifications of these people, values and motives, or values and what motivates them in business, and non-work related interests and hobbies are also really good things, because then you can be more general or more specific with them. But yeah, just like fill this out based on all the interviews that you've done, and you will be able to get this in the description, the shit. But yeah, so go through all your core contents and notes and fill the shit out. I also recommend highlighting the accuracy and relevancy of different data points. Some things are mentioned, some things that are mentioned are more often, or some things are mentioned more often or clearly are more important. So maybe everyone tells you, yeah, bro, our biggest pain point is like fucking dealing with these SDRs that are like not just doing well and it's hard to manage them. Like everyone tells that, and it's like really clear that they have a lot of pain. Like fucking highlight that, like mark it in red on the sheet, like SDRs are a pain. And some things you're not 100% sure about, and we're only mentioned quickly by 1 or 2 people. So someone says, yeah, and of course, like it's like super fucking painful to try to do SEO, but no one else says it. It's like still good to put it there, like into the sheet. It might be valuable, it might be super good, but there's a reason why not many people mentioned it. And make sure you mark these things down. Remember, not all data is equal. After that, when you've done that and you have the filled sheet, we go into step number 3, which is implementing it to your campaigns. Now, all the hard work is done and it's time to make some fucking money. If you've done everything correctly, you should have a worksheet describing your customers' current situations, beliefs, desires, past failures, fears, and everything else important about your prospects. Let's imagine that the ICP you were targeting was sales leaders in companies with over 40 sales reps in the US, and you were selling a product that automates the tracking of sales data. So pretty much if you remember the interview questions that I had as an example, then let's say we are selling the same thing. We have a software product that automates the tracking of sales data. Now you can transform your messaging entirely from a generic problem statement in your outbound messaging, like, hey, are you currently automating your tracking process? Like a lot of people would like, hey, are you currently automating your tracking process? And instead of that, you can say, typically, we find that sales leaders in companies, similar to whatever company you're reaching out to, are spending between 1 to 3 hours a day manually tracking their sales reps and then importing it into HubSpot. This often leads to them using AI or trying to take shortcuts, leaving the data inaccuracies. Is this familiar? And this is like, maybe like everyone has said, it takes between 1 to 5 hours. They do it every day manually. They use HubSpot. Like maybe you see like 8 out of 10 of your clients use HubSpot. they mention like what they try to do to solve this. You're able to call this out. Hey, like you're suffering from this pain, you're using this tool, you're trying to do this shortcut, or you're trying to do this solution, but it leads to this problem, you know? Like, as this messaging is based on research, it becomes an incredibly powerful sales messaging trigger. And they will get that same feeling that you get when an advertisement pops up on Instagram and you think, how did they know this? Is my phone listening to me? Like when you do this correctly, it's like, how the fuck did they know this? Like, do they know me personally? How did they know that I spend 2 hours every day doing this? How did they know I import all the prospects to HubSpot? How did they know that I tried to do AI, but I had the problem with data inaccuracy? Like, how did they fucking know? It's the same thing. Like when you get an ad about dog toys, like 30 minutes after you have talked about getting a dog, it's like, you'll get the same feeling, or prospects, like fucking powerful as hell. And step 4 is iterate based on feedback and new insights. So this is super important, because a big mistake that most marketers make is that they go through this process once and keep using the same data for years. Remember, markets mature, new solutions come to the market, and people develop different beliefs over time. It's extremely important that you keep this document dynamic, the worksheet that I just gave you. Every single time when you talk to your prospects, customers, or people in the industry, keep your ears open for any of these data points. If you gain new insights, go back and update this document, this worksheet here, like go back and fucking update this every single day, you know? Or like every single time when you learn something new. I recommend doing it on a weekly basis. Also, as you're running campaigns and testing different things, you'll find out that some things are more impactful than others. In these cases, make sure you go back to documents, go back and document these findings in your sheet as well. So maybe you got like 3 big pain points from all the customer interviews. You use all of them for a cold email campaign, but one of them didn't work at all. Then you can go to your document and write, tried this, didn't really work, maybe not accurate, you know? And as long as you're writing the copy correctly and doing this interview process correctly, this creates an amazing flywheel effect. Like, you do market research to make your copy more relevant. Your campaigns perform better because your copy is more relevant. You book more calls and get more clients because, once again, the campaigns perform better. And from these calls and these clients, you get even more insights on your market, which means that you can write even more relevant copy, which means you get even more clients, which gives you even more insights, etc., etc., etc. So it's like a really great flywheel, as long as you just keep doing it. So, to summarize, when you truly understand the deep desires of your prospects and communicated it to them, you'll be able to write extremely relevant copy, book more meetings, get rid of all the fancy cold email templates, and stand out from your competitors. Because if all your competitors are doing generic bullshit emails, it's like, and you do something that like feels like you're reading their mind and you know them personally, they're gonna be like, holy shit, like these guys, they know what they are talking about. They know my problems, they understand me, I trust them, I don't trust any of these other generic clowns. Don't take this process lightly, because the big difference between all the best copywriters and marketers in the world is the fact that they understand who they are talking to on a really deep level. There is nothing more relevant or higher leverage than doing this correctly. So either you can do it or you don't, but if you don't, you're gonna be lapped by our campaigns because we are just more relevant than yours. Boom, like the video, subscribe, whatever, take care, bye. One of the most common reasons why people fail to scale their agency isn't their niche, it isn't their offer, it isn't their sales skill, it isn't their cold email campaigns, it's none of that stuff. It is because their processes and operations are non-existent or built in a terribly wrong way. And the agencies operate differently every single day. Every single client gets onboarded in a different way. Every single client campaign gets built in a different way. And all the people working on the agency in itself, you and your team members included, have no clue what they should be working on and what their actual roles and responsibilities are. Throughout the past 3 years, I have worked with my team with over 500 agency owners. We have coached them, we have consulted them, we have mentored them, we have built their processes and systems, all these things. And we have seen that one of the biggest gaps why people either scale to multi-6 figures or 7 figures with their agency is because of their backend. Because stuff works. Stuff is systemized, it's optimized, it's measured, it's tracked, and it makes sense. So that's pretty much it. That's what we're going to be talking about today. If you are first time seeing my video and you have no clue why I'm even talking about this, who is this dude? Why can't we talk about this? Like I said, we have been consulting hundreds of agencies for the past few years. I run my own B2B growth marketing agency with three team members. We work with early stage startups, finding the product market fit, but we have also worked with some of the biggest and the fastest growing companies in our industry. $1 billion companies, companies that do hundreds of millions a year. We have booked thousands or tens of thousands of meetings, sent millions of emails, generated tens of millions of dollars through cold email, and just B2B growth marketing processes. And yeah, I have used this stuff to build businesses where I'm completely outsourced, or build businesses where I'm completely in the trenches, but customers get amazing results, or do both. Of course, the systems don't matter if customers don't get good results. So in this video, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna first go and walk you through like a more of a general process in an agency, more of an administrative, more of an operational process for everyday tasks that happen inside the agency, how to make sure that those are streamlined, those are optimized, those work well, and don't cause clients to churn. And I'm also going to show you an example of our own agency's fulfillment workflow. So we're going to be seeing how we fulfill for our clients, what are the exact steps we take, how do we make decisions on what to do with our clients, and stuff like this. So yeah, if you are an agency owner, let's say you run a social media marketing agency, B2B lead generation agency, AI automation agency, copywriting agency, email marketing agency, ad creative agency, whatever agency you run, this is going to be really useful for you. Maybe you're just starting out, or maybe you're already more advanced in your journey. No matter what the situation is, this stuff will help you now or in the future to make a way more money, have way happier clients, and live a better life. So that's my promise to use. So first thing here on this whiteboard, this is an example first of a more general process in an agency. So I have used the onboarding process here as an example, but this could be anything. This could be invoicing, this could be payroll, this could be taxes or accounting, this could be whatever, team member training, hiring, team calls, whatever. This process could work for any part of the agency. So an onboarding process, and also this makes sense, like every single agency is gonna pretty much have the same process. So here I have just mapped out pretty much the onboarding process when a client comes in, and also what happens when the onboarding is done. And as you can see, I have mapped out a few different roles here. So this is an example when you run a small agency, maybe it's just you and an executive assistant, a virtual assistant, whatever, co-founder, business partner. And there's of course a client, and there's of course then like in some cases both parties have to do it. So what happens when a client comes in or when a client gets close? So the first thing that of course always has to happen for you to start onboarding is the client has to agree on the partnership and on the terms of the partnership. They have to tell you in a sales call, in an email, in whatever format, hey, John, we want to start working with you. And what most people do at this point is they are like, holy shit, the client got closed. What do we do now? We need this, we need that, and they just start freestyling the client onboarding. But what you need to understand is that client onboarding is one of the most important parts of the business, and you can't afford to freestyle this. You can't afford to just make it up on the go, you know? Because when the client agrees on working with you, in the first 24 to 48 hours, they're gonna decide if they actually think that this is a good decision, or that this was a good decision, or if it wasn't. And if they get a bad first impression of you, it is first of all going to last for the whole length of your partnership, most likely. Second of all, they're gonna start having buyer's remorse. They're gonna think, we should have not bought this, maybe this was a mistake, and they're gonna start finding reasons, they might even make them up, why they should stop working with you. So literally, if you mess up the onboarding process, from minute one when you close the client is literally going to start churning. Of course, like in Mad Men they say, the minute you close a client is the minute you start losing a client. But at least with a good onboarding process, you can lengthen the client's retention with you, and how long they stay with you, and how happy they are with you, and how responsive they are, and etc. So the first thing that has to happen is the client agrees on a partnership and terms. What happens next? Boom. Onboarding call is scheduled. The reason why we schedule the onboarding call before we do anything else is because this creates a timeline. What a lot of people do with their agencies, they close a client, and then they're like, yeah, I'm gonna send a contract, I'm gonna send an invoice, I'm gonna do this and this and that, I'm gonna email you all the stuff. But the problem here is that there's no urgency. The client might take 3 weeks to read the contract, they might take 2 weeks to do the payment, it's just gonna lengthen up. And the worst case scenario, the client is never gonna actually close because there's no time frame set, there's no next steps. But what I noticed this a few years ago, is if I just book the onboarding call the first thing. So for example, I say, okay, John, great, I'm super excited to start working with you. Let's book an onboarding call for next Monday. Let's say 5 days in the future. John is okay, boom, we have an onboarding call next Monday. Then I can tell John, hey, just make sure that you sign the contract and pay the first invoice before we hop on the onboarding call, so we don't have to reschedule it and go through all of this stuff. Correct? And then there's this 5 day deadline or 5 day time limit when the client has to clearly do these things. If you don't have the onboarding schedule, they're going, I'm going to do it tomorrow. There's no rush. And this is of course terrible for you, because then you are in this gray zone of, did I close this client or did I not? It's also really bad for a cash flow. So I always like to schedule the onboarding call first. And once again, depending on how you run your agency, this might look different for you. This is just an example. So the onboarding call gets scheduled, and then when the onboarding call is scheduled, the contract is sent to the client. And once again, in an optimal scenario, you have already reviewed the contract with the client on the call where they agree to it before you send it out. I like to just do it because it makes it easier for the client to sign the contract. You review all the main terms. There's maybe a few things in your contract that might cause friction. You're like, they might not enjoy this, or they might not like this. Maybe you have NDAs or IP confidentiality clauses or whatever clauses. And you want to review them and talk them through. You have to sell them on each point of the contract. Hey, the reason why you have to sign an NDA, or the reason why you have to do this and this and this, is because of X, Y, and Z. So you give them a reason. Otherwise, they're just gonna look at the contract alone and they're gonna go, "What the fuck? This guy wants us to sign an NDA. I'm never doing that. Fuck that dude. I'll go to another agency." So once again, you can sell them on the points, why these points are actually justified, why they make sense, etc. Both parties sign the contract, invoice gets sent to the client, or maybe it gets sent at the same time. Client pays the invoice, the onboarding call is hosted, the Slack channel is created, account access requests from the client if there's any accounts or any access that you need to get from, and access is gained to the accounts. So the process in itself here is nothing extremely important. Like this, the exact steps that you take here, this is not the whole point of this thing. What I'm trying to show here is that every single process in your business should be documented like this. Because here, as you can see, first of all, we can see who is responsible when a new client closes. Of course, client is responsible for the agreement, and maybe even you if you're on the sales call. Okay, who schedules the onboarding call? You. Who sends the contract to the client? The executive assistant. Who signs the contract? Both parties. Who sends the invoice? Executive assistant. Who pays the invoice? Client. Who hosts the onboarding call? You. This way, every single person in your agency knows exactly what their responsibilities are, and it's also easier for you to manage. You're like, oh fuck, the onboarding calls needs to be done. It's Tuesday. Who's gonna run it? You come back to your process. You come back to documentation, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna be hosting the process. Or hey, who needs to create the Slack channel? Executive assistant. So then everything is way more clear on each part of the business. Then also what you can do when you have created this process and created this simple step-by-step is you can SOP every single step. So for example, you can have a template for the agreement here. So then every single time when you send the agreement, there's a template, boom, 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 boom. Everything is already here. You don't need to start figuring out the contract or the template or the agreement. Every single time when you need to host an onboarding call, you can just look at this SOP. You're like, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to do this, I need to ask these questions, boom, 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 boom. So there's like a clear process for this. Or when your executive assistant needs to create a Slack channel, maybe they have forgotten, they can just come in here, they can come to the documentation, and boom, here's an exact SOP on how to create the Slack channel for the client and what to do and what buttons to press. So this once again makes it way easier to optimize this process, because what might happen is you start using your onboarding process, and then every single time when you send the contract to the client, you realize that damn, the process always gets cut here. So like, okay, what is wrong here? And you can identify what is the friction point. Okay, this is clear the friction point here, and this is where we lose clients. So then you can go and you can start optimizing this process. You can start optimizing the things that happen before it. So for example, really clear example here is we used to have this like years ago. We used to have like a 45-page contract or something crazy. It went over every single detail. And I realized that damn, here we are losing a lot of clients. Like 30% of the clients I close never get past this point. What is the problem here? So what I did is I went and I changed our agreement. I made it simpler. I made it shorter, and I started walking the prospects or walking the clients through the agreement before I even sent it to them. Other thing I did is I just added this onboarding call before we actually sent the agreement. So there's a bit more urgency. And this way we fix this problem, and this is not a problem anymore. You know, we got everyone to sign the contract. So this way, when you have every single one of your processes mapped out like this, you can first of all identify pain points. You can identify where there are friction, when you are losing money. You can SOP each one of the steps. You can assign the responsibilities for every single part, so you know who is doing what. And you also have a really clear order, you know, in which order is these things created. You know, it's not like, you know that, okay, the next thing is this is going to happen, and this is going to happen, and this is going to happen. It's way easier for you to run the business, and it also gives a way better first impression to you, because you can just pull this up and you can show to the client, hey, this is what is going to happen in the next 3 days, and this is how we're going to roll. And the client's going to see this, damn, we are in good hands. These guys clearly know their stuff. This stuff is optimized. It makes sense, and it's way easier for us as clients to come on board because we know what's happening. We know what's happening. You know, a confused prospect never buys, and a confused client fucking never stays. So this way, it's going to be way more clear for you and also for the client. So the first thing that I recommend you to do, once again, if you're just in the starting stage, a lot of this might be a bit complex and you might not really know what is the most optimal way for you to go through these processes. But when you have already closed a few clients and you're already going through the motions of onboarding clients, etc., I would take every single part of your process or every single process inside your business. So onboarding clients, firing clients, sending invoices every single month, sending monthly reports, training team members, hiring them, onboarding them, doing all of these things. And I would just create a really simple project or like a process map like this, step by step. Okay, what happens first? What happens next? What happens next? Who is responsible for that step? Is there an SOP that is required for this? Boom. And if you do that, your business is going to run way better. And then if you right now don't have a team, you can look at this, you're like, okay, which parts do I want to get rid of? You know, let's say all of these red ones are also blue, and you're like, I would have so much more time to work on client projects if I didn't have to send the contracts, and if I didn't have to send the invoice, and if I didn't have to do this. Like, everything would be so much easier if there was someone to manage this. Boom, you hire an executive assistant and you tell them, hey, these are your roles and responsibilities. Every single time when a client comes on board, you do this and this and this and this. And maybe you have 5 other process maps like this, and there's also, you add like red boxes. So then the executive assistant who comes on board, they can look at all of the process maps and they're like, okay, all of the red boxes are mine. Here's all the SOPs for these things. I just do this every single day. Simple, you know? A lot of people are like, I hired this VA, or I hired this person, I hired that person. They were trash, lazy, slow. They did everything wrong. Most likely they tried their best. You just fucked up with the onboarding and the training. They didn't know what to do. So this is really simple and really useful for all of the basic processes in your business. But then there's of course also more complex processes that have a bit more edge cases. They have more variables that you are working with. For example, when you are fulfilling your service for the client. And once again, of course, probably a lot of people watching this video, you might be running a different agency than I am. I run a B2B growth marketing agency. You might be running an ad agency, an AI automation agency, etc. So the process is going to look different from you, but I'm just gonna, in a second, I'm gonna show you how we map out our own workflow or our own service delivery process. So maybe that gives you a bit of a better view on how to think about all these edge cases, because it's not always as simple as 1, 2, and 3. Sometimes there's 1, 2, damn, this didn't work out, we need to go back, we need to do something differently, and boom, 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 to make things work, you know? So here's an example of our full protocol client service delivery process, high-level overview, and I have removed sections B to F because, yeah, I don't really want to put our whole service delivery protocol here up on YouTube, because if there's any emerging competitors, they can just replicate it, and we have spent years testing this stuff out and figuring this out. So the only place where we share our protocol is inside our mastermind. Otherwise, no one can see it. And of course our clients. But yeah, pretty much there's these yellow boxes that you can see here. These are pretty much the guiding outlines of our service delivery process. We have, from B to F, we have different metrics that we work on. First thing that we work on is the client's sales argument. After the sales argument is done and works, we work on client's outbound. And we have different KPIs here. When do we know that we are satisfied with this? With different clients, we might know that there's crazy amount of potential, so we change this number to maybe 30 calls a month. We know we can book 30 calls a month, so we change this out. Or sometimes, let's say it's super high ticket, super hardcore offer or product or service that we sell, we might change this to 3 calls a month, and we're gonna be happy with that. And we also have like a KPI for closing rate. We work on all of our client sales processes. So once again, it's like in some cases this might be different depending on what we are selling and who we are selling to. We also work on the client show-up rate, we work on their inbound, and we also work their paid advertising. We do like really simple paid ads like lookalikes and retargeting ads on meta platforms. Meta platforms meaning IG and Facebook. So these are pretty much our guiding principles on what we work on with clients. And when we get all of these yellow boxes to the metrics where we are happy with it, we just keep maintaining the system. And if some of these metrics isn't up to par, or if some of these things are not where we want them to be, we know that okay, this is a part where we need to work on. So then there's like also no confusion on our side or on the client side on if everything is done or not. You know, it's once again really simple. Hey, our closing rate is a bit less than 20%. We should work on the closing rate. Okay, boom, 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 and we start implementing our things into the sales process to make it work. This also is a really, really good way to identify problems, because sometimes you work with a client and you're working on a few different things, few different parts of the process. You're generating them leads, you're helping them close the leads, you're doing inbound, outbound, and sometimes everything is working really well at the moment. But let's say we fast forward a month and suddenly the closing rate plummets, you know? We suddenly are closing way less. And if we are not tracking each one of these metrics, or if we are not aware of what different parts of the process we are actually working on, we might not notice that. We might be just everything is fine, everything was working a month ago, let's just keep rolling. But maybe something changed. Maybe we started bringing in more unqualified leads. Maybe they brought on a new sales rep. Maybe they changed something in their sales process. And then we can identify here, damn, suddenly this part is not working. We need to start working on it. I'm going to start to fixing it. So this is pretty much what we do. This might be different for you. Maybe you are doing paid ads or cold email lead generation or AI automation. So these steps or these main guiding principles are of course going to be different. But just for an example, I'm just going to go through our A1 section for the YouTube video. So what we pretty much do every single time when we start working with a client, we first ask, hey, does the client have a clearly written sales argument? And as you can see, I can't write. So does the client have a clearly written sales argument? No. So red lines means no, green lines means yes. And this pretty much is green, or it doesn't really matter in this case. So okay, is client's unique selling point clearly their mechanism? If the answer is no, we just move on here. If their big sales argument isn't their mechanism or the process how they get results, maybe they are in a less sophisticated market and they're just competing results, we probably don't need to do a sales argument. It's a long project, so we probably can just skip it and start go to generating leads immediately. But if their USP is clearly their mechanism, okay, what is the next thing? Is the mechanism unique? So is it something that we have to educate people on or show people? Or is the niche high sophistication? Once again, if an answer to if this is not yes, we have to go here, and then we can just go and start working on outbound here. But if the mechanism is clearly unique, like something we are introducing something to the market that maybe they have never heard of, or most people have never heard of, or it's high sophistication, so there's a lot of competitors, a lot of noise in the market, and we need to clearly establish that, hey, our mechanism is better. In those cases, the answer is yes, and we go into creating a sales argument. Okay, the next thing that we are looking at, okay, does a client have 50 paying clients, old clients, or current clients? If the answer is yes, we reach out to the client list and we conduct 10 to 20 market research interviews. But what if they are an early stage startup, for example, like most of our clients are, there might not be any paying clients. So what we do in these cases is we set up outbound campaigns for market research interviews. So we need to go and reach out to the market and say, hey, could we interview you? We are doing market research, boom, boom, boom. And in these interviews, we pretty much just ask different pains and dreams and desires and goals and solutions and different things about their current state. So we're able to get them better results and write a better sales argument. We can't just go into writing without knowing anything about the niche. Okay, is the campaign that we just set up booking over 3 interviews per week? If the answer is no, okay, have 10 different variations being tested to a different niche? If the answer is no, we go back, we test 10 different variations to 3 different niches, and we see if it's working now. If it's still not working, we implement Clay and cold calling into it. So a bit of a more complex setup, but usually this fixes it. And if still for some reason we are not getting 3 interviews a week, then we just pay for the interviews. There's a lot of really great services online where you can just pay for people in the niche that you want, and you can just pay them a few $100 or $100 to hop on an interview with you, whatever. So then we conduct 10 to 20 market research interviews. We fill a foundational worksheet based on interviews. So we have a worksheet where we pretty much map out who are these people we are talking to, what are their desires, pains, goals, failures, fears, dreams, suspicions, what things have they tried out, how long did they try it out, why do they think that they didn't work out, and we are pretty much just gathering as much information as we possibly can so we can write a good sales argument. Then we write a raw version of the sales argument, we present it to the client, and we ask if they agree. If they don't, let's say it doesn't fit with their branding or whatever it might be, we collect client feedback on adjustments and we go and write it again, and then we just spin through this loop as long as the client agrees on it, you know. Then we edit the sales argument and transfer to all necessary formats. So maybe we need a PDF, maybe we need a doc, maybe we need a video, whatever we need. Maybe we need to transfer it into a sales page or like a landing page. And then when all of this is done, we move to stage B, which is here. Boom. Is the client already booking 10 calls a month from outbound? And if they are not booking 10 calls a month from outbound, we start working on the outbound campaigns. If they are booking 10 calls a month from outbound, then we go immediately into increasing the closing rate if it's necessary. So obviously, once again, like the actual process that we use to do these things isn't the most important thing that I'm trying to explain in this video. The thing that I'm trying to explain is that every single step of your service delivery should be once again mapped out, and not just in a format of first do this, then do that, then do this. Because in a lot of cases, it doesn't work like that. In some cases, you go and you launch a campaign, or you write a sales letter, or you implement something in the sales process, or whatever you do, and it doesn't work. You know, that's the part of marketing. That's like, that's what you are doing as a marketer or as a whatever business owner, you know? You try things and some of those things don't work. Of course, if you're better, there's a higher likelihood of it working, but sometimes it doesn't. So you also need to have a protocol for these edge cases. If we just had 6 steps or 7 steps, write a sales argument, do outbound campaigns, implement things in the sales process, do this, do that, do this, we would miss out on a huge amount of potential, because maybe they don't need a sales argument. Maybe you don't need to work on outbound campaigns. Maybe you don't need to do this or that. Maybe we go and we launch an outbound campaign and it doesn't work, you know? So we need to map out every single edge case possible in the scenario. And once again, based on that, we can make different SOPs, we can assign roles, we can assign timelines, and we can show this to the client in a sales call. Hey, John, this is what we are going to do. First, we're going to do this, then this, then this. And the client, once again, has clarity and they have confidence in what they're buying. You know, sometimes you buy, or sometimes you get pitched like a really cryptic service. You're like, yeah, we are going to fix your revenue growth. And the client is like, what the fuck does that mean? What is the next steps? First, we analyze, then we implement, then we iterate. Like, once again, what does that mean? Like, what are the metrics? What are the steps? What are the edge cases? What are the variables that we're looking at? When do we need to do what? How long do we try out different things before we like determine if they work or not? You know, so you need to have these things mapped out. It helps you a lot in sales, but more so it helps you with fulfillment. Because then once again, when you bring on a new client, even if there is creative aspects, even if there are aspects where you need to analyze and make decisions, there is still a clear process. I know for a fact that, hey, when a client comes on, we're gonna first do this, then we're gonna do this, then we're gonna do this, then we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. And I don't have to start guessing around on what we should do. I don't need to start figuring things out. I can just execute, and I can execute to the best of my ability, and our team of 3 growth consultants can also execute to their best of abilities. Because I can tell them, hey, we are gonna be working on this step next, and we're gonna be doing this and this and this and this. Hey, could you handle this? I'm gonna handle this, present this to the client. Everything is gonna be so more streamlined. So make sure that you implement your, like, for more complex operations, you implement like yes or no edge case workflows, and then for your easier processes, you implement like easier workflows, once again, that help you to make sure your agency runs well. And you can use this to either get your agency to a stage where you don't have to work in it, or you can get your agency in a stage where you work in it, but you know just extremely well what you have to do there, and you don't have to do all of the shitty tasks, and you can just get better results. Of course, check the links in description, our mastermind and our free course and all of this stuff. Comment on the video, tell me what you thought, like, subscribe, whatever it might be. I'll see you in the next one. Boom. If there was one thing that I was forced to do for the rest of my life in terms of marketing, sales, and business, it would definitely be video sales letters. VSLs, I would be writing them, I would be filming them, I would be creating them, because throughout my years in doing this and growing these agencies, growing businesses, doing marketing, doing lead generation, I've never seen anything so powerful than video sales letter. There just nothing compares to it. It's a 24/7 sales rep that sells your prospects on your products, on your offers, never asks for pay raises. It works day and night, never gets sick. Everything's just a million times better when you have a good video sales letter. So what we're gonna be doing in this video is I'm gonna be showing you how to create a video sales letter for your agency, because by the title of the video, I would assume that that is the reason why you're here. So in this video, you will learn how to create a video sales letter for your agency. So I'm gonna show you step by step, piece by piece, the exact template and exact structure that we use. I'm gonna show you how to use use the structure, how to implement it for your agency. You will also see an example of my agency's sales letter. So I'm gonna be going through piece by piece how we have used this exact template for my agency sales letter, and you will also get my in-depth agency VSL template and additional training for free that I have written for you. So that's also really valuable stuff. So make sure that you stick around until the end of the video. But before we go into the actual template and the structure of the video sales letter, there's a lot of people saying a bunch of mumbo jumbo online about different marketing stuff. So you need to be careful of who you listen. So I just want to quickly show you some proof that we actually know how to grow these agencies using video sales letters. And this is something that we actually do. So here's, for example, a great example. We worked with Kasper Korhonen, and in 16 months, he went from a college dropout to building a $65,000 a month lead generation, B2B lead generation agency. Actually, this month they're doing $75,000. They're almost hitting $100,000 a month, and he did this working with us. We did the same with Wyatt. He went from running a lead generation agency doing $500 a month to making $76,000 in pure net profit in 9 months using our stuff and using our VSL templates and agency structure. Same with Emil and Elliot, from 0 to 25,000 a month in 19 weeks in a really difficult niche. Once again, using our stuff, and right now they're doing like 50,000 a month. Johannes went from not being able to pay rent to 15,000 a month in 150 days. He's also doing way more now. Josh Gregg, the same story, from 9 to 5 to 20,000 a month in 12 weeks. And if you go to our website, agentvelocity.io, you can see that we have like over 30 of these similar success stories and interviews. So you can obviously see that we know how to grow agencies. Also, some examples. Last month, Wooder, he used our sales letter structure and our campaign structure and all of these things, put 58 calls for his agency. Jack and Emil doing like $40,000 in a few weeks with their agency. This is also the same exact stuff that I used to make $383,000. You can see here, boom, last year, 2023, I made $383,000. I don't know why this GIF is so slow. Yeah, 347,000 euros, $383,000. Doing this stuff in my first year of running this agency, using this stuff. Max making like 13,000, 14,000 in 1 day. Jack making like 40,000 or something in 3 days, as you can see from the timestamps. And yeah, I'm not gonna go through all of these screenshots. We have over 2,000 of these screenshots. So I'm not gonna obviously show all of those to you, but I just wanted to show this to you because once again, obviously there's a bunch of mumbo jumbo, bunch of shenanigans out there, and I don't want you to waste your time on a long video by someone who doesn't know what they're doing. There's a lot of those people out there. Maybe you know who I'm talking about. So who is this video going to be useful for? This video is going to be useful if you run an agency. So it can be any agency. It can be a social media marketing agency. It can be an AI automation agency. It can be a B2B lead generation agency. And you're under $50,000 a month. Obviously, this stuff works really well if you're above $50,000 a month as well. And we have implemented this to countless of businesses and countless of agencies who are over $50,000 a month. We have done this for companies who do hundreds of millions a year. But I would assume that most of the people watching these videos are around this range. So I'm going to be catering this to you. But obviously, if you're higher, it's still going to be really useful. It's also going to be useful for you if you want to improve the performance of your cold outreach campaigns by 2 to 3x without changing anything in your campaigns. I'm going to be talking about this a bit later on, but having a good video sales letter will directly impact all the marketing and sales you do. And your cold email campaign performance is going to go up just by implementing this. If you want to increase your closing rate and have easier sales calls without objections while closing $3,000 to $30,000 projects, so this is gonna help you a lot with your sales costs as well, because people are gonna be more educated and more nurtured and more sold, and you're gonna have better rapport and better status delta with your prospects when they hop on sales calls. So you're gonna have less objections, you're gonna close faster, you're gonna close easier, and you will also be able to increase your prices without it affecting your closing rates, which is, once again, if you understand anything about business, that's really good stuff. And the last thing, this is also perfect for you if you have tried creating a video sales letter for your agency, because you understand the power of it, but you don't know what to say on it. I see this often, a lot of times. People come to me, hey, I really want to make a VSL. I understand it's really powerful stuff. I know that I need one, but I have no clue what to say on it. So in this video, I'm also gonna solve this problem. So why do video sales letters matter so much? Why is this one piece of the process such an impactful thing that I would change this would be the main thing that I would do in my life if I had to choose. And the reason for this is simple. Because video sales letters, they pretty much affect the whole process. It has infinite leverage. You can create one video today, and you can use that one video to sell to 1 million people. As long as you get the traffic, you can sell to 10 million people, you can sell to 100 million people if you create a good video sales letter. So it has infinite leverage. The only leverage that you need is just having the video hosted somewhere, which is really cheap nowadays. So it has infinite leverage, and it can be extremely powerful. We have seen literally that implementing a video sales letter has like 2 to 3x agencies and businesses in a matter of a few months, because the video sales letter just does so much lifting. When you do outbound campaigns, it's gonna have, wait, maybe I can zoom in here a bit. When you do outbound campaigns, it's gonna have a big impact in the business, because the people who receive your emails, receive your LinkedIn messages, receive your cold calls, they're gonna go to their landing page, they're gonna see your video sales letter, they're gonna be sold. When you do sales calls, people are gonna go look at your video sales letter before and after the calls. So once again, they're gonna have more context, they're gonna understand why your offer is so powerful. A lot of the objections have already been handled, so you don't have to explain everything in a call, and you're not gonna get hit with all of the objections. When people are considering about buying from you, it's gonna be really, really powerful. And yeah, it's just gonna help you overall. Oh damn, it's gonna help you overall with everything. And we have literally seen this multiple times. We have tested this, we have done a bunch of testing about this over the past few years. If you have 2 exactly identical agencies, they are both in the same niche, and they have the exact same offer, and they run the exact same cold email campaign. They have the same leads, they have the same scripts, they have the same niche, they have the same offer. The agency that has a good video sales letter will make at least twice the money. Because in this scenario, in this example here, agency B, they start sending a bunch of cold emails, boom, 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 they start reaching out to these prospects. And some of these prospects, yeah, they will book a call immediately. So maybe they book 3 calls out of 1,000 leads, like immediately. But then some of these prospects, they're gonna be a bit skeptical. They're gonna need a bit more nurturing than the average Joe, you know? So they go to their agencies, or they go to the agency B's landing page or their website, and they try to find more information. But there really isn't a good way to get more information, so they never end up booking. So they only book the calls that are pretty much easy to book. But then agency A, they start reaching them. They start reaching out to all of these clients as well. Boom, 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 sending cold emails. They book the easy calls. They book the same calls because obviously the same list, same offer, etc. But then once again, when the skeptical people to go to their landing page, they're gonna see the video sales letter and they want more information, so they're gonna watch through the video sales letter. And in the video sales letter, they see the claim, they see the proof, they see the identification, they see the core concept, they see the mechanism, they see all of these things that you're gonna learn in a second. And they're gonna think, this is actually really useful. Let me book a call. So they book way more calls than the agency B. And then if the closing rate stays the exact same, as you can see in this example, it's a 2x difference in the end. And of course, this is only 1,000 leads, but let's say you run an agency for 12 months and you reach out to 30,000 leads, the difference is gonna be way more. It's gonna be 30 clients. If one client is worth 10K for you, that's $300,000 difference by having a simple video on your website that you could make. And then of course, when you have a good video sales letter, also the closing rate is going to be different. So in a realistic simulation or realistic scenario, agency A probably would also have a 30% closing rate compared to a 20% closing rate because of the video sales letter. So if you were in this situation, if you didn't have a video sales letter, you would probably lose out on like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 in a matter of a year or a few years, depending on how hard you go in the agency by not having this video sales letter. So This is really valuable stuff. This is really, really big stuff. And also the great thing about this is if you run an agency, of course, depends a bit on what kind of an agency you run. But if you do generally just growth marketing, and if you help your clients make more money just in all different ways, you're like a growth consultant, growth marketer, whatever, then also you can sell these video sales letters for a lot of money. We have been selling them for tens of thousands of dollars. And because they're so powerful, we get really good results, we get really good case studies, our clients are really happy, and we can also charge thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars for writing a simple Google document. So this is also something that you can start selling to your clients after you learn the structure that I'm gonna share with you. But great, so now that that is understood, let's move on to the actual process of how to create your own video sales letter. Step 1 is going to be deciding the format you will use for your video sales letters. There's multiple different formats that you can use, and I have here 2 examples, but there's a bunch of other formats that you can use. You can either do a Google Doc or a slides presentation. So for example, how I'm doing a slide presentation right here, you can do a presentation like that, or you can write up a Google document where you pretty much have everything within a Google document, and then you do a presentation on the Google document. Or for example, you could just do a talking head to camera, so you have no slides, no visuals, and you sit here like this and you just talk to the camera and you deliver your script, and you could have like a teleprompter, or you could just memorize it, or whatever it might be. If this is the first, or if you're not extremely experienced with doing video sales letters and doing these campaigns, I highly recommend you to do a Google document presentation. So you pretty much have a Google document. I'm going to show you in a second what it looks like a bit later on in the video. You're going to have a Google document and you write your sales letter there, and then you just do a presentation on the document. You go through it, boom, 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 you overview all the lines. And the reason why I think that is perfect for when you're starting out is because that is the easiest way to ensure that, or like that is the easiest way to go from 0 to a video sales letter, because you don't have to create slides, you don't need to memorize the slides, you don't need to do like a proper presentation, you literally just read a document, you know? So it's way easier. And then later on, when you get more market feedback, we're gonna talk about this also in a bit, but when you get more market feedback and you start iterating your video sales letter, then also you don't have to go and change 100 slides or 50 slides or 30 slides, you can just go and change the document and refilm it. So there's less friction, it's way easier, and there's less memorization, less learning that you have to do. So if you're just starting out, I would either do a Google document, that's I think the best one, or you could do slides presentation. We always do Google documents when we do video sales letters, because once again, it is just, in my opinion, the best way to present. It's the simplest and easiest way to get to actually recording it. So decide your format. If you're smart, choose Google documents. Yeah, and then after that we go into step 2, which is writing down your claim. So this is pretty much going to be the first thing that we put down on your video sales letter. So you have your Google document, and on the top we need some kind of a headline for a video sales letter. And the point of this headline is to immediately answer the question, what do you do? That is going to be the first thing that is in our prospect's mind when they start watching a video sales letter. What do these guys do? Why am I even watching this? What am I getting out of this? And the headline is extremely, extremely important, since if you have a bad headline, nobody will watch your presentation and nothing else matters. Like, you can have an amazing hour-long VSL, and 59 minutes of that hour are absolutely fantastic. But if the first minute is terrible, and if the headline is terrible, and no one is actually interested in a headline, no one will stick through and watch it. People have short attention span. You need to hook them in with a good headline. So the headline is extremely important. I can't remember which marketer said it. Some Eugene Schwartz or some OG said that when you have written your headline, you have spent 90 cents of your marketing dollar, which means that 90% of your advertisement or your video sales or whatever it might be is going to be your headline. So spend a lot of time on it. It is really important. I've seen Russell Brunson, when he talks about him writing headlines for his funnels, he sometimes spends like 7 days, 10 days, 2 weeks writing the headline, and then he spends 1-2 days writing the rest of the copy and writing the rest of the funnel. That's how important it is. And now, of course, when I say that, you're gonna be, damn, you're gonna be paralyzed by fear. What if I mess up the headline? All of this work that I'm doing is going to be completely useless, but don't you worry, I have a really simple formula that works really well. So a good headline format to start with is this. You first call out the niche. So you first call out who you are actually talking to. Then you just tell your offer. How to get X result in Y time frame using mechanism without a big pain in the niche. And let me show you an example. So for example, you could say, hey, this is for US-based e-commerce stores, and I'm gonna show you how to scale profitably to 8 figures in the next 12 months using Snapchat ads. So here, this is the end result that they get. This is the time frame on how fast they get it, and this is how they get it. This is the mechanism that we use to get it. And then we also make this stronger by saying, hey, you don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars in sourcing user-generated content, because that is a big pain point for e-commerce stores. And the reason why this is also really important is there's a lot of marketing studies in the avoidance of pain and how big that is for humans. So if you've ever seen the study, people are more motivated by avoiding pain or avoiding suffering than gaining something. If you tell someone, hey, if you do this one thing, you're gonna get $1,000, a lot of people are gonna be really motivated. They're like, let's say 50% of the people are gonna do it. Then if you tell people, hey, if you don't do these things, you're gonna lose $1,000. That's gonna drive more people, and they're gonna be like, oh, holy shit, damn, I need to do this because I don't wanna lose $1,000. People are more motivated by making sure they don't lose than gaining something. And the same reason, like if you ever buy a new phone, like why do 95% of the people who buy new phones, why do they buy a new phone? Yeah, 5% of people who buy phones, they are tech nerds, they are tech geeks, they really care about the technology. The new iPhone comes out with the new M3 giga mega processor, and they're like, okay, I need that, I need the best latest tech, they're gonna go get it. But 95% of the people buy a new phone because their old one has a cracked screen, or the camera doesn't work, or the battery is terrible, or the memory is full, or it's slow, whatever. They avoid pain. They go buy a new phone because they avoid pain, not because they want to gain access to the new technology. And this is how everyone works and all the people work in life. So this is also a perfect thing to call out. If you get this really accurately, and if you know what kind of pains your market has, this is going to work wonders. So first, who are you talking to? We are talking to US-based e-commerce stores. Okay, what do they get? How fast do they get it? And how do they get it? And then what painful thing can they remove or avoid in their life when they start doing this? And here, another example for early stage B2B startups, how to find product market fit in 6 months through prospect interviews. So once again, we're talking to early stage B2B startups. The end outcome is they find product market fit, they get it in 6 months, and they do it through prospect interviews, and they don't have to raise a dime of funding because that is painful. Or for European marketing agencies, how to generate an extra $20,000 in profit every single month using outbound funnels and sales letters without building an expensive sales team. Once again, we're talking to European marketing agencies. They are generating an extra $20,000 in profit every single month, and they do it through outbound funnels and sales letters. And here, the more unique and more interesting you can make this mechanism here, the orange part, if they have never heard of this and it makes logical sense, like, what is outbound funnels and sales letters? Or for example, here in the e-commerce examples, like, Snapchat ads, we have heard about Snapchat ads, but we have never heard anyone making money with it. They're really intrigued, so it's gonna hook them in. They're gonna be like, damn. So this is gonna be a combination of multiple things. First of all, you need to call out the niche. Then this claim, this end outcome needs to be something that they actually want. If you tell an Eskimo, hey, how to get snow, they're obviously not gonna care. So this needs to be something that they actually desire. The time frame it has to be realistic in their mind, and the mechanism that you deliver the results with has to be something that intrigues them, something that they wanna learn more about. And then also you have to call out a painful thing that they have in their life. And once again, like, you're not gonna get this perfect the first time you do it. If you're just starting your agency, if you have never done it in the past, if you are new in your niche or new with your offer, you're not gonna have this perfect, but it doesn't have to be perfect. The whole idea, and we're gonna once again talk about this later on, but the whole idea is to create your first sales letter and then go to the market, talk to prospects, and learn more about it. Learn what kind of end outcomes do they want. Learn what kind of mechanisms they are interested about, and learn what kind of pains they have, and then go back and update this every single time when you learn more information, when you learn something that actually they don't hate building expensive sales team. This is not a pain for them, but maybe their big pain is going to all of these industry events. You go and you update it and you make it better. It's dynamic, it changes every time when you learn more, and then over time when you go through this process, it becomes better and the headline becomes more accurate and it starts just piercing through the market, you know? And an important pointer here is that notice how the headline is how to and not how we will. since we want to position this as an educational and useful resource for the prospect. So a lot of video sales that I see, and once again, there's no right or wrong about this. The marketing is an art form. There's obviously a bunch of things that work. There's just no one thing that works. But at least in my opinion, you shouldn't say, hey, European marketing agencies, in this video, I will show you how we will generate an extra $20,000 in profit every month. We say how to. We will show, hey, in this video you will learn how you can do this, because it positions it as an educational thing and people learn. And we actually want to educate them with this, because then the companies feel that we delivered them value. They see that, okay, these guys, the free stuff they have is really useful, and 99% of the companies are going to be too lazy or too busy, or they're not going to have the experience and knowledge and nuance, whatever it is, to do it themselves. So don't be afraid to actually educate the prospects in your video sales and position it as this valuable educational material, because then it also becomes a way more useful asset for you in the long term. You can use it in follow-ups. You can use it as a lead magnet. Hey John, I have this document that shows you how we can generate $20,000 in profit every month using outbound funnels and sales letters. It's completely free. I will send it to you. Do you want it? And yeah, of course I want it. Of course I want to learn that stuff if the headline is good. And then they go through it and they see the value, they see that it's valuable, they see that it makes sense, the process, and then they're like, okay, we don't have time to do this, we don't know how to do this, we don't have the money to do this, let me hire these guys, or let me hop on a call with these guys. But I'm gonna explain how all of that stuff works a bit later on, but I just wanted to make this point really clear. But yeah, after you have completed step two using this template, you have written down your claim and all of these things, we are gonna be moving into step three, which is adding in proof. And once again, don't worry if you're just starting out and you don't have case studies, you don't have client results. There's nothing to worry about, and you're gonna understand it in a second. But now pretty much what we have done is we have made a big bold claim, and the prospect is naturally looking for proof that the claim is true and attainable. You know, if you say, hey, I will show you how you can make a bunch of money, first thing people are gonna think, sure, this guy is just lying. Sure, this is not true. Everyone is skeptical, and they should be. So the first thing that they want is they want to prove that this claim you have just made here, that is actually true and attainable and it's realistic. So immediately after the headline, we want to showcase either our own results and case studies that we have gotten. So we want to show that, hey, we have gotten these results. Or we can use third-party example results. So for example, if there's a big example in the market, hey, this is the same exact stuff that Iman Ghazi or Donald Trump or Joe Rogan or Alex Hormozi used to blow up their personal brand. For example, if let's say you did YouTube videos, you run like a YouTube agency, you could say, hey, this is going to be the exact same process that Alex Hormozi used for his own company to get 3 million subscribers and get billion views and do all of these things. So you can also use third-party examples. Like really what people are here just looking for is they just want to know that the process actually is able to get like results. Of course, if you're able to show your own results, it's going to work better, but there's nothing to worry about if you don't have your own results. Once again, this is dynamic piece of marketing asset. This is dynamic marketing asset. So when you get your own results, you go back, you update it, you change it, and it's gonna be better. Or you can use your own research and showcase a thesis on why the claim is attainable. So you could have some kind of a thesis that, hey, the reason why this works is because this is happening in the market and this is happening in the market and there's a clear gap. And once again, it's not gonna be as powerful as showing that you've already done it, but if you have a really compelling argument, then this also works. And like if you say that, this is not gonna work, I don't have client case studies, etc. Like if you think about all of the startups raising money, like their whole pretty much proof on their pitch is always a thesis. For example, someone might build a B2B SaaS company, a software company that solves like some cybersecurity problem in the Web3 space. So their proof always is, hey, we have done research in Web3 and cybersecurity and all of these things, and we have seen that there's this problem and no one else is solving the market. So if we build a tool that does this, theoretically and based on our research, a lot of people would want to buy it. And there are startups who do that and raise hundreds of millions of dollars. So obviously you can also make a few $1,000s or $20,000 with your agency by providing research like this. And pretty much what this looks like, maybe you throw on some logos. So you might show that, hey, we are trusted by all of these companies, or maybe you show like a reference picture. Maybe you show that, hey, here's a screenshot below showcasing this company or this person getting these results. Or maybe you just showcase a case study, hey, we worked with this company, this is their niche, this is how long we worked with them, these are the results I got, and here are some relevant notes. So And once again, I'm gonna show you our sales letter in a second, so you're gonna get like a perfect example of this, but it doesn't have to be anything fancy. You just showcase, hey, here's some proof that it actually works. Let's move on. Then you go into step 4, which is adding in identification statements. And this is super, super important, because after the prospect has seen our claim and they know that it's true, or they have some kind of idea that, hey, this actually might be true, this might be possible, the next logical question in their head will be, is this relevant for me? Like, is this actually for me? You know, you say, hey, we will show agencies how to make extra $100,000, and here's proof that it's true. What is the viewer gonna think, or the reader gonna think? Surely this is not for me. Surely this is for other agencies, but this is not for me. So we want to answer this question using identification statements, who this is for. An identification statement is pretty much just a combination of our ideal client's desires, fears, failures, goals, and overall metrics. So we're just describing who we want to work with, who we can actually help, and we describe our perfect client. So for example, you would say, hey, this is gonna be for you if you are a founder or partner at an early stage startup and you want to hit product market fit, so your target market buys in like magic. If that's you, then stick around. Or if you're looking to be quoted on a New York Times bestseller for fast and innovative growth, then stick around. Oh, damn. If you're struggling to find sales qualified leads and convert them from demos to paying customers, then stick around. Or if you're unable to hit 1 to 3 CAC to LTV ratio, then stick around. If you are a marketing agency and you're located in Europe and you're doing 30 to 50,000 euros, stick around. If you are looking to use cold email for a lead generation, but you don't know how the technology works, stick around. If you are looking to do whatever, you know? So you just describe who you want to work with, and you're gonna have 1, 2, 3, you're gonna have 20 of these bullet points, and you just pretty much describe what kind of companies you want to work with, what kind of metrics they have, where are they located, what title are they gonna be the person who's relevant for this, what kind of failures do they have, what kind of goals do they have, what kind of dreams do they have, you know, what kind of fears do they have. You just describe who this is for, and based on that, if the right person is watching it, we're just gonna be reeling them in. It's the same thing, like imagine you see an ad from a personal trainer, and let's say that you are a 25-year-old guy and you live in Germany, and you are a busy college student, and then you see an ad saying, hey, we will help you get 6-pack abs and be super ripped. And this is for you if you're 25, you're in Germany, and you're a busy college athlete, and you're a hard gainer. And then if you identify with all of those things, we're gonna be like, damn, this is crazy, this is for me. So we are gonna just describe who this is for. And also it has the opposite effect. Like if someone who is not our ideal customer, someone who we don't wanna work with, if they are reading it, they read like, hey, I am not a founder or partner at an early stage startup. That is not me. Then they're just gonna leave. So you're gonna talk to more qualified leads. You're not gonna talk to people who you shouldn't be talking to, so you're gonna be saving time, because you're not gonna have a bunch of these unqualified sales calls with random people who you can't even help or work with, you know? Or let's say you sell to e-commerce stores doing more than 100,000 a month. Then if a e-commerce store doing 3,000 a month goes to their VSL, they see, hey, we only work with companies who do $100,000 a month and they're an e-commerce store. They're gonna see that, we only do 3,000 a month, this is not for us, you know? So then you don't have to take that unqualified call and you save time. And pretty much what you just do is you just open up a Google Sheet or a Google document, whatever, doesn't literally matter. And you just write down your desires, or you write down a box for desires, fears, failures, and goals. Once again, I'm gonna zoom this in a bit. Boom, okay, that is not a big zoom. And just write down, okay, what desires does my ideal customer have? Okay, they want to hit 500K a month. They want to have high gross profit margins. They want to have predictable lead flow. They want to have 10% month over month growth. They want to have an 8-figure exit, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what fears do they have? They are afraid that their competitors adapt faster, or maybe they're afraid that they're running out of a total addressable market. There's not enough people to sell to, or maybe they're afraid of hiring the wrong team to run their marketing. What have they failed at in the past? Okay, they tried to build an ineffective SDR team, but it failed. They tried to do Facebook ad lead form campaigns, but it was unprofitable. They hired an SEO agency, but it didn't work. They were a trash agency and they got burned. They are trying to sell to everyone, etc. Or what goals do they have? Okay, their goal is to get 20 qualified discovery calls per month, or they want to hit $300,000 a month by the end of the year 2024. Or they want to have this, they want to have that, blah, 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 blah. And once again, this is super important. you're not gonna get this perfect on the first go. Especially if you're just starting out, you're not gonna know all of these things perfectly. So once again, this is dynamic. When you talk to more people, you talk to more prospects, you do more campaigns, you have more sales calls, you have more clients, all of these things, you're gonna learn these things better. People are gonna come to a sales call and say, hey, our goal is this, we have failed at this, these are our desire, we are afraid that this is gonna happen. And you're gonna learn these things better, so you go and you update it to make it more accurate, you know? A lot of people always think that there is a best niche. What is the best niche? What is the best offer? What is this? What is that? The best niche is the niche that you know the best, you know? There's no best specific niche, you know? Like the only way how we can be in a good niche is if you understand the niche. So the more you know about the niche that you are in, the better the niche is gonna be for you, you know? Like I can be in a niche that I have been in for 5 years or 3 years, and I know everything. I know the fears, I know the desires, I know the competitors there, I know the failures that everyone goes through, I know what goals people have, I know what kind of people are there, I know what terminology they use, you know? And I can be absolutely pretty. I can be doing 300K a month there, and then someone else is like, okay, that is a good niche, I'm gonna go into the same niche, and they know nothing about the niche. So obviously I'm gonna crush them. It's not the niche, it's the knowledge that you have about the niche. And then the other person copies, maybe they are experts at cybersecurity and they have worked in cybersecurity industry for 20 years. They should go into that niche and I should be in my niche, you know? It's not the niche, it's the knowledge that you have about the niche and the information, you know? So, to recap, after you have written your claim, so have used this format, write down your claim on your Google document. You have added in some proof, you have added in some screenshots or whatever it might be, some data that your stuff actually works and it is attainable and it's realistic. And then you have written down some identification statements. You have told who this is for. We're gonna go into step 5, which is gonna be the core concept. So at this point, we have built some trust with the prospect and gotten them interested by describing their current situation. We have shown big claim, big proof, and this is perfect for you. They're gonna be locked in. They're gonna be like sitting on their computer. Wow, what is gonna happen next? This is perfect for me. So now it's time to introduce the one main belief the prospect needs to believe in order to buy your offer. Usually this will be the mechanism you use to get results. So if they don't believe your mechanism works, they will never buy no matter how good the offer is. So think about this. If someone believes, let's say you sell cold email lead generation, you know, that's your thing. You are a cold email lead generation agency and you help marketing agencies get more leads using cold email. And then you are trying to sell it to a marketing agency owner, but they have tried cold email in the past and they did it wrong and they failed. So they have this belief in their head that, hey, cold email doesn't work. It's outdated, it's saturated, it's ruined, blah, 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 blah. So they believe in their head, they have the strong belief that, okay, cold email doesn't work for marketing agencies. Cold email doesn't work in our niche. Cold email doesn't work for selling this, selling that, you know? So if they believe that cold email doesn't work, no matter how good your offer is, no matter how good your pitch is, no matter how good proof you have, they're never gonna buy because they have this belief that it's not gonna work for them. It's the same thing, you know, like let's say you personally, you believe that you have someone tells you for your whole life that you are terrible at math. Someone tells you for your whole life, since you were a kid, you have been told you are terrible at math. For 20 years, you live with this belief that you are terrible at math. And then someone is like, hey, I will teach you how to do math. You're gonna think, oh, I'm terrible at it. It's not for me. I've always been bad at math. I'm not gonna buy that thing. I'm not gonna pay you to teach that, you know? So it's the same thing that's happening in the prospect's head. So we need to first introduce a main belief that, hey, this is the one thing that you need to believe in to buy this. So for example, here is the truth. Most accounting companies struggle to grow because they have no predictable lead flow. They rely on referrals, industry events, and word of mouth. Because of this, they can never build a systematic sales process that lets them acquire new clients on a weekly basis. So here, the main belief that we are introducing that, hey, if you want to grow your accounting company, the main thing is predictable lead flow. Predictable lead flow equals accounting company growth. That's the only thing, because maybe all of the accounting companies in your niche that you talk to, maybe they believe that, hey, we are not growing because the economy is bad, or we are not growing because Facebook ads are expensive, or we are not growing because of blah, 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 blah. We are not growing because we don't have a sales team. So you need to introduce a new belief. You could say, hey, most accounting companies think that they can't grow because they don't have a sales team, but actually they can't grow because they don't have predictable lead flow, so they can never even hire the sales team, you know? Or in the scenario or the example that I told you is like with the cold email, we could say, hey, here's the truth. most marketing agency owners think that cold email doesn't work because they tried it themselves and they failed, but actually they just used bad practices, bad strategy, and bad technology. When you actually do it right, you can get a bunch of revenue and you get a bunch of clients, and it actually works. It's really powerful. And then you're gonna add proof in there once again, etc. But this shouldn't be like crazy long. It should be concise. It should be a concise message that you deliver. Or another example, let's say you are selling to direct-to-consumer brands. So you sell to like these DTC e-com brands. You could say, hey, growing a direct-to-consumer brand in 2024 isn't as it used to be. Advertising costs on all platforms are rising every year. Gone are the days of firing on Facebook ad campaigns and waking up with a 300% ROAS on day one. Because this used to happen. Higher CPMs on ad platforms means higher cost to acquire new customers. To combat the rising cost to acquire a customer, brand needs to increase their lifetime value to still be able to afford the new price of advertising. The most efficient way to do this is direct response email marketing and implementing upsells to your buying process. So if you sell email marketing and upsells to your buying process, this could be a core concept that you use. Like everyone in your niche is thinking, we need better ads. We need better ads. So when you try to sell them cold email or email marketing or upsell funnels, they're like, no, we don't need upsell funnels. We don't need email marketing. We need better ads. So then you need to tell them, hey, the problem isn't your ads. Ads are just more expensive now. They're more expensive than they used to be 5 years ago because more people are using the ads. So for you to actually combat the rising costs of advertising, you need to increase your lifetime value. And the best way to increase lifetime value is to sell people more stuff. And we do that by email marketing and upsells. So once again, do you see how it connects all in your head? The same thing, once again, I gave the math example. You could say, hey, most people think that they're bad at math because they got a bad grade in math on a 5 grade, but actually you got a bad math grade because you weren't focused, because the education was boring and you were a kid, and kids are not good at focusing on boring things. You probably are really good at math, but you just haven't gotten the learning model, or you haven't been learning in the right way. You haven't learned in an interactive way. So if you learn in an interactive way and you can actually focus, you can actually learn math faster, Really simple stuff. And I'm gonna, once again, don't worry, I'm gonna show you an example of what that looks like. After we have written our core concept, we're going to just quickly give a quick background story. So here, now you have made a bunch of big claims and talked about the state of the prospect's business. You have talked about the market, you have talked about the industry, you have talked about the problems that the prospects might be having. So naturally, the question of why is this person even talking about this in the first place will pop in their mind. Like, okay, this guy is making sense, he's making some good points, this sounds pretty valuable, but who is this dude? Why is he talking about this? Why is he talking about lead generation? Why is he talking about growing an accounting company? Why is he talking about this in the first place? So we want to expect this. I'm going to give a quick background story on you and your agency before continuing forward, because otherwise this is going to be something that is bothering in their head. They can't focus on anything that you believe or that you're saying because they don't believe you. It's the same thing once again. If a random guy walks up to you let's say you're in a coffee shop and you're building your agency, you're writing a cold email campaign, and then a random guy walks up to you and he starts saying, hey, do this in a cold email campaign, use this lead source, use that, use this, use that, use this. You're gonna think, who is this dude? You're not gonna listen to anything he says. Fucking stop yapping, bro. Go away. I'm trying to work here. You're not gonna listen to them, Even if whatever he's saying, you're not gonna listen. But then let's say this guy comes up to you and say, hey, I've actually generated $200 million for our company using cold email. Can I give you a few tips? Bro, you're gonna be locked in. You're gonna be like, damn, yeah, tell me. You're gonna be taking notes. You're gonna be taking his phone number. You're gonna be taking everything. So the context that the person has about you is gonna matter a lot when you're talking, That's also the reason why in the beginning of the video I showed you that we have scaled like hundreds of agencies. We have worked with over 500 agencies, and we have scaled all of these agencies to $30,000, $50,000, $100,000, because otherwise you would just think, who is this dude? But now when you saw that, that I know how to scale an agency, that we have done it hundreds of times, we have been doing it for years. So it's not you don't have to think about it. You don't have to be careful, because you know that this stuff actually works. So we want to do this in a manner that increases your status and credibility, because that's the way how people listen to people. So how to tell your background story? Just how you ended up in the industry is going to be the first thing. Usually how people end up in the industry is they are in the industry themselves. There's a problem that they are experiencing. They try to find a solution. They find the solution and they start using it, and other people see you use the solution and they start also asking, hey, can you show how to do that to me? And then they just Start actually selling that as an offer. That's how usually stuff works. It might have been for you, it might have not. But you want to quickly explain how you ended up working with these companies that you're working right now and how you end up providing the offer that you're providing right now. And then you want to also drop your achievements. So school degree, awards, any social proof that you might have. So once again, if you have a good degree, I was studying quantum physics in Harvard University. Even if it's not relevant to your offer at all, people are gonna think, damn, this guy is a killer. Or awards. I won a math competition in this state at this age, whatever. People are gonna think, okay, this guy is smart. Or social proof. I have been working with, I worked with Steve Jobs before he died. People are once again gonna think, okay, this guy has to know something because he's really credible. And it doesn't have to be Steve Jobs or quantum physics at Harvard. It can be some ordinary things, but just bring them up. A lot of times we think, nothing is special about my background. I haven't done anything cool. I haven't done anything special. But actually, you would be really surprised how impressed people are when you just show that stuff, So tell how you end up in the industry. What kind of achievements do you have? Do you have a school degree that could be interesting? Have you won any awards in your life? Do you have any cool social proof? Have you worked with cool people? Have you worked with cool companies? Whatever it might be. Do you have any partnerships or case studies? I worked with this company. I partnered up with them. I made them this amount of money. Just stack up your status delta. Just stack up your credibility. Just show people that you are an expert. Even if you feel that you don't have anything crazy cool to share it anyways. It's better than having nothing. And here, really important note is that bragging can really hurt your relationship with the prospect. Like you have built like a lot of good rapport through all of these phases. So if you start bragging really hard, people are gonna think, who is this dude? Fuck you, People are jealous. Fuck off, mate. So use statements like, for what it matters, not that it matters. I don't share this with you to impress you. I don't mean to brag. So you could say, for example, even though it is a bit of bragging, you can still say, hey, I'm not sharing this to impress you. I'm just sharing this so you get better context. I studied quantum physics at Harvard University. I worked with Steve Jobs, and I fucking made $1 million before I turned 18 doing this. But I'm not sharing that to impress you. I'm just sharing that so you know that you can listen to me, So don't brag, use these statements. It makes it way softer. So super simple. At this point, what you should have your headline. You should have some proof there under the headline. You should have your identification statements telling who this is for. You should have your core concept, and then you have your background story, a bit of status delta, add a picture of yourself, do all these cool things. Then we go into the meat. Now we have prepping everything for this part. We go to step 7, which is activity steps. So the first question we always want to think about, this is a really, really good thing for marketing. Good habit to get into. Always when you're creating any marketing or sales assets or doing anything in marketing or sales, just think, okay, what would I think if I was in this situation? Just think about it from the other side of the process. So what is the first thing that you're going to think when you start watching an educational video? What do I get from this? This is going to be handled by the headline. Okay, then when you know what you get from this, the second thing in your mind is going to be, why should I trust you? Why should I trust this guy talking? That's why you use the proof section. Then, when you have figured that out, the third thing you're going to have in your head is, okay, is this actually for me? You've answered that. And then, when all of these 3 things have been answered, fourth thing is going to be in the head. Okay, I know what I get. I know that this works. I know this is for me. How does this work? Tell me how this works, And because of that, there we're going to use activity steps section. So activity steps, pretty much, now we have made a bunch of big claims and talked about the state of the prospect's business. Naturally, the question, damn, this is the wrong slide. My bad. This is here as a mistake. Boom. Let's get rid of it. So pretty much, this is what I meant to show you. Activity steps. Every single time when you have an offer, when you sell anything, there is going to be, you're selling a transformation. There's always a starting stage. So state A. This is the starting state of the customer. People come to you, they are at a certain situation. They are doing $30,000 a month. And they want to get to stage B, they want to do $100,000 a month. People are overweight, they want to be not overweight. Or people have a broken phone, they want to have a phone that works. People have no leads, people have unprofitable ad campaigns, whatever. They want to have profitable ad campaigns. they have a 0.5x ROAS, they want to have a 2x ROAS. They're getting 5 leads a month, they want to have 25 leads a month. You're always providing a transformation between one point to another. That's what people buy. That's your offer. Your offer is the transformation. So how you get people from point A to point B, there's always a path to get there. There's always different steps to get there. You always have to go through step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, or step 1, step 2, step 3, There's always a process to go from A to B, You understand this. For example, in the example of B2B lead generation, once again, if I zoom this in an example of a B2B lead generation agency, someone might be, stage A is they have no cold email campaigns running and they are not generating any leads from outreach. They're relying on referrals fully. And they want to stop relying on referrals and they want to be generating 10 calls a month from outreach. So what is the process to get there? How I would do it is I would first identify what niche we are going into. Then I would build the infrastructure to send the cold emails. And then after we have built the infrastructure, so we have set up the cold email domains, etc., we're going to be scraping a lead list from the niche that we identified. Then we're going to be writing the campaigns. We're going to be writing the scripts and all these things. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to launch and optimize the campaigns. And when we do those steps in this order and we do them correctly, we're going to go from A to B. We're going to go from not having cold email campaigns running and generating 0 leads from cold email to generating cold email campaigns, or generating leads from cold email campaigns. Or another example, a sales outsourcing agency. So let's say you run an agency where you do sales outsourcing and you help people make more sales. Okay, they have a 10% closing rate and they want to have 20% closing rate. First thing, map out the sales process. Let's figure out what we need to be selling here. Let's figure out how we actually sell. Okay, then we're going to create the scripts and the assets, and we're going to be doing the CRM implementation. We're going to be training the sales rep, etc. And step 3 is drive leads to the pipeline, and then we're going to just get leads to the pipeline. We're going to close them, or whatever it might be. Let's say you sell, let's say you sell AI automation. Step 1, figure out what needs automating. Step 2, build an MVP automation. Step 3, figure out what is it working well. Figure out what we need to optimize. Step 4, build a better automation, whatever, There's always, no matter what you're selling, no matter what your service is, there's always a process to get your clients from stage A to stage B. And every single person watching this video, I guarantee, if you sell an agency offer, if you sell a service, if you sell a product, no matter what you ever sell, you're always providing a transformation. The people who buy your stuff, they have a starting situation and they want to be in a different situation. And to go from A to B, that is what your service or offer or product does, And there's a process. So you're going to take the 3 to 5 highest leverage activity steps of your process and break them down for the prospect. You're not going to break it into small pieces, 350 steps. You're breaking it into 3 to 5 major big steps, and then you break them down for the prospect. You're not mentioning or selling your own product or service. You're educating them on how the process works. And once again, you don't have to give away all of your secret sauce. You can talk more about the what someone needs to do instead of how it needs to be done. You can say you first need to identify your niche, but you don't need to tell them exactly how to identify that niche. But you can you just tell them, hey, this is what the first thing you have to do. And you need to explain why the steps are important and what happens if you don't do it, what tools to use, etc. And use graphs, use pictures, SOPs to explain better. And once again, I'm going to show you in a second a great example of how to do this and how it actually looks in a real sales letter. But you're just going to be showing them the process. Hey, if you want to go from A to B, the first thing you need to do is this. This is why this is important. This is what happens if you don't do it. This is how to actually do it. Use this tool, use this script, use this process, boom, 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 boom. After you have done step 1, go to step 2. Do this, do that, do blah, 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 blah. And then people are getting educated. They understand the process better. They get value. Because once again, it's like if no one has ever heard about cold email lead generation, they don't know that cold email can be automated. It's really hard to sell them an automated cold email campaign if they don't even understand how it works. If they don't know why it works, if they don't understand what the piece of the puzzle look like, So instead of you going on a call and spending an hour to explain them how a cold email campaign works and what are the steps, you can just film a video and show it there. Boom. So after you have done your activity steps, your step 7, you're going to go into step 8, which is option 1 versus option 2. And this is going to be the close. We are going to start final closing. So everything here, all the steps until the activity steps, we have not been selling them anything. We haven't mentioned our product. We haven't mentioned our service. We haven't mentioned our offer. We have not been selling them. It has been purely educational. How to do this is the first thing. I'm going to show you how to do this. Then here's the proof that it works. This is going to be useful for you if you're this person. This is the core concept. By the way, this is who we are, you know. And here's the step. This is how to do this. This is the steps. First do this, then do this, then do this. This all has been educational. So now we finally start transitioning into the pitch. Option 1 versus option 2. I have a good matrix picture. Blue pill, red pill, blah, blah, blah. So now the prospect has been educated on your claim, your process, and past results. They have seen how the process works and are probably overwhelmed with new information. So if you've done your job right, they are likely eager to try out the process. If you have done this correctly, they're going to be thinking, I can't wait to start using this and implement this to our business. Now it's time to tie it all together and showcase why they should not try it alone and why they should hire you, because that is the whole point of the video sales letter. So how we're going to do this is we are going to say, okay, now you know the process. Now you have two options. Option 1 is you can do it yourself in-house. However, you're going to run into problem 1, problem 2, problem 3. So for example, hey, you have two options. Option 1, you can do it yourself. However, you have to spend $20,000-$30,000 in hiring an in-house team to run the system for you. You need to spend 3 to 6 months experimenting with different processes to learn the nuances. And you'll end up spending 3 to 6 hours every day managing the campaigns. We want to just point out the true hard facts and understand that it needs to be true. You can't just make up, this is going to cost you $1 million to do. You can't say shit like that. People are going to know that you're lying. Never lie to your prospects. But you just need to show, hey, here's some real hard-hitting truths that it's not going to be easy to do this yourself. Even though I gave you the process, there's a lot of small nuances that you don't know. You have to hire some new people in-house and train them and spend a lot of money on that hiring. You have to spend a lot of time every single day on managing this. It will take you a lot of time to learn how to run this and experimenting, etc., and figuring out all the small details. The tools that you're going to use are going to cost money. There's going to be a lot of risk, blah, 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 blah. You just point out, hey, you can go ahead and do this yourself, but here's some problems that you're going to run into, just so you're aware. And then you're going to say, or you can use option 2, which is hire us and start generating X results in Y time frame without painful things Z. So you show, hey, you can do it yourself, but you're going to have all these problems. Or you can hire us and start booking in leads, or start getting new clients, or start making money, or start saving time in the next 2 weeks without having to build this painful fucking team, you know? So you just show them, hey, like we go here, boom. To go from A to B, do the step 1, step 2, step 3. But if you want to do step 1, it's going to be really expensive and hard. If you want to do step 2, it's going to also be expensive and hard. And step 3 is going to be expensive and hard. So if you want to do this process and make sure that you get results, just hire us to complete steps 2 and 3. You know, do you see how logical that is? And then what you do, then the optional section, you're going to have case studies, and this is optional. And the reason why this is optional is not everyone is going to have case studies who's watching this video. So I wrote optional, but if you have case studies, you're going to drop them here. So you show, or you can use option 2, hire us, start generating results, etc., etc., etc. This is the exact choice that this person did, and this company made, and this company made, and these are results that they're getting. So for example, hey, hire us to write your video sales letter. That is the exact thing that Kasper Korhonen did. We actually didn't write their video sales letter, but if I was selling a video sales letter service and we had done this, or I could say, hey, this is how you can scale your agency. You can do it yourself, or just hire us to do it for you. This is the exact thing that Kasper Korhonen did, and he got all those results. So it was a great decision, you know? So drop your case studies. And then after you drop your case studies, you want to introduce benefits. A lot of people are always geeking about features. They want to talk about the features. So if you've ever heard this marketing lesson, is sell the benefits, not the features. A lot of people are, hey, we will write you 3 cold email campaigns. We will set up 20 domains for you. We will scrape you 3,000 leads. We will have a bi-weekly call with you. We will do this and that and this and that. People don't want to buy the features. They want to buy the benefits from the features. They want to buy the end outcome. So instead of telling what they are getting, tell them what those things do, you know? So next thing you're going to say, here's what's going to happen when you work with us. You'll be able to get X, Y, Z, A, B, C. You're going to get all of these results. So for example, you will be able to generate leads at a rate that you have never seen before. You'll be able to close at over 20%. You'll be able to get profitable out of pre-revenue fast, so you're not reliant on outside investments and giving away equity. You will be able to treat your startup as a machine when you put $1 in and know exactly what you're getting out. You will be able to stand out from all the other startups fighting for VC attention. Blah, 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 blah. You will be able to start saving time immediately. You will be able to start making profit from your ads immediately. You will be able to start making extra $50,000 every single month in the next 3 months. You know, you just tell the benefits what they're gonna get when they work with you, not what they're gonna get specifically. Don't tell the specific features. You can do that in a sales call. Right here, we don't have to sell them on the whole thing. We just have to sell them on booking the call and the value of working with you. So after we have showed the benefits, boom, step 11, call to action. Tie it all together and get the prospect to book a discovery call with you. So now we have been selling them and selling them and selling them and educating, nurturing, building rapport, all of these things. All of this is great, but if at the end they don't book a call with you, it was all for nothing. So now we need to hit them with a strong call to action. Drop your offer and instruct them to book a call from a link or a button. So if it's a video sales letter on your landing page, you can say, hey, under this video, there is a button that says book a call. Press that button, fill out the questionnaire, and book a 30-minute discovery call with me, and I'm gonna show you how everything works, and we're gonna see if this actually would work for you or whatever it might be. And also, if you have a guarantee, now is the time to drop it as well. Click the button below, book a call, and of course, I wanna mention, if you don't get results, you don't pay, or you only pay us after we have booked you 10 calls. You only do this, only do that, blah, 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 blah. So drop your guarantee. And then, really important, is people need reasons to act right now. So even if you do a good call to action, even if you have a good offer, people are gonna think, I'm gonna do this later. I'm gonna bookmark this. I'm gonna book the call next month or next week or tomorrow because I'm really busy, I'm really tired, I'm all of these things right now. So you need to get them to do it right now. And here we wanna use scarcity or urgency or a combination of both to get the prospect to act now. And once again, super important thing that I wanna really hammer down on, never use fake scarcity or never use fake urgency. Don't say the price is going up in 24 hours if the price is not going up in 24 hours. I see that every single day by people, and immediately when I see it, I don't trust them. Straight up, I'm like, okay, this guy's a fucking idiot, don't do it. Or don't say, we can only work with 3 clients if you can work with 20 clients, or if you are working with 20 clients. Make sure that the stuff that you say is real. The only thing that you can't get back, the only thing that is gonna follow you for the rest of your life is your reputation. Don't ruin it. It's not worth it. You can't pull a big enough scam together or a fucking fake thing together for it to be worth it to ruin your reputation. I've seen it multiple times in the market. There's a bunch of people doing shady stuff and they ruin their reputation to make an extra 20k or extra 50k or extra 100k. That's idiotic because they're gonna have their reputation ruined for the rest of their life. So don't use fake stuff, but just tell them why they should act right now. Hey, by the way, make sure that you book, if you're interested in doing this, make sure that you're booking the call now because our prices are going up 1st of August by 30%. Or make sure that you book right now because this thing might not work anymore in 6 months. Or make sure that you book now. If you book now or if you book in the next 7 days, you're gonna get a bonus thing. You're gonna get that free thing. You're gonna get a discount. You're gonna get whatever. Or you can use scarcity, which is pretty much, hey, make sure that you book right now because we can only work with 5 people at a time or 5 companies at a time. If the spots fill up, then they fill up and you have to wait, you know? So these are powerful elements to get people to act now. So, but once again, don't use fake scarcity or fake urgency. It's cringe, it's dumb, it's not worth it. I see it every day. It's fucking terrible. How dumb do you have to be? And then step 13, summary. So the last thing that you're gonna write on your video sales letter is you're gonna summarize everything. So after the call to action, you're just gonna say, hey, so to summarize everything, we will help you with step 1. We will identify your niche. We will set up your cold email infrastructure. We will scrape your lead list. We'll do this, we will do that, and that is gonna get you these results. You only pay on results. Prices are going up in a week. There's only 3 spots. Book a call. Boom. So that's how you're gonna do everything. That's how you're gonna write it. And there's a bunch of other stuff that we're gonna go through in a second, but that's how you write it. You take a Google document and just put all of these pieces together, you know? You first write your claim, then you write your proof, then you write your identification, core concept, background, everything. You're just gonna write it on a Google document. Then you're gonna go into, I have 2 step 13s. Wow, how professional. So you're gonna go into step 14, which is recording the video sales letter. Obviously, if it's just a sales letter, you don't have to record anything. But if it's a video sales letter, which it should be, you need to record something. You need to record a video of it. So the process for this is simple. First, read out what you just wrote 5 times to get familiar with it. And a lot of people skip this. It's painful. It's annoying. Your throat is going to be hurting. It's going to take a lot of energy. Maybe you get a headache if you haven't done it a lot. But read out the VSL 5 times to get familiar with it. So you have your neural connections to that. You know what's coming next. You know what words you use, all of these things. And then as you're reading it out, edit any parts that sound clunky or unnatural. So sometimes you're reading the thing that you just wrote and it sounds really weird when you say it. So edit it so it doesn't sound weird when you say it. Get a haircut and 8 hours of sleep. So don't just write it and record it. Write it, read it out loud, edit it, go to the barber shop, get a haircut, get your mustache or beard trimmed, put on a nice shirt, fucking trim your eyebrows, get your nose hair removed, whatever, and go get an 8 hours of sleep so you look fresh, you know? So you don't look like an idiot and look like a dead person, like a corpse when recording. Then make sure you have a decent microphone and a webcam. You don't need to have a professional Sony video camera with a nice lens, and you don't need to have a $400 microphone, but just make sure that you're not recording with your laptop microphone or with your AirPods microphone, because it sounds terrible. Like the video doesn't even have to be that good. Like the actual video quality can be pretty trash. Like a really easy hack is to use your phone and record the video with your phone or record the face cam with your phone. But the video quality doesn't have to be great. But the audio quality can't be bad. That is the easiest way to destroy your video sales letter immediately. If your audio sounds like you're in an aquarium, you know? Because people can't watch through that. They will click off immediately. So make sure you have like a basic microphone. You can get like a good microphone for like 30, 40, 50 bucks. Like a Razer Siren Mini. It's like $40 and it's good. You can get a Blue Yeti. You can get a bunch of these different microphones, work really well. This is, I don't know, Sony, this is Shure SM7B. This works also great, but it's a bit more expensive. Get like an okay camera, it doesn't have to be great. Get some kind of an external light, so sit in front of a window and have the natural light shining to your face, or get like a studio light, whatever. Just look presentable, you know, it's not that hard. Clean out your background and make sure there's no background noises. So make sure that there's nothing crazy going on in your background. It's not your unmade bed. And make sure that there's no crazy stuff that you hear around your house or your office, because once again, it's gonna be distracting. And then present your presentation. Go through it casually and energetically through your presentation. A lot of people, when they record a video sales letter, they sit there like this. My name is Leevi Eerola, and in this video I'm gonna show you how to grow your B2B SaaS company. Fucking terrible! You could be replaced by an AI robot avatar monkey, you know? You're literally useless at presenting. So make sure that you have a bit of energy, have a bit of excitement, have a bit of that edge, use your hands when you talk, change your tonality. Sometimes you can talk a bit faster and a bit louder, and blah, 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 blah. And sometimes when you're saying something really important, you can maybe whisper it out. That's a bit dramatic, but you can lower your voice. So you don't have to go and study crazy tonalities and all of these things, but make sure you don't sound like a robot. Sometimes get excited, have some energy, be pumped up, speak a bit louder, speak a bit faster, and sometimes speak a bit more laid back, a bit more relaxed. And this way, your tonality is changing and it's easier for people to pay attention to what you're saying, because it's not monotone and they're not like getting completely bored out of their mind. Then record it. You can use Loom, you can use ScreenFlow, you can use a bunch of different recording softwares. If you can't find a recording software, you shouldn't be doing this anyways. And then just edit out the ums and the ahs. If there's like a really bad amount. If it's just a few casual ones, no worries, no need to do it. But you don't need any fancy editing. People want to see some raw, good stuff. Of course, when you have iterated your VSL a lot, you have been in your industry for like years and years and years, and you are making a lot of money, then you can get like a professional editor and professional studio for a video sales letter. But when you're just doing your first few VSLs, don't get an editor. It's useless to spend money on it. It's useless to wait. Just film it, go out there. You're gonna be changing it in a few weeks anyway, so it's pointless to do any of that stuff. And then when you have recorded the video, upload it on your landing page, put it on YouTube, put it on LinkedIn, and put it anywhere where you can get eyeballs on it. Go put it on our Instagram bio and go troll on fucking meme page comments, you know? Just get eyeballs on it. And a few questions that I know everyone's gonna have. This is the first one and the biggest one. How long should my video sales letter be? I hear this every day. I can't do a video sales letter like you teach me because my prospects they don't have the time to watch a 30-minute video, or they don't have the time to watch a 20-minute video. They don't have time for this. First of all, that's cope. Though I guarantee you, your prospects have watched a movie in the last few months. People, if someone has time to watch a movie, they have time to watch your video sales letter. They have wasted 20 to 30 minutes doing something way dumber than watching a video sales letter. The only reason why people are not watching your 20-minute video is because it's terrible. Your audio quality is bad, your video quality is bad, your presentation is terrible, your actual script is terrible, your headline is terrible. It's terrible. So of course people are not watching it. You know, it's like, why Oppenheimer is like over 3 hours, I think. I don't know. I never saw it, but Oppenheimer is like over 3 hours. Bunch of busy, rich, successful people went and saw it, and they sit through the whole movie. So they do have the time, but the only reason why they watched through it was because it was good content. It was useful for them because it was entertaining. So if people are not watching your video sales letter, it's not because they don't have the time. It is because you created a bad video sales letter, and that's fine. You're gonna do that. It's gonna happen. Your first VSL is gonna be terrible. It's a learning process. I have spent years doing this. I have spent almost $100,000. I have invested like over almost $100,000 in consulting and coaching just to write video sales letters. I have spent almost 100K on that in the last 2 years, and it's the best investment I've ever made in my life. It's gonna take a bit of time to get good at them, but don't say that people don't have the time, because that's cope. And also one thing here is like, let's say you have a 60-minute video sales letter. It's like people have different buying temperature. People have different criteria that they need. Someone is going to start watching your video sales letter. They're going to see the claim, and your claim is going to be, hey, we are going to grow accounting companies and you're going to make extra 100K if you're an accounting company owner. Someone is going to see that, like, okay, that is great. I'm interested. But I'm not sure if this is true. Then they're going to go to your proof section. Hey, here's some results. They're going to be like, okay, that's all I need. I'm booking a call. Someone needs only like 3 minutes. Then someone is like, okay, I'm not sure if this is for me. Well, okay, I need the core concept. I need to see the background story. And then they see like one activity step. Okay, this person clearly knows what he's talking about, or she talks about, I'll book a call. And someone is really skeptical and they watch through the whole thing before booking a call. So people need different levels of information. Someone only is gonna watch 3 minutes. Someone's gonna watch full 60 minutes. Someone's gonna watch 30 minutes. Someone's gonna watch 2 hours if there's 2 hours to watch. People are different. But if you have a 3-minute video sales letter, all of the people who needed more information are not gonna book. So don't worry about the length of it. Just worry about the content of it and the presentation of it. Second thing, how often should I update my VSL? So this is really important. A lot of people, they create a video sales letter today, and then 6 months later, they have the same video sales letter, even though they are 1,000 times smarter and better and more educated about their niche. Update your video sales letter every single time when you get some critical information. Sometimes you create a video sales letter, you upload it to your landing page, then 3 days later, you go on a sales call and you have a prospect that says, hey, I went through your video sales letter and I had this one question from it. Or I went through your video on your landing page, I had this one question, and you're gonna know, okay, I have to update it, I need to re-record it. Again, it's 3 days later, and the prospect asks, I just didn't understand how you can scrape a lead list. So then you know, okay, I need to make it more clear on the video sales letter, so people are not gonna think about that before they hop into a call. Boom. So update it every single time when you have some critical information, or maybe someone tells you, yeah, I saw your claim and actually, or I saw your video, and actually really funny that you mentioned that, like, our biggest pain hasn't been hiring a sales team, but our biggest pain has been managing a sales team, or ramping up a sales team, or the churn of sales reps. So like, okay, I need to go and change my headline. So instead of without hiring a sales team, you say without churning all of your SDRs. So once again, it becomes better. And I know it can be boring, it can be painful, it can be annoying to go and update it and refilm it, and you think, I don't need to do it, but trust me, it pays off. It's so valuable to do. So update it every single time when you get new information. And then also something that you might be wondering, how to use my video sales letter. Okay, now I have filmed it, I have recorded, what do I do now? Put it on a landing page, put it on a LinkedIn profile, put it on YouTube. When you're sending follow-ups between sales, like after sales calls or on emails, whatever, link it there. If you have pre-call or post-call automations or email flows in your sales process, put it there. So for example, if someone books a call, say, hey, before the call, make sure I watch the full video. You can use this as a sales process. So when you have the whole document written out, you can literally use this as a sales script because it answers all the questions that the prospect has or might have. So you can use the sales script. You can take small pieces out of it. Like if you have 30 pages or 40 pages or 50 pages, you can take one of those pages and create a LinkedIn post about it or a YouTube video about it or whatever it might be. Once again, good content. So use it everywhere. If it's well written, use it everywhere. So I'm going to show you an example of what our sales letter looks like, because you're probably interested about that. So this is a sales letter that we wrote for our agency, and keep in mind it's not completely ready yet because we are doing a bit of more research to make sure that all of our points are correct, and And I know these things, because it's a brand new VSL, so we are taking some sales calls and making sure that everything's correct there, and making sure that we have full feedback, because it's a pretty long one, but this is pretty much what it looks like. And you will see how all of these elements that I just went through, how these are going to be applied here. So the first thing, we are calling out the niche, and we have a headline. And here you can see we are not using the exact same headline that I showed in the example. And the reason for this is really simple. This is actually a headline that one extremely smart person in the industry told us, hey, you should use this as an identification headline. So we are trying this out. Then we have our proof section. So first, boom, bold claim. Hey, growth marketing for those who want to become unicorns. This is obviously a really, really bold claim. So then they're going to think, okay, how do we know that we can trust these guys? So the first thing they see, bunch of logos. Boom, we have worked with PyDrive, we have worked with Instantly, we have worked with Outgrow, we have worked with this, we have worked with that. Boom, 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 boom. Then they see more case studies. Hey, we made these guys, we made these people 5 million in 52 days. We made them 650K in 90 days. We are filling out PyDrive's quota. We are getting them 10 conversions every month on their mid to high tier plans, converting 90% of the leads on annual plans, a month-to-month basis. So like they see this, they see this, and they say like, okay, these people know what they're doing. Identification section. Who is this for? If you're a founder, boom, boom, boom. We describe our perfect client here. As you can see, it's not just 3 points. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points. So they see all of these things. Boom. The training wheels are off. So these are core concepts, and here we explain what does our prospect need to understand. They need to understand that, hey, investors are not just blindly throwing money around anymore. You need to have some traction, you need to have product market fit, you need to have some kind of like valuable unit economic case for a startup before people want to invest. And here's proof of it. Here's like Crunchbase actually has proof of it. Boom, okay, I understand it. This is really important. A founder sees this, they're like, okay, we actually need to start doing some cold email or whatever we need to start doing. Digital ad spend is getting more expensive. Boom, boom, boom. Then we have our team. Obviously, we have 4 people in our team, so we just say, hey, we were founded 2023 through merging of 3 B2B leads, through merging of 3 B2B growth and lead generation companies. Here's all of our team members. We have over 9 years of combined experience. We have worked with all of PyDrive, Instantly, Instantly. Obviously, all of these are huge companies and 5 other clients in numerous B2B verticals. We are certified experts in these tools, and we have made over $30 million, blah, 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 blah. We have been featured here. Our offices are here. And then we go into the activity steps. Step 1, customer prospect interviews on market solution and probing. So we explain this. We show like we have a bunch of stuff here. We explain everything like why this is important, how to do it, why it matters, we give examples, third-party examples, our own examples, we answer questions that they might have, we give examples, we give them scripts, blah, 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 blah. Boom, as you can see, we explain them how the process works, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6, then we go into summary. Hey, all you need to do is this. Now we have 2 choices. Option 1, do it yourself, but it's gonna be hard, expensive, and you're probably not gonna succeed because of these things. Or you can work with us and you can start closing 5 to 10 new clients each month and get on the path to become the next unicorn in the next 3 to 6 months. Again, who is this for? Boom, case studies, boom, case study, 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 blah, 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 blah. So obviously when someone goes through this, they know that we know our stuff. The outcomes, okay, these are gonna be the benefits. Hey, next steps. If you want to, like, if you would want to do this yourself, it would cost you 200 to 400K per year. We are only a fraction of the cost. Here's what you get. Boom, boom. You get all of these things. Instead of paying 200 to 400K, work with us. Book a discovery call here. Personal approach, our guarantee. If by 120 days of working together we're not able for whatever reason generate you 2 ideal customers per week, all of our work will be on the house. To summarize everything, these are the things you get. Book a call. So this is pretty much, as you can see, the exact same structure. We have done a lot of these in the past 2 years and it works extremely, extremely well. We have done hundreds of these. So as I promised, if you want my free VSL template and training, go get the 24-hour LGA Kickstart. It's going to be the first link in bio. It's free course. It shows you how to start your own B2B lead generation agency in the first 24 hours. It's completely free. And even if you don't want to start a B2B lead generation agency, go get the VSL templates and training. It's going to be in module 5. It's going to have the whole funnel structure. It also has a landing page template, etc., etc., etc. It's going to be really great, of course. And then if you want to work closer with me and our team and have us do your sales letters, do your VSLs, consult you on your cold email campaigns and just growing your agency, also go check out angelvelocity.io. It's our mastermind. Join that. I don't think we have spots right now open, but go read it, join the waitlist, like the video, subscribe. Let me know in the comments what you want me to talk about next. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. If you run or are planning to run a growth marketing agency in the year 2025, the chances are that for you to scale it anywhere, 30, 40, 50, 100,000 a month, you're gonna have to compete. You know, you are gonna have competitors, and you're gonna have to go against them and beat them and win them and be better than them for you to actually make it work. Because if you don't, and if you just keep getting absolutely destroyed by your competition, if they get all the clients, if they have all the good working campaigns, if they get all the money, you're gonna be left with nothing. You're gonna be just sitting there, your dick in your hand, sad, binging Iman Gut's videos. You know, it's like, that's what's gonna happen, sorry. So yeah, in this video, I'm gonna go over like the number one thing, the number one concept or number one strategy or approach that you need to use when you are competing in the year 2025, you know, and this is applicable to any market. So the markets that are really saturated, there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of similar offers, and it also applies to the markets where there really isn't any competition. And it actually is really based on this because these markets should be approached in a different way. So yeah, we're gonna go through that. It's gonna be super exciting if you run a growth marketing agency. So you do like lead gen, ads, creatives, copywriting, email marketing. This is gonna be perfect for you. And obviously, if you're wondering now, what the fuck this dude with a funny dumb accent and shitty pronunciation, this turned into a self-deprecation fucking cuckold fest. My bad. But yeah, if you're thinking why I'm talking about this, it's like over the past 2.5 years, we've worked with over 500 growth marketing agencies, helped them scale to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100,000, 120,000 a month. We scaled our own agency and consulting business to over 7 figures, made our clients tens of millions of dollars through this stuff. So this is like the number one concept that we look at when we start working with someone, no matter if it's done for you client or done with you client consulting or whatever. We always look at this first because this is going to dictate how we approach the campaigns, what kind of funnels we need to build. Do we even need to build funnels? What do we say in our headlines? What kind of offers? What kind of pricing? All of these things. It pretty much impacts everything. It's really fundamental. So that's why I wanted to share this with you. But yeah, also, if you are a long-term subscriber, an absolute stud, aka, you might have seen that I haven't been on YouTube for the past like 2 months. I haven't been uploading much. And the reason for that is really simple. I have been working on the third iteration or variation of Agent Velocity. So if you know, we have this consulting company, Agent Velocity. This is the logo, super cool. And we pretty much help growth marketing agencies scale. I was just knee deep in that stuff, creating our new offer, creating new SOPs, team, coding like a custom built platform, redoing all the modules, fucking working a lot on that. So that's why I wasn't here. I was just making sure that it's really good because we have a pretty crazy guarantee. And also a shameless plug, before we even get into the video, if you are a growth marketing agency and you want to add $10,000 into the monthly recurring revenue in the next 16 weeks, go check out agentsvelocity.io. The link is also in the description. There's a video that shows you all the pricing, guarantees, all that stuff. And yeah, we have a crazy guarantee. If you don't get the results, you don't pay. It's really good stuff. So go check it out, book a call, blah, 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 whatever. And now that we got the intro done, I'm gonna shut my lights. I wanna be in the darkness. I'm a fucking Myro goblin. I'm a whiteboard goblin. So yeah, here's the whiteboard that we're gonna be looking at. Here's the stuff that we're gonna be looking at today. So first of all, before we get into it, I just want to make it extremely clear that this concept of market sophistication isn't, I didn't come up with it, not even close. I didn't create it. This is originally created by the one and only, the GOAT, Eugene Schwartz. And yeah, fucking, he created this like, I think 1960s. And at least I think that it's like one of the most important, if not the most important marketing and business concept out there. You know, it's super fucking important. So all credit goes to Eugene. I have just taken this and I have applied it to our cold email campaigns, our offers, our agent scaling stuff. So I just want to give you my perspective on how to use this, because once again, I think this is the most important concept in business. If I could only use one thing in copywriting and marketing, this would be the thing. And also, if you haven't read Breakthrough Advertising, go read this shit. I think this is like, what is it? Yeah, 125. You can get it for free, of course. You can pirate it, but don't pirate shit. That's like a rat behavior. Don't be a fucking rat. Bad karma, not good energy. So go and just buy it. It's gonna be the highest ROI investment that you can make in your life. This is the best book ever created on planet Earth. Just breakthroughadvertising.com or whatever the fuck. But yeah, so pretty much what the concept of market sophistication states is that markets have different levels of sophistication. Pretty fucking simple. So here on the left side, we have the level of market sophistication. So the taller the box is, the higher the sophistication is, And then when we go right, it means that the time, amount, or quality of buying experiences increases, And as the levels increase, the skepticism of your prospect increases. So here we can see, like, we have level 1, which pretty much means that the market is completely new. There's a really low amount of time that the offer has existed, or a similar offer has existed. There's really small amount of players in the market, so there's really no competition. And there's people haven't really had buying experiences buying this thing. So just for the sake of example, let's use cold email lead generation as an example. When you find a new market where no one has ever sold cold email lead generation, you're gonna be here on level 1. This is the birth of the market. No one has ever heard about cold email lead generation, or maybe they have, but they have never been offered it in their niche, and they're not super educated. And because of this, they don't really have much skepticism. There's no competition, there's no offers. They just don't fucking know. So these markets still exist. Like a great example, a few years ago when I started doing cold email lead generation in the Finnish market, I started doing it in Finland. There was 0 people doing it. There were 0 cold email lead generation guys out there. Zero competitors. So when I went in there, no one had fucking ever heard about this. So this was the birth of the market. And then as time goes on, like we go from level 1, level 2, like if you're in level 1 and you're absolutely crushing it, you're growing, you're getting sick clients, people are going to start noticing that. They're like, what the fuck, this guy's doing cold email lead generation and making a lot of money. Let me get a piece of that pie, man. Let me get into that. So then like these people start noticing it and they start competing with you, and you move into level 2, and level 3 and level 4. And the more competitors, more offers there are in the market, the more skeptical people get. Yeah, of course, the more skeptical they are, the harder it is to fucking sell. So this is pretty much why the levels of market sophistication has been created, so you can identify what level you are at and do your marketing correctly, Because if you do level 1 marketing in a level 4 market, you're going to get absolutely fucked, and vice versa. If you do level 4 marketing in a level 1 market or level 2 market, once again, you're going to get fucked. You're not going to make any money. It's not going to work. So it's going to be really important to be able to identify what market you are in. So for most offers out there that have existed for a few years, like marketing offers, we're going to be mainly being here like level 3, level 4. Like if you're in a general market, you're selling to SaaS, you're selling to fucking whatever companies in like US, like you're going to be mostly here like level 3, level 4. But there's still markets here in like level 1, level 2, like smaller European countries. The Asian market is really untapped. The African market is really untapped with a lot of this marketing stuff. So a lot of it is like level 1 or level 2. There really isn't players in this market. But what I want you to first think about, or first look at, is look at your own niche, and just look at it and think, okay, how much competition there is. Level 1 is that there's no competition. Level 2 means that there's like almost no competition. There's like few people you are competing against. Level 3 is like when you already have tens of competitors. People are like, have been getting these offers already a lot. And level 4 when there's like a fuck ton of competition, like if you look at like email marketing for e-commerce, we're like level 4 or level 5. So why this is important is, like I said, you have to match your marketing to the level that you are in. So let's just walk through this levels step by step and what the marketing is gonna look like there. So first, level 1. If you go into a market where there's no competition, so let's say you find like a completely blue ocean. Let's say you have like a unique language advantage. Let's say you speak, let's say you speak like fucking Turkish. I think that's the language they speak in Turkey. Let's say you speak Turkish. Is that right? Turkey language. Yeah, Turkish. Boom. So, bro, I'm gonna look fucking retarded making a Google search on the video. But yeah, so let's say you speak Turkish and you know the Turkish market really well and you are Turkish yourself, whatever. And you identify that, hey, in Turkey, these B2B companies don't really get offered lead generation, cold email stuff. Like there's really no one offering cold email to these Turkish companies. Let me get in on that. Let me go make a change on that. Let me go introduce this new offer or this new thing, this market, and you start selling cold email lead generation in the Turkish market. You're gonna have no competition. No one's ever heard of this, so you're gonna be at level 1. This is the birth of the market. And here, pretty much what you do is you just make any claim. You know, it's a new thing. No one has ever heard of it. As long as it's a good offer, like you can just make any claim. And I don't mean that make any claim that like promise them fucking, hey, I'm gonna make fucking $1 trillion for you in a day. Like I mean that you don't have to make any big bold claims. You don't have to introduce unique mechanisms. You don't have to do any special fairy dust magic. You know, it's gonna be just really powerful on its own because you're the first one into the market. You know? So yeah, just make any claim. Hey, I will generate you leads. I will use cold email and generate you leads. That's the offer that you're gonna be running there. Nothing else. If you go above and beyond, you're just gonna confuse these people. You know, the new offer is in itself just a fucking like confusing thing for them because they have never heard of it. So you don't want to add any more complexity to it. Just say, hey, I'll offer you some leads. Boom. You're going to do that for a while. You're going to do it for a month, 2 months, 6 months. And suddenly people are going to be being aware of that. And they say, hey, this guy is fucking making bank in the Turkish market. We want to get into that, get in on that as well. So we're going to start getting your first few competitors. So here, pretty much what you're just going to be competing on is the size of the claim. If you are saying, hey, I'm gonna get you some more leads, and your competitor starts saying, hey, I'm gonna get you 5 leads in a month, for you to beat them on level 2, you're just gonna say, hey, I'm gonna get you 10 leads. Then the other person is gonna say, I'm gonna get you 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100. And this is how these like fucking crazy claims come up. Like people come up with these crazy claims. Like sometimes if you look at like e-commerce, Facebook ad agencies, like you see sometimes on their landing page, like, hey, we get you a 10x ROAS in 3 days. It's like, man, that's not fucking possible. But yeah, you just make a bigger claim. And of course, once again, this has to be completely backed by like actual like good service delivery. So you can't say that you're gonna get them 20 leads a month if you can only get them 10. So from like the business development perspective or product development perspective, you also, as you are engaging in this competition, you also have to be just working on how to make your own offer better or how you can deliver more leads to your clients. So if you are able to deliver 5 leads a month and you get a new competitor and they start saying, hey, I'm gonna get you 10 leads a month, for you to actually compete with them, you have to figure out how you can start getting 15 or 20 leads a month to your clients. That's gonna be your number one thing. And then of course, showing that in your marketing. Level 3, so this is pretty much like where market starts maturing a bit more, you know? Like people have already heard all of these big claims. They've already heard like, I'll get you 100 leads in a day, whatever. They've heard all of these bullshit claims and they don't believe any of that shit, you know? Like they don't believe the claim. So you can make the biggest claim in the world. They're not gonna believe that because they've already heard it a million times, you know? So now we have to introduce a mechanism that offers a logical reason why your claim is achievable, you know, because people don't believe the claims anymore. You need to have some proof. You need to have some logic behind it. Hey, the reason why we're able to get you 20 leads is because we use this process. You know, we use personalized cold emails, or we send targeted emails, or we have a better infrastructure, we can send more emails. We send you 1,000 emails a day, whatever. So you need to introduce a mechanism that offers a logical reason why a claim is achievable. And yeah, this is gonna go on for a while. It usually takes a long time for a market to go from level 3 to level 4. But once people once again have heard all the mechanisms, all of these fucking personalized cold emails and this and that and this and that, you have to create a better mechanism or an upgraded version of the previous mechanism. So an example of this. So if you look at the mechanism, you know, what the fuck is this? So if you look at like a mechanism or what it normally looks like to deliver results, you know? So this is like something that I've drawn multiple times, but I think it's super fucking important. Boom. So every single time when there's any transaction happening, any single time when anyone buys anything, it's because they want a transformation. There is zero purchases made in this day and age, or in any day and age, where people are not looking for a transformation. If you are hungry, boom, you want the transformation of not being hungry anymore, so you go to McDonald's. You know, like that's why people buy McDonald's, because they want to go from hungry to not hungry, or from bored to not bored, you know? So there's like that transformation. So people are looking to, like, for example, if you're selling a cold email lead generation service, people are not generating enough of leads and they want to be generating X amount of leads. They want to be generating more leads. So for you to offer this transformation, for you to get them this transformation, you are going to have a process. You're going to first do thing X, thing Y, thing Z, thing A, B, and C, whatever. You are going to have a process. You're going to have steps that you take to take them from A to B. So for example, if you offer a cold email lead generation and you help people go from no outbound to generating 10 leads a month from outbound, you're first probably gonna identify their niche. Then you're gonna create a cold email infrastructure. Then you're gonna launch campaigns and write cold email copy. And then you're gonna do inbox management. That's your step, you know? So in level 3, this is pretty much what you're just gonna be using in your marketing. Hey, the reason why we are able to get you from A to B is because of this process. You're gonna be showing these process steps. You're gonna be showing them, hey, this is what we do. This is why we do this. This is how we do this. This is why we do this. This is why this is super fucking important. And you're gonna be logically showing them that, hey, this is a legit process, and you're gonna be making a logical argument why this process works so fucking well. But once people have been doing this for a while, and all of your prospects have seen a bunch of these different versions of the mechanism, we have to once again upgrade this process. We have to make this process better. So how do we do that? Is we usually take one piece. You can take multiple pieces, but usually what we do is we take one piece and we just try to make it better. But of course, if you can do it for multiple steps of the process, it's going to be better. But for example, let's say here, the step process is identify niche, cold email infrastructure, write cold email copy, do inbox management. Maybe we can identify here that, hey, instead of just sending normal cold email campaigns, we can use Clay to do like, we can use Clay to do hyper personalization. We can do like crazy fucking personalized campaigns with Clay and it's gonna work better or something, I don't know. Evergreen, streaming tables, whatever. You know, so then when we are competing against these people here, we're going to be competing against everyone's mechanism. We're going to be saying, hey, the reason why we can get you from A to B, the reason why we can get you from doing no outbound to 10 leads a month is because we have this process, and our process is better than everyone else's because we actually use Clay and our emails are more personalized, you know? So because better tech or better process, better results, you know? Or here we can use AI inbox managers, or here we can have like a better cold email infra. We get better deliverability. But we are pretty much just showing the prospects that, hey, we have a better process than the average company in our industry, and that's why you should work with us, because our process is better, you're gonna get better results. And it doesn't always have to be like a better, like, it doesn't always have to mean that you're getting bigger results with a better process. It can also mean that it's faster or it's cheaper. Hey, we use AI inbox managers, and because AI inbox managers, we don't have to hire humans, so we can do this for cheaper for you. Or we can get you, we can do this faster for you because we don't need to train anyone to do it. Or we have cold email infrastructure that doesn't need the 14-day warm-up period, so we can start today instead of in 2 weeks. So we can get you faster results. You know, so you're pretty much just improving your process and improving parts of your fulfillment, so you can get bigger results, faster results, or cheaper results. You know, and that's the goal. So you're going to be pretty much just iterating on your mechanism and showing in your marketing why your mechanism is better than everyone else's. And then level 5, if you ever get to level 5, so level 5 is like big consumer, like soda, candy, running shoes, you know, like these are like so fucking like massive niches. There's like so much competition that these are like extremely skeptical, extremely sophisticated markets. So here, like the market's level of skepticism at the maximum, and they no longer believe in any mechanisms because they've heard all of them. So new advanced marketing strategies must be activated. So this is usually like identification or branding or whatever the fuck. But really rare, I have never really seen like a agency niche be in this stage, never. Or at least I haven't been able to identify it myself. So like the main thing to keep in mind here is just like identify what stage your company is in or your agency is working in, and tailoring your marketing towards that stage, because otherwise you're going to be completely doing the wrong shit. Like if you're going to be just making like random claims here, and you're actually in a level 4 market when everyone else is competing on the mechanism and like upgraded version of the mechanism, obviously you're gonna fucking lose. But the same thing here is like if you're at a level 1 or level 2 market where people are just like getting introduced this new thing and they just care about the size of the claim, if you try to introduce some like super fucking cool mechanism that no one even understands, like once again, your market is gonna fall on deaf ears, if that's the saying. No one's gonna fucking care, you know? So it's like extremely important to identify this stuff. And if you wanna learn more about it, I would check out Breakthrough Advertising by Eugene Schwartz. Also, like I said in the beginning of the video, if you run a growth marketing agency and you are doing over $3,000 a month and you already have some experience with outbound, go check out the link below, agentsvelocity.io. We will add $10,000 to your monthly recurring revenue in the next 16 weeks or you don't pay. And yeah, we are getting the first wave of people in. So we have like a really good price right now. It's gonna be going up in a few months probably when we get more feedback. Maybe in a few weeks, I don't know. So go check that out, book a call, like the video, blah, 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 blah. Thanks for watching, bye. A bit over 4 years ago, I was running a B2B sales agency. I had 5 people in the team, we had 1 client, and we were pretty much closing and sourcing deals for them on commission basis. And we were doing absolutely fantastic. We were really great. The performance was really high. Everything was super smooth. But then one day, this company approaches us and they are a supplement company and they say, hey dude, like I heard that you guys are really great. I know you can sell. Could you sell these supplements for me? And we're like, interesting. Have never really thought about this industry, but let's look into it. So we do a bit of research. We look into their numbers. We look at their profit margins. We look at all of these things going on in their company. And we see that damn, like these guys are fucking selling a lot of supplements with really poor sales practices and the profit margins are crazy. So instead of being a smart person, smart agency owner, and taking this client on, we decide, hey, with 2 of my co-founders, hey, let's just start our own supplement company. You know, let's just do it. Can't be that hard. So we find a manufacturing company to manufacture the supplements in Finland for us, like really actually high quality supplements. I hire 15 sales guys from my own network. We rent out this super cool, sick office. We onboard them, we figure out the systems, we give them the laptops, boom, 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 boom. We're ready to sell, yeah? So it was like, it was a few weeks. We were ready to start selling these deals. We got like the courier company to ship the things out, etc. And we started selling. And like 2-3 weeks go by and we were doing like 3,000-4,000 euros a day. Oh, damn. This stuff is crazy. This stuff is working really well. And because these were like consumers buying supplement products, like this could actually build up like some valuation. Like this company could be worth selling at some point. So after a month or 2, we ask for this advisor to come in and we tell him, hey, could you please look at this company? Do you think this company has any value? Like, could we actually sell it? And he goes, yeah, like if you continue with this growth trajectory in a few months, like it's going to be worth like 1.2 million. And I'm like, damn, I own like 40% of the company. I'm like, damn, that's pretty good. Like, that's pretty fire. And like in my head, I was like, okay, this is how I'm going to fucking make my first million. Like this is going to be my $1 million business. So I'm excited as hell. So we keep ramping up the sales up, etc. We knew how to sell really well. I was running the sales team. I was in charge of that operation. And a few months later, we burned and crashed the whole company down. And the reason why we burned and crashed the whole company down wasn't because we weren't able to get customers, or it wasn't because of our marketing skills, or it wasn't even because our product was super bad. The reason was because we had no back-end systems or operations to run anything. Pretty much what we were doing is we were bringing on crazy amount of people, new customers, and then these customers would just fucking get lost into the abyss. Like we would send them the package, we didn't know who to invoice, who had paid the invoice already, someone had a refund, so we wanted to we didn't know how to get it back. It's like everything was a huge mess. And it was just getting worse and worse and worse because the amount of people we were closing. So in the end, we just fucking refunded anyone, didn't send any invoices out, gave everyone free products and fucking shut the company down because it was so impossible to run. It just became a fucking big mess. So what I learned from this experience is that, hey, this could have been my first $1 million 4 years ago, or €1 million, but it wasn't because we didn't have good systems. And because of that, we're going to be talking about systems and operations for your agency today. Because, yeah, having great systems could be the difference between you making $1 million and you getting left Like you end up being like in debt and no company, because that's what happened to me. That's another story, but I had to take a personal debt loan to fucking pay our sales guys. Terrible. But yeah, so we're gonna be talking about how to build systems. I have been in the last like 6-7 years building a lot of agencies, working a lot of businesses. We've worked with over 500 agencies the past 3 years, 2.5 years. Scaled a lot of them to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 120,000. We've built our own agency to over 100,000. And yeah, it's like been doing a lot of systems and operations and hiring and training and managing a team. And I've also spent a lot of money on this. Like last year we brought on an amazing consultant, paid him 35K, boom, teach us this stuff, show us how to fix this. We don't want to make the same mistake again. And that's what we did. So in this video, you're gonna get my system for creating systems in your agency. So you don't have to work in the business, and you can work on the business, and you can actually scale predictably and not destroy your company like I did, you know? So it's pretty great stuff. So if you run an agency, this is not going to be super relevant for you if you're at like 0 a month, or like if you're just have like one client. But if you're doing like 10, 15, 20, 30, 50,000 a month, then this is going to be highly, highly valuable for you. So yeah, so to hop into this presentation, I only have 4 slides, so I wouldn't really call it a presentation, but just to make sure I keep on track. How to build systems for your agency. And pretty much before we go into it, we first have to understand what actually is a system. So there's a lot of these words that people like to throw around on YouTube, saying, systems and SOPs and automations and this and that, you know? Like, I think it's super clear, or it's super important that we get really clear on what is a system first. So system is pretty much a process of doing something in your business. So for example, here is an example of a system on how to onboard a client. A client agrees on partnership and terms. We schedule the onboarding call. The contract gets sent to the client, both parties sign the contract, invoice is sent to the client pays the invoice, onboarding call, blah, 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 blah. And here we can also outline who is responsible for it, but that doesn't really matter. Like this is pretty much a system. This is a process. Every single time when a client comes into the agency, this is what happens. It's predictable. And then inside these systems, we might have SOPs, aka standard operating procedures, aka just standardized ways to do things. So for example, if every single time when we do an onboarding calls, we have to just like freestyle it, it's going to be really bad. So we can have a system or an SOP for hosting an onboarding call, you know? And this is pretty much what it can look like. Standard operating procedure, SOP, hosting a 60-minute onboarding call. And then on this SOP, we outline what is the objective, what is the preparation we have to do, what do we do during the call, what questions do we ask, what things are really important to figure out, what do we do post-call, how do we debrief the team, how do we follow up with the client, blah, 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 you know? Like we have a system, and inside the system, there's different things that we have to do every single time the same way, or creating a Slack channel, you know? Like every single time when we create a Slack channel, it's like, boom, this is how you do it, you know? So a lot of people are in their agency, they're just like super hyper obsessed in creating different SOPs, but they don't really know what they're creating the SOPs for, you know? And this like is a great example, like a mistake most agencies make, and I see this, it's like they are there alone, maybe they're doing 20,000 a month, they have a few VAs, they have this and that there, and they have just like some random SOPs they have made, like whatever, maybe they have gotten them somewhere else. They have some cryptic Loom recordings of like some processes they have tried to like systemize. Some of the processes inside their head, and they do like ad hoc random hires. Like they're super busy and they're like, fuck, like I don't have time for this, so I'll just hire someone to help me out maybe. So then they go and they hire a fucking copywriter or something, I don't know. They go and they hire some random copywriter to do something, and then the copywriter like maybe helps them right now, but then like after a few weeks the copywriter is completely useless and they have to end up firing them, and it's a fucking big mess. Like there's no organization in a lot of people's agencies where they try to systemize stuff. So pretty much the foundation of all systems is always the organizational chart. You have to know what are the actual communication what are the actual like relationships between these roles, like who is actually leading the company, who's reporting to who, what different major tasks there are, what kind of people there are in the business, etc. Because then when you know this, you know, okay, we can like really easily map out like, okay, for marketing, we had 3 roles for marketing. We have someone who scrapes leads, we have someone who writes cold email copy, we have someone who makes sure that our emails get delivered. And then you can pretty much measure here, like really like in an easy to track way, is like, hey, how do we know that this person is actually doing their job? Like how do we actually measure their success? what are the KPIs they need to hit every single day that this department keeps running, and also what tasks do they need to do every single day. And then you can build the processes and systems, etc. So you might have a lead generation process. So instead of having like an onboarding call process, you have a lead generation process. So first thing is buy infrastructure, second thing is scrape leads, third thing is like write copy, fourth thing is like review copy, fifth thing is fucking upload it to the email sender, sixth thing is launch campaigns, make sure settings are okay, seventh thing is inbox management, eighth thing is fucking review whatever, and they're gonna assign that, okay, like these things are done by the lead scraping expert, and these things are done by the copywriter, and these things are done by the deliverability experts. And then for every single task, you're gonna have an SOP. So then when the lead scraping expert goes to scrape the lead list, they can look at the Google document like this. It's like, okay, how the fuck do I do this? You know? So super simple stuff. And if you don't have an organizational chart right now for your agency, but you're starting to hit that 10K, 15K month mark, and you feel that it's really necessary, I can promise you it is. I also have a video about this. I'm gonna also link it in the description. So after this video, go watch that before you do any systemization, you know? Otherwise it's gonna be really hard. You're gonna just end up in a situation where you're just hiring random people and you have no fucking idea what they should be doing and what their daily tasks are and what are their KPIs. So like systematizing anything is gonna be like fucking impossible. So pretty much what I wanna do is I wanna just quickly go over my own system on how to create systems. So this is like, you can go into a really, really deep rabbit hole here, but pretty much for creating systems, you should have a system for that. You know, like every single week, we look at all of our recurring tasks. Are they systemized? We improve the systems. Okay, how do we decide what systems we make? When we make a system, how do we make it? Blah, 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 blah. You know, like there should be a system for making systems. It sounds crazy, but that is, because then you make sure that like every system that you create is always fucking the same, you know, or it's always done to the same level. Like a lot of people have this is like, there's like 3 different people making systems and SOPs in the business, and then they all look fucking different, and they're all in the different places, and they all have different elements. And it's like, once again, like in a short-term time frame, if you do that for a few months, it's gonna be fine. But if you do it for 3 years, you're gonna be absolutely fucked, you know, because it's gonna be such a big mess to operate. So this is my system for creating systems. It works hella well. So the first thing you want to do, and this is pretty much like the start of creating any systems, you first have to identify a clear core process, you know? Like you have to first figure out what the fuck should you systemize. And there's really, in my experience, there's no right or wrong answer for this, because of course you should systemize everything. But how I always like to look at it is, okay, what is right now taking a lot of like our resources? So what is costing a lot of money right now, or what is taking a lot of time, or what is taking a lot of brain capacity, or what is just super important piece of the business. And those are usually pretty good ways to start out with systemizing. If you right now have team members and they are doing something actively and there's no systems and SOPs created for them, like start with them, you know? But first thing, you want to identify a clear core process. And once again, it's like we can go into a deep rabbit hole. Every single one of these parts of the business, they can have its own SOP. So here we can have an SOP for identifying core processes. So it's like, who does it? When do we do it? Why do we do it? What are the resources? What is the definition of done? Step by step on how to do this. So every single fucking step here can have its own SOP, you know? Then when you have identified a clear core process, let's say it's lead scraping, let's say it's lead generation, let's say it's sales calls, whatever. What we want to do is we want to take that process and we want to document it using flowcharts and SOPs, you know? Like a lot of people, a big mistake they make is they're like, okay, I'm going to create a system right now for taking sales calls. And then they write up the system and they map it out, but they don't map it out based on how they're doing it right now, but they map it out based on how they think how they think it should be done right now. And that creates a lot of inaccuracies because it's not the process that you use right now. And once again, for this, we can have an SOP on how to do this. COO, resources, boom, 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 how do we do it, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to go through every single SOP on this video, but pretty much it's just important that you understand the core process. First, you identify what you want to systemize, you know, what is important, what is urgent right now, what is taking a lot of your space. And then you go and you create, like you document the process. Like how does the process work? What happens first? What happens then? What happens then? What happens then? What happens then? And you can literally do this exact same process. Create a flow chart and create an SOP for these things. Then what you want to do, a lot of people miss this, is after you have created that, is complete the process using the documentation. So do the process yourself. Let's say you make a system for scraping leads, like then take the fucking system and scrape leads exactly like the system shows and see if you did something wrong. And a lot of cases you're gonna see like, this is not actually how I do it, this is not actually the smartest way. So actually test it yourself, see if it works. Then are there opportunities to automate parts of the process? So you might identify that, damn, this could actually be automated, this could actually be done with this tool, this could be done with this tool. If you identify those opportunities, create possible automation for the process and then do the process again. Boom. Then, when you have gone through, you have identified the process, you documented it, you have tried it yourself, then you want to assign responsibilities for the process. So who does it? If it's just you, then it's obviously going to be just you who is there. But let's say you have an inbox manager, you have a cold email copywriter, you have a lead scraper, a domain guy, you have a fucking accountant, you have this and that. Okay, who has to do this? You know, don't just create the system and just fucking put it in your Google Drive and like call it a day. Like actually decide who does this every day or how often it is. Who does this every single week, and go up to them and tell them, hey, this is a system, this is a process for fucking scraping leads. I want you to do this every single time when a campaign has less than 200 new leads to contact. And you can find the information from here. Boom. Then set up KPIs and tracking. Okay, what are the actual KPIs for this? How do we know that this system is actually being done correctly? And how do we track it every single day? What I like to do, I learned this concept from an operations consultant that we hired last year. It's like he called it standard work checklist. So he created this checklist for every single position or every single person in the team, and like just outlined their like 3 to 5 biggest tasks every single day. And then they go every single day and they just check this list, you know? It's like, first is scrape, check if there's new leads that need to be scraped. Boom, check. If there are new leads to be scraped, scrape the leads. Boom, check. Tell team members that leads have been scraped. Boom, check, whatever it might be, you know? Then when you have decided who has to do it and you've set up KPIs and tracking, run a test pilot of the process and collect feedback. So if you identified or if you decided that, hey, lead scraping specialist is going to do this SOP every single day, it's like, okay, boom, now do it. And sit in a Zoom call with them and look at their screen as they do it, you know? And just see if it's fucking good or bad, you know? And then you might see that they are struggling with some parts, something is not really working, or something's confusing or something is wrong. If that happens, refine process based on feedback and pilot run, you know? Like if they tell you, yeah, this was a little bit confusing, or maybe you see directly with your eyes that it was confusing, fucking redo it or change it and then run the pilot again. And after the pilot is going smoothly and like the actual system is working, you might also identify, does the team require training on the process? Like maybe they are struggling a lot with one part because they just don't have enough of skills to do it. So then you need to conduct training for the team and create necessary training resources. So you might do calls where you train them, or you might create whatever other training resources there are, and then you do it again. Then, super important, implement a continuous improvement loop. So it can be weekly, it can be monthly, it can be quarterly, it can be yearly, but how do we make sure that we actually improve this part of the process every single day, you know, or every single week? So is there a feedback form that your team fills out? Do you hop on a meeting every single month to make sure all of these systems are up to par? Do they send you a message which something is fucked? But how do we make sure that it's getting improved and stays up to date every single day, you know? Do that. Add the documentation and training resources to a knowledge base. So every single company should have a knowledge base, pretty much a knowledge base where you can find all the SOPs, all the training, all the systems, all the fucking call times and all the team members and contracts and payment models and bonus models and clients. And you should have a fucking base like this, you know? You can use Notion. I have used Notion a lot. We used to use Notion for years. Now we use Airtable, which also works really fucking well. You can use ClickUp. You can use, I don't know, use whatever you want. You can use Google Drive, Google Docs. And the last thing is going to be delegate and empower. So motivate your team members to fucking own this process, you know? Like let's say there's a system for lead generation and you give the system, you give it to your marketing department, tell your head of marketing, hey, you are now fucking, you're like responsible for this part of the process right now. You can like make a big impact, blah, 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 whatever it might be. Maybe it's a financial incentive, maybe it's something else. But hey, fucking let's make sure that we keep improving this, adapting. If you have any ideas on how to make it better, give those ideas to me or just fucking implement them if you trust them a lot. and just make sure that someone is the owner of that system or owner of that process, and empower them to make it better and tell them that, hey, it's okay to change it if you think it's going to be better. At least that's what I like to do. But yeah, that's pretty much how you fucking create systems. If you haven't created an org chart, make sure that you go watch that video as well from the description. Like and subscribe, whatever it might be. Take care. One of the biggest differences that I see between the people who scale an agency to 50, 100,000, 150, 200,000 a month, and the people who struggle to scale above like 10, 20,000 a month is their ability to find and hire good talent. It's like one of the biggest life hacks. If you know how to find the right people and get them to work in your agency, you're pretty much golden. Like the amount of growth that you can generate through that is wild. But people don't really talk about hiring because it's usually pretty boring. It's not as cool as cold email campaigns or landing pages or VSLs or none of this stuff. Paid ads, you know, it's not as cool, but it's really important. So that's why today we are gonna be talking about hiring, and I'm gonna run you through in a second through our whole step-by-step hiring funnel that we have used for a few years now. It works extremely well. We have hired and interviewed and gotten like thousands of applications through this. We have used this for our own agency. We have used this for our own clients. We use it for our mastermind members, and yeah, really predictably just find good talent and find good people to scale with. So yeah, also if you're thinking, why does this guy yap about agency hiring? What does he know about operations? I'm not a chief operating officer in our business, but we have worked with over 500 agencies in the past few years, and we have built a 7-figure agency ourselves. And through that, we have had to do a lot of hiring. We also, last year in the beginning of 2023, we also spent like over $50,000 on like operations consultant just to help us optimize this hiring process and optimize a lot of the operations in our business. So you're also gonna be getting some of those $50,000 lessons in this video. So summa summarum, if you are an agency owner, if you run an agency, no matter what kind of an agency, lead generation agency, SMMA agency, AI automation, creative creation, copywriting agency, whatever, email marketing agency, and you know that you want to scale above like 20,000 a month, you will probably need some team members. This is gonna be a perfect video for you. And yeah, I have simplified this into a format that is easy to understand and easy to act on, even if you don't, or even if you haven't done any hiring in the past, because most of the hiring resources out there are really complex, and you have to be like an HR manager of 20 years to understand them. So just for my own sake, I've also made it into a pretty simple format. So let's get into it. Wait, how do I change this? Boom! I have a new recording software and I can just do this. Sorry about that. So on our hiring funnel, the first thing that, of course, like pretty much how I treat hiring. I treat hiring as the same way I treat a sales funnel, you know? It has traffic, it has an offer, it has a conversion mechanism, and then it has follow through to retain the client or retain the hire. So first thing in a sales funnel, and the same thing goes here, is of course going to be traffic. We need some traffic, we need some eyeballs on our job offer or job position so we're able to start hiring. And of course, one thing that I just want to mention before we get into this, of course, the first thing you have to figure out is who you are actually trying to hire. You shouldn't just go out there and hire for the sake of hiring, you know, that's pretty pointless. So there needs to be a role that you have mapped out, you have identified that, okay, we need this person, you know what that person should be doing, you know what they shouldn't be doing, you know how much you're willing to pay them, all of these things. Of course, I'm gonna give you some tips here in this video, but you have some kind of idea who you're looking to hire. And usually how you do this is you do it through time audits and building org charts and mapping out different KPIs in your business. And if that's also something that you want to learn more about, and about the whole back-end operation of how to run a 7-figure agency and how to do these things, you can also drop a comment, and I'll make more videos about this topic because I think it's really important and most people don't talk about it. So anyways, you know your job position, you know who you're hiring, you're gonna need some traffic to get some eyeballs on your job. And in my opinion, when hiring, it's like, yeah, you might have some, if you have like a super specific, extremely high leverage job that you're hiring for, then you might have to hire like a headhunting company, etc. But for 99% of the roles in your agency, you can just literally use these traffic sources. So Facebook, first of all, who the hell uses Facebook anymore? I do. And what I use in Facebook is I use Facebook groups when hiring. It's extremely powerful. Like if you go on Facebook and let's say you're hiring a copywriter, just go to searching groups and just hire copywriters or copywriting or whatever. There's gonna be Facebook groups with like tens of thousands of copywriters where you can post for free. And you can post your job applications. The same thing goes for everything. Cold email, ads, creatives. There's like a huge Facebook groups for all of these different VAs and digital marketers, etc. who are looking for jobs. So what I would do is I would just find like 10 to 20 relevant Facebook groups and I would post your job post into each one of them. More is better in this case. I have learned that. Just get as much traffic as you can to your job post. And you will have more applications to pick from. So yeah, you can just get better quality of people in. But yeah, go on Facebook groups. LinkedIn is great if you have a following, post on your LinkedIn feed. But what I like about LinkedIn is LinkedIn jobs. And if you don't want to pay for LinkedIn, I think you can get 50 of the first applications or 50 something. You can do like a free job post there. We have done it. And we have gotten like a super good applications from LinkedIn. Just posting there, not even being like super corporate, etc. Just posting like a really raw like job post there on LinkedIn jobs. Amazing application. So use LinkedIn. Fiverr you can't post in the same way, but you can go and you can reach out to experts there. I don't use Fiverr as much, but it is a great source to find good talent. Upwork I use a lot. Upwork is absolutely fantastic for finding job posts because on Upwork or finding job applications, because on Upwork you can pretty much do like a post that you're searching for someone to fill this role. You can tag people, you can invite people to it, etc. So I just like to always post on Upwork as well. People are looking for jobs there. There's a lot of really good individuals there and you can see their profiles. So Upwork is great. X, not that good of a platform, but if you have an audience in X or if you know someone who has an audience in X, aka Twitter, use Twitter. The same goes for Instagram. There really is no groups, etc. or IG. But if you have an audience there, even if you have like 500 of your like old hometown friends, just post it to your story, you know? Like sometimes your friends are like, holy shit, this is actually something for me. I'm really getting into this. So you might find some good people there and you might already know them beforehand. So you have a bit of a better trust already built with them. And the last thing is your network. Can't focus enough on this. Network is huge. Asking your friends, asking your colleagues, if you're in a mastermind, hitting them up. Like for example, in AV, like we do a lot of hiring there just by someone is like, hey, we need a copywriter. I'm like, okay, this guy's a copywriter. I'll just ask him. And then that guy has like 20 copywriters that the other person can hire. So we do a lot of hiring there. And for example, like inbox managers or domain setup VAs, whatever. It's like you post there and you're like, hey, who has a good domain setup guy? Can I hire him? And then everyone just gives their own domain setup guys. So you can like, they're like pre-vetted, pre-qualified. They already know the SOPs, etc. So if you're in masterminds, groups, if you have different network, whatever, ask your network. It's a fantastic way of finding right people. But yeah, like I would just do everything pretty much organically. You don't really need to pay for anything here. You don't need to pay to use Facebook groups. You can pay for LinkedIn posts, or LinkedIn jobs. But if it's like your first time doing it, I wouldn't. I would just do the free version of it. Upwork, you can pay to invite more people to it, but I have never needed to do that. So Upwork free, X free, IG free, network in some cases free. If you're in a mastermind, of course, that is probably gonna. There's going to be some kind of a membership fee to join that. But once again, you don't need to run any paid ads. You don't need to hire headhunting companies. You don't need to hire placement companies. Just use these sources. So yeah, you pretty much take all of these sources. And the first thing you do is you do a platform specific post with a hook, with a quick brief of position and also a CTA to check out more information. So the same way how you would post an ad to sell a product or book calls on these platforms, you do the same way with job posts. I see it exactly like as a sales funnel. And an example of this is like, let's say you're hiring an inbox manager for your agency. This is actually a post that I have personally posted on Twitter. Of course, depending on the platform, It might change a little bit how you format it. Some platforms you do to keep it more corporate, some more raw, somewhere you have to give a bit more information. It's gonna depend a bit, but this is, for example, just a post that I pulled up from my Twitter. Hiring an inbox manager. We are hiring an inbox management position. We're hiring for an inbox management position at our B2B growth marketing agency. Someone with plus 6 months of cold email experience, able to work the EEST time zone. Can't fucking remember what it stands for. Eastern Europe Standard Time, maybe. 6 hours a day, and then high compensation and opportunity to grow and advance the company. If you want more information, click the link below. And then I just had a link below to our job information document that I'm gonna show to you in a second. But yeah, you just take this, a post like this, really simple, a hook. I know that there's a lot of people looking for inbox management jobs in my Twitter audience, so I didn't need to do a crazy hook here. I could just post this and I knew that this would be interesting, but you just do a hook. What are you offering? To who? When? How much they can make? What can they benefit from it? A bit more context on what you're actually doing. We are hiring for this and this and this. Few bullet points to make sure that people can immediately see if this is for them. Is the time zone doable for them? Do they have the experience? How long is the part-time job? Is it a full-time job? Is it in person? Is it remote? And also, I always like to mention high compensation, because we always pay high compensation, because that's how you get A players. Like, also one thing about if you are not sure how much to pay your the people that you hire is you can think about it like this. There's gonna be like different grades of employees that you're gonna hire. You're gonna hire absolute A players. These are the fucking best. These are like killers. You're gonna have B players, C players, D players, and pretty much the lower you go, the worse their skills are, the worse their motivation is, the worse their discipline is, the worse their communication is. They are just pretty much a worse team member to hire, you know? And what I have seen is that you can literally pay 20% more than you would pay normally. Like normally you would like hire B players, but if you pay 20% more than normally, or that the standard is, you can get A players, and A players usually have 5 to 10x output than B players. They are so much better. They are fucking 5 to 10 times better. So it's a pretty asymmetric bet. You're spending 20% extra, but you're getting 5 to 10x return on your money. So I would just recommend always paying 20% above the average in the market and just hiring A players. Even if it's more expensive, it is gonna truly pay off. I guarantee that. But yeah, you take this, you go and you post it on Facebook groups, you post it on LinkedIn jobs, you post it on Upwork, you post it on X, IG, you ask your network, you change the message a bit that you're using to make sure it fits the context and fits the platform, but pretty much just quick bullet points, hook some bullet points, what you're offering, and CTA to a link below. Then we go into a detailed job position sales page. So once again, if you see a lot of similarities, if you see how I do marketing and how anyone does marketing, you have traffic, you drive that traffic with an ad, and that ad goes to a sales page. Really simple. That's how a sales funnel works. So we have once again, pretty much the same thing. So this is just an example that I took from our own agencies like Hiring Doc. But yeah, you just have a simple Google document where you describe the position and all of these things. And once again here, you don't have to keep it extremely corporate and have all of these fancy things. Of course, if you work for a huge Fortune 500 company, of course, there's gonna be some limitations there. But if you just run your own agency, just make sure that it looks like you know? Like the reason why I keep our shit really raw and why I like to do things in our hiring process or in our hiring materials and hiring docs that some people don't like is that way I can make sure that all the people we attract are the right people. A great example of this is we posted a job post on our email list a few months ago. And I said something along the lines of, hey, we are hiring for this position, apply from here, click this link, go to this doc, read the things. And then as the signature, I said, hugs and kisses, Leevi. So that was my signature. And then someone commented, or like someone replied back to the email saying, oh, it's not really professional to say hugs and kisses to your potential new team members. And yeah, 100%, some people are gonna be upset by stuff like that, and some people don't think that it's gonna be professional, but that works as a great filtering mechanism, because that's our team culture. We are not extremely corporate, so if that guy gets upset about something like that, it means that they would have not been a fit anyway. So we filter them out. So that's why I'm not super corporate when I'm doing hiring. I'm just keeping it really natural and really authentic, because then the people who wouldn't be a fit to our team culture are not gonna be like they're gonna be filtered out before they even apply. You know, if I say like if my headline was like, become an absolute fucking killer Terminator, money printer, invoice collector, G, like yeah, probably like 8 out of 10 people are gonna be like, I don't wanna work in an unprofessional company like that, and they're gonna be turned away. But we would have not wanted to hire them anyways, because they don't fit our team culture. But then the 2 out of 10 people, they are gonna apply, and they're not just gonna apply, they're gonna be like, holy shit, this is exactly me. This is exactly me, and it's really rare to find these companies that are authentically me. You know, so then the people who apply wanna apply and wanna work in your company even harder. So be always authentic in your hiring materials and when you're doing hiring or marketing or anything. Otherwise, you're just gonna attract the wrong people in there. And let's see, I might have to make my face cam a bit smaller here. Boom. So you have a headline like you would have in a sales letter: become an absolute money printer as a remote SDR with finest GC. I like to bullet point this because people, even though it's common sense that you should probably read through like it's pretty common sense that you probably should read through what you're applying to. Most people don't. It's fucking crazy. So I have this, read the whole document before applying. And then once again, exactly like in a sales letter, I immediately go into identification steps. Who is this for? Who is this for? If you have knowledge about the agency, B2B marketing or startup space, if you're looking to start making $50,000 a year working fully remote, if you'd rather work on a Friday evening instead of going out to the club, if you're hungry to learn more and build multiple six-figure skill sets, if you're someone who adds before you try asking, taking, if you have a positive attitude and understand you're responsible for your own life. Once again, these are things that not everyone is going to resonate with them. Some people are going to be like, what the fuck, why is this relevant? Why does this matter, for example? It's like totally fine. It's like, we are not trying to appeal to everyone. We're just trying to appeal to the people who would be a great fit for our team culture. And maybe I'll do another video on team culture. It's so important, you don't even understand. It's like, that's wild. And then I also say, who is this not for? It's not for you if you're not ready to dedicate yourself to this role 5 to 6 days a week, 6 hours a day. Or it's not for you if you have a victim mindset and think that the world owes you something. There are people like this out there. They're never gonna make it. We're never gonna work with them. So I'll just mention it there, you know? Then, here we have been talking about us, you know, these are our requirements, you know, it's like here it's like us, this is what we want. So people are gonna be like fucking bored out of their mind because everyone wants to hear what's in it for them. So then we immediately go, what's in it for you? So we just list bullet points. Exactly how in sales copy you would write down benefits, we write down benefits for the job position. What's in it for you? Access some of the best training about outbound prospecting and sales from over $30 million generated. Join a 7-figure team, be responsible for taking finance GC to multiple 7 figures a year. So what is the vision? What are we trying to do here? I'll train you personally and make sure you know how to create money out of thin air. The more results you generate, the more money you make. There's no cap within this role. I legit keep pouring money into your bank account as long as you get results. If you become a top performer, you'll have the opportunity to get promoted into higher paying roles. And surround yourself with people who are making a difference in the world and getting rich, wealthy while doing it. So once again, then you just go into boom, benefits. This is why you should apply. You're making it, you're showing what's in it for them here. Then a quick SDR role position detail. So here we just describe what the role is about so people know what they're applying to. Really, really basic. This is a bit corporate, but just as an SDR at Finest GC, you'll be at the forefront of our sales efforts, playing a wider role in driving growth and expanding our customer base. This role is ideal for ambitious individuals, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't really matter. Just describe the role in a few sentences, in a few paragraphs so people know what they're applying to. And the same thing also about the company. Show why they should work in the company. Don't just tell your company's founding story. No one gives a flying fuck. Show why they should work in this company. What do your why should they join, you know? Finance GC is a B2B growth marketing agency specializing in working with early stage B2B startups. We have strong track record in our industry. We work with some of the biggest companies in our space, and we've generated over $30 million in attributed revenue with our team. So people see that, and if they are an aspiring and motivated growth marketer or a salesperson, they're gonna be like, fuck, I wanna be with these guys. I'm gonna learn a lot. I'm gonna see how shit runs. I'm gonna be able to do a bunch of cool shit, and I'll probably be able to make a lot of money here, you know? So it's pretty great. Requirements. Need a good internet connection, computer, tracking the numbers, blah, 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 be available, work in this time zone, fluent English speaking ability, previous experience, hungry mindset. Like here, what you need to understand is that the higher requirements you have, the more you have to pay. It is like a complete, like a cause and effect situation, you know. It's like sometimes I see people I check their job post and they have these crazy requirements, you know, like you need to have made $1 million and you need to have a 35% closing rate over the last 3 years, and you need to have closed this amount of money, and you need to have this and that and this and this, and you need to work 12 hours a day, Monday to Sunday, blah 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 blah, etc. And then I go in their compensation, it's like $2,000 a month. Not a single A player with all those criteria filled is gonna work for you for that amount. Once again, remember, pay a bit more than everyone else, you're gonna get better employees, and they're gonna have 5 to 10x output compared to the B players, A versus B players. And also a great saying there is, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. You can't, like, you might be able to fool someone to work for your business for $1,000, $2,000 a month, and they are gonna be okay. But it's not going to be sustainable. They're going to churn really fast. They're going to leave the team really fast. So even if you get applications with a low compensation offer, it's not going to be sustainable. So just pay more, you know. And if you can't afford to pay what they're worth, then don't hire for the role, you know. So compensation, once again, that's the main thing. Just pay 20% more than everyone in the market. And if it's a role where they're going to be doing some kind of performance work, so if it's marketing or sales, or let's say like customer support, if there's some kind of performance, make sure that they have a performance incentive into their job, you know. Like and with like sales, it's easy. It's just like commissions. With marketing, it can be like, if you hit these KPIs, you get this bonus. With customer support, is if you get churned to this amount, you get this bonus. Make sure that there are like bonus structures built in. It's gonna motivate people like so much more when there's bonus structures. Once again, you might give an extra $1,000 a month as bonuses for this one team member, but they're probably gonna work twice as hard for that. So once again, it's an asymmetric bet. So just for like our SDR, 35K a year base plus performance bonuses, and we have calculated that it's gonna be like 50,000 a year on track earnings, but good high performers are gonna make more, low performers are gonna get kicked out. So, but yeah, 50K. And once again, be realistic with this number, you know? Like I see a lot of companies making this mistake. They say that, hey, OTE on this role is 200K a month, like or 200K a year. Like if you come as an SDR and you book 100 calls a month and we close 30% of those, blah, 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 you're gonna make 200,000 a year. A lot of companies do this, and you're gonna get hella applicants. You're gonna get great people in, but then 2 months in, when those people realize that the OTE is not actually realistic and there's no way to actually get these performance bonuses, they're gonna churn, and then you have wasted 2 months, you have lost a team member, and then you need to go through this process again. So it's more expensive to lose team members. Just be realistic upfront with them, or just be realistic with them upfront, and you're not gonna have any misalignments. Same thing as like, it's really similar to working, like signing clients for agency. If you tell them, hey, I'm gonna make you $1 million in 3 months, you're gonna get people to work with you. But then in a month, when they see that, holy shit, these guys are not gonna make me $1 million, they're gonna all churn. And then it's gonna be more expensive for you to go out and find more clients because you have negative word of mouth working against you, etc. So be realistic when you have bonus structures and shit like this. And then just call to action. What's gonna happen next? Fill out the form below, send a short 2 to 3 minute video. Wait for me and my team get back to you. If you're qualified, I'll inform you via email to schedule an interview with you. Training starts as soon as possible, and then you just have a link to apply for the role. So literally just do this. Like if you're hiring, just map these things out. Just figure out who this is for, what kind of person you want to have in your team, what's in it for them, what kind of benefits they are getting. Quick summary of the position and a quick summary of the company. What kind of requirements do they have? Remember, the higher the requirements, the more you have to pay, and the less applications you're gonna have, and compensation, and this. We literally do this every single time. Works fucking well. Then all of these, like people go from these platforms, they go to this post. From this post, they go to the document that I just showed, and then they're gonna go to an application form. So when they click here, they're gonna go to an application form. And once again, this doesn't have to be anything fancy. We literally just use Google Forms and it works fucking perfectly fine. Plus it gives you the data in a really nice Google Sheet form. So here, once again, like a golden rule on this is the more questions you have and the more energy and effort you want them to put in to fill out the application, the less applications you're gonna have. You know, if you have 35 questions, you're probably gonna have 5 times less applications than if you have 10, you know? So really think, like, really make sure that you're only asking like questions that matter. Like, don't ask questions just for the sake of asking questions. Like every single question that you add is gonna drop your applications. Like we're gonna have, if you add a question that takes like hella long to answer, it's like write down your whole life story and your 3-year plan. If you add that, once again, it's like you're gonna lose like 50% of your applications. So only ask shit that matters, and it's gonna really depend on the role. And I'm also gonna talk about that in a bit later. But here, for example, we just ask first and last name, best email, where are you based in? Do you have any previous experience in B2B sales, appointment setting, or marketing? If yes, please describe your past experience in detail. What kind of results did you achieve? Who did you work with? For how long? And for example, adding this question, we're gonna lose applicants by adding this question. But because we know that we are offering a really good position, we have good compensation, we have a good company for people to work in, and we are really good at driving traffic to these pages, we know that it's gonna be fine. We're gonna get still enough of applications and it's gonna be worth it, you know? It's like, it's gonna be fucking worthless to have like 1,000 bad applications with no data. You have to hire everyone out of those 1,000. So if you have a good job, a good company, and you know how to drive traffic, you can go pretty hard on the questions. You're gonna get less applicants, but it's gonna be worth it. If you are doing this for the first time, have less questions so you can, and you'll have to do a bit more interviews. Are you able to be committed to working 6 hours a day, Monday to Friday? Once again, a fucking absolute retarded question because it literally says it here, but some people don't read it, so we're just asking again. Then this is a huge one. This is something that I absolutely love to do. This is a fucking fantastic thing to do, and I recommend you to do this every single role that you hire for. Go to loom.com and film a 3-minute video explaining why you think you'd be a great fit for this role and why you're applying for the role, and then paste the link below. First thing it's gonna do, it's going to, like, first of all, get rid of like 50% applicants that don't want to go through the effort of filming a 3-minute loom. That's perfect. If they don't want to go through the effort of filming a 3-minute loom, then they probably would have not been a fit otherwise. You can see a lot about them and how professional they are, or how they speak, how they talk, etc. Once again, especially if it's like an SDR role, it's like a fantastic. You see how they talk on camera, etc. How good their English is, how good their internet connection is, how good their setup is, how good their audio quality is. You can see a lot of these things. Sometimes people submit videos that they have filmed for other companies. They are lazy. Sometimes people submit videos on wrong platforms. Once again, didn't follow instructions. Sometimes people do 10-minute videos, didn't follow instructions. Sometimes people talk about something else, didn't follow instructions. You can just disqualify super fast based on this Loom video. Of course, once again, there is a small caveat here. If you are hiring for a role where it doesn't matter at all, like let's say you're hiring for some super esoteric niche software developer, like in the back end, and you don't even care about their setup or any of that stuff, they just need to be good at code, then you might wanna give them some kind of an other assignment. Solve this problem, do this thing. How would you solve this problem? And you're gonna create the same kind of friction. But for us, and because team culture is really important for us, and we wanna talk with all of our team members all the time, we always do the Loom question. But yeah, for some roles it's not really gonna apply, but if you're gonna talk to them, just do the Loom. And I'm gonna show you in a second what happens when you do that. But yeah, then a second thing, this is optional, but we always like to ask this as well. Go to 16personalities.com and take the personality type test and paste your results below. For example, whatever it might have been. So if they go to, if you take this, boom, like this, if you go here, here they can take this 10-minute test and they are gonna get like their whole personality type, and it's really great. If you have not done this, you should take this test, and it's gonna show you what their personality type is based on their answers. And the reason why we do this is because we have been tracking different personality types for a long time. We track our clients' personality types, our mastermind members' personality types, our team members' personality types, our own personality types. All the people who apply for our jobs, we ask for their personality types and do this test. And this gives us really, really, really good data on what personality types fit our culture the best and what personality types we like to work with. And when you have a few hundred data points on this, you're able to come up with really good conclusions, and we know, okay, these are the people that we are really looking for. And I'm not gonna tell you what we are looking for, because then if we ever hire in the future, you're just gonna put that in. But yeah, we have a really good idea on what kind of people we're looking for. We have gathered this data for the past few years and like analyzed it a lot. So it's really useful. It tells a lot about the people. It's not gonna always be 100% accurate, but it gives you a bit of direction. It's like a nice bonus. We're not gonna disqualify someone based on that, or we're not gonna qualify someone only based on that factor, but it's like a great bonus. If I see their application is good, their Loom is good, I hope in an interview they're good, and they're also one of the personality types that we're looking for, it's like, fuck, perfect candidate. So it helps us make decisions. And if there's like two really similar candidates that are like equally as good, but one of them has a personality type that we have better experiences with, then we can like make a decision based on that. So something that you might want to do, or maybe not, I don't know. And then we just ask, when could you start if hired, and anything else you'd like to share. And super simple, you just put this here in the document, and all these answers go to a Google Sheet and Google in the backend. So boom, you do an application form, and then all of these applications go into a Google Sheet, and you review these applications and you grade them in A, B, or C grades. And here pretty much what you're doing is A grade people are the people who you think are the best fit. B grade are like great, but they are not completely perfect, or they are not like super exciting. And C are the people who you're not gonna hire at all. And yeah, this is pretty much what it looks like. I had to censor some of this information out for pretty obvious reasons, but this is for an SDR hire that we did earlier this year. So all of the sensitive information is blacked out here, so you can't see it, and it should be deleted as well. Okay, fantastic. So here you can see, this is pretty much how we always do it. We have 121 or 120 applications, and as you can see, some of these are still white. And the reason why they are white is because I never went through this, because we already made a hire before we got any further. So yeah, they have not been graded. But here you can see the green ones are the ones that are A grade, yellow ones are the ones that are B grade, and C ones are the ones that are disqualified immediately based on the applications. Pretty much how I always do it is I put green, yellow, or red. I reach out to the green ones first, and then if we don't get a hit here, I will interview these people and see if there's like a hidden gem. And these ones I'll never interview. But yeah, here you can see we have the timestamp, we have their first name, last name, their email, their location, if they have experience or not. We ask for the experience description. Once again, I'm not going to go through it. Are they committed to working 6 hours Monday to Friday? Why do you want the job? Their intro video, so pretty much their Loom comes here. And here you're going to see like some of these applicants, if I zoom in a bit, boom. Some of these applicants, they have applied for the job, and here they might say that I really want this opportunity, but then when it comes to the intro video, they just put like NA, they put nothing, like instant disqualification. Clearly you don't want the job. Here, NA, here, wait, don't seem to be able to install Loom on my Mac. Okay, if you can't install Loom on your Mac, or if you didn't even try to put in another video in another platform, clearly you are not super resourceful, so an instant disqualification. Here was a funny one. This was for an SDR position. This guy said, I'm a bit shy at Loom videos. You can test me at a call, one-on-one live interview. So if you are too shy, this is a 3-minute this Loom video, you're probably not going to be our ideal SDR candidate. Once again, I'm not saying that this person isn't a fantastic SDR. They probably are just not what we are looking for. So yeah, you can do a lot of disqualification based on these. This is like the first thing that I go through. I just like open up like 30, 40 Loom videos and I just go through them and I just mark them red, yellow or green based on that. Or like if I like it, I go through the rest of the applications. But usually these Loom videos tell me like most accurately if we wanna interview them or not. Personality types. So here people just put their personality types in. Someone doesn't put the personality type. For example, this guy didn't put the Loom or the personality type. Clearly not a fit. And yeah, super good data to collect. I'm really nothing more special here. Some people they do it wrong. So these guys didn't, but sometimes people do it wrong, and then you just know it's not gonna be a fit. And when can you start anything else? So you just get a sheet like this, and then I have 3 different columns. I've reached out, interviewed, booked, interviewed, hired. So like almost a CRM. So every single person that we reach out to, I just mark an X. Every single person that we book an interview with, someone doesn't respond. Everyone who we interview, and after I've interviewed, I hire one. So here you can see like we got 121 applications. Out of those 120, we got 5 grade A ones. We interviewed 4. And out of those 4, I hired 1. So I didn't have to have 120 interviews. I only had 4 interviews, and I found a really great person from there. So boom, that's pretty much how you do it. So we review the applications and reach out to all grade A candidates and schedule an interview. And pretty much how we reach out to, really simple. Hey John, went through your application and it looks like you could be a fit for X role. I'd like to schedule a time for a quick 30-minute interview to get you know a bit better. Here's my calendar link. Please schedule a call in the next 24 hours. And if someone doesn't schedule a call in the next 24 hours, clearly once again, you can just disqualify them. And yeah, like I like to personally be really rough. I like to have really high standards, and I disqualify really easily when we are hiring. Like someone says something dumb, like I might disqualify them just based on like one sentence. Not because I'm like a fucking strict asshole on these things, but because we are just looking for the perfect people, you know? And finding the perfect person is really hard. And if someone doesn't fit our criteria, our perfect person, it doesn't mean that they are not absolutely amazing at what they do, and that they are not absolutely amazing people. They are probably fucking great people and great at what they do. But once again, we have our own skewed perception of what kind of people we are looking for, and it's like the fact is that 95% of people are not gonna fit that mold, and it's completely fine. It doesn't mean that they're not good. It just means that we are looking for something else. So, damn, what is this thumb? Crazy. So we just disqualify really easily because we are pretty specific on who we want to work with. So then 5 interviews scheduled. Have you scheduled 5 interviews? If you haven't scheduled 5 interviews, you reach out to all grade B candidates and schedule an interview. Here it seems I did 4, but we found a good person. But usually I recommend you to do at least 5. If you only interview like 1 person and you immediately hire them, that's like pretty bad because you don't really have that much good data on other people or what kind of other candidates there would have been. So I would recommend at least scheduling 5. Reach out to all B candidates and schedule an interview. And if you still didn't get 5 interviews scheduled from the A and B candidates, it means that your job position could be better. You should decrease your application questions or lower your qualification criteria. So you're just not getting enough of applications. So just go make your job position better, higher compensation, better times, other bonuses, whatever it might be. Sometimes you could just rewrite this document in a better way, and that's gonna do the trick. Decrease application questions, so take away some of the questions that you don't need in the application. Have a lower qualification criteria. Sometimes you want to have this really high qualification criteria, but maybe your company doesn't have enough of credibility for people to want those high quality people to work in there, or maybe you just don't have the money to pay for those people. So sometimes you have to lower your qualification criteria, and then do another round of posts to all platforms. And then if still, then just keep making iterations in your job post until you get 5 interviews scheduled. Interview all applicants, record calls and take notes of what they say and how they speak and all these things, all the things that matter to you. Once again, I don't recommend you to schedule 5 interviews, have a great call with the first guy and then hire them. talk with everyone, talk with all the applicants first or all the interviews, and then make a decision after it. That way you have, once again, enough of data to operate on. And one really good note here actually is that there are pretty much 2 types of interviews that we run. For roles where training can be done in-house, like a simpler role, let's say SDR position, or let's say an inbox manager, or something really simple, domain guy, lead scraper, blah, 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 blah. Something that we can teach them ourselves and it's not gonna take 12 months to teach. We are just really looking for the right mindset and right attitude. Like that's the main actor. Are they someone who I enjoy talking to? Are they a fucking killer? Or are they an absolute soy boy? We're just trying to see that. So in those cases, I just always have a laid back conversation about their future. What are they looking to do in the next 5 years? What are their goals? What have they done in the past, etc., etc., etc. And I also like to test them with different hard scenarios to see how they take feedback and react. So for example, if I'm hiring for an SDR, I like to give you different scenarios. What would you do if prospect says this? What would you do if they say that? How would you handle this objection? And they are probably gonna always fuck it up. We are not really looking for them to give the right answer or handle it in the right way. Of course, it's a bonus if they do, but in most cases, they're gonna fuck it up because you haven't trained them yet. But what we are looking for is how they perform under pressure. Do they start stuttering and say, I don't know? Or do they are they confident and they just go for it even if they don't know the answer? And they do their answer, they give you their answer, and then you give them feedback, and then you have them do it again, and you see if they change anything. And if they don't change anything, it means that they probably are not super coachable. So we're also looking for coachability there. We're looking how they perform under pressure, under hard situations, their confidence, all of these things. And really that's what we are just looking for. Do we have a great bond? Do we vibe together? And how they perform. And this is for roles where there's really no high skill gap. And then for roles with more in-depth skill requirements, with longer learning curves, we focus more on their skills and methodologies. So we give hard questions, we ask why a lot, we ask for previous results, and of course still gotta make sure that there is a cultural fit. But the reason why we do this is there are some roles where it just doesn't make sense to hire people without a lot of experience, at least in my experience. Like if I'm hiring for a direct response copywriter, learning how to write good direct response copy is gonna take you probably a year minimum. You're still really a complete beginner pretty much, but 3, 4, 5 years you're gonna start becoming really great at it. So I would rather just hire someone who already is good at it and pay them way more than take 3 years to hire someone to become a direct response copywriter myself. So, or software development, or sales if it's a closing role. And all of these things, sometimes they're learning the skill that they need. It's just gonna take 12 months, 36 months, whatever. It just doesn't make sense for you to train them yourself. You just gotta pay more or hire someone who already has the skill. But then you need to test for the skill. It doesn't matter if they have the right attitude, if they have the right approach or the mindset. If they don't have the skill, it's not gonna work out. So I really drill down on their skill. I ask them really specific questions. I'm trying to ask the hardest questions possible about that specific skill. And if I don't know about the role enough, I bring someone who does. If it's software development, I bring someone who knows a lot about software development, and I just grill them hard as hell, and I try to get examples and see example projects, etc., just to make sure that they actually have that skill. Otherwise, if you don't go really hard, if you go really loose on it, you might miss some really key details or key gaps in their skill. And they're not gonna be fucked. So that's just how I do interviews. And those are the differences between those two kind of interviews. But then we're done the interviews. Have you found the perfect applicant? If not, you just do another round of posts to all platforms. So you just go back and you drive more traffic. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes we are hiring for jobs and we have to do 3 rounds of traffic, finding traffic for it. It's fine. It happens. And you shouldn't just hire someone because it's convenient. Let's say you do 5 interviews, none of them are really great, and you're shit, I don't really want to hire any of them, but I can't be asked to do another round of interviews or another round of traffic or interviews. Don't hire anyone. It's gonna be so fucking expensive to hire the wrong person. And then you reach out to them, reach out to the perfect applicant, and you schedule an onboarding call. And there is a completely new or a different process to the onboarding call. the onboarding process of a new employee is super fucking important, especially if you're hiring someone who's really good, you know? Because if you take an expert, they come to your team and you don't show that you're a professional, you don't show clarity, you don't show that you know what you're doing, they're gonna churn really fast. They're gonna be like, what the fuck, why did I join this shit company? So your onboarding schedule or onboarding process needs to be locked in. They need to get the company culture, all the SOPs, clear KPIs, clear milestones, clear schedule, clear training and coaching, all the accounts immediately day one, all the contracts, boom, 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 boom. It needs to be locked in, otherwise you won't be able to have the right people or absolute A players in your team. And also, if that's something that you want to learn more about, you can comment down below and I will gladly do a video about it, but otherwise this will be like 3 hours, but it's fucking important. But yeah, pretty much just to, you know, it's like, this is what you do. This is what you do and you'll fucking crush it. So figure out what you want to hire for, go through this process and hire some absolute killers. Also, if you liked it, drop a like, subscribe to the channel, it truly helps, you know. I normally don't care, but fucking subscribe, you know. Drop a comment on what do you want more operational stuff, what do you want me to talk about on these videos, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care, bye. One of the most important skill sets as an agency owner is the ability to build and manage a team, because if you're able to find great people and put them in the right places in the business, so it runs predictably and runs smoothly, you pretty much get access to an infinite leverage. Of course, there are limitations, but it's not your time and brain that is living in the business anymore. It is the whole team as this big conglomerate or this efficient team. And once again, it's like when we talk about building a team, this doesn't mean that you have to go out there and build a 20, 30 person team. This might just be 3 people, and that can be completely enough as long as you put them in the right places in your organization. So last video we talked about how to hire people and how to find like actually talented A1 level killers. So in this video we're going to be covering what do you actually do when you have these people, or how do you figure out who you need to hire or if you need to hire at all. And this is something that I obviously have done a lot of hiring and training in the past. I started my first own like sales team when I was 17. Built that to 15 sales reps, and after that built multiple different sales teams and business teams, but I never managed to do it in an extremely efficient way. I had a big skill gap, and we realized this early last year, so early 2023, and we actually went out and we hired a consultant who had built and sold multiple 8-figure agencies, and we paid him, I think in total a bit over $35,000 to show us how to do this and how to do this for our business. And now with his teachings and our own adaptations, we have come up with a really, really great system. We use it for ourselves. I've used it to fire myself from my own agency. And also we use it inside our AV Mastermind to help people to pretty much do the same. So it's really powerful stuff. We have a mastermind where we have worked with over 500 agencies in the past few years. Or not in the mastermind all 500, but throughout all of our different projects, we've worked with over 500 agencies, done a lot of organizational work, done a lot of operational work. This is something that we have seen work really well. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to leverage this yourself as well. So if you run an agency right now, can be anything, social media marketing, AI stuff, B2B lead generation, ads, copywriting, creatives, email, hiring, whatever. And you're doing between $10,000 to $100,000 a month. This is going to be really valuable for you. And even if you're below the 10,000 a month mark, this is still something really valuable for you. So you can forecast your growth and you can use to make sure that you are building the agency in the right way and putting in the right pieces and building it into a well-oiled, self-sustaining, money-generating machine. And this is also perfect for people who are in the trenches right now. You're really busy. You're working 12, 13, 14 hours a day just to make sure that the agency keeps running. And you want to maybe a little bit remove yourself from the day-to-day trenches and more so work on the business instead of inside the business, you know? So that's going to be what we are doing today. So what we first have to understand for all of this to make sense is we have to understand why does this actually matter so much and why is it such a big key? Because if you look at agency operations, there's a lot of information online on how to automate your agency and how to do this and how to build these systems and SOPs and all of this cool stuff. But none of it actually matters if you're not, once again, building it into the right frame. You can think about your agency as this blueprint, you know, like if you go and blueprint, blueprint, holy shit, blueprint of a car, boom. If you go look at the blueprint of a car, you can think of your blueprint as, or your agency as this blueprint, and then based on this blueprint, you're putting in different pieces. You know, you see like, okay, this is what it should look like, and here's all the pieces that I need, and then you just assemble the agency based on the blueprint that you built out. So there are things like KPIs, there are SOPs, there are automations, there are systems, there's team members, and there's a bunch of different things. And what people normally do when they start building and scaling an agency is they first run it by themselves, or maybe they have a business partner. You're running it yourself, boom, 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 boom. And then as time goes on and you get more clients and you get more work and the agency grows, your time starts running out. You start being busy, like, suddenly you are spending too much time on lead scraping, suddenly you are spending too much time on inbox management, suddenly you are spending too much time on whatever, fulfillment or sales, whatever part of the process it might be. So then what you do is you look at, okay, this is where my time is going. So you look at your time like this, boom, this is where my time is going, and 50% of my time is going into some super low leverage tasks. You know, it's like this, it doesn't make sense for me to do this stuff, and now 50% of my time is going in here. So you start sporadically creating different automations and different systems. You build some kind of an automation. Well, why is this not working? You build some kind of automation to get rid of a small task, or you hire one random VA to do some random tasks here, and you build some kind of an SOP because you heard online that SOPs matter when scaling an agency. And then, yeah, you might be able to cut down this 50%, but usually the 50%, like the time that you save on doing this, you actually end up spending back on managing this big fucking mess. You know, you have some random automations, they are sometimes breaking, you have this VA, they don't really know what they should be doing, you don't really know what they should be doing, you're teaching them and you're trying to give them different tasks, you're creating these SOPs for pretty much no reason. So even if you save 5 hours a day by sporadically doing these operational things, all of that time goes back into managing those operational things because you created them wrong. So obviously this is not something that we want to do. Obviously that doesn't really make much sense. So how we really want to do it is we want to make sure that, okay, let's say your time right now goes into 3 different pieces, you know, 3 different, or 4, I guess, 4 different things. And this might be sales. This might be, let's say, business strategy. So strat. Here we might be doing some admin tasks, and here we are doing fulfillment for clients. I don't know what's wrong with this, my pen right now, but this goes into fulfillment. So what you do here, what we need to, how we really gonna start looking at it, okay, what is here the highest leverage thing that we can do? Obviously sales is extremely high leverage, strategy is really high leverage, admin really isn't high leverage at all, and fulfillment, depending on what kind of work you do, are you scaling horizontally or vertically, it can be higher leverage or it might not. So here, okay, we can identify really clear that, okay, admin stuff is the stuff that we shouldn't be focusing on. So we need to map out what are all the different things we have to do here, and then we systematically get rid of this from your calendar. So this got completely replaced, and when you do it in the correct way, this time just frees up. So instead of you replacing this admin task with just managing the operations that you built, you actually can only spend your time on these 3 things. And this is what you're going to be able to do after you watch this video. So the process is really simple. At least I have tried to simplify it a lot. There is a lot of really complex business information out there, and I have consumed it a lot. And sometimes the stuff that we talk about is also really complex or more abstract, so it's harder to grasp. But a lot of these operational things especially are things that I have tried my best in to simplify as much as possible while still keeping it really high leverage. So if you know about I think it's Parkinson's law, it might be something else. There's this 80-20 rule, which pretty much means that 80% of the results that you get in business comes from 20% of the things that you do. And because I'm pretty busy, I like simple shit, and I don't really want to go in and learn all of these super complex operational nuances. I'm always looking to find the 20% of the things that get me 80% of the results. So I have been able to simplify this process a lot for myself, and also, of course, when I'm working on other people's companies and helping them with this, the 20% of the things is what we usually start with, because it's really asymmetric, because you get 80% of the results, you know? So what we pretty much do first, and the first thing we have to do, and this is pretty much the core of everything in your organization, is we have to build an organizational chart. A lot of people, when they hear the word organizational chart, org chart, whatever, they think, that is something that big Fortune 500 companies do, that is really corporate, a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of red tape. I don't want to fucking do that. We want to be lean, mean, modern, young agency who doesn't fucking care about corporate shit, and it's not high leverage, blah, 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 whatever. And I used to think the same way as well. You know, a few years back, I was never going to create an org chart. I was thinking, what the fuck am I going to do with an org chart? We are not a Fortune 500 company. We don't have an HR department, whatever it might be. But after doing it for multiple different businesses, and after seeing actually how much it impacts the business and how easy it makes everything business, I will never run anything without an org chart anymore. And this pretty much acts as the main base layer of your business. So how you want to go, once again, this is one of those things that you can go really complex, in depth into it, but pretty much what you want to do is, first, you are going to have your leadership team. You know, you're going to have some leaders in your business. So usually, at least in the beginning, when you don't have a massive company, of course, when you scale to hundreds of people and the millions of dollars a month, you're going to have a bunch of different C-level executives. You might have board members, but you're gonna have a CEO, COO, CMO. You're gonna have a CFO, CTO. You're gonna have fucking VPs of this and that. But we don't wanna do any of that super complex stuff. Like, to be honest, completely honest, in the beginning, you are going to have one or maybe maximum two different leaders in your company. You're gonna have the strategic leader, and you're gonna have the tactical leader. And this is a really common business concept, you know, like the visionary versus the operator. And you can see this dynamic happen in a lot of different companies. If you look at an easy example, Alex and Leila Hormozi. Alex Hormozi is the strategic leader. He's the visionary. He's the face of the companies and face of the brand and face of everything. And he's the big guy who does all the big visions, etc. And then Leila is the tactical leader, the operator who makes his vision come true. Or if you look at Disney, Walt Disney was the strategic leader. He had the vision and he had the ideas, and he was the face of Disney. But actually his brother, I can't remember his name, but his brother, I think, some Disney, was actually the tactical leader, and he actually made all of that stuff happen and built all of this and made it happen, you know? And this is actually really common. Like, a lot of people, I always, especially like a lot of really strategic people and really like big visionaries, they always tell me, I just really want a good operator. I just want a good operator. I understand it's really hard to find a really good operator. They are rare breed. At least an operator that you can actually afford to work with when you're starting out. But in a scenario where we're just starting out an agency, or we're running an agency below like 100K a month, it usually has to be a business partner. So you're either gonna have one or two leaders. In an ideal state, like in the ideal world, you're gonna have the strategic leader, aka the CEO, and you're gonna have a tactical leader, which is going to be a COO, and these are going to be you and your business partner. And once again, there's like no better role here. A lot of people, they hear this and they're like, I want to be the CEO because that's like the cool shit. Like, that's the actual person who runs the business. But that's, once again, not true. It just depends on your advantages and strengths. Some people, they don't want to take sales calls. They don't, or like usually strategic leader is someone who actually loves sales, but they don't want to be the front of the company. They don't want to be doing sales or doing these big visions or doing the strategy. They just want to get in the trenches and just execute and build shit. And sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes you can't be asked to manage people like the COO does, or manage the day-to-day operations, whatever it might be. So it's really just based on strengths and weaknesses that you have. If you have a business partner right now, That's great. See if you both fit into these molds. You can find a lot more information about this dynamic online, but see if you fit into these roles. If not, it doesn't really matter. You don't really need to care about it right now. So we have the strategical and tactical leader, and usually how it works is the COO reports to the CEO. The CEO is the last highest member of the organization, and the COO reports to the CEO. The COO could also be here and they could report to each other. So it really just, once again, depends a bit on the dynamic, but this is how we have done it, and seems to be working great. So this is your leadership team, the C level. One small addition that you might have here on the C level is you might have an executive assistant pretty much helping the executive team. So pretty much the executive assistant reports to the CEO and to the COO, and they just pretty much help on all day-to-day tasks and just pretty much make their life easier. Once again, it's not unnecessary at all, and it's probably not a hire that you should make in the beginning stages. It's great, but once again, don't overcomplicate it if it's not necessary. But yeah, I'm gonna mark the leadership team here with, let's say, yellow. Boom. Super cool. And we're gonna mark the EA with fucking gray. So under the COO, pretty much people who report to the CEO, what we need to do is we need to map out the major key functions of your agency. I know a big fancy word, but pretty much just need to figure out what the fuck does your agency do. Really simple. And the great thing about this is usually most agencies, the split between major key functions is going to be pretty much the same. Like I really rarely see any changes to this. So there's going to be, first of all, there's of course, wait, what happened here? Oh, this is an arrow. The first thing that you're gonna have in the business first, why am I getting an arrow? Let's see. Boom. Ah, okay. So the first key major function that you're gonna have is going to be marketing. Obviously, your agency needs to do some marketing to make some money and get some clients. This is pretty much going to be in every single business ever. Marketing. It might not be in every single one, but usually. The second thing that you're gonna have next to marketing is you're going to have sales. Your agency needs to have some kind of sales activities and some kind of a sales function in the business so you're able to close clients. Once again, this could be replaced by some kind of a funnel, etc. It would be more marketing focused, but usually there is at least some kind of a sales function. Someone needs to confirm the deals or do the contracts or send the invoices or do account management usually, you know. Next to sales, you're gonna have, of course, as an agency, you're gonna have fulfillment. Someone needs to fulfill the client's deals or the project that you sell to your clients. And the last thing is going to be operations. In my experience, like it's really rare to see an agency that goes beyond this. You might have some kind of technical department. Let's say you're building also SaaS inside your agency or whatever it might be. You can split this into smaller subdivisions as well. But usually the major 4 key functions of an agency is going to be marketing, sales, fulfillment, and operations. So these are going to be your departments. You know, so here you have your leadership team, you have the strategic leader, you have the tactical leader, and then you're gonna have your departments. Under those departments, there is going to be some functions that go into the department. So different activities that needs to be done for this thing to be completed. So for example, if we take the example of just a really normal agency so in marketing is going to be cold email campaigns, you know, or just, you know, like lead scraping. Lead scraping. You need to scrape leads to have leads to reach out to, you know. You need to have a cold email copywriter. You need to have a cold email copywriter to write some copy for your agency's campaigns. You're gonna have to have like a deliverability in check. So you need to have domains, you need to have all of these things to make sure that these cold emails are going out. And then in marketing, you might have some other things. So you might have a web designer who designs your agency's websites and landing pages, etc. Or you might have like LinkedIn needs to be in check for if you're doing LinkedIn content, or it might be YouTube, whatever, you know, like it really depends on your agency. What is your agency doing for marketing? So just list down all the different tasks that go inside your marketing in your agency. Then sales, once again, super simple. Okay, Someone has to take sales calls, super simple. Someone has to probably, if you're running cold email, someone has to do inbox management. And someone has to do account management. Someone has to make sure that, okay, if you close a client, they have some kind of a touch point to talk to, and someone is making sure that the client is happy, they're having their needs met, they're getting their invoices sent, whatever it might be. You know, fulfillment. Once again, this is gonna really depend on your fulfillment model. What are you fulfilling on? What is your actual service or offer? What are your deliverables? So once again, it's gonna change, but in the end, it's gonna be usually really simple. So let's say we are a B2B cold email agency. There's going to once again be lead scraping. There's going to be a cold email copywriter, and there's gonna be deliverability here. There's also probably going to be, I would imagine, Clay, at least if you're doing it nowadays, you probably are gonna have a Clay, and this is all of your fulfillment tasks. And then in your operations, okay, what is gonna be happening in your operations? What are operational tasks that need to be done in your agency? There needs to be accounting, there needs to be there needs to be hiring, there needs to be there needs to be training, there needs to be whatever, automations, and there can be a million other things. But this is pretty much the first thing you just have to do. You just have to map out every single like major big key function of your agency. So in most cases, you're gonna be doing marketing, you're gonna be doing sales, you're gonna be doing fulfillment, you're gonna be operations, and then every single sub thing or sub task that goes under this major function. So for example, in your agency, if you're doing marketing and you're doing it with cold email, okay, you have to scrape leads, you have to have cold email copywriting, you need to have your deliverability in check. Okay, then what goes under sales? Someone has to take sales calls, someone has to do inbox management to book in the sales calls, someone has to handle the accounts or handle the clients after they have been closed. Okay, what goes on in your fulfillment? Okay, you have to once again scrape leads. If you're a B2B lead generation agency, you have the cold email copywriting, durability, Clay, and once again, depending on what kind of agency you run, this is going to change. Someone might be a media buyer, someone might be a copywriter creating Facebook ads, someone might be creating funnels, someone might be creating email marketing campaigns, someone might be designing emails, someone might be sourcing UGC talent, boom, 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 boom. Once again, it depends what you're doing in fulfillment. And then operations, what's going to happen in your operations. Accounting is probably something that you're going to always have. Hiring and training is going to be something that you always have. Automations, probably going to have that. And once again, there's going to be like a million things here if you want to go so deep. So this pretty much forms your organizational chart. Like, do you see, like if we go here, so pretty much what we do is marketing. This is going to be your head of marketing, you know? So sales, head of sales, space. This is going to be head of fulfillment. And here we're going to have the head of operations. And this creates your department heads. And these department heads are all going to report. Okay, how can I make this like this? Boom. These department heads are going to all report to the COO. COO manages the people, they manage the team, so they're going to report to the COO. Boom. Then what's going to happen is all of these are going to become the actual positions in the company, or like the actual sub position in the company. So for example, lead scraping expert, and you can name this however you want. You can have some cool titles, whatever. Just make sure that you're not over promoting people immediately or over hiring people immediately. This is pretty much a good position. Deliverability expert, whatever, delivery manager, you can name them whatever, doesn't really matter. Sales calls, who's gonna take sales calls, closers, or account executives if you're more corporate. Account executives are going to be taking the calls. Inbox management is going to be inbox manager or SDR, sales development representative, and account management is going to be done by account manager. Boom. Here we're going to have the same things. So deliverability, you're going to have a deliverability expert for your clients. You're going to have cold email copywriter. You're going to have lead scraping expert, or once again lead scraping, whatever. Clay expert, boom. And here you're gonna have accountant, boom. You're gonna have a hiring manager. You're gonna have training manager. and you're gonna have automations expert. Boom. So these are all the roles in your company. Do you see how we went from like, instead of you going out there and just fucking starting to hire random people, oh, I'm really busy with delivery right now, I'm gonna go hire some VA to do domains, or I'm really busy with this, or I'm really busy with that. You're like hiring fucking randomly. Like this maps out perfectly who you actually need in your agency. And a few really key things here. First of all, you wanna build your organizational chart 6 to 12 months into the future. Because if you build it to suit your current situation, in a month, you're already gonna be like, fucking, you have overgrown this, and then when you're hiring for it, you're pretty much hiring for too little. So if you hire this, for example, 6 months into the future, or you built this for 6 months in the future, then you're already like, can predict what kind of people you need. So then in 6 months, when you actually need 2 cold email copywriters, or 2 clay experts, or fucking 2 automation experts, whatever, when you need more people, you already have it covered and you have already been able to predict it, you know? So you're not getting caught by a surprise there. And then the second thing is when you're mapping out these things, like map these out based on the actual key functions of your business, not based on the people that you have. So a big mistake that a lot of people do is they have an amazing employee. Let's say their name is John. And then John can do a bunch of different things, and they start thinking, okay, I'm gonna have this position in my company because John is going to fit perfectly into that. You know, they have some kind of people in their team already, and they build the org chart based on the people that they have. You know, but then when John leaves, you're fucking fucked, and you have a position that no one else can fill but John. So don't build this in people in mind. Build this. Imagine yourself as an external third-party consultant or senior advisor, and you're looking at this business and you're just mapping out the key functions. Okay, this company needs to be doing marketing, sales, fulfillment, operations. In marketing, they need to be scraping leads, doing this, doing that. In sales, they need this and this and this role. Don't think about the people at all. Like the people don't fucking matter at all right now. You know. It's just the people, or just the tasks that are required to do in the agency. And then of course, all of these people are gonna be all reporting to the actual department head. So I'm gonna make this like this, boom, boom. They're gonna be all reporting to the department head. And boom. So I just had to make it a bit prettier for myself so I can continue with this, but I didn't wanna take you through the whole process. But yeah, so this is pretty much what our organization is looking like right now. We have the leadership team, so the C-level team. And once again, these are really the only 2 C-level positions that I think you are gonna need to have in the beginning stages or before you hit like multiple hundreds of thousands a month. You're gonna have the CEO, the strategic leader, you're gonna have the COO, the tactical leader, and optionally, you might have the executive assistant. We have an executive assistant. We've had it for like 1.5 years. He's fucking great. I really enjoyed it. But once again, it's like, it's not necessary. Then you're going to have your department's head and different departments. You're going to have the marketing department. You're going to have the sales department. You're going to have fulfillment department and operations department. And all of these departments are going to be run by the head of marketing, sales, fulfillment, operations. And then in these departments, there's going to be the respective people who need to be running our respective positions, who need to be there to, once again, to run the department. So to run marketing, you need to have a lead scraping expert, cold email copywriter, delivery expert, and so on and so forth. So what you do next is now we need to map out each a job description for each single position, you know? So once again, we are not placing immediate people in here like John's gonna go here and Mike's gonna go there and Alex gonna go here and I'm gonna be here. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna first map out what every single position is going to be doing or what it takes to actually do this position perfectly. So you're gonna be making a job description for every single piece, and pretty much job descriptions are fairly straightforward. Once again, there are like a bunch of templates and a bunch of different things that you can do. You can like go on and you can like job description template. You can go find a really cool job description template and figure out what a job description, like how to write a good job descriptions, like job title, reports to job overview, responsibilities and duties, qualifications. But at the end of the day, it's pretty simple. So you just write down, okay, who do they, like what is the actual job title? Boom. Who do they report to? So what is the actual reporting relationship? So for example, lead scraping experts reports to head of marketing reports to COO, COO reports to CEO, blah, 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 blah. Who do they report to? What do they actually do? So overview of their daily tasks and what they need to do. What are the different KPIs? What are their different milestones? So what actual numbers do they need to hit every single day, like measurable numbers? And sometimes it might be hard to make stuff measurable. You know, it's like operations guy, like operations expert, like what are their KPIs? It could be, for example, decrease the time spent of accounting 5% every single month by building at least one new automation there, whatever. Like just it needs to be measurable things, because then you can see if someone is performing on the position or not. What kind of skills do they need to have? You know, because then you know, okay, who's gonna fit in this position and who's not. What are their goals? Blah 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 blah. So just write down a Google document for every single position, and you write down what do you want from a person who's in this position. What's their title? Who they report to? What are their responsibilities? What does their days look like? What are they working on? What KPIs do they have? What milestones do they have? What skills do they need to have? Boom. That's pretty much it. And then you just link it here on your org chart. So let's say we would have done job description for the head of marketing. We're just gonna do job description here, and boom, and then you're just gonna hyperlink it here, you know? And once again, build this without any people in mind. It's really easy to think, okay, head of marketing, we don't have a head of marketing right now, so it's probably gonna be John, and John's gonna be doing all of these other things, and then you write a job description for head of marketing, an account executive, an accountant, and a code email copywriter at the same time, and it's fucking useless. Like, think about this without having your people in mind. Okay, in an ideal scenario, if we had a head of marketing and that was their only job, they were doing nothing else than like being the head of marketing and running the marketing department, what would that look like? Don't think what else is the person going to be doing who's going to be in this position, but just think about, okay, if we have a head of marketing, what the fuck are they going to be doing if that's the only thing they do, you know? So you do that, and then based on this job description, you are able to figure out the main big 3 to 5 tasks they do every single day. So for example, let's say we wrote a job description for an account executive, aka a closer. Okay, what are the big 5 things or 5 tasks that we can find from their job description here? Okay, they need to be following up with 100% of the leads in the pipeline every single day. They need to be updating the CRM. They need to be taking calls with all the leads coming in. They need to be confirming appointments every single day. And they need to be doing whatever the fuck, I already said follow-ups. They need to be fucking, you know, analyzing call recordings, you know, to make themselves better. And these might be the 5 main tasks that an account executive has to do every single day. And then you just give them a number, a measurable number, so you can actually measure if they're doing it or not. So follow up with 100% of the leads in this stage in the pipeline every single day. Make sure that 100% of the information in the CRM is updated after every single day. Take every single call that is in your calendar. Confirm appointment with 100% of the people who have booked in today. Analyze at least 3 call recordings that day and write down notes on how it can be better. And those are pretty much going to be the 5 main tasks for that role. And then you can make an SOP for every single role, every single thing here that they're going to be doing. So we're going to make an SOP for every single thing. So then everyone knows how to do this perfectly. Okay, how to do follow-ups, how to update the CRM, how to do calls, how to do call analysis, how to do whatever. You make an SOP for it. You know, so then it's extremely clear what every single person does and how they do it, you know, and then you pretty much just put, once again, you can put it here. Boom. SOPs. So, and that's like pretty much how you build the main structure of it. So then at the end, when you're done with this exercise, yes, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take you hours and hours to do. But once again, this is going to be a super solid structure on exactly how to organize your agency. You're going to have every single role and every single position that you need in your company to make it run smoothly. For every single position, there's going to be a detailed document outlining exactly what does this position do and what are their main tasks that they do every single day. And there's going to be an SOP for every single one of these tasks. And you do that for every single one of these boxes here. And then what you can do is you put in the people that you already have. So right now, if you're just in the beginning stages, you might only have 3 people. So it might be you, then you might have lead scraping. Damn, I'm going to make this a bit bigger. You're going to have lead scraping VA lore. What the fuck? I just say John. And you might have accountant Alex. Boom. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna put these people in these roles. And in the beginning, one person can be in multiple roles, you know? So, but there can't be like two people in one role. So there can't be Alex and you in lead scraping. It's just gonna be one person. But you can be in multiple roles, or one person can be in multiple roles. So for example, if we use some fancy color coding here, so for example, let's say that you are the color red, and then lead scraping VA John is the color purple, and then accounting Alex is the color pink. Okay, where can accounting Alex go here? So accounting Alex is gonna be going in the accountant position. There's really nothing else. Lead scraping VA John, what positions can the lead scraping John fill? They can fill this lead scraping expert here in the head of fulfillment team, and they can also fill the lead scraping expert role in the head of marketing or in the marketing team. And in a lot of cases, it's gonna be the same person. So unless you have like a million clients or like 20 clients, you can have the lead scraper do this and also do this. There's no need to hire two lead scrapers just because of the org chart. And then, okay, where are you gonna go in? So the crazy thing here is if this is what your team looks like right now, like you are gonna go in every single other position. You're gonna be the CEO of the company. You're gonna also be the COO of the company. You're gonna be the head of marketing. You're gonna be the head of sales. You're gonna be head of fulfillment. You're gonna be head of operations. You're gonna be the code email copywriter. You're gonna be delivery expert. You're gonna be account executive. You're gonna SDR. You're gonna be the account manager. You're gonna be the code email copywriter here. You're gonna be these guys here. You're gonna be these guys here. You're gonna be the automations expert. You're gonna be the training manager. You're gonna be the hiring manager. Boom! You're gonna be in a lot of these positions. And then what you need to do to make your life easier is start replacing you from this equation and start replacing you from here. So for example, right now, let's say 3 hours of your day, every single day goes into inbox management and reaching out to potential leads. So then what should we hire for probably in the beginning? For an SDR. So then what we do is we go into the SDR job description. We look at what the SDR has to do, what are their SOPs, etc. You analyze, okay, what kind of a person do I need to be, or what kind of person do I need to have to find this SDR, and you go and you hire an SDR, you know? And then you place the SDR here and you remove yourself from this position. Boom. And now your life is a bit easier. And if you don't know how to hire people, you can just go to YouTube Leevi Eerola, and I just made my last video on this thing. So this I spent like 2 years building this hiring funnel. So you can go and you can look at this video and it shows you how to hire the right people. So you just go and you find an SDR, and then that SDR is going to be, I don't know, whatever color. You hire SDR Saul, and now Saul is in your company. And then you just do this until there's no red bars where you want them to be. Like if you absolutely fucking hate being the deliverability expert, okay, then go hire a deliverability expert. If you hate being the code email copywriter and it's not worth your time and it's not worth your leverage, go hire a code email copywriter. And of course, you have to, like, it has to make sense when you do this. Like if you're making 10,000 a month, don't go spend all of your revenue on hiring a team, you know? Like, first of all, you're not gonna find a super good team for 10K like that does all of this stuff. And second thing is, like, you want to have some cash flow, you have to have some money for some expenses and pay for a rent and pay for food. But slowly over time, as your revenue scales, etc., you can start replacing these red boxes from here and get rid of everything. And for a lot of people, the end goal for the agency is going to be that the only red box here, or red like ball here, is in the CEO positions, and everyone else is someone else, you know, all the other things. Or if you're scaling more vertically, then of course you're probably gonna be in the account executive role more, and you're gonna be more in fulfillment. Maybe you're only the head of fulfillment because you're gonna be so much more in depth with fulfillment, but really that doesn't matter. That just depends on what you're looking to do. And then, like, when you build this out, you have a really clear roadmap of, okay, how am I going to get from now being really with golden handcuffs, working 15 hours to keep the company running, to, okay, how in 6 months or in 12 months am I completely gonna be delegated out of the business, you know? And of course, there's gonna be, like, this is an oversimplification of what it's gonna look like. You have to do training, you have to do good onboarding, you have to manage the team, you have to do all the team calls and all of these things. You have to be updating all the systems, of course. But this is what it's gonna be looking like on the, like, high level overview, you know? And sometimes you might have someone, let's say you have a person here. Let's say you have a lead scraping VA John, but lead scraping VA John isn't good enough lead scraper to completely take over this position, and it doesn't match the job description you have. Then you need to identify, okay, where is lead scraping John right now, and where do they need to be? Like, what is the actual end place where they need to be, and what is the skill gap? Like, what skills are they missing, or what training are they missing? And then you just train them so they can take on this role. But this is pretty much how you have to look at building a team in your agency. And of course, you should update this like at least monthly, because things are gonna change. You're gonna suddenly start delivering other services, or you're gonna change something in your operations, whatever it might be. So you are gonna be adding roles or changing job descriptions or whatever it might be. You're gonna be bringing on new people. The agency starts growing really fast. So suddenly in 6 months, you're forecasting that, okay, you need way more people. But this is gonna be pretty much working as the main whole driver of your business, and then you can operate from this and see who should be where and what people you need and how to get yourself out of the operations where you don't want to be in. But yeah, that's pretty much it. If you're an agency owner and you want to fucking scale your agency, I highly recommend going to check out agencyvelocity.io. We run B2B growth marketing mastermind. This is the logo, really beautiful, boom. And we have a bunch of agency owners running it there. Just we are working with them in depth with our team one-on-one, and it's a great community. We just ran the marathon a few days ago in Oslo, Norway, and my legs are fucking cooked. And yeah, just go check out all the links in the description. Let me know in the comments what kind of topics you want me to talk about. Like and subscribe, boom, 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 all of that good stuff. And I will see you on the next one. Peace. Yo, welcome in to today's video. Today I'm gonna be going through a presentation for all the agency owners out there and all B2B growth marketers, and I'm gonna be showing you how to scale your agency to $20,000 to $100,000 a month. Why not even more, but generally $20,000 to $100,000 by creating a unique market position, by upgrading your unique mechanism and improving the process that you use to deliver a transformation. It's going to be really good stuff. It's all going to make sense in a second, but this is extremely important in the year 2024. Without this, you're going to be beaten up in the markets. And this also, when you do this correctly, it lets you never have to worry about saturation. So if you're worried about saturation in your niche right now or with your offer, if a lot of people are offering what you're offering, after this video, you will have a clear plan and a clear structure on how you pretty much can beat saturation. It sounds crazy, but trust me, it works extremely well. So this is the exact same process we have used to grow our 500 agencies to $10,000 to $100,000 a month. And it's also the same process that we have used to generate over $30 million in revenue, book tens of thousands of meetings, and grow a seven-figure growth marketing consultancy and an agency in the past few years. So this is something that we use extremely a lot every single day in business, no matter what kind of marketing or sales we do. And just to also show you an example, if you pull up our Slack channel from our mastermind, these are the reasons that we're getting every single day. Boom, a new client, boom, pretty good first half of July, closing 9K deals, closing a 3K retainer, closing huge deals here, getting crazy campaigns, 7.5K, boom, retainers, rev share deals, 5K retainer for 3 months plus a 3K setup, talking with $150 million companies. And yeah, just like if you look at the campaign stats, some crazy stuff, 57% positive reply rate. And when you understand the stuff that I'm gonna go through today, like 20K trial worth 72K here, quitting a 9-to-5 job, Wesley quit his 9-to-5 job, and cherry on top, in the past 2 weeks closed a 4K a month retainer for 3 months, 6.2K for 3 months, and $168,000 consistency deal for 7 to 8 months. And yeah, like a bunch of great stuff. This is the stuff, like results we're getting every single, here you can see like 40K in past few weeks. These are the results that we're getting every single day. And it's only possible through what I'm gonna explain to you in a second. But yeah, so when you use this process correctly, and if you use the stuff that you learned today on this video, you're gonna be able to create unique positioning in the market that nobody can compete with. So instead of being one of many, instead of being like a really commodized offer, just being an extra pair of hands that no one wants to pay high prices for, you're gonna be able to create a unique positioning in the market and no one can compete with you. You'll be able to get better client results and case studies with less effort. So you're gonna be literally working less or putting in less effort, but you're going to get better results for your clients, which leads to better case studies, which of course leads to more scale. When you have better case studies, your campaign's going to perform better. You're going to be able to charge higher prices. You're going to have higher closing rates, and yeah, we're just going to scale a lot through that. You can charge 2 to 10 times more for your offer, probably even more. But when you initially implement this, you can immediately like 2-3x your prices, and also you'll be able to keep your clients longer since there's no one else who provides the same service. Because obviously, if there's a lot of people providing the same service, there's no incentive for your clients to stick working with you because they can get the same service from somewhere else. So that's pretty much what you're going to be able to do after watching this video. If you don't do this, the negative side effects of that is you will get beaten by your competitors, and clients will leave you to work with other agencies in your niche. Business is really PvP. Everyone is trying to beat each other. For you to win, someone else has to lose a deal or lose a client. So you won't get beaten by your competitors that easily. If you don't do this, you'll also be stuck charging low prices forever because there's nothing unique or extremely valuable about your service. If there's 1,000 different agencies providing the same service that you are providing, obviously you can't charge that much. Prospects will compare you to other agencies and only make decisions based on your price. You're going to be always partaking in the rat race of charging less than your competitors, and then after months or after a few years, everyone is going to be charging so little that no one is making money, and everyone's going to be going under, and everyone's going to go bankrupt, and the business doesn't work anymore. So if you want to stay profitable, you have to do this, and also you'll be stuck in a loop of acquiring new clients to maintain your monthly revenue due to high churn. So obviously, if you provide something that is not extremely unique, a lot of your clients are going to leave. You're going to lose 10, 20, 30% of your clients every single month. So to even maintain your current revenue level, let's say you're doing 20,000 a month or 10,000 a month, to stay there, you have to acquire like 2-3 clients every single month. And that doesn't even grow you because you churn so many clients in the back end. So it's obviously really important stuff. If you understand anything, this is not really good problems to go through. So in this video, what we're gonna go through, we're gonna go through 3 different things. We're gonna first go through how markets work and why your mechanism is the most important thing of your business in 2024. Really, really key, especially during 2024. You'll also learn the 3 methods to upgrade your mechanism to gain a unique positioning in the market and generate better results for your clients. And the last thing you learn is how to build moat in your agency to make it impossible to compete with you after enough of iteration. So it's gonna really make everything better in your life. So the first thing we'll have to understand, so if you have ever read anything from Eugene's Arch, this is not my diagram. This is from an OG, extremely amazing marketer, like one of the big G's of marketing, Eugene Schwartz, and he created this concept of market sophistication. He created this amazing way to understand market sophistication on a deeper level. So if market sophistication says nothing to you, what you need to understand is over time, through amount, and through quality of buying experiences, markets mature. You know, a great example of this happening is, let's say you go into a niche. Let's say, just for the sake of example, you run a B2B lead generation agency and use cold email to generate more leads. And then you find a niche where there is no other people or no other companies providing that exact same service. So you start selling to some really specific niche. Maybe you have a language advantage. Maybe you go into like a really small geographical area, whatever it might be. But no one has ever heard of cold email lead generation there. When you go into that market, no matter what you say or no matter what your offer is, people are going to be naturally interested on it, and people are going to literally have demand for it, even if there's nothing special. So you're at level 1, and this is the birth of the market. You're pretty much creating a new market, and you can just make any claim out there. You can just say, hey, we generate more leads for marketing agencies, book a call, and it's going to work. I've seen a lot of these markets, and I have been in a lot of these markets and worked on a lot of these campaigns, and it's literally just this. You don't try to do anything fancy. You don't try to make anything cool about your approach. You just say, hey, we generate your leads, and because there's no other options in the market, they have never heard of it, they have never seen anything similar, that's all you need to do. Then, as people see that you are succeeding in this market and they see that, okay, this guy is absolutely printing with his B2B lead generation offer, the market is going to mature, and you're going to go from level 1 to level 2. And this is pretty much where other competitors come into play. Everyone else starts mimicking your offer, and they start providing the same service because they want piece of the pie. And here, pretty much the market is getting a bit more skeptical, and they already have some kind of awareness or understanding of B2B lead generation with cold email. So they have seen it before, they have seen other companies provide it, they already have start having a bit more understanding. So you need to start competing on your claim. First, here on level 1, you might say, hey, we generate leads for B2B, or we generate leads for marketing agencies with cold email. Then you go into level 2, everyone else starts doing it as well. So you have to start making claims. We generate you 10 leads in a month. We generate you, and then the next person says we generate you 20 leads a month. And the next person says we generate you 30 leads and 40 leads and 50 leads and 100 leads and million leads and blah, 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 blah. So everyone just starts making bigger and bigger and bigger claims to beat the competition. And because at this stage, the market is still extremely, extremely immature, or they haven't had a lot of buying experiences, they haven't spent a lot of time seeing these different offers, they haven't seen a lot of these offers, their skepticism is still really low, and they believe almost anything that you say. So someone comes in and they say, hey, we will generate you 1,000 leads in a month. People are going to believe that, and they're going to buy that offer. So the company who makes the biggest claim, people still believe them, and they of course get all of the deals, and they get all of the clients. So then what happens when this goes on for a long enough time and it gets out of hand, this usually happens, it gets out of hand and everyone starts making bigger claims because it makes them more money. So the market gets more skeptical. They have a lot of different buying experiences. They see that, holy shit, actually these companies that are telling me that they can generate me 1,000 leads in a month, they actually can't do it. So their skepticism goes up. And at this point, we move from level 2 to level 3. And here in level 3, the big claim isn't a thing anymore. Like making a bigger claim won't make you any more money. Here, what makes you more money is the actual mechanism that offers a logical reason why your claim is achievable. So here, what people are looking for, they're not looking for the biggest claim, they're looking for the most logical mechanism. So your mechanism could be cold email lead generation, or Facebook advertising, or cold calling, or direct mail, or knocking doors. And then you just pretty much, your job is just to explain why your mechanism is better than the other person's mechanism. So for example, let's say you run a cold email agency, and their competitor is making the same claim as you are, we get you X amount of leads, but we do it with cold calling. Your job is just to explain to your prospect why cold email is better than cold calling. And the person who has the most logical reasoning behind their mechanism is going to beat the competition. You know, if someone says, hey, we will get you 100 leads by knocking doors, and you do cold email, you're going to say, hey, there's a lot of companies knocking doors to get leads, but obviously it's really inefficient, it's really expensive because you need to hire humans to do it, and the lead quality is going to be really low, blah, 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 blah. Instead of doing door knocking, we do it with cold email, and we are able to do hyper-targeted cold email campaigns, and we are able to do way more scale, and it's going to be cheaper, and it's going to be better, it's going to be more accurate, and more blah, 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 predictable, and all these things. So then the reasoning is better why cold email works better than door knocking, so the people and the clients come to you. So what happens after that? So then we have gone from level 1, where no one has heard anything about the claim, to making bigger claims, to then justifying why our mechanism is the better. When that happens for a long enough time, when the market is here in level 3 for a long enough time, what happens naturally is the market starts seeing all of the different mechanisms. They start getting educated and aware of all of the mechanisms. They have heard about cold calling, they have heard about cold email, they have heard about door knocking, they have heard about ads, SEO, content, all of these things. So then once again, because they have seen every single mechanism, these mechanisms don't make it easier for you to get leads anymore. That's not enough to beat the competition anymore, because everyone else has already seen what is the best mechanism and they're starting to copy what is the best thing. So then we move from level 3 to level 4, where pretty much what we need to do is we need to create a better mechanism or an upgraded version of the previous mechanism. So this is where we don't anymore compete on the claim. It doesn't matter that if we're going to get 100 leads or 1,000 leads or a million leads, of course, the end result, the claim that we are making, it still has to be desirable. It has to be something that the audience wants or the market wants. We can't just sell shit. We actually have to sell something that people want. But it's not about the size of the claim anymore. It's about the mechanism behind the claim and figuring out how to deliver a better mechanism or how to create an upgraded version of the mechanism. You know, a great example of this is. And this happens a lot in, for example, in technology. Someone they're selling a phone. Hey, we have this phone and we use quantum processing to process for the processor Then someone comes into the market and say, hey, we have AI quantum computing processing, and it's more powerful. People are okay, like this makes sense. It makes sense that would be more powerful, etc. Or a great example, we are going to go into it in a second, but with cold email B2B lead generation, I'm going to show you a great example there. But pretty much what happens here is when we move from level 3 to level 4, it's not anymore about the claim, it's about the mechanism that we use and how much better or upgraded it is than the previous one or what everyone else is using in the market. And I would say that most of the markets that a lot of the agencies are in are either level 3 or level 4, because everyone wants to be in the big money market. If you think about big money markets, you can think about coaches, consultants, course creator, B2B SaaS, advertising, technology. And these are the big markets where people want to be in, because that's where most of the money is. There's always this balance that, okay, if you want to be in a market where there's a lot of money to be made, there's also going to be a lot of people, because everyone wants to make a lot of money. And then if you go into a smaller market, you're not going to have as much competition, but you're also going to make less money there, and there's less money just moving around. So most of the agencies and most of the growth marketers, they find themselves in these level 3 and level 4 markets, and I would say that most of the markets, generally speaking, in the world right now, at least on the international scale, are level 3 or level 4. There's still level 1 and level 2 markets. You can find these. Usually these are markets where you have different language advantages. So let's say you sell to Swedish companies and you only sell in Swedish, or you go in the more untapped market. Let's say you sell something specifically, like some kind of a marketing solution to Italy or Portugal or Spain. And these markets are just way less sophisticated, because they are not generally like the first movers and first advancers in early adopters of different marketing practices compared to, for example, companies in the US. Like usually, at least if you compare US to Europe, in any kind of marketing or any kind of new technology, technology advancements, at least in the agency space, usually people and companies in the US figure out what works the best and figure out these new technologies and new strategies and new tactics first. And then after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, depending on the niche, that slowly gets adapted also in Europe. So if you want to find these level 1 or level 2 markets, you just have to find this situation where the markets you go into is really, really slowly adopting the things. For example, when I started my agency, I started working with Finnish marketing agencies, and I would just take things that work really well in the US market and that marketing companies are using in the US, and I would use those tactics and strategies to grow companies in Finland. And because Finland was really slow adopter and still is, this obviously resonated really well with them, and I was able to create this level 1 market, and I was able to birth a completely new market and have no competition. And then slowly we went to level 2, level 3, level 4, and right now that market is around like level 3 and level 4. So that's pretty much how everything goes. And of course, like there's level 5. I would say, at least once again, to my experience, only companies that you're gonna find here are gonna be like big consumer industries. So think about like food or drink companies or mainstream technology companies. Think about like phones and laptops and all of these things. Like if you think about it, like for example, the big thing that Apple sells is like here. New advanced marketing strategy must be activated. Or usually it's like identity marketing. So Apple has a specific identity that you pretty much buy into when you buy an Apple product. You're this sleek, smooth, advanced technology, blah, blah, whatever. Or when you buy a sports drink, you see, okay, they are sponsoring these athletes and they are involved in these sports. Or when you look at Coca-Cola, you look at Coca-Cola's brand ads that are really heavy on identity, etc. So you don't really have to worry about this if you run an agency at least in the B2B space. There really isn't many markets you're going to run into that are in level 5. So obviously, what we can learn from here is that for us to compete in any of the mainstream big markets where we want to be in and make a lot of money, we have to focus on our mechanism. This is what makes the money. It's not about making the biggest claim. Like you can say, I will get you a 10x ROAS or 10x ROI and I will deliver you a million leads, but it's not going to resonate because the market is skeptical. The skepticism of our prospects are so high that doesn't matter anymore. We have to provide a mechanism that is logical in their head. I mean, to show that why our mechanism to deliver results is better than our competitors. And that is how we get all the deals, and that is how we win our competition. So, wait, what? So, and this also goes into a really, really big concept here. So if you think about scaling an agency, there's generally speaking, there's two ways to scale an agency. There's a horizontal scaling method where pretty much you scale by selling something at a low price and you scale by getting more clients. So this is the red line here. Your revenue is based on how many clients you have. So let's say you sell something for $2,000 a month. Obviously, for you to get to $10,000 a month, you need 5 clients. And to get to $10,000 a month, you need 10 clients. And for you to get to $100,000 a month, you need 50 clients. So this is pretty much how people horizontally scale an agency. And usually this is when you are not able to compete with the mechanism and you are pretty much always only competing on the claim, or you're using a really basic mechanism, so you're not able to charge high prices. There's nothing unique about you. There's a million different agencies or 1,000 different agencies in your market providing the exact same thing. They have the exact same mechanism. They have the exact same way how they deliver results. So there's nothing unique about you. You're compared to everyone else. You're under price comparison. So you can't charge more than, for example, $2,000 a month. So you're forced to scale by adding more clients to your client roster. And this obviously, like, there are a lot of extremely fantastic companies, a lot of big agencies that have scaled this way. But once again, through my own experience, this is more of an opinion-based thing. But at least in my experience, this is not the way how you want to scale an agency, or at least it's not the way how I want to scale an agency. Because what happens when you get more clients is your focus spreads. Let's say you have 50 clients. Your focus is spread among all of these 50 clients. You can't focus on so much of the service delivery. So your clients are going to get worse results. So you're going to get more churn. So a lot of your clients are going to leave. You're going to have 20, 30, 40% of your clients leave every single month. So you always have to just acquire a crazy amount of new clients. I have to spend a lot of money on marketing and sales to keep your revenue afloat. And also when you have like 50 clients, you have to invest a lot of money into technology, and you have to invest a lot of money into your team, which once again is more expensive, which means that your profit margins drop a lot. So even if you're here and your revenue is, let's say, at $100,000 a month, you're going to have $50,000 worth of team members and $20,000 worth of technology. And then you're going to have 30%, 40% of your clients churn every single month because they're not getting good results, which means that if you don't acquire new clients, and if you don't acquire like 20, 30 new clients every single month, you're literally going to be losing money running the agency, which you don't obviously want. And there is a lot of benefits also doing that. You can systemize your agency. You can remove yourself from the operations after a few years of building it. You can make it really more systematic. But in my opinion, there's no point in building an agency that way, because agencies really don't have any like exit value. Even if you build a really good organization and you have a really good team, everything is systemized, everything, and you're completely removed from the business, like, you're not gonna get that much money out of selling it. There's really no point in selling it at all. And it takes like 5 years to get to the point where you can remove yourself completely from it and still get really good results and everything like runs really well. It's really time consuming, it's really expensive. I just don't think it's worth it. I think when you're building an agency, the bigger benefit of building an agency is, first of all, the case studies and experience that you get. So you build really good case studies, you get the expert status that's going to help you a lot in the long run. You make a lot of money, so you have high profit margins. And so you need to have high profit margins and make a lot of money, and then you can take that money and that experience that you have gathered by building your agency, and then you can invest it into something with a higher exit multiplier. You can build a SaaS company, for example, or a brand that you can sell later on, and that's how you can pretty much go from making 100,000 a month to making $1 million a month, for example. So that's, I think, like a super important nuance, and at least that's my approach to building an agency, like trying to just figure out a way how you can have really high profit margins, get really good client results, so you get really good case studies, and just get a lot of experience and just be really in the trenches working and becoming a great marketer and becoming a great salesperson. And that's why I personally subscribe to the vertical scaling method, and that's what also we do with everyone inside our mastermind. This is how we scale agencies there, and this leads to like results. For example, like if you go on our website, you're going to see a great example of this. Wyatt Beamer, he scaled his agency from $500 a month to $76,000 a month in net profit. So after all expenses, he's making $76,000 in net profit. He did that in 9 months, and he did it with working with 2 clients. 2 clients, $76,000 a month in net profit, and from 0 to 9 months. Yeah, of course, he's not fully out of the business, but he's making a lot of money. And I think that's the better way to build an agency. And pretty much how you build the agency like that is your revenue isn't tied to the number of clients you have, but you keep increasing the value of a client. So you might have 1 client here, 2 clients here, and 3 clients here. And then we have 3 clients. You work on performance. So maybe you're getting paid per call, or maybe you have revenue share, or maybe you have equity, whatever it might be, and then you just keep getting better results and focus only on these 3 clients. You keep getting better results, so you get better case studies, and you also get bigger performance fees. And you could just keep upselling them different services. You keep selling them different stuff, so you improve the value of a client. And this means that you don't have to always be acquiring new clients. You can just focus on your client campaign, so you don't have to be doing marketing or sales. You don't need to have a big team. You can only have 1 or 2 team members. Your profit margin are going to be like 80-90%. All of your clients are going to get the results. Yeah, there's a trade-off that you have to work more, but I think the trade-off is way, way, way worth it, because even if you want to like completely delegate yourself out of the agency with the horizontal scaling method, it's going to take years. So I would just rather make a bunch of money in 2-3 years and then go on to the next thing and invest my money into somewhere else. So that's pretty much what you just have to understand when we talk about scaling an agency. There's 2 ways to do it, horizontal and vertical. And I subscribe to the vertical scaling method. And this is also why we want to compete with the mechanism, because that lets us do it. So everything is based around the general approach that you generate results. And here I have an example as a B2B lead generation agency, but this pretty much can be applied to any offer, any niche, any style of agency, no matter if you do social media marketing, if you do AI automation, if you do content, whatever. This works everywhere. So pretty much every single time, or everything that you do in your business, it's all revolved around providing a transformation. When you start working with clients, your clients are always going to be in stage A. They're always going to be at a starting stage. So for example, if you run a B2B lead generation agency and you use cold email to generate results, like the normal starting state is that you have clients, they are not getting as many leads as they want. They don't have cold email campaigns running. They are not getting any outbound leads. They're only relying on referrals, or maybe they have cold email campaigns, but those campaigns are not working at all, or they're working really poorly. So that is their starting situation. And their end stage and the situation where they want to be in, their dream desired state, is that they have cold email campaigns working. They're getting 5, 10, 15, 20 leads every single month from cold email. They're not completely reliant on referrals. The lead quality is high. Their closing rate is high. Their sales process or their sales cycle is small. And this is pretty much what you're always providing. You're always providing a transformation from stage A to stage B, no matter whatever you sell. Like even if you sell, let's say you own a McDonald's, like your customers, when they come in, their stage A is going to be that they're hungry, and their desired state is that they are happy and not hungry. So you are providing a transformation between those 2 states. And every single time when we provide a transformation between 2 states, there's always a process to go from stage A to stage B. There's impossible to transform anything without going through a process and going through a specific number of steps. So for example, when you run a B2B lead generation agency, the steps that you're going to be going through this is generally what it looks like when you start like a general process. You use like a general process as a B2B lead generation agency. You start working with a client, you identify what niche you want to target. So who are you going to be selling to? Then when you have identified the niche, you're going to be scraping a lead list for them. So you need the leads to reach out to, so you scrape lead list. Then when you have a lead list, you write some campaigns. And you write some copy, you write some follow-ups, you write some tests. Then when you write the campaigns, you launch them and you start getting leads in and you start getting positive replies. You do inbox management, so you reply to the emails and you book in meetings. And then the last thing you do is you look at the data of your campaigns, you look at the performance of your campaigns, look at the performance of your tests, and you optimize the campaigns for better performance. And these are the steps that you go through to go from stage A to stage B. This is how you can go from someone not having cold email campaigns to someone having cold email campaigns that provide amazing leads every single month. And this process also that we use to deliver this transformation, this is our mechanism. This is the thing that we compete with. So like when we are in market stages, or how can I find it again? When we are in a market stage of level 1 and level 2, here where we are just competing on the claim, pretty much what matters the most is the size of the claim. Someone says that, hey, we can get you from 0 leads to 10 leads a month. And someone says we can get you from 0 leads to 100 leads a month. And someone says we can get you from 0 leads to 1,000 leads a month. Or you can compete on the time frame. We will do it in 30 days. We will do it in 2 weeks. We'll do it in 1 week. We'll do it in 1 day. We'll do it in 1 hour. And this is pretty much you competing on the claim. You're just pretty much competing on the stage B, making the stage B bigger or faster to get. So the end result, you're competing on the stage B and the transformation, the size of the transformation that you're providing. But when we go into levels 3 and level 4 of market sophistication, when the market starts getting more mature and they have seen more of these offers, etc., like I already mentioned and like you already know, it's not about the size of the claim anymore. That doesn't anymore make that big of a difference. People are skeptical if you give them like a huge claim. So what matters more is this process. The company or the agency who has the most logical process or the best process to get these results wins the competition. So what we want to do is we want to upgrade this process. We want to upgrade our mechanism to deliver results. So how you want to think about it? This is your transformation that you're providing from stage A to stage B, from $0 to $100,000 in revenue, from $50,000 in revenue to $100,000 in revenue, from having no subscribers on social media to having thousands of subscribers on social media, from whatever. This is always what you provide. This is always your offer, going from stage A to stage B in a certain time frame. So now, if you want to compete in level 3 to level 4 stage markets, we have to make our process better. We have to upgrade this process. We want to make it more efficient. And when I say more efficient, we either want to make it faster to go through this process, want to make it better, like the stronger process so it gets better results and the transformation it delivers is bigger, or we want to make it cheaper so it's more cost effective to go through the process. And how you upgrade this process, there's 3 ways to upgrade the process that you have to provide your transformation. And these steps are going to be first, 3 ways to upgrade the mechanism you deliver a transformation with. First is going to be remove something from the process to make it more efficient. So if you want to upgrade your process, the first thing you can do is you can look at your process, and like what I want you to do right now is take out a whiteboard like this or take out a piece of paper and write down your process. Write down what is the starting situation that most of your clients have and where do they want to be at and how do you get them there? What are the 3 to 5 main steps that you follow to get them there? Of course, don't break this down into like a million different steps, even if there are a million steps, because changing small steps doesn't really have a big enough impact. So take like the 3 to 5 big steps that you use to deliver the transformation and look at the process. Okay, what do you do first when you start working with the client? What do you do second when you start working with the client? What do you do third when you start working with the client? What do you do fourth? What do you do fifth? Or maybe you have an amazing case study that you have gotten. Look at that case study and map out what did you do first for them and map out the process, how you got them from. Let's say you started working with a marketing agency and they were doing $50,000 a month when you started working with them. And then after you stopped working with them, they were doing $100,000 a month. So then just draw this out. This was the starting state. This was the end state. What did you do? What 3 to 5 steps did you follow to get them from 50 to 100? And then the first thing you can do to upgrade the process is, like I said, you can remove something from the process to make it more efficient. So for example, if you could skip this process completely, or if you could skip this, or if you could skip this, or if you could skip this, obviously there would be less steps to go through, which would mean that going through the process would be faster. And of course, the one big nuance here, or not even a nuance, the one big point here to remember is it can't make the results worse. But if you look at your process and you look, okay, is every single step necessary here? If I remove this step, will it make the transformation better or worse? Or can I remove this step and still get the same end result in the same time? Or can I remove this step and still get the same result in the same time? And if you find a way to remove something and still get the same result in the same time, then 100% do it. That makes your process more efficient, so you can either sell it for cheaper or you can deliver the transformation faster, or you can just have higher profit margins. Second thing that you can do is you can upgrade an existing step to make it more efficient. So if you go here, you can upgrade the step, one of these steps to make it more efficient. So for example, a great example of this is if you look at the normal cold email process. Here we have, for example, inbox management. How a normal cold email agency does this step is they hire an inbox manager. So they hire a person to look at the replies that they're getting from the cold email campaigns, and then that person replies to the emails to book more meetings or book meetings from the replies. Or maybe you do it yourself if you're just in the beginning stages. So for example, we could look at it. Could we upgrade this step? Could we make this step more efficient? And a great way is we just tested this out inside our mastermind. We built we had this one person build like an MVP of this, and it works extremely well. It's okay, what if we have an AI inbox manager? Could we have an AI automation to do all of the inbox management for us? So we wouldn't have to have a human here. So we would have like no people. There would be no human error here. And could we build that? And we had one person build this, and they built like an AI inbox manager, and it works extremely fantastic. It replies perfectly. It replies as fast as you want it, so you can reply in a minute. Like if you know anything about cold email, like the faster you reply, the replies that you're getting, the more meetings you're going to book because the leads are going to be warmer. And you don't need to have a person that you hire to do this, So you save money. You can do it faster. You can do it more accurately. There's no human error because the AI does it every single time the same way. So that would pretty much mean that this process gets upgraded. If you install an AI inbox manager, you upgrade this process, and it's better now. So then if there's 1,000 lead generation agencies and 999 of those lead generation agencies have a human doing their inbox management, and then you have one lead generation agency who has an AI inbox manager that gets better results and is more efficient, obviously that company is going to win the competition every single time. Because it's like, hey, there's all of these other companies, and there's us, and we have an AI inbox manager, so we get better results, we reply faster, we don't have human error there, and just upgraded version of it. So it's gonna work better. Or maybe writing campaigns. Like a big thing that we have been doing lately is using Clay to write more complex automation. So for example, a great example of a campaign that we are running right now with a person in our agency is there's a solar company that sells solar panels to businesses that have like warehouses and headquarters in the US. So pretty much we have a Clay campaign that every single time when a certain area or a specific area in the United States crosses over a specific UV index, we automatically reach out to all of the companies in that area and we say, hey John, your area just had UV index of 9. If you had solar panels, you would have saved a lot of money and you would have generated a lot of energy. Based on the size of your company's headquarters, you could have this many solar panels, and based on the price of electricity right now in the market and the UV index and how much sun your area is getting per day, this is how much money you could make. And that's completely automated. This is like a really, really complex campaign, completely automated. So for example, you could upgrade your campaign writing process and use Clay to make better campaigns. Or maybe you use more complex automation to scrape a lead list. Once again, a good example from our mastermind, one of our guys last year, they were working in the SEO space and they were working with an SEO company. So he had this idea, hey, what if I could take a list of leads, I could take 1,000 companies, and if I could analyze all of their SEO scores and their SEO index using SEMrush automatically. There was no tool in the market to do this. So what he did is he went and he hard-coded, or he hired a developer to hard-code a custom scraper for him that would take a lead list, automatically put the lead into SEMrush, get the SEO score, and then he could automatically send out an email saying, hey John, I saw that your SEO score is 60 out of 100 and your competitors have 80 out of 100 on average. So when someone searches up for roofing companies in Arizona, all of your competitors are getting the leads because your SEO score is lower. Do you want us to help you get a higher SEO score than your competitors? Like once again, an amazing campaign, performed super well, absolutely crushed. He made a lot of money. The client made a lot of money, got a crazy amount of calls, and he just upgraded the process. He hard-coded the solution. So then if he starts selling to other SEO agencies, all the other like lead generation companies in the niche, they don't have the technology, or most of them don't have. They just use general leads. So he can show, hey, we have this custom-built technology that lets us target the specific SEO score of these companies, so we are able to get better results. And as long as it makes logical reason in their head, and as long as it's like a logically better version of the mechanism, he's going to win all the competition. Or maybe you're going to identify the niche more accurately. For example, what we do with our agency is instead of just guessing what is the best niche for our customers to be in, we do prospect and customer interviews to find out better pain points, and find out specifically what they want. So we are able to like do the niche identification better. And once again here, like one really big thing is like for example, doing interviews with our prospects or with our clients' prospects or with our clients' customers, like, yeah, it's going to take more time. There's going to be more work involved. So for it to make sense for us to do it, they have to spend more money. So let's say they have to pay an extra 10K. We need to increase our price 10K to do that process. Like then the only thing that in your head that you need to ask is, okay, is the 10K a worthy investment? Let's say it takes 2 extra weeks to launch campaigns and it takes extra 10K. So you need to just ask yourself, okay, if the clients pay extra 10K and wait an extra 2 weeks to launch campaigns, is it gonna be worth it? Are we gonna get better results here, and are we gonna get to the stage B faster? So for example, when we use our customer interview process to identify a niche before starting working with a client, we know for a fact that we can get their campaigns working 2 weeks faster than we would normally would. Usually months and months and faster. So we're able to make get the more leads faster than in 2 weeks. So waiting 2 weeks is worth it. And 10K, are we able to make them more than 10K extra if we start doing this process? And once again, the answer is yes, because we're able to make way better campaigns. We are able to find the pain points and the perfect niche way faster. So they are making way more than 10K in the end by investing this extra $10,000. So you can always like look at one process of your or one piece of your process and ask yourself, okay, can I upgrade this better? Can I do something to make it more efficient? Can I get better results with it? Can I do it faster? Can I do it stronger? Can I do it cheaper? And then you just, in a lot of cases, you just have to like, damn, I have this productivity tool that keeps messing up my productivity with these notifications, so it's really counterintuitive. But you look at your whole process, you map out all of your steps, and you ask yourself, okay, is there something that I can change in this process to make it more efficient? Do you do it? And if there is, then you need to go ahead and get creative and figure it out. Like usually, there's not going to be any easy tools or easy ways to do it, because if there was an easy tool, for example, like if there was an easy AI inbox manager that you could just like pay $100 a month for and it would be available to everyone, then it wouldn't be unique anymore. It wouldn't be a competitive advantage because everyone else would have it. So you need to hard build this. Like for example, the AI inbox manager that the guy in our mastermind built, he spent months and months and months and crazy amount of hours and money to build it. So usually you just have to get really creative and just hard code. Or for example, the SEO scraper that one of our mastermind members also built, like he had to hire a developer. He had to get it hard coded and spend his own money to do that. And the last thing that you do is you can add something into the existing process to make it more efficient. So if there is, let's say you have upgraded every single step in every imaginable way that you could think, and you have removed everything that you can and still kept the same results, damn. So what you do and what you can do is you can add something to the existing process to make it better. And a perfect example of this is, wait, let me just clear this out a bit because it's looking a bit messy. So a perfect example of this is, let's say you run a lead generation agency, a B2B lead generation agency, and you work with clients and you identify their niche and you use this normal process. And one thing that you could add into the process and that we do with our agency is before we scrape a lead list and after we have identified the niche, we add a step here and we write them a sales letter and we turn that into a video sales letter and we turn that into a cold email optimized funnel. And when we have this sales letter, our messaging is going to be better. We are able to create content based on it. When we have this video sales letter, we know our campaigns are going to perform better because the prospects we reach out to are being more nurtured. And we also have this funnel that the client can use in all of their, like direct all of their traffic there and get more conversion. So we know that, okay, if we create a sales letter here, everything else that we do is going to work better. We're going to get better results for them. So the transformation is going to be bigger. We're going to get those results faster. So it's going to be faster and it's going to be more expensive, but it's going to be worthy of the trade-off. So once again, if we charge $20,000 to sell a sales letter for them and do a sales letter, like we once again need to ask, is it going to be worth it? Are they going to make an extra 20K by investing into this? And let's say this takes once again us 2 to 3 weeks to create. Is it going to be worth it to wait 2 to 3 weeks to go through the rest of the process? Will we get the transformation faster? And once again, in our case, the answer is hell yes. Like if we do the prospect interviews or the customer interviews for them, and we use that data to create a sales letter, and we build a VSL from it, and we build a funnel from it, we know that we can launch like trash campaigns. We can launch like absolutely trash campaigns if we want to, and they're still going to work because the sales letter is going to do so much of the selling. We can take the sales letter, we can give it to their sales rep to use as a sales script. We can create content for them based on the sales letter. We can do all of these really cool things. We can use it to nurture. We can use it on follow-ups. We can use it on pre-call and post-call automations. They can use it to drive their other traffic to the sales letter and to the VSL and to the funnel that we have built. Everything is just going to work a million times better when we have that. So it's going to be worth it for them to buy that. And then instead of our process being really general, like identify niche, scrape lead list, write campaigns, do inbox management, optimize campaigns, our process is first we do prospect interviews, then we write a sales letter and build it into a funnel. Then we scrape a lead list and we write campaigns with Clay and we use an AI inbox manager to manage the lead so we get better results, and then we optimize the campaigns and we can use like AI and a bunch of different solutions to make this even better. But like the process to get from stage A to stage B is so much better than our competitors that even if we charge 10 times more, people still want to buy from us than from our competitors because our process is just better. you know? And this is what you really have to think about with your own agency and with your own business. You write down your whole process, you map out all the steps that you go through. First, you ask yourself, can I remove something? Then you ask yourself, can I upgrade a piece of the process? And third thing, can I add something that is gonna make the process better and get better transformation? And then you present it in your sales letter, in your sales calls, in your content, in your cold emails, and you explain how your process is better than everyone else's. And as long as it logically is better and it actually makes sense and it gets better results, it's gonna work fantastically. And also, it's not just the sales and marketing advantage. Also, when you keep upgrading your process and you keep adding things and you keep making like your process better, you're gonna naturally just get better results. Your clients are gonna stay with you for a longer time. If you work on performance, you're gonna make more money from the performance fees, and you're gonna get better case studies you can use to scale. So even if you don't use the positioning of your process in your marketing and sales, there's still a huge benefit because your clients are going to be more satisfied, you're going to make more money, they're going to get better results, and everything's just going to be a million times better when you do that. But yeah, of course, if you want to start your own B2B lead generation agency, you can download our free course. It's going to be the first link in the bio. It's called 24-hour LJ Kickstart. It shows you how you can start your own lead generation agency in 24 hours. I spent a crazy amount of creating these modules, and once again, my productivity tool is making me unproductive by breaking my flow. I need to get rid of it. And yeah, like the video, subscribe, drop me a comment on what you want me to talk about next. Go check out the links in the description, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Boom. I have been doing lead generation for other companies for over 5 years at this point. Of course, my strategy and deal structures and niches and everything has changed a lot during these years, but that's pretty much what I have been focusing on. Like my first ever SMA client 5 years ago was a B2B company. I built them a sales funnel. I ran ads to get them leads. After that, for a long time, we did funnels and ads, like lead gen funnels and ads for gyms and massage studios and CrossFit centers and stuff like this. Then I worked as a head of lead generation for a marketing agency. We had one lead generation sales outsourcing client for a long time at a really, really big company. And then of course, for the last like 3 years, I've been just doing cold email lead generation. And yeah, I haven't just been doing it alone. I've also had the opportunity to work with like over 500 B2B lead generation agencies. And yeah, just seeing a lot of the game when generating leads. And one of the biggest issues that I see people like running into when they run some kind of lead generation business is what happens to the leads after they get sent to the client, you know? Like you run some kind of a marketing campaign. You might be doing cold email, maybe you're doing ads, maybe you're cold calling, maybe you're doing whatever, like sending smoke signals. And you're getting a bunch of these interested people. They wanna hop on a call with your client, or these leads are coming into some kind of funnel. And you're doing a great job as a lead generation agency, you know? You're like, I'm fucking killing it. I get them 100 leads, I got them 200 leads, I got them 30 calls booked last month, you know? But what happens if your client isn't closing the leads, you know? What happens? And that is a big issue that a lot of people struggle with in the lead generation business. And it's something that I have also struggled with for years, and I've run into that situation a lot of times. So in this video, I'm gonna go over at least my approach to solving that issue and different solutions that you can take when you run into an issue like that. Because there's not only, like in business, there's never like one only right answer. So I'm gonna provide my own opinion on that and just from the last few years, like how I have solved this issue and how I have seen this issue being solved in the most efficient ways. Yeah. So this is gonna be really valuable if you run an agency or you're a freelancer or whatever, and you do lead generation. You might do paid ads, funnels, cold calls, cold emails. You work with B2B, B2C companies, but this is also gonna be valuable for you if you run any other kind of company and you are just struggling to convert your own leads to convert like closed clients, you know, like the same mechanism is gonna work anyway. But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing today. So if you hop in here on the whiteboard, I have just mapped out like a really simple, like an example of what it might look like to generate leads for a client. So in this hypothetical scenario, we are in a scenario where you are a B2B lead generation agency. So once again, all of these things are gonna be, you can change them around. It could be B2C, B2B, ads, funnels, whatever. So you're a B2B lead generation agency and you are working with a B2B company, you know, B2B business. And your job is to create leads for this B2B company, not just leads, but like booked calls. So pretty high intent leads. And that's pretty much what you're getting paid to do. So in this hypothetical scenario, what you're doing, and this is really common way to do this, is you're running cold email campaigns. And from these cold email campaigns, you're getting positive replies, and you're running these campaigns for your client. So your client, let's say they sell, let's say web design services. So you're running these cold email campaigns for different companies and getting people interested in web design services. You're getting positive replies. Of course, this depends a lot on the performance of your campaigns, how good the targeting is, how good the deliverability is, how good the copy is, how good the offer is, how good the digital footprint is. Like, of course, you might be getting more or less positive replies, but let's say you're getting positive replies every single month. Let's say you send out 3,000 emails from here, boom, and these 3,000 emails result to 30 positive replies, and these 30 positive replies result into 10 booked calls for a client. So we're getting 10 booked calls for a client for their web design service. So then, like, for most people, or for a lot of people, like, at the end of the day, like, this is your job as a lead generation agency. Like, this is, if you just look at what most lead generation agencies do, like, this is what you got hired to do. Just get these booked calls. So in a lot of cases when people think, oh, my client isn't closing these deals, that's not my fucking issue. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, you know? And yeah, on the other hand, that might be 100% true. Like, if you look at your contract, if you look at your offer, if you look at your deliverables and your deal structure, etc., like, yeah, that might 100% be true. Like, legally, there's nothing forcing you to help them close these leads, you know? That 100% is the case in a lot of cases. But also, if you think about it like this, let's say you're a lead generation agency and you're providing these 10 good quality calls to your client every single month, but your client isn't closing any of them. They might do it for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. But after 4 months, they're like, oh, like, damn, like, they are getting us calls. They have booked us 40 calls in the past 4 months, but we're not making any money. So even though the person here is getting us calls, this is not profitable for us. We're losing money by running this campaign. So that, of course, creates a lot of different scenarios in their head. Maybe they should go back to what they're doing. Maybe your leads are unqualified, which could also be the case, whatever it might be. And the client is going to churn. You're going to fucking lose the client. So instead of you being able to work with the client for 12 months or 18 months or 24 months, you only work with them for 3 months, which loses you a lot of money. Like, let's say, for the sake of example, let's say you are getting paid $300 per a booked call, like a really basic pay per call model. So this client is making you $3K a month. And if you work with them for 12 months, this would mean that this client is worth $36,000 for you, you know? 12 times 3, 36,000. But then, let's say the client churns after 3 months because they're not closing any of these deals. This means that you're losing $27,000 because of this issue. And then if you have 4 clients, for example, that's over $100,000 in lost revenue that you lost because your clients are not closing these deals. And in business, it's always more, it's always more efficient and cheaper to just keep your old clients than acquire new clients. Because when you acquire new clients, you have to put in more time, you have to scrape new leads, run new campaigns, etc. Your client acquisition cost is going to be way higher versus if you already just make sure that your old clients don't leave you, that can make you the same amount of money. It can make you more money, but there's no client acquisition cost. You already paid to acquire that client through your marketing and sales efforts. So you're pretty much leaving like $100,000 on the table if you have 4 clients and your clients are churning after 3 months. Once again, all these numbers are really nuanced and interchangeable with different things, but I hope you get the point. Like, you might think, this is not my fucking issue that these clients are not closing these deals. Legally, no, but from a business perspective, if your clients are not closing these deals, you're fucking losing a lot of money, you know? And the money stacks up really fast. So what we do is, of course, once again, this depends a lot on the industry, but I like to use the closing rate of 20% if I don't have a previous benchmark. If I have a previous benchmark in the industry, if I know what an average good closing rate looks like, if I know what other companies are closing at, I might have this benchmark at 30%, I might have it at 40%, I might have it at 5%. But generally speaking, if you don't know what is a good average closing rate in the industry, 20% usually is a pretty good, benchmark to go off of. So pretty much what happens is, let's say we have delivered them 30 calls or 20 calls. And of course, like you always have to keep in mind that there's also average sales cycles in every single business. So for example, in one industry, the average sales cycle might be 60 days. So if a client doesn't close the first 3 calls that you booked them in the first week, like, yeah, that probably is really natural, and that's probably still standard. But if after like 2 months, the client is still not closing deals and you're delivering them good calls, you want to do this. This is what I always look at. Okay, is the client closing at 20%? If the client is closing at 20%, if the answer is yes, I always figure out, okay, does the client have more capacity to take on more calls? Sometimes companies can only take on 10 calls a month, for example, if their sales team is really small or whatever it might be. Maybe they have fulfillment capacity, they have a bottleneck there. If that's the case, then of course nothing happens. But if the client can take on more calls, okay, amazing. Let's just increase cold email volume, or we can implement other solutions. We can do cold email, we can do cold calls, we can do ads, we can do fucking whatever, you know, or we can start working on their show up rates. We can start working on like a million things. But if you're booking them a good amount of calls, they're closing them at 20%, pretty much the only thing you have to just figure out is, okay, how the fuck can you get more calls and how can you get them to show up? And I can do another video on how to do that later on if you ask about it in the comments or whatever it might be. But like if that's the case, then you just pretty much are focusing on how can you make more money for this client. But if in the scenario client is not closing at 20%, this is my process. And once again, all companies are different. Sales processes can be really nuanced. There can be really small details or really small issues. Sometimes just like few words at the beginning of a call can destroy the whole sales process. That can 100% be the case. But just generally speaking, this has been the process that I have been able to follow. I've been in sales for over 8 years now, which is pretty crazy. But I've been in sales over 8 years now, and I've worked with fucking hundreds of sales reps. I've built multiple like 10, 15-person sales teams. I've trained sales reps that have done like $500,000, 700,000 a year. We've paid them like fucking hundreds of thousands in commissions. And yeah, I've been in sales for a long time, and this is the protocol that I like to follow. And this is usually when a company also comes to me and asks for sales, like process optimization or consultation, or we have an agency client that we do this for. This is pretty much the process we follow. So the first thing we always ask is the client closing at 20%? If the answer is no, okay, does a client have a CRM and do they use it correctly? This is such a silly question for a lot of people, especially if you are a bit more modern or digitalized, you have a bit more like modern sales process. You're like, yeah, of course, fucking like CRM is like the most important thing ever. But for a lot of companies, especially if they're a bit more traditional, their CRM can be an absolute fucking joke. They might be running it on like a notebook on their sales rep's desk, or they might have an Excel sheet or just some like really cryptic way of doing it. All the sales reps are using a different CRM. It's super messy, or maybe they have a CRM, but no one is fucking using it. Sales reps usually hate using CRMs because they don't see the value of it and they just want to close deals. But yeah, the CRM is the first thing that we look at. Like a great example, we had one client and they had like not a terrible closing rate, but I was looking at their sales process, I was thinking surely they could be closing way more. So the first thing I looked at is their CRM. I was like, fuck, no one is using this and this is not using correctly, and all of you guys have like different CRMs. So let's implement a good CRM process. Let's all use this tool. We, in most cases, we use Pipedrive, if anyone's wondering. Let's use Pipedrive. Let's build this one pipeline there. Let's assign the roles. Let's assign like different titles. Let's make the SOP that, hey, every single time when we have a call with the client, we take down these things. Let's start doing follow-ups with this cadence. Let's start using these follow-ups, etc. We just implemented really basic like CRM hygiene and protocols there. And it took their closing rate from like 13% or 14% to 22% in like 2 months. Fucking crazy. Also decreased their sales cycle. Which is like, once again, like your sales velocity increases, we can fucking like, that's almost doubling the business if you do that by implementing one tool. And Pipedrive is like, if you have a five team, or if you have a sales team of like 5 people, that's like 85 euros or no, that's wrong math. Yeah, it's like 93 euros or something to implement Pipedrive. And like in a lot of cases you might think, oh, I'm not a sales professional, I'm not a sales expert, I can't help them with sales. But at least what I have seen is usually it's like the things that actually have a big increase in the sales performance of a team. It's like they're super fucking simple. You don't have to be extremely smart to do it. Most people literally are just they're not even doing the bare minimum. Like they're just not using a CRM. So you implement a CRM, boom, suddenly deals are getting tracked, people are not falling through. Deals are getting followed up with. There's clarity on what deals are we pushing on. So just implementing a CRM is a really big thing. So if the client doesn't have a CRM or they are not using it correctly, you implement CRM. I would just do Pipedrive, train the client on a CRM, and this is really important, you schedule weekly CRM check-ins. And the reason why we schedule weekly CRM check-ins, this is extremely important, especially if they have a sales team, is because fucking people hate using a CRM, you know? It's like, that's what I have just seen. I don't personally hate using a CRM, but I have seen that the average person hates fucking using a CRM. No one likes doing it. It's annoying, painful. You have to go remember, do it. You have to take notes. People don't like doing it. So you are literally just doing this for accountability purposes and just to solve bottlenecks as they come up, you know? So schedule a weekly CRM check-in and you wait 60 days and then you look at again what has happened to their closing rate, you know? And the reason why we look at 60 days because there's this, at least this rule that I have followed for a really long time, especially in B2B sales, is the things that you do today are going to show up in 60 days. So if you start analyzing immediately 2 weeks later, you might get a false positive or a false negative because there wasn't, maybe like a sales cycle was just closing down, or maybe the sales cycle hasn't closed down already. So you have to give it a bit of time. Second thing, and you can also do this at the same time if you want to, if you're in a rush. Second thing we look at is, does client have basic sales fundamentals down? And what I mean with basic sales fundamentals is, are they doing discovery calls? Are they doing demo calls? Are they closing on the call? Or are they scheduling the next call immediately after call ends? And are they handling objections? These are really basic sales fundamental things, but a lot of companies are missing them. They're like just hopping on a call, they just do a discovery, they're like, okay, sure, I will send you a proposal over email, let me know what you think, let's continue on this on email. It's like fucking terrible. Of course you're not gonna close anything if you do that, you know? But so many companies are doing that, it's crazy, you know? They're just sending proposals out. That's not even sales, you know, that's like presentation, like a fucking AI robot could replace you, like literally. Like, just fill this form, you will get an automatic proposal into your email. Like, that's what most people are doing. Hey, I'm a sales rep. You go in, you have 10 questions, you get an answer to these 10 questions, boom, boom, boom. Then you go to your proposal creation software, you go to Canva or whatever, you make a fancy pitch deck, and then you send it on email, and then you just fuck off. Like, that's what most people do. Literally, I could automate that with ChatGPT and Zapier in like 2 hours, and you would be worthless. So yeah, fucking that's what a lot of people do. So then you need to just conduct sales training for clients and create new sales SOPs. So once again, just putting in place better sales process hygiene and better sales practices, you know. Okay, let's start doing discoveries and demos separately. Let's not send the proposals out via email. Let's hop on a call and review the proposal. At the end of the proposal call or the demo call, let's actually ask if they want to buy it. If they say no, let's ask them why. Okay, if they give an objection, let's handle that objection and ask them to buy again. Okay, if we don't close on that second call, let's book in a third call immediately on that call. Let's follow up with these deals. Like really basic things, kindergarten simple things like Peter Kell says, like super simple stuff, but has a huge impact because most companies are literally not doing this. Like you can literally do this, you can go figure this out by yourself. Like go hop on, like go take some traditional, really basic multi-service marketing agency that you can find in your own country and go book a sales call with them. And I can tell you with a 90% certainty that is going to the sales process you're going to go through. You're going to hop on a call with them. They're going to ask you some questions. They're going to tell you that they're going to send a proposal over via email and you're going to get the proposal. And they might follow up with you for like one time and that's it. So this, once again, like you don't have to be a sales expert. You don't have to be Jordan Belfort. You don't have to be whoever, you know, like anyone can put this in place, especially if you're doing it already. For yourself. So fucking basic sales fundamentals. And once again, one really important thing here is when you're changing things in the sales process and when you're implementing new things, like only implement one thing at a time. Like you might look at the sales process or you might look at a sales call and see 20 issues. It's like, okay, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. And a beginner can easily make the mistake of listing all of these things out, coming up with a solution for these 20 things, going to a call with the sales team or going to a call with the founder and saying, hey, here's 20 things I need to start fixing immediately on the sales process. And then these people have pretty much a completely new sales process. They have no fucking idea what's happening. They're trying to remember these 20 things and they're just going to get like they're going to feel crazy pressure and they're going to get overwhelmed and they're going to revert back to their old habits. So we need to slowly change things. Just change only one thing at a time. Okay, The first thing we're doing is we're just gonna separate this and we're gonna just do discovery and demo. The first thing we fix is we are not sending a proposal over email, we're doing a demo call. And then we do that for 2 weeks, and then we hop on another call with them and we're like, okay, now we're gonna start asking if they want to buy it at the end of the demo call. And you slowly introduce them to these new different concepts. So these things actually become habits and they actually stick, because you can create the best sales pros in the world, but if no one is fucking using it, it's pretty pointless. And then we're gonna wait 30 days. And the reason why we are not waiting 60 days and we're waiting 30 days is because you're gonna see a faster impact from this, and you're gonna get immediate feedback through call recordings or feedback from the salespeople, etc. And you're gonna start seeing if it's going in the better direction or not. So these changes you analyze in 60 days or in 30 days. And the last thing, if the client has a CRM, they're using it correctly, and they have basic sales fundamentals down, and they're still not closing, pretty much what we're going to be doing, and this is going to be pretty much the loop that we're going to be spinning through until we get to 20% closing rate if nothing else works, is we're going to analyze all the call recordings, objections and questions in calls we're getting, and we're going to write a better sales argument. That this doesn't mean that you have to write a big sales letter, but it just means that we are selling the wrong thing. The angle of the call is wrong, the argument is wrong, there's some limiting beliefs, there are some big objections that are clearly like causing friction in the sales process that we need to pre-handle. So these are the big needle moving things, and we are going to start pretty much just pitching differently. We're going to take the whole sales process and put it into a completely different frame, and we're going to base it around a completely new or completely different like a core concept. Like let's say all of the niche, like let's say you're selling a cold email lead generation service, and even if you have a CRM and you have weekly CRM calls and you have sales fundamentals down, like if everyone in your niche believes that cold email doesn't work anymore and you're not building your sales process or sales calls around that variable, like no matter how fucking good you are, you're never gonna close, because there is this big limiting belief of, okay, cold email doesn't work anymore, that is pretty much shutting everything down. So then for you to actually get benefit from these other things that you're doing correctly, you have to address that limiting belief, and you need to uninstall that belief and you need to replace with a better one during the sales process. So this is pretty much an example of, okay, hey, we are gonna be pretty much taking a completely new angle at it. And this is the hardest part to do, because you have to actually spot what the issue is. But in most cases, I would say in 90% of the cases, like it's going to be this and this is gonna get you to 20% closing rate. And yeah, then you just train the client on new sales argument and ensure you implement it is clear. You wait 60 days, and then if it doesn't work, you pretty much just do this process again. And of course, once again, like something really important to understand here is that there is a lot of nuance to this process, meaning that you might be booking calls at the wrong frame, or you're booking the wrong decision makers, or you're in the wrong industry, or the digital footprint is shit, or like there can be like a million other small things that are like obstructing this process of closing these deals. A great example is if you are doing like really direct offers on email and you're saying, hey, we do this, do you want to learn more about it? Like those, and people book calls from that, like those calls are gonna just naturally close at a higher percentage because the intention is higher compared to, for example, hey, we can do a free audit, come check this out, we'll do it for free, come check it out. And you can book the same amount of calls there, but in the end, the people who came from the direct offer email are gonna close naturally at a higher percentage because they didn't come with a free, they didn't come from a free audit angle, and they actually came because they were just curious and interested in buying the offer. You know, so there's of course like a million things in positioning and the sales process and things that are happening here on the cold email campaigns and all of these things. But this is like, once again, like in 80% of the cases, this is gonna be it. So yeah, if you run any lead gen agency stuff or you do lead gen for clients, make sure that they're closing deals. And the great thing, you can even charge more for this. Like we have implemented this for a lot of agencies in our Agent Velocity Mastermind. With a lot of people, like they have this problem. We're like, hey, just start doing this for your clients and charge money for it. And they start charging money for it, and suddenly they're getting way better case studies and they're making more money and they're happier and they don't need as many clients because their clients are like worth double. And so yeah, you can do it as a great upsell. So, and it also like the second and third order effects from that are that you are creating a more unique mechanism of delivering results, which puts you in a category where there's less competition. It's harder for like others to compete against you, because if you have two lead generation agencies and one also does sales process optimization, if everything else is equal, the one who does sales process optimization is gonna have better case studies and they're gonna have more interest and they're gonna get better clients and they're gonna close at an easier rate, etc. Because they solve more problems. But yeah, pretty quick and dirty video today. I think this is just really, really important for everyone to understand, of course. But yeah, pretty quick and dirty video today. I think it's really important for anyone to understand who is in the game of lead gen. Check the link in the description, click like, subscribe, blah, 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 and let me know what you want to hear more about from me. Take care, bye. Yo, today we are going to be talking about the biggest mistake and biggest misconception that almost everyone makes when running cold email campaigns, doing LinkedIn campaigns, doing cold calling, whatever it might be, but pretty much acquiring clients and generating leads for your agency or for whatever B2B company you might be running or working with. And when I say that almost everyone makes this mistake, I truly mean this. I see this, like we have worked with over 500 B2B lead generation and growth marketing agencies in the past few years. And almost everyone who does cold email campaigns is making this mistake. I would say like 90% of people. And when you make this mistake and when you are operating like this, it causes you to waste a crazy amount of time, and it also never lets you unlock the full potential of your offer or your service. Like if you have an offer that could be scaled to 100,000 a month, like it's a great offer, you're in a great niche, your pricing is good, your sales is good, etc. Even if all of those things are in place and you're operating like this when you're running your cold email campaigns, I guarantee you won't go farther than like 20K a month. And the same thing, like if you're just starting out, like you will never really hit 10K a month without understanding this, or you might accidentally, but you can't make it repeatable or replicatable. So once again, to hop in here, pretty much I have drawn an absolutely fantastic iceberg for you to look at it. I know it's super ugly, but if you have ever seen the picture of an iceberg, you know, you see the little small top above the surface, and then there's the huge part of the iceberg under the surface. This is pretty much what it's trying to represent. And here is the visible or above the surface stuff that most people focus on. And I know here I pretty much talk about cold email, but this can be applied to any method of marketing and sales. It can be applied to LinkedIn campaigns, to paid ads, to cold email, to cold calling, whatever. I'm just going to use cold email as an example because that's what we are really most familiar with. But this is pretty much like the main thing. So here above the surface, we have the things that everyone always like focuses on. They focus on cold email scripts and cold email templates, etc. Like what should I say in my cold emails? What tools should I use? What lead sources should I use? Should I use Apollo? Should I use this? Should I use that? Where should I get my leads? Templates, of course. What are the best subject lines? Should I do cold email? Should I do LinkedIn? Should I do this? Should I do that? What word should I use? What infrastructure should I have? Like, should I have 3 domains or 2 domains, or should I have Google domains or Go Daddy or whatever it might be? And what call to action should I use? And there's also a lot of other things that go in here, but pretty much the main above the surface obvious things that people focus on. And a great example of this is like pretty much what I do a lot is I do calls where I just consult people on their campaigns. People who we work with, they bring me their campaigns, and then we look at them together and we come up with different angles and we write different angles for them and etc. We just pretty much make the campaigns better. A perfect example of this is every single time when someone comes to me and shows their campaign, the first question they always have, like, what could I make better on this script, or what angle should I use on this script, or what should I do here on this script? But 90% of the cases, they shouldn't even be focusing here on this stuff, because everything here under the surface is absolutely messed up. And when you figure out what to actually do here under the surface, when you watch through this video and you understand what things here are, and you get all of these things in place that I'm gonna go through in a second, then like these things won't really even matter. Like if you have ever seen anyone who runs a cold email campaign and they're absolutely printed, they're booking like 30, 40, 50 calls a month, they're scaling, they're closing a bunch of clients every single month, you always think, oh, they must have a crazy cold email script. They must have a great template. They must have a lead source that I don't know about, you know? You always think there's some kind of a secret that you're missing out on. And then you see their campaigns and you see their scripts and you're like, what? These are absolutely horrible. These are absolutely garbage. So they must be just getting lucky, or maybe it's their niche, maybe it's their offer, because these scripts are garbage. And that happens a lot. Like when I show our campaigns, like campaigns that we run to people who are like really dialed in on cold email, their first like thing always is like, what the, like these are terrible. These are trash campaigns. But the reason why we can get away with like campaigns that are not like extremely fancy, we don't need like crazy AI personalization and clay stuff and all of these things, is because we have everything here. Like we have the actual fundamentals dialed in. We have actually the marketing and sales fundamentals dialed in. And the great thing about it as well is when you understand these things under the surface and not just these tactical on the surface things, your stuff gets way more predictable. Like it doesn't matter what happens with the Google update. It doesn't matter what channel you use. It doesn't matter where you scrape your leads, because everything at the end of the day, like first principle thinking, everything is based on human psychology. Everything is based on these concepts and these things that are like have been the same for tens of thousands of years. Like the human brain has stayed the same, pretty much the same, for like all of its existence. Like people have done things and been motivated by things and acted on things based on these same primal instincts. So if you can tap into the primal instincts, and if you can tap into these things that are like deeply rooted in your prospect subconscious mind, then it doesn't matter what your call to action is. It doesn't matter where you scrape your leads from. You're still gonna absolutely print. And this also gives you a really, really great competitive advantage when doing cold email, because most people, once again, are just focusing on this stuff. They're focusing on what scripts to use and what channels to run and what tools to use for their cold email campaigns. But you, as an actual proper B2B growth marketing operator, are here under the surface actually doing actual marketing psychology, actually doing the things that matter. So then you can just beat everyone. So yeah, that's pretty much the introduction. I just want you to understand how important this stuff is. So let's start running through all the things that are under the surface that you need to be focusing on instead of these things. And of course, when you have everything dialed in here like really well, let's say you spend 6 months, 12 months working on one campaign, it might be extremely optimized here. Under the surface. Then what you can do is then you can start A/B testing different things here. You can start trying out new things. You can start exploring new things here. But like the big difference here is the stuff that you do under the surface. Wait, where's my pen? The stuff that you do under the surface, this can literally like 5 to 10x your campaigns, even more. You can like literally 100x campaigns when you do things here. You know, like by changing this stuff under the surface. But here, like, yeah, like you can probably increase the campaign performance by 2 to 3x and maybe even more, maybe even 5x. You're going to get like, of course, improvements depending on what you do. Like changing the subject line or changing the CTA, you might get a 20% better performance on your campaigns. Or using a different cold email script might increase your booking rates by 50%, or changing to some tool might give you a 10% edge. But we are not really like, if you really want to force yourself into success and really want to destroy your competition and make a lot of money and have really good campaigns, like you don't really do that by optimizing a shit campaign for like 6 months and getting these 5 to 10% increasements. Like if you like get just like super small increasement, you always make the campaigns a little bit better. Like, yeah, of course it's gonna work, but it's never really gonna get you to the level where you have an absolutely market dominating campaign. Like you're never really gonna be extremely successful by doing that stuff. Like it just doesn't work out. So the goal here, now you must be thinking, okay, Leevi, what is here under the surface? What kind of things here are? What kind of magic it is? But it's not magic at all. It's really actually far away from magic. It is literally the most fundamental principle-based stuff. It is extremely simple. You might feel overwhelmed, but this is the stuff that actually makes money. So to check, the first thing that we have here is limiting beliefs and beliefs in general. This is something that people miss out on so much. Because what you need to understand is when you have a prospect, I'll take a pen here, and when you have a prospect, I'll make this black as well. When you have someone who you're selling to, boom, this is John. This is John, your prospect. You're trying to sell him a B2B lead generation agent service or a marketing service or whatever. You're trying to sell John something. For John to actually raise his hand and say, this is like him raising his hand, and say, hey, I'm actually interested in this. I would actually love to buy this or talk more about this. I would actually love to hop into a meeting. There are certain things that John has to have. John needs to have a certain set of beliefs that actually like showcase, or a certain set of beliefs supporting that this stuff actually makes sense. It's like John needs to believe that they can get results with it. John needs to believe, for example, let's say you sell cold email lead generation. John needs to believe that cold email lead generation actually works. John needs to believe that they can go to another market or they can do certain things. There needs to be certain beliefs. Like if you don't have these beliefs, like you have to understand like nothing is gonna work. It doesn't matter about the advertisement or whatever. Like let's say you are overweight and you think to yourself that, hey, I can't slim down. I can't lose weight. I can't get a six-pack because of this and this and this and this. Those things might not even be real. They might be like absolutely idiotic. Like I can't slim down because of my bone structure, or I can't do this, or I have such a slow metabolism. I never can get a six-pack, or I'm a mesopotamiorphous, body type. Like I can't lose weight. Like obviously, even if you see the best ad in the world about a new weight loss program and it has the best script and best copy and best headline and everything, you will never buy that because you have this limiting belief in your head that you can't lose weight. So before you can buy the weight loss program, you have to first get rid of the limiting belief. Or you might see a weight loss program that, hey, you can lose weight by just like changing your diet and you don't need to exercise. You first have to believe in that fact that it's possible. Like you need to believe deep down in your subconscious mind that losing weight is possible by only changing your diet without you having to exercise. If you don't believe that, no matter what copy where did my gameplay go? Damn, that is crazy. No matter what copy or what headlines or no matter what visuals are on the ads, nice, we're back. What visuals are on the ads, you will never buy it because you don't have the belief. You need to believe in these things, or you can't have the limiting beliefs restricting you, standing in front of you. Because if you think about it, like let's say here is your offer. Boom, let's take green. Here is your offer, and here's money. Like John can never get here if there is a huge wall of limiting beliefs standing in the way. Like, oh, I can't do this and we can't do that and this is not possible and that is not possible, Like if there is, like he can never get there. And you can maybe force someone through it by just like different sales techniques and different marketing techniques, but it's going to be extremely slow and inefficient. You don't want to do it. It makes zero sense to do that. So the first thing you have to pay attention when you are running your campaigns, no matter on what channel you are running them on, is okay, what are the beliefs that my potential customer needs to have in order to buy this or in order to be interested on this, and what are the limiting beliefs that might be standing in their way of being interested in this? Like they might absolutely love the idea, but there's some limiting belief in their subconscious mind, like this is not possible because X, Y, and Z. And this is going to be different in every single market. This is going to be absolutely different in every single market. So you just have to write down who is your perfect customer. Write down my perfect customer is this and this and this. They run a company this size. They have this many people. This is their revenue. They're based in here. They're in this industry, etc. And who is the decision maker that I'm going to be talking to? Okay, I'm going to be talking to the CEO or CMO or whatever. Okay, what kind of beliefs do they need to have to go on a meeting with me and buy the solution? And what kind of limiting beliefs they can't have? And then that's going to give you the juice that you need to use in your VSL, in your cold email campaigns, in your sales calls, pretty much everywhere. That's going to be like the thing that you need to focus on, because you know that, okay, without these things, they can never convert. And in a lot of cases, you might do this, like if you think about it, and this pretty much applies for everything here, but you might think about it like this. So let's say we get a triangle, boom. Where did it go? Okay, this is our triangle. So this is pretty much your market at all times. This is your market. This is your niche that you work with. So in your niche, there's going to be a few different whoa, what is that? In your niche, there's going to be few different set of people and few different set of companies. So I'm going to draw just a few more lines here, and then I'll draw the last one. Boom. So in your niche, there's going to be different set of people. There's going to be like 3% maybe. Once again, this depends a lot on your niche and your offer and all of these things. But 3% of the people already have the necessary beliefs in order to buy this. Then you have like 10% of people who possess some of the beliefs and they have like most of the things in check. And then you have, this is actually like, let's just do this. And then you have like 87, is it? Yes, 87. It might be wrong. If it is, that's like, who cares? So, and then you have 87 87% of people don't have the limiting beliefs, and they're far away from having or don't have the actual beliefs, and they have a lot of the limiting beliefs. So what a lot of people do is, because they don't address these things and they don't make a constant effort in proving that these things actually work and proving that these things actually don't make any sense, like they only sell to these people and sometimes accidentally these people. But then 87% of the people they talk to and they send emails to, they can never buy, they will never buy. So that means that you just have to scale up your volume like crazy. You have to like send million emails in order to book meetings and convert clients. Like you are only selling to these people and sometimes accidentally these people, because sometimes you like accidentally like figure out or destroy their limiting belief or install a new belief for them. But then you're like missing out on this huge segment because of this. So then when you start focusing on this and you start handling these limiting beliefs and proving that they are not true on your VSLs and our cold emails and our sales calls, and then when you start like installing these beliefs into them, you can unlock this completely new market, and suddenly you can like sign 5 times more deals with the same exact effort. Like this can literally like 5x your booking rates. It is absolutely crazy, but it is true. So that is the first thing. Beliefs and limiting beliefs. Then the move down the line, boom, the next thing we have is sophistication. So sophistication is also extremely important, because like if someone is extremely non-sophisticated, pretty much sophistication just means the maturity of the market. Like market maturity has like 5 different levels, at least by like Eugene Schwartz's Breakthrough Advertising, which is like one of the most OG famous old marketing books. If you haven't read it, go read it. It's an absolutely banger book. But sophistication has different levels. Our markets have different levels of sophistication. So on the other end of the spectrum, we pretty much have like I'm just going to use the pen. We pretty much have like, let's just say level 1. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have level 5. And pretty much these are different levels of maturity. And this means that if someone is level 1, they have never heard of your solution. They don't even know that your problem exists. Like they don't know anything. They're like completely unaware. And then level 5 means that they are extremely aware of all the options in the market. They know the solutions, they know the mechanisms, they know the results, they know the problems, etc. So obviously, and then there's of course level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5, like in between. But obviously, these people need to be sold completely differently. Like for example, when I started my first lead generation agency a few years ago, I went into the Nordic market. I was working with Northern European companies. And in that stage of the market, it's not the case anymore because we have had so many people crush it in the market. But in that situation, no one had ever really done cold email at scale. There was no one doing it. There was no agencies. Maybe someone had done it, but they had not sold it as a service. Like 99% of the companies were level 1 sophistication. They didn't have any clue about cold email and that you can do it at scale and you can personalize emails and it can actually work. So obviously, if I go and start selling all of these like technical benefits here, like we have the best deliverability, we use the DMARC, we scrape leads from here, we do AI and blah 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 blah. Like it's gonna go just over their head. It's like completely wrong. Like what I need to do here is I need to be as simple and as direct as possible. Hey, we can get you these results in this time frame, and you don't have to do this, and it's gonna cost you this amount. Like I wasn't even talking about automated cold email or cold email at scale. I would just go to companies. I would say, hey John, I know you're acquiring leads right now by cold calling, and it sucks. So what if I just start sending a bunch of emails to your prospects, and I book you meetings, and I can book you 10 to 20 meetings every single month, and you don't have to do cold calling, and you just pay me a few €100 per call that I book. Like boom, no technical jargon, no unique mechanisms, no AI, none of that bullshit. Because they don't understand. That's exactly how you need to do it. But then let's say someone is level 5 and they have tried cold email before, they know a bunch of cold email agencies, they know exactly how the mechanism works, they know about all of these different tools. You need to sell with different benefits and different value propositions. Hey John, we have the best deliverability because we have like custom deliverability service. We use Clay and we pair up all of these different databases and data models, and we have automated inbox managers that like reply to our customers in 2 minutes, and we scrape actually leads by custom scraping this and that, and we do lookalike audiences and lookalike lead scraping like based on your CRM and all of these things. Like it's going to be completely different because when you're at level 1, there's no one you can be compared to. So you sell with different benefits, but here, like there's like a million different companies. Boom, 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 boom. And this doesn't mean that you need to be in level 1 or level 2 or level 3 or level 4 or level 5 markets. This just means that you need to know how sophisticated your market is, how much they know about solution, how much they know about your mechanism, and then sell accordingly to that. You know? And then of course there's like Eugene Schwartz, for example, has a really great like what you do at level 1 and level 2. You just pretty much here you just have your claim. Level 2, you make your claim bigger. Level 3, you introduce a unique mechanism. Level 4, you source up your unique mechanism. And level 5 is identity and identity-based marketing, and you appeal to their identity. So if you like want to learn more about that, I have some videos about it, and you can also just go and read his book. It's a really great book. But yeah, you need to know what level of sophistication your audience is. Then third one, and this is also extremely important, and a lot of people, they a little bit focus on this, but not a lot. Risk. So usually what people do when they're trying to reverse risk is they just add a guarantee to their email. Hey, by the way, if you don't get results, you will get a refund. You know, that's pretty much as far as they go with the risk mitigation. But what you need to understand that there are a lot of other risks that people take on when they work with you. So for example, imagine you are a CMO of a company that has like 500 employees. There's a lot of people involved. They have a big career, etc. A big risk that they're taking on is, okay, what if I buy this service and it doesn't work and I look dumb? What if it's an absolute scam? I will lose my reputation. People are not going to trust me to make these decisions. People are going to laugh at me. I'm going to look like an idiot. I'm going to lose the company money, etc. So there's a lot of risk involved when making these things. And there's also even if you have, like, imagine this, like just some random person comes up to you on the street, like just some random person, you have never heard of them, you have never talked to them, you have never seen them. And then come up to you and they say, hey bro, like, can you give me $100? I will bring you $200 back tomorrow. $200 back tomorrow guaranteed. You're going to be like, what the fuck? This sounds like a scam. Of course it sounds like a scam. What you would do is you would get to know the person, you would know their background, where they work at, where they live at, what people have they done this before, who people were those, you maybe talk to those people. There's so much more that goes into risk and risk mitigation than just adding a guarantee in your PS line. You need to have a really good LinkedIn profile. You need to do like LinkedIn content, you need to have a VSL, sales letters, introduce your background, case studies, show you're a real person, like all of these things, like proper contracts. And of course, when you're starting out, you won't be able to do all of those things. You won't be able to have the perfect LinkedIn profile. You won't be able to have references there, and you probably won't have time to create content, or you won't be able to do YouTube content, or you don't have case studies, and that's fine. That's not a make it or break it situation. But if we want to have the best possible foundation to focus on this, we want to have all of those things. So that's just something to also for you to keep in mind. Boom. Then moving on. Once again, proof. And this goes into pretty much the same thing, but proof. Like, once again, imagine you send someone an email. Hey man, we can get you these results. Boom, 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 boom. They're going to want to see some proof. Or at least, not everyone, and you can for sure like get by without case studies. That's completely fine. But the more proof you have, the easier it is to close those deals, easier it is to book meetings, and easier it is to charge higher prices. So the more proof you can show them, send them, give them, the better. Boom, moving on. Loss aversion. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. And a lot of people don't really focus on this. They only focus on the beneficial gain. So if you really think about it, the formula of value is really simple. And I know Alex Hormozi has his own thing, but we are not going to be Alex Hormozi today. So the formula of value, at least in my honest opinion, is this. It's possible gain plus avoidance of negative. And this is, in my opinion, the most simple way to describe value. Because if you think about it, what motivates people? What motivates people in life? And there has been like million studies done by this, like you can go read all of those things. It's completely proven. Like, people are motivated by two things. People are motivated by being able to gain something, possibly gaining something, more money, more time, whatever. But also people are not even equally more so motivated by the avoidance of negative, you know? This is what, like, it has been proven like a million times. If there's an equal gain and equal negative avoidance or equal avoidance of negative, the avoidance of negative is always going to motivate them more. It's always going to get them act at a way higher likelihood. Like if you think about it, if someone comes up to you and they say, hey, if you do this thing, you can make an extra $1,000, you're going to be like, oh, that's pretty dope. But if someone comes up to you and says, hey, if you don't do this thing, you're going to lose $1,000. That's going to be like, fuck, I don't want to lose 1K. What do I need to do? Boom, 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 boom. And you do it immediately, you know? Or the same thing. Like people buy a lot of phones or laptops or whatever. Technology is a great example. Like what is the reason why people buy a new iPhone? Like, yeah, 5% of the market, they're absolute tech geeks. They really love the technology. They buy a new iPhone when it comes out. They're like, oh, this has the new 100 megapixel camera and it has the N3 silicone chip and it has this and it has 18 gigabytes of RAM, etc. Like they buy it because of the tech. They want to geek out on it. But 95% of the market, 95% of people who buy a new phone, they buy it because they want to avoid something negative. Maybe their battery life is super bad. Maybe their screen is cracked. Maybe their memory is filled. Maybe their phone is just laggy and slow. So they are like, fuck, I can't deal with this pain anymore. I want to avoid this negative thing in my life. And I want to go in there and I want to buy a new phone. That's pretty much like any example that you think about, it is always the case. Like, yeah, people go work out at the gym because they want to get big muscles and look good. But what motivates people way more is if they're overweight and they're fed up with it and they want to live a healthier life and they don't want to die. You know? So avoidance of negative is absolutely huge thing. And pretty much how this shows up is usually when people make offers or focus on offers on cold email, they always focus on the result. They're like, hey, you can get, I'll write it here. They always focus on, we will get you X result in Y time frame. And they might add without doing Z. You know, but the reason why they add without doing Z is because they just see it online. They don't really know why they're even doing it in the first place. So a lot of people always focus on making this bigger, making this better, like the result, and also making these shorter. And these are of course great. But if we want to get the most amount of results and most amount of juice out of our campaigns, this is where we need to be focusing on. Like there's a lot of companies, like imagine this, like let's say you're doing something super painful in your company. Like for example, let's say you absolutely hate cold calling. You know, you fucking hate cold calling because you're a pussy and you're scared of the phone and it's uncomfortable for you. And let's say you're booking 10 calls from cold calling every single month. Let's say someone comes to you and they say, hey, I can book you 10 calls a month, so the same amount of calls you're getting right now, but I will do your cold calling and you don't have the cold call anymore. You will never cold call again. So even though you're not gaining anything, you're actually losing a bit of money, you're like, fuck yeah, I don't have the cold call anymore. That is beautiful. You're not gaining anything, but you can stop doing the painful thing. You know, so how to really capitalize on this is don't just focus on the results that your niche wants, and don't just focus on the time frame or how short you can make it. Do as much research as you possibly can and pay attention to what they don't like doing. Ask people, ask prospects, hey, what is the worst part of your business right now? What is the worst part of this process? Let's say you sell a lead generation service. What is the worst part about your lead generation process right now? Like, what do you absolutely fucking hate? If you could snap your fingers and get rid of it, what would it be and why? And then focus on that. Hey, John, we will get you more leads, but more importantly, you don't have to manage your unproductive and expensive SDR team anymore. Boom! Fucking sold. So that is absolutely extremely important stuff when it comes to cold email and offers, etc. So, moving on to the next point, and I know for a fact, this is like really theory-based stuff. There's like no concrete step-by-step stuff. It's not like, hey, do step 1, do step 2, do step 3. Like most of the people have already disappeared. They can't watch this because they're like so fucking, like they are just looking for quick and easy solutions. They don't really want to use their own brain. So if you're still here, like huge kudos to you. That just means that you're actually serious about this and you actually want to become a great B2B marketer. You're not just a template seeking, quick dopamine fix getting geek, you know? Then desire, pretty much desire once again, like this is a big thing. Because a lot of people don't focus on the actual desire of their prospects. They just have some kind of result. So like, for example, like they do a lead generation service, they just, hey, we can get you more leads. We can get you 10 more leads, 50 more leads, 100 more leads. We get you more clients, etc. But you need to understand the actual desire of your niche. You need to actually understand what do they actually want. Do they want to increase their enterprise value? Do they need to look good for their boss? Like I'd say it's a CMO, they want to look good for the CEO. Does the CEO want to look for the board members? Do they want to scale the company? Whatever it might be. You need to really, really have your desire on point. Because once again, like, let's say you go to the gym, and the only reason why you go to the gym is because you want to be more muscular. You want to have huge biceps like mine, fucking guns. Just kidding. But let's say you want to have huge biceps and you go to the gym because you want to look good. You want to get a bunch of girls. You want to look great on your IG pictures. A lot of people go to the gym for that reason. Like that's your ultimate desire. I want to look absolutely amazing. And then someone comes to you and they are a personal trainer and they start selling their like fitness program. They're like, hey bro, like do this absolutely amazing workouts, etc. And you're going to be way healthier or you will be stronger. You know, it can be the best program in the world and it can get you, like, it might be a program that gets you absolutely ripped. It gets you huge as shit. You look absolutely amazing, but they don't focus on it. They're like, hey, do this program and you will be healthier. And as a side benefit, you will look great. Like it's not going to resonate you as much than someone coming up to you and saying, hey, if you do this program, you're going to look fucking amazing. You're going to have a six-pack abs. You're going to be sub 10% fat. You're going to have sub 10% fat percentage. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to fill in your shirts. You're going to look this and that. And when you take your shirt off at the beach, everyone looks at you, you know? Like they sell you the actual desire that you have. Even though these programs might do they might be the same exact program, but you want to buy this program that actually advertises to your desire 10 times more. So that is super important. Don't just present any desire, but actually try to figure out what your niche wants. Boom. The next one is going to be awareness. And this is also huge. This is one of the biggest ones that I see a lot of people messing out on. So a lot of people, obviously, like the only reason for a business to exist is to solve problems. Businesses solve problems. You know, it's a problem solution world with businesses. So a lot of people, they sell a solution. Okay, I'm going to write it here. They have a solution that they sell, you know? And then they just go to these prospects and they're like, hey, we can solve you this problem. We can solve you this problem. Like a great example of this is, and let's say the prospect is here. This is the prospect. Boom, boom, boom. They will go and boom, hey, buy this solution, buy the solution. Boom, 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 we solve you this problem. And a great example of this is I just consulted on one campaign a few days ago. Damn, I deleted the whole prospect. My bad. I consulted on one campaign a few days ago where it's a solution for real estate agencies to, it's like a safety solution for their agents, like the safety app, safety software, and like safety infrastructure that, hey, you can make your real estate agents that work for your agency more safer. They will feel better. They will feel safer. They won't skip showings at certain areas, and they will actually like their job because they feel safe. And it's an absolutely amazing solution. They have like over 1 million like individual real estate agents as customers. So that was the first thing I asked, like, hey, do they actually have customers? Because I don't really know anything about the real estate market. So I asked them, hey, do they have customers? And then my client said that, yeah, like they have over 1 million customers, like individual agents. So I was like, okay, fuck, there actually is a great big problem then. Like that just tells that a lot of these agents feel unsafe. So then they started sending emails to these agencies, because obviously one agency can have 50 agents. And they started sending emails to the agents like, hey, we will make your real estate agents feel safer. And it wasn't working at all. Even though they have 1 million customers, obviously it's a great product, obviously like this is a really valuable thing. But the reason why it wasn't working at all is because the agencies were not aware of the problem. They tried to sell them a solution without them being aware of the problem, you know? They didn't know that the agents didn't feel safe, you know? They didn't know about that. So obviously they can never buy a solution that fixes a problem they don't know about. So then in the cold email campaign, the first thing they have to do is they have to sell them this problem. They have to prove that this problem exists, show data, show surveys, so case studies, whatever, show that, hey, this is actually a problem in your industry, and a lot of your agents don't feel safe, and they are not productive, and they change jobs, and they move to different cities, etc., because of this issue. And then when you have solved this problem and you have made them aware of this problem, then they're gonna automatically just buy this, you know? It's like, let's say you didn't, let's say I came up to you and I started selling this. I had a video and I was like, hey, we have this tool that creates the perfect DMARC system. It creates the perfect 2024 cold email infrastructure technical setup. And you look at it, you're like, what the fuck, why would I need this? I already have all of this stuff set up. I already have a cold email infrastructure. I already know how to set up cold email accounts. It's like, you didn't, there was no value. Nobody would buy it. But let's say I did a video and I was like, hey, did you know that cold email infrastructure setups has changed and you need to have this new DMARC thing and you need to do this new thing completely. Otherwise, you're not going to get any results, and otherwise your cold email campaign are not going to perform. You would be like, oh fuck, that's crazy. And I showed you actual data and proof, oh shit, that is crazy. I need to fix this immediately. And you would probably comment, what is the best solution? What is the best tool? How can I fix this? Where can you make a tutorial? And if I just told you, hey, we just actually built this tool to fix this problem for you, boom, no selling needed. So you need to sell, sometimes people are not problem aware. So you need to sell them the problem. And if you sell them a problem, they automatically want the solution, you know? But a lot of people just sell the solution without the prospect being aware of the problem, you know? So it's extremely important that you focus on here and actually talk with your niche and see, is there actually a problem? Or of course there's actually a problem, but are they aware of the problem? And then you can decide, do you just go ahead and sell the solution? Because sometimes there's everyone knows that fuck, our lead generation process is absolutely ass. We don't really know how to generate leads. This is super expensive. Our lead cost is through the roof. Then you can just go and say, hey, by the way, we can do lead generation better. You don't need to sell the problem. But there's a lot of offers and industries and markets where people are not aware of the problems. So you have to first sell the problem, and then you can actually get the sale and actually book the meeting. Boom. So then, this almost the last piece of the puzzle is going to be trust. And once again, this goes really big here in the risk and proof and trust. These are pretty much the same. But once again, that's going to be one of the biggest links that you need to have. What do you have? What shows up when someone Googles your name? Are there press articles? Are there YouTube videos? Are there blogs? Are there LinkedIn profiles? Are there Instagram pages? When someone goes to your LinkedIn, are there references? Are there pictures of you? Have you created any content? How many connections do you have? Do you actually have a good looking profile? Or if someone goes to your website, is there what information is there provided? Do you have all these things in place? So just think about the fact or you can just, if you're not 100% sure what you need to do to increase trust, you can just think about it yourself. Okay, what would I like to see if I was buying a solution? What would I like to see from a company? And you're going to think, okay, I would like to see that they have an active social media. I would like to see their LinkedIn profile. I would like to get all the information from their website. It would be great if they would be doing YouTube content. It would be absolutely amazing if this and that and this and that, you know? And that, you just do that for yourself, or if you're running a growth marketing agency or a lead generation agency, you just do that for a client. And also the great thing is when you understand all of these things, you can show to your client, hey, by the way, you are missing this, you are missing that, you need this, you need that, you need a VSL, you need a landing page, you need a LinkedIn profile, you need YouTube content, you need this and that, great upsells. That's a really great way to make money as well. And then the last piece of the iceberg, of course, there's a lot of fundamentals like marketing psychology things and human psychology based things that you can also touch up on. But otherwise, if I would cover each one of them, this would be million years, the video. But the last thing that you need to focus on is identity. And this goes a little bit also into sophistication level 5. But does your brand and does your offer match the identity of your prospects? Holy shit. That is an absolutely huge thing. A perfect, really simplistic example would be, let's say you are selling to, let's say that you're selling to vegans. Let's say you're selling to, your niche is completely vegans. Everyone is a vegan, they're really green, they're whatever goes into that identity. Let's say they are they really want to protect the environment, they're vegans, they protect animal rights, really they're really left-sided. obviously I'm not going to talk about politics here, but you know, that's your identity. That's like your market. That's your perfect customer. You can't go and pull up to a sales meeting or have a company Instagram profile where you're driving a fucking huge truck eating a meat burger. Like, it just doesn't work, you know? Even if you have the best solution for them, they're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? So make sure that your product and your offer and your brand and everything, all your websites also matches the identity of your prospect. Like, for example, let's say you're working with like really technical, smart SaaS founders. Okay, you probably want to have a lot of like technical terms and graphs and data in your marketing. Like, that's what they want. Or let's say you are really working with like creative marketing directors. That's like your perfect ICP, and that's the people you talk to. You probably want to show off some creativity. You want to probably have some cool stuff, something that like really like matches them. Because you need to think about it like this. So, like, people talk, like let's say you're selling to CEOs. Like, these CEOs go on dinners and they have other other people they know that also run business. So imagine your client goes to dinner with all of their other business owner friends. And then let's say you sell lead generation. They ask, okay, who does your lead generation? Your client needs to feel good and feel confident about telling them. Yeah, we have this crazy agency, they do this and that, and they're like super cool dudes, and they're like all of the, or it's like, they're like, or if it's like more technical people and their friend group is like more and technical, it's like, yeah, they have like really good data and they use this and that, and they're like, they understand they're like data malfunctioning, manufacturing, boom, 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 you know? Or it could be like, yeah, hey, we work with this lead generation agency and they're like really green and they like donate 10% of their revenue or 3% of their revenue to this animal activist organization, you know? You need to match the identity, and it's gonna make so much more easier. Like, it's not gonna make or break it unless you go completely against them, you know? Like, really technical SaaS founders who are like absolute data geeks, for example, data management technical SaaS founders, like super data focused, like, they probably won't care. Like, they won't care if you have like a cool looking website. It might help out. Like, it won't destroy the deal if you show some creative aspects in your brand and in your marketing. But then let's say you go and you're like, yeah, fuck data, and we just, you know, they're gonna be like, okay, these guys are obviously like wrong. We don't want to work with them, and we don't want anyone to know that we would be working with these guys. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. If you focus on these deep under the surface things in your business, instead of focusing on these things, above surface things, on your campaigns, in your VSLs, in your marketing, in your branding, etc., you're just gonna make a million times more money. And when you have these things on lock and you understand all of these things and you're operating based on these, you don't have to have the best cold email scripts, you don't have the best data sources, you don't have the best sending infrastructure. Like, you can still get away with like doing a bunch of like dumb shit. Like, we had one client who, they started working with us, and then after a few months of working together, they went from 0 to 42,000 a month or something like that. They signed one client for like 15,000 a month, one client for 12,000 a month. It's like fucking huge deals. She's absolutely amazing client, super killer. And then like 4 months down the line, she asks like, hey, should I like set up DMARC, you know? And we're like, or like something infrastructure. Like, she was missing this like super crucial piece of the puzzle of like her like deliverability. And we're like, what the fuck, you don't have that set up? And she was still printing. Like, things were working super well because she understood these things. She understood these things. She understood their niche. She had worked in her niche for like 15 years or 10 years, something along those lines. And she understood what kind of things they want to avoid there, what kind of desires do her potential customers need. She was really great at providing trust. She knew how to identify with those people and all of these things. She had these things on lock, so these things didn't matter. But even if you like make these things perfect, if you don't have these things on lock, you're still not gonna print. So the lesson in here is first focus on this shit and then focus on that shit. Just like get inside the head of your customer, talk to your perfect customers, and you will figure these things out. So yeah, I know this wasn't like a step-by-step mini course on YouTube, so like 95% of the people are not even watching this, but if you are still watching this, fucking congratulations, you are a killer. But yeah, let's keep ripping it. Thank you. What if overnight you could add 50% more profit into your agency, pure hardcore profit, without doing anything else, without hiring any new team members, without building any new processes, without launching any new campaigns, without doing anything extra? You know, that would be pretty great. You know, if you're doing 20 bands a month, suddenly you're doing 30,000 a month. pretty great. Overnight, no effort. Sounds like a crazy pyramid scheme, and maybe it is. But in this video, yeah, I'll show you how we can add like an extra 50%, in some cases a bit more or a bit less profit to your agency. And this is gonna really apply to you if you are already making some money and already closing some clients. So you're at least doing like 10K a month. But even if you're not, even if you're just in the beginning stages, you're just getting started, whatever, it's still gonna be beneficial because you should do this in the future. It's really simple. It doesn't really take much effort or energy to make this work. Really cool stuff. And yeah, I know it's a pretty bold claim. So you might be thinking, what is this dude talking about? Why should I trust him? If you have never seen my YouTube videos, just really quick and short, my name is Leevi and I've worked with over 500 growth marketing agencies in the past 3 years. I've scaled my own agency to 7 figures, help our clients make over $30 million. I would say that I'm pretty okay at agency growth stuff and like scaling agencies. So yeah, boom, to go to the whiteboard here real quick. Pretty much what this profit increase strategy is going to be relevant or be focused on is maximizing your already existing lead flow. Maximizing lead flow. So at this time, you already have some lead flow. You're already doing cold email campaigns or cold calling or paid ads. Whatever you're doing, you're already doing something to acquire more clients. So, and a lot of these clients are going to waste. You know, a lot of these clients, you're not signing them because they're probably too small, they're unqualified, they want something else. And those clients also cost you money, you know, because think about it. If, for example, every single month you're spending, like on the low end, this is pretty low, but this is probably if you're using like outbound cold email, you're spending $500 a month on getting new clients or like on outbound campaigns. So this is your inbox manager, lead scraping, cold email infrastructure, cold email tools. You're spending $500 a month to run cold email, which is pretty on the high end, but you know, could be the case. And you're booking, let's say 20 calls a month. This would mean that every single call that you book and every single call that you get, you're paying $25 per call, which of course is extremely cheap still. It's still super fucking good, you know? But let's say you're running paid ads or let's say you have some other costs, this could be more, you know? So what we pretty much want to do is we want to maximize the ROI from each call. Like if we are only selling to like 2 people out of 10, like there's a lot of calls getting lost, you know? There's a lot of interest in their offer. There's a lot of people raising their hand up, you know? Like if we have, boom, like this is a prospect. If we have 10 of these people, I'm just gonna do this. If you have 10 of these people who you hop on a sales call with, like all these 10 people raise their hand up, you know, like this. Hey, I want help with whatever thing it is, you know, whatever your offer is. Your offer could be Facebook advertising, ad creatives, copywriting, email marketing, cold email lead generation, you know. If these people came to the sales call, they are interested in your shit, you know, they want help with that. You have 10 people and you have paid to get these 10 people interested. But then in a lot of cases, you only end up selling to like 2 of these people, you know? So there's 8 people who were also interested, but you never made any money off of them because maybe they didn't have the budget, whatever. So we just want to maximize the amount, or we want to put in place a really simple system that pretty much increases the amount of people that we can convert and do it in a really profitable way. So yeah, that's the name of the game today. So let's say, just for an example, our offer that we are running, or you're running an offer, and let's say you're doing cold email lead generation. I like to use that example. It doesn't mean that this only applies to cold email lead generation agencies, but I just like to use that example because that's what we do, and that's what I've been doing for years. So let's say that you're selling, what is that? Boom. Let's say you're selling an offer for $3,000 a month, and you are signing 3-month contracts, you know? 3K for 3 months, so one deal is $9,000. You know, one client you get is $9,000. Probably a lot of these clients end up extending, they end up you upsell them or they continue working with them, but the minimum deal that you get is $9,000, you know? So obviously this $9,000 isn't pure profit, you know? So you're gonna have some costs. And once again, I'm just gonna take some average numbers. Your costs could be different. So, you know, so first of all, let's say that we have your time. You know, let's say you're still in the fulfillment a little bit. Let's say you're doing like 20K a month, 30K a month. You haven't had the time to outsource fulfillment completely. So you are still working inside the fulfillment. And let's say that you're doing 30 hours and you value your time at $50 an hour, you know? So this would mean that your time is costing $1,500 per a client. You know, then let's say that the reason why I'm looking here is I already did the math, so I don't fucking have to do it live on the call. So let's say you have a deliverability guy and you have to pay the deliverability guy to do all the stuff, you know, set up the inboxes, etc. You're paying him for 3 hours and he's charging you $10 an hour. So this costs $30 an hour, not a huge cost. Then let's say we have an inbox manager, which is usually when you run like cold email campaigns, we're gonna have an inbox manager. Let's say this inbox manager is working 30 hours, so 10 hours a month on the client, and he's charging you $5 an hour. Once again, pretty average. So the inbox manager is $150. Then let's say we have some domains. You are buying like 40 domains at $10 each, so that's $400. Google Workspace, boom. Let's say you're spending, if you have like that's amount of domains, you're gonna be spending like, I don't know, I actually didn't calculate it, but let's say you're spending $100 on Google Workspace, just for the sake of example. Let's say you are using Clay, so you need to pay for some Clay credits, and let's say that's like $150 for 3 months, aka $50 a month. And let's say your customer acquisition cost also from everything is like $200 a month. So this would pretty much bring our cost to like $2,500 per client, you know? So let's say these are your numbers, really realistic, really average numbers. You're signing clients, 3K a month offer for 3 months, 9K per client. And then through all of these costs, your own time, deliverability guys' time, inbox manager times, domains, tech, tools, marketing, sales, ends up costing like 2.5K to fulfill on each client, which means that every single client profits you $6,500. Boom. That's your bottom line number. So then let's say that on average you're doing, let's say on average you're doing 20 calls a month, like this. And out of these 20 calls, you're closing 20% of deals, you know, which would mean that you're closing 4 clients every single month. And 4 clients equals 6.5K. I was trying to not to do quick maths here, but that means 26K profit. Boom. So this could be like a really realistic scenario. Like I said, I've worked with hundreds of agencies over the years, and this is what a lot of that shit looks like, you know? You have like one main offer, boom, fixed fee, ends up profiting like 30%, 70% profit margins. You're closing like 4 clients a month. You end up doing 26K a month. And of course, once again, there's a lot of like compounding effects and upsells and LTVs and backends, all that shit, you know? So the revenue could be way higher. But this could be like a good starting state. So obviously, if you are booking 10 calls a month or 20 calls a month, and you are closing 20% of these deals, this means that you're closing 4 clients, which means that the 16 people never closed. And of course, there's a lot of reasons why these 16 people could have didn't close. Some of them maybe worked with a competitor. Some of them didn't trust you. Some of them didn't do this or that or didn't like whatever. But in a lot of cases, a lot of prospects don't close because of the price, because of the budget. You know, like maybe they don't have $9,000 to fork up front or to spend over 3 months. They just don't have the money. A lot of clients don't end up closing because of the price. You know, so let's say that in this case, out of these 16, 8 were unqualified. You know, like because of the price, because of the budget. So what we want to do is like this is the easiest people to convert, the easiest people to turn into money, because like we are already paying them to hop on a call with us. We're already taking the time to hop on a call, so we might as well make a little bit of money out of them. So what I would do if I were you, and we've been doing this over the years, works super fucking well, is obviously if you're selling cold email lead generation, for example, they are interested in generating more leads. They just don't have the money to hire you to do it for them. So what's the other option? They do it themselves. So you probably already, if you are smart agency owner, if you're not completely retarded, you have some SOPs, you have some processes, you might have some training materials for your team on how to run these campaigns. You know, you have like a cold email writing thing, you have like inbox management SOP, you have a Google Workspace SOP, you have all of these SOPs. You can just take all of these SOPs and package it into one digital product or one like training package, however you position it. You know, it's like outbound kickstart training package. And in a lot of cases, if you are operationally not retarded, most of these things you already have. You know, most of the things that you need to put in here, you already have. You have the SOPs, you have the tools, you have the tech, you have the processes, you have everything, training materials to build this outbound Kickstarter training package. And even if you don't, you might have to go and record some looms, you might have to go and create some SOPs to complete the whole package, but you only have to do it once. You can probably do it in under 6 hours. You surely can do it in under 6 hours, at least for like simple services like these things, you know? And then you slap a price tag on it. Like, let's say if your normal offer is 9K, you slap a price tag of 2,997, you know? So it's like 1/3 of it. Boom. 1/3 of it. And you start offering this to all of the prospects who don't have the money. And you can even sweeten the deal. You can like offer a few free consultation calls or a few like consultation calls on top of this, or like initial campaign reviews or whatever. You can make this deal better. But I wouldn't put like a crazy guarantee here because it's completely done for you. You know, you can't really be responsible if it's going to work or not because you don't really know if they're going to use it or not. But yeah, that's like what I would do with the pricing. And then you start just selling this. And for example, if from these calls, like from these 16 calls or like 20 calls, you upsell an additional 20%, you make the 4K, like 26K from the normal deals. And then on top of this, you close 4 clients at 2,997, and I'll have to use the text tool for this. It would add $11,988 in pure profit. You know, there's no fulfillment. No one needs to be trained for this shit. No one has to manage this shit. It is just pure profit, which would mean that your monthly revenue would go from 26K to, I don't know how to make an arrow with my keyboard because I have like a small keyboard. So I was to use this symbol. It would go to $38,000 a month profit, you know? Which is pretty fucking good. That's like a 45% increase. 45% increase. And really, like, the big thing always, like when making new offers, making downsells, upsells, cross-sells is like the time commitment. Like there's a lot of opportunity cost baked into these things because you have to go build new shit. But in this case, it's like you are literally just taking a process, taking SOPs, taking things that you already have, and you're just selling that, you know? You're not really creating anything fucking new. Maybe you have to film a few Loom videos here and there, like spend 6 hours of work. But then in the future, what you can do is in sales calls, if someone doesn't have the budget, you just pull this up, you know? You're just, hey, by the way, we have this thing for companies at your stage where you don't really have the capital to invest in this whole thing. We can give you this outbound Kickstart training package, which is the exact same process that we would use for you. But instead of us doing it, you're going to be doing it. And it's only 30% of the price, $2,997. And it comes with a free consultation call. We make sure that you get everything set up. So it's like the best thing that you can do. And then you can start with it. You can build the systems. You can get your first results. You can sign your first clients, blah, 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 blah. And then you can hire us, you know? And that's the only thing you do. You just like, you do nothing else. You don't have to run any new campaigns. You don't have to hire any new people. You don't have to do anything fucking else. Like any single time when someone is not qualified financially, you just quickly pull that shit out. Someone says, okay, yeah, let's do it. That sounds fantastic, especially if you have sold them well. It's like a good price anchor at 9K. You just pull up the payment link. Okay, great, boom, pay from here, 2,997. You send it to them, you hop on a call with them, on board with them, or do like whatever. And that's like additional profit, you know? And these numbers are not unrealistic at all. I've seen this all the time. And if it gets you 12,000 a month in extra profit, like that's fucking nice, you know? Like that's great, man. That's great. That's like 4 new team members, or that's whatever. That's like a lot of gambling money or drug money that you can spend on drugs every single month. I don't know what you do with the money. So yeah, of course, if you're just a beginner, it's not gonna make sense for you to do this right now, but something that you should surely do after like 10K a month. And if you're already doing like 10K a month, do this ASAP. It's super fucking good. As well, if you are a growth marketing agency, go check out agentvelocity.io from the description. It's our consulting offer, and we will add $10,000 a month to your growth marketing agency, or you don't pay. You know, it's pretty fucking good. So go check that out, apply, book a call as well. We have a few spots that you can hop into, and yeah, let's crush it. Thank you for watching. Take care. Bye. Yo, welcome to today's video. Today we have an absolute banger in the pipeline. Today I am going to be showing you the exact B2B sales process I used to 5x a digital marketing agency in a little bit under 90 days. It was around 70 days if I remember correctly, but because I can't remember correctly, I'm just gonna say 90 days, so I'm not telling any lies here. So pretty much just for context, this was a digital marketing agency in North Europe. They were really multi-service, so they were doing pretty much everything under the sun that you can imagine: marketing strategy, business strategy, funding vouchers, websites, content, SEO, growth marketing like ads, pretty much email marketing, anything that you can name, they were doing. They had a huge base of freelancers. They had like 300 freelancers under them that they were just hiring on demand. And it was a pretty cool concept. But when I started working with them, the main thing was, even though their concept was cool, even though their team was cool, even though everything else was super cool, they were not really making any money. So before I started working with them, they were doing 18,000 euros a month, around there. Some months a bit less, sometimes a bit more. But the month that I joined, they did 18,000. And after I had worked with them a bit under 90 days, they were doing 90,000 euros a month. So they pretty much went from fairly small, like multi-six-figure agency to a 7-figure agency. And we also did a bunch of cool stuff. We also 3x'd their average lifetime, or 3x their deal size. So their deal size used to be 2.2K, and then we bumped it to 6.8K in that time period as well, without decreasing the closing rate. We got them way better retention, way better client quality, and all of these things. So pretty crazy. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how we did it, what was the whole mechanism behind it, and how you can do it for your own business, or how you can do it for your clients, and how to implement it for different types of businesses, etc. So it's going to be really great. This is super valuable stuff, and this is something that I really, really love talking about, because also when you can get some more results like this, you can obviously get paid super, super handsomely. So main thing that you need to understand what we did for this client. We did two main things when we started working together. First, we fixed their traffic. So this is really basic. This, like, most of my channel is dedicated about this. We did cold email and LinkedIn campaigns, so we started getting them leads. But also then when we started getting them leads through cold email and LinkedIn, we saw that, okay, there's a huge issue that these calls are not really converting like we want them to convert. There was no strict sales process in place. It was just going all over the place, etc. So we also had to fix the conversion mechanism, which is the sales process. So I would say that fixing the leads was half the thing, and then figuring out the better sales process was the other half, or maybe a bit more. Because what you need to realize is, if you can get someone a lot of leads, that's obviously great. But if you can fix their sales process and their conversion mechanism and affect how many calls they are closing from those deals, that is a huge fucking thing. Because imagine you start working with a company and you start getting them 10 calls every single month. So you get them 10 calls every single month, and they are closing, and okay, can I make this smaller? Whatever. They are closing these calls at a 10% closing rate, you know? This means that you're getting them one client a month. So what if you can take these 10 calls, and instead of 10%, you start getting them a 30% closing rate. You put in place a better closing rate, or better sales process, better follow-up systems, better CRM management, better sales process in general, and you get it 30%. And also what you do is you increase their deal size. So this would obviously mean that they are getting 3 calls or 3 clients a month from the same course that you're booking, you know, without changing this number. And then the big thing that we also did with the sales process that you're going to learn in this call or in this video is, instead of them getting 2.2K per deal that they closed, they were getting 6.6K. or 6.8K. So then obviously this times 3, boom, boom, it's 16, 18, it's like 20K. 20K. So just pretty much like you're delivering leads, you're making them extra 2.2K a month. But then if you put in this sales process and you pretty much increase their average deal size, you put in place a better ascension sales process and you increase their closing rate, you pretty much 10 extra results that they're getting without affecting how many leads you're delivering them and how many calls you're delivering them. So this is why it's so powerful. And also the great thing about this is you can put it in place once and then it's just gonna keep working in the background. Like, of course, with lead gen, you create the campaigns once, etc., but you still need to manage the campaigns. The great thing when you change the conversion mechanism, you change this machine, you have to look at it like a production line. Like in the production line, like this is the conversion mechanism, the machine that creates the product. There's packages going in here, you need to push the ingredients here. But when you fix this machine once, of course, you need to maintain it, make sure it's still working, etc. But once you get a better machine, get a better sales process in place, it's gonna stay there forever as long as unless someone changes it. So that's obviously like also super valuable stuff. And that way you can deliver 10 times better results to your clients just by implementing what I'm gonna teach you in this video. But yeah, so who is this video gonna be helpful for? This is going to be helpful for pretty much anyone who is running a digital marketing agency or any kind of an agency. So it might be SMMA, AI automation, sales agency, CRO agency, email agency, lead generation agency, whatever. This is also really helpful for anyone who is working as a freelancer or as an agency to help grow other B2B companies. So if you're just a B2B growth marketer and your pretty much job is just to help other people make more money, and other B2B companies help make more money, you can just study and learn what I'm going to show you in this video, and you can just start doing it for your clients and you can start making more money. And this is also going to be super, super great for the people who are in the B2B growth marketing industry, or you want to get and join the industry and you just want to start making more money. Because normally, before I started working with these guys, and at the time when I started working with these guys, this was a few years ago, not a few years ago, but this was some time ago. At this time, I was getting paid around $2,000 a month for doing just lead gen. But when I did this for these guys, I was getting paid $8,000 a month. So pretty much just adding, instead of just doing lead generation and sales process stuff, that pretty much 4x'd what I was getting paid. I 4x'd what I was getting paid by just implementing this small one thing for this company. So that's also really great if you just want to increase your skill set, increase your skill stack, become more valuable, become a better marketer. Of course, that's gonna get you paid more. So this is also great for those people. So the main thing that everything is pretty much based on and why this works so well is value ladders and ascension mechanisms. So if you ever read Russell Brunson's books, I think this graph might be from Funnel Secrets or .com Secrets, I can't remember. But Russell Brunson talks a lot about ascension ladders. Pretty much what an ascension ladder means is you first have something super small. You have like a small service here or something free. It could be a lead magnet. And then you show that you know how to help them. And then you sell them something more expensive and more expensive and more expensive. And then you like make the big bucks and sell them the biggest possible thing. And this is obviously like really, really used a lot in digital marketing and more in B2C, but it's not used that much in the B2B marketplace. Not a lot of B2B companies implement this because it's not always super clear. Because obviously the difference is that when you're doing B2C and when you're doing like DR marketing and direct response marketing, you have websites and you have these sales funnels. You have like a lead magnet here and then someone downloads the lead magnet and then you have a one-time offer and you have like a $27 course here and boom, like it's all checkout based. It's always online based. So it's way easier to create these value ladder structures there. But the reason why the value ladder structure works so well is obviously because of trust. Like if you just go to some random person and you tell them that, hey, I can do you this huge thing, I'm gonna do this big thing, it's gonna cost you $3,000. Yeah, if you have a good offer, if you have a good sales product, it will 100% work. It will 100% work, no doubt about it. It will definitely work. But if you want to squeeze a bit more potential out of those deals and out of your sales process, the trick is, or the method pretty much is, to increase the trust between the prospect first. And obviously, if you sell something for a smaller amount of money and something cheaper or more inexpensive, you're going to get more conversions. And through that, it is way easier to over-deliver and show that you are extremely great. So pretty much everything is based, and why the sales product works so well is because we're doing value ladders in the B2B ecosystem and B2B ecosystem. And The main thing when I say B2B ecosystem, I mean sales calls. Like instead of doing like direct response marketing and using landing pages and sales funnels and like straight checkout pages, I'm talking about sales calls. So you first have a sales call here. I'm just gonna write call. Okay, this is really annoying me because it's like huge. Like, is this better? No, wrong way. So you first have a call. You first have a call and then you sell something or you do something for free. And then you have another call. And then you have another call, and every single call or throughout the process, you're pretty much doing this exact same thing. You're first giving them something for free or something super cheap. Then you're asking for something bigger and asking for something bigger, you're pretty much ascending. This way, when you talk with a new prospect, you're not asking for a big deal immediately. Or, hey, like maybe we can do this small thing, or maybe we can do this free thing, completely free thing. And they see that you're actually good, that you actually know what they do. Like you don't really need to build a huge amount of trust. And then you do the small thing for them. They're like, okay, boom, this is absolutely great. And then when you open another call and hey, we could actually do this bigger thing. Of course, if you have delivered really well on the small thing, the chances of you closing that deal is way higher. So yeah. And the main also thing that why this is super, super valuable and works extremely well is because, like I said here, it's like getting traffic and getting leads and calls is obviously super valuable. It is the biggest problem that most companies struggle with. If you look at like any market studies on the growth problems of B2B companies and just focus points of different B2B companies, most of them struggle with lead flow. They don't know how to get leads. It is a huge issue, and that is why the lead generation agency model works so well. But when you get a bit more advanced and you already have a bit more bandwidth to deliver different things, if you can also deliver them a better sales process and help them implement this ascension mechanism into their business, that obviously is fantastic because you can, like I said, you can 4x the amount of you're getting paid because it's such a valuable service. Like if we go back here, you can literally, without delivering any more calls, you can 10x the results that you're getting them. Like if you deliver them 10 calls, you can make them extra 2.2K. This is just a example with their numbers, but if you increase their closing rate as well and their average deal size as well, boom, suddenly you're making them 10x more without changing anything in your cold email or LinkedIn campaigns or whatever campaigns you use to generate leads for. So yeah, that's pretty much the main thing. And for you to actually understand how to do this for your business or for your client's business, we first need to understand the normal B2B sales process. And this is something that you probably, if you are in the space even a bit, you know exactly how this works. So you have traffic here, some kind of traffic, usually cold email or ads or whatever. You have some kind of traffic and you're getting calls through this traffic. So you have a sales call, and in this sales call, you do some kind of an audit, you do some kind of a discovery process, whatever it might be. After you've done that and you have to qualify the client, you give them a proposal. Hey, I think we should do this. This is our offer to you. This is what you should do. So you should buy this service because of reasons X, Y, and Z. And then you get a deal or you don't get a deal. You either close or you don't close. This is obviously absolutely fantastic. But the thing that a lot of B2B companies are doing wrong is they're rushing into like the deal immediately. And because of this, they're a little bit losing on potential because they're forcing the prospect to flip a coin almost. It's the same thing if you go on a date with a girl and you arrange a date at a restaurant. You go to the restaurant and then you talk with the girl for 5 minutes at the restaurant. Then you immediately are like, hey, should we go to my place and do, whatever. Obviously, you haven't had the ability to build a lot of trust and you haven't had the time to build a lot of trust. There just hasn't been enough of chance that you build a lot of trust. So it's probably not going to work, Of course, if you are extremely handsome, let's say you're a super famous, rich billionaire, super giga Chad, then obviously it will work, but that's the equivalent of like having great case studies. So this is more for people who don't have like super great and clear case studies and also works even if you do. So this is the normal B2B sales program. There's really nothing wrong with this. This works extremely well. And the benefit of doing this and having like a more of a normal sales process is that like you can convert deals way faster. It takes way less energy to convert deals because there's less steps in between. It's literally just 4 steps. Book a call, have a call, give a proposal, close the deal. It's 4 steps. So it's really, really simple, really easy to manage. Like as if you're just starting out, for example, there's a million things that you need to manage anyways. So this way you're always doing like the simplest thing and you can actually perform really well on these calls. But when you're getting a bit more advanced and when you understand a bit more things and you can juggle more things, the thing that you should be, or at least something that you should test around with, is the thing that I'm going to show you. So to go to the main strategy, pretty much what we did. So first I'm going to just show you exactly what we did in this scenario, and then I'm going to show you how they implemented pretty much the idea behind it. So pretty much what they did is, instead of using the normal sales process of traffic, call, proposal, biggest possible proposal, deal, we did this. So we first had obviously traffic. So traffic is like, you need this like anywhere. We did cold email and LinkedIn to get traffic and get calls. That was pretty much what we did, because that's what I prefer. It's the best lead generation method. Then we had a discovery call. Once again, super simple, nothing magic here. But then instead of pitching them everything that we possibly can. Like, some prospects would come to us and they would say that, yeah, let's have a call. We have been thinking about doing a new website. Do you do websites? What 95% of people do is they would say, yeah, we do websites. It's going to be 3K, boom, boom, boom. So they sell the website and that's it. They got 3K website deal, but they weren't able to squeeze anything more out of that deal. And the reason for that is because the prospect didn't really know if they need anything else. Maybe they didn't even need a fucking website in the first place. They might have just thought in their head, hey, our website is old, we need to update it, we need a new website, and they buy a new website. But that is not really based on an actual demand or actual need or actual problem that they have in their business. And because we were so focused on selling the website, we weren't actually able to give them any kind of an audit or anything like that. So pretty much what we did is, no matter what the prospect wanted to buy or no matter what their needs were, we always sold them a marketing strategy. We sold them a marketing strategy for 1,500 euros. Sometimes we sold this for 1,000 euros, sometimes for 1,500 euros, sometimes for 2,000 euros. Didn't really matter what the price point was, because the idea of selling this marketing strategy wasn't to really make money. So we sold them a marketing strategy, and here, boom, marketing strategy, we sold that. And in this marketing strategy, pretty much what this marketing strategy consisted of, it was just a big pitch deck. Obviously, it was still valuable. Obviously, you don't want to just sell someone a pitch deck for 1.5K unless you have the status delta to do so. But pretty much what we did is, we sold the marketing strategy for 1,500 euros. And this was a really easy sell. We were talking to big companies, like 1.5K was like really easy sell. We explained to them like, yeah, pretty much how we work is we have three different stages. First stage is like foundations. And these foundations obviously need to be really dialed in place. Then we have creative. So obviously we need to have creatives to do any kind of marketing. And then we have growth. Boom, growth. And this is where we actually grow the companies and deliver you growth marketing results. But obviously, for any of this to work, you need to have your foundations in place. And this is why you need to buy this marketing strategy. And pretty much what this marketing strategy will let you do is it's going to show you exactly what kind of activities you should be doing to achieve growth, even if you don't work with us. You know, it was actually a valuable thing. It was actually a really great marketing strategy. So we sell them a marketing strategy, and then it would take a day for us to fulfill the marketing strategy. So we just go in and we would perform an audit on their business. We would go in and look, okay, what do these guys actually need? Do they need a new website? And then we would list them all down. So it could be, maybe they need a new website. Maybe they need lead gen, for example. Maybe they need lead gen. Maybe they need, I actually have to make this a bit smaller because it's a bit annoying to me. Maybe they need lead gen, maybe they need social media, maybe they need email marketing, maybe they need an innovation voucher, maybe they need CRM implementation, maybe they need ads, maybe they need X, Y, and Z, boom, boom, boom. And we look at everything that they could possibly need to actually increase their revenue or whatever their goal might have been. But usually it's, of course, to increase revenue. So we will create this big list, and then we will create a marketing strategy. And the marketing strategy would pretty much just be a big slideshow. And we would show them that, okay, you are right now in situation A, and you want to be in situation B. And this marketing strategy is going to show you how to get from situation A to situation B. And then we would show them that to go from situation A to situation B, you need to do this, and this. So for example, you need to have a new website, you need to generate some leads, you need to do social media ads, you need to do email marketing, you need to have a better CRM, you need to do this and that and this and this and this and that. And pretty much what this does is, instead of here selling them one website, because like instead of selling them a website or a social media campaign or whatever it might be, we were selling them an actual transformation. We were not just selling them, hey, you get a new website. We were selling them a proper transformation. And if you have any knowledge or any brain cells at all, you understand that transformations are way more valuable than websites. Like if you can get someone from their current painful state, their absolute dream state, that is obviously way more valuable than a website. And pretty much because they had already paid 1,500 euros for this, they had already paid 1,500 euros for this. Then when we explained these ideas to them, they were really paying attention. We had the authority, they were invested, they had intention, they had attention. They were focused on why we thought that they need all of these things. And of course, we didn't just tell them that, hey, you need a website. We actually showed them like, this is where you can get a website. Or we didn't just tell them, hey, you need to do social media. We showed them what kind of content they should be creating, how often, what platforms, how to do it correctly. Like, it wasn't just like a shitty pitch deck. It was actually really valuable stuff. We showed them exactly what they need to do to make this work. But then what was really interesting is at the end of this slideshow and at the end of this marketing strategy that we would present to them, they were obviously like really fucking hyped. They had paid 1,500 euros for a fucking amazing marketing strategy. We had really showed our expertise. We had really showed that we can like help them, and these are really best things for them to do. They're obviously fucking stoked. But also what they were thinking that, damn, there's like 5 big things that we need to do. There's like, we need to get a new website, we need to do a CRM, we need to do all of these things. And obviously, if you just make a good argument why all of these things are necessary, they think in their mind, and they know in their mind that all of these things are actually necessary to get to the goal. You know, really basic stuff. So then we would tell them that, hey, by the way, I know you guys are super busy. I know you're doing all of these great things, etc. By the way, if you want to do this thing with us, if you want to do the first thing we showcase, for example, if you want to get a new website, you can hire your own designer, you can do it in-house, you can do whatever it might be, and you can pay around 5,000 to 10,000 euros for it. Or we can do it completely for you, and it's just going to be 3K or 4K. And if you want to do this, you can do it once again in-house, you can outsource it there. It's going to take you a lot of time to figure it out and find the right people and manage the project, etc. Or you can just pay us and we'll do it for 3,000 a month. And if you like, we would just show them that, hey, by the way, now you can do 2 things. You can either go ahead and do it yourself and find the people yourself and manage the project yourself, etc. Or you can just give it to us. And obviously at this point, we have already showed them that, first of all, we are not in a rush to get a deal because we didn't sell them the thing that they first thought they need. So we sold them a marketing strategy. So we showed them that we are actually experts and we have the authority and we are not in a rush. We don't really need them. And we had also showed them throughout this, for example, a 60-minute marketing strategy presentation that, hey, we actually know what we are talking about. So at this point, it was extremely easy to convert this deal to pretty much all of these things. So we would sell them all of these things, pretty much all of these steps here. I'm just going to put this here. It makes a bit more sense. And we would sell this, for example, let's say one-time fee of 8,000. And then we would also sell them like 3,000 euros or dollars worth of retainers. I know I went from euros to dollars, but fucking who cares? You get the point. Euros, dollars, it's pretty much the same. So instead of us rushing the deal, like here, what normally people do, they're like, the prospect tells them, yeah, I think we need a new website. You're like, okay, boom, 3K website, boom, that's it. Have a great day. And then they need to find a new client. We actually didn't rush the deal. We showed them that, hey, you need a marketing strategy, you need something small so we can show our expertise and we can actually show them what they're missing. And then instead of selling them a 3K website, we were able to sell them a way bigger package to actually fix their problems. And then we would just do this and of course upsell them later on. And this pretty much doing cold email, doing like fixing the traffic, but also using this strategy 3x'd their average deal size without decreasing closing rates, and took them and pretty much 5x their revenue. So obviously really powerful stuff. But now you might be thinking, okay, that's fucking cool, but how can I implement this to my specific business model? Maybe you're not selling marketing strategy, maybe you don't have all of these crazy services, etc. That 100% might be the case. So pretty much the main things that you can do and the main way you want to look at it is how can you just implement the same strategy here? This is obviously something that you would be doing anyways. And so you hop on a call with the client, boom. What is something small that you can sell them? And just keep in mind, here's a small nuance. If you're just starting out, you don't want to use this strategy because you need money fast. This is more money, but it's slower money. So if you're just starting out, don't do this because you need money fast. You need deals fast and you don't want to overcomplicate any of the process. But pretty much what you want to think about, okay, can I deliver something small? Can I do something small? So for example, if you run a lead generation agency, maybe you can write them 3 email sequences and you can sell this for like 1,000 euros or 500 euros, or you can scrape them a lead list, right at me, whatever it might be. And let's say you sell this for 1,000 euros. And I know it's fucking confusing because I'm using euros and dollars, but just stay with me. So you sell them 3 email sequences and then you hop on a call with them and you show them, okay, here are the email sequences that I have written. And you show them that you're actually really good at writing email sequences, cold email sequences. And then you tell them, by the way, John, I know you guys are super busy, so it's gonna you don't have time to go and create these email campaigns and email infrastructure and manage the inboxes and A/B test and scrape lead lists, etc. So what I was thinking, what we can do for you is instead of you spending like 30 hours a week in managing this and spending like $2, $3, $4, $5, $10,000 a month on doing this, whatever it might be, you can have some kind of price anchor. Let us just do it for you, and instead of paying an upfront retainer, just pay us 300 euros per call that we book you. And you pretty much, like, it goes in steps, or value ladder, something small, and then you make a logical argument. Hey, by the way, this is something that you should do. And then you sell them, for example, you tell them that, hey, John, so instead of you doing this yourself and going through all of this pain and all of this trouble and spending all this time and all of this money, let us do it for you. So then you sell them done for you email campaigns or email campaign management. And then this is, once again, is going to grant you, let's say on average, an extra, if it's 3,000 euros per call, 300 euros per call, 3,000 a month. And then some of you might stop here, but what you can do after that is you start setting up the campaigns. You show them that, hey, these are all the campaigns. You hop on an onboarding call with them. And then you tell them on the onboarding call where you show off these campaigns, like, we are super fucking excited to launch this. They see that you're an expert. Telling them that, hey, by the way, one thing that could really help the performance of these campaigns, and one thing that we have seen that really helps out, is if we have a proper sales funnel and proper sales letter. So right now your website is great, but it doesn't really work for cold prospects, because cold prospects, they just want the information fast. They want to see what you do. They want to see your case studies. They want to see all of these things. So you need to have a really specific sales funnel. So this has really, we have seen that it increases the performance of campaigns by 50 to 100 to, in some cases, even 200%. So instead of you going out there and trying to figure out creating the funnel yourself and the sales letter first, like people there's companies charging 50,000 euros to do this, and like it actually has to be true. Remember, never lie to prospects, but it actually has to be true. But there's actually companies that charge you 50,000 euros to do this. Instead of that, what if we just created the sales letter for you for 10,000 euros, and then if we 2 to 3x the results of the campaigns, it's going to result in this, etc. And then you once again sell them another thing, and you sell them, for example, a complete funnel build out for whatever, let's say 10,000 euros. And then, like, the next steps from this is after you deliver the funnel and you show them the funnel, you show them the sales letter, once again, hop on a call with them. You're like, okay, here's the sales letter. And you show that it's fucking badass. It's super sick, like absolutely amazing. You can show them, hey, by the way, now if you ever want to really, really get a lot of inbound leads from LinkedIn, what you can do is you can take all of this stuff that we have written here on the sales letter and you can reuse it as content. And this is like, because it's a well-written sales letter, it's going to work really well as content. And I know you guys are super busy and you might not have time to do content yourself and spend 2-3 hours a day writing different posts. So what if we just handle your LinkedIn and Twitter content and we'll just do it for 1.5K a month instead of you spending 2-3 hours a day? Wouldn't that be a great deal? And boom, and boom, and boom, you always find the next thing. And by the way, now that you're getting new leads, what if you just implement your new sales process? And what if you did this? And what if you did that? And no, they're probably not going to buy everything. But the big mistake that I see a lot of people making with their agencies is they do this. They come in here, they get a call, boom, 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 boom. They get a prospect and they're like, oh fuck, a prospect who has money. They're willing to pay me money. This is absolutely fantastic. And then they just rush in for the biggest deal possible. They have dollar symbols on their heads, like or in their eyes, like cartoons. They're like, fucking, I need to get the biggest deal possible. I need to squeeze out every single dollar that I can get from this prospect. Instead of waiting your time and actually ascending them through first something small, then something bigger, something bigger, something bigger. And throughout this whole time, they see that you're an actual expert. And in the end, you have generated 10 times more that you could have if you just rushed with this prospect and just fucking immediately got everything that you could, you know? So this is something to keep in mind. This has worked extremely well for me. Like I said, this is something that I used to absolutely fucking crush it for this business. And this is something that we implement for a lot of our clients. I just had a conversation with one of our clients who runs a really good growth marketing business, and I was explaining to him how they specifically can implement this to their business, and now they're doing it, and fucking people are like, the first call they have with these people, like really, really, really big companies and really big like people in their industry, they're like, why the fuck are you doing this? Because they obviously start with something super small and valuable. It's like they absolutely over deliver. So people are like, why are you doing this? Like, this is fucking crazy. Like no one else does this. Like, are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? Because they don't understand why they are selling something like super cheap and absolutely over delivering it. And this obviously is gonna show them that these guys are fucking crazy. And then when they propose the next thing, like, hey John, I hope you enjoyed the first thing, and of course they enjoyed, what if we also did this, and what if we also did that? Of course they're gonna buy. So this works fucking well. We just implemented this last week, like 5 days ago, and they're already using it and they're like fucking crushing it hard. So yeah, just some food for thought. Has worked extremely well for me. And go ahead and try it out. Also, second thing, I know normally my videos are super edited. There's like a lot of effects and all of these things. I normally have an editing team to write my titles, do my thumbnails, edit my videos. But just for a test, because marketing is all about testing, just for a test, I just wanted to post a completely raw and unnatural, raw edited video, just to see how this stuff works. So if you enjoyed these type of videos more than the other ones, let me know in the comments, because if it works well and if people like this, I will just keep doing this. So yeah, let me know what kind of videos or what type of videos you normally enjoy more from me. But yeah, enjoy, go try this out, go make a bunch of money for yourself. Drop me a like, drop me a subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace out. Yo, what up everyone? So today we once again have an absolute heater in store for you. I spent a lot of time and energy creating this for you, and this is just gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be great. So pretty much today I am going to be showing you the lead generation system I used to generate $32,302 for my agent client in the first 30 days of working with them. And the reason why this is such a random number is because it was originally in euros and I converted it to dollars, etc. blah, 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 blah. But just to showcase you some of the stuff that we did and how crazy this system is, as here we can see some of the calls that we booked for them. And here you can see May 11th, boom, 2 calls. May 12th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 calls in a day. May 13th, 1 call. May 16th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like we were booking like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 calls a day using this. And we were also closing them. Like in the first 30 days, normally like a sales cycle for like high ticket deals can be 60 to 90 days. So these calls usually don't convert in 2 months. So this is only what converted in the first month, which like if you understand anything about B2B sales, that's fucking mad. That is an absolute heater. That is a banger. So yeah, pretty much before we get into it, I just want to give you some context. So pretty much this client was a growth marketing agency and they were working with e-commerce stores in Europe. And their ticket size was around 5,000 to 10,000 euros. Plus they did some monthly retainer deals. They were pretty much doing growth marketing, providing different services, SEO ads, CRO, email marketing, product optimizations, and all of these things, funnels, landing pages, all of this great stuff that delivers growth to e-commerce stores. And during the first 30 days, we sent 5,000 cold emails to 3,500 unique prospects. So 3,500 leads contacted, and then the other 1,500 emails were follow-ups. And from those 3,500 prospects, we booked 80 meetings, and 49 of those were qualified. So If once again, if you've ever done any cold email, you see that that is a pretty crazy of a booking rate. And the 100% is like over 1%. Obviously, that is going to make a lot of money. And I was working as a lead generation agency, helping the client with booking meetings for them through cold email outbound. So if you have never heard about B2B lead generation agencies, pretty much you are just an agency partner that books the meetings through cold email. You run cold email campaigns for them. And then when you book meetings, you give the meetings to the client closes the meetings, and they close sales. So yeah, pretty good stuff. Crazy numbers. Really amazing service delivery. And yeah, I'll just show you how the whole system works. And before we get into the system, in this video, you will see how I got the deal and the deal I had with the client. So I'll show you exactly how I got it, what helped me get the deal, and what kind of a deal structure it was, how I got paid. I'll also use the system I used to generate the leads. So I'll show you exactly how we got the leads. I'll show you how I built the prospect list. So I'll show you how we got the lists to send emails to. I'll show you the cold email structure, the cold email scripts, the templates, how many follow-ups, when we were sending them, our subject lines, CTAs, all of that stuff. And I'll also show the test I used to write the cold email sequences. I'll also show you the 2 conversion mechanisms I use to convert replies into sales meetings. So obviously when you're sending cold emails, you're getting a bunch of replies. People are saying, yeah, I am interested. So I'll show you the 2 of the things. And I haven't really talked about them on this channel that much, but they are absolutely fucking fantastic. So I'll show you how I got a lot of sales meetings, because obviously if you're booking 80 meetings from 5,000 emails and 3,500 prospects, obviously there's something crazy going on. There's a crazy conversion mechanism from replies to calls. So I'll show you how I did those things. And I had 2 different things, both really great. And I'll also show you the exact sales process the client used to convert the sales meetings into paying clients. I'll show you step by step what they were doing to close these deals. So who will benefit from this video? 3 different people, or probably someone else as well. But pretty much anyone who's running a B2B lead generation agency and wants to generate better results for their clients and earn more money, that's who is going to benefit a lot, because I was running a B2B lead generation agency back then, like I'm now. This is also really valuable for anyone who runs a B2B business selling high-ticket services and products to market of at least 2,000 companies. Because if your niche is less than 2,000 companies, then you don't really want to take this approach. But if you have more than 2,000 people you can sell to, you can literally just copy-paste how we scrape the leads, how we set up the emails, like our infrastructure, how we like our scripts, the sales process, the conversion mechanisms. You can pretty much just copy and paste everything and just implement it into your business and print money. And also this is going to be really valuable for anyone who wants to learn an extremely powerful and predictable system to generate growth for B2B companies in order to increase their earning potential as a freelancer, agency, or employee. So if you just know how the system works and how we can implement it in the companies, no matter if you are a freelancer, like a marketer, or maybe you are an agency, B2B, lead generation agency, growth marketer, growth consultant, whatever. Or maybe you're just an employee. Maybe you work at a B2B company and you are head of sales or chief marketing officer or whatever you might be, CEO. Of course, if you know how to generate a bunch of money for the company is probably going to pay you a bit more than they're paying you now. Or yeah, you're going to be really hard to replace. So the main thing that I just want you to understand, this is going to be valuable for anyone who wants to just possess a crazy skill set and have a skill to print money for B2B companies. If you know how to make money for other businesses, you will never go broke. You will never struggle to get deals or clients or jobs or whatever, So some really powerful stuff, life-changing stuff almost, I would say. So I'm just going to adjust my mic to make sure that it's good before we get into it. So the main thing that I want to first get started on is how I got the deal. So this is going to be like a big thing. Boom. We're going to go through everything step by step. But the first thing we have to understand is how we actually got this deal, or how I got this deal. Because obviously, if you don't get the deal, everything is going to be pretty hard. There's really no service to deliver. So back then, I was doing LinkedIn outbound and cold email. Now I'm more of a just full-on cold email guy, but LinkedIn outbound is also extremely useful. The reason why I just like cold email more now is because it's just simpler to manage, but both work extremely well. So I was running a LinkedIn outbound campaign, and I still do sometimes, but for different purposes. And I was using Expandy.io, and I was pretty much using Expandy.io's smart campaigns. You don't have to make this complex of a campaign, but pretty much how it just works is I I set up like a lead list, or I set up like a targeting that I wanted. I wanted to target CEOs and founders and owners of companies in my niche. So marketing and marketing technology companies in Nordics. And I was pretty much hitting them up. The automation would automatically visit their profile. If they visited your profile back, and if they had an idea who you are, it would send a connection request. And if they accept the connection request, it would send a message and a follow up, and pretty much super basic like stuff. Like if you've ever sent cold outreach messages, just automatically sending messages to different CEOs and founders, etc. And like I said, I was targeting founders and owners and CEOs of these companies, because they were who I wanted to talk to. And yeah, it was just automatically rolling in the background. I was running cold email, and I was also running LinkedIn outbound at the same time, and just absolutely ripping it. And pretty much the main thing is when I would send this automation would send a message to this CEO. This automation sends a message to the CEO. From my message, if the message is interesting enough, usually what happens is they first look at the message, and then they go to my LinkedIn profile. And on my LinkedIn profile, they see a link to my video sales letter and to my landing page. So, and this is what it looked like, extremely ugly. I had just a headline, and I know this is in Finnish, so it won't really matter to you that much, but it pretty much just says, hey, marketing industry, business, do you want 30 extra sales meetings to your calendar every single month without using a bunch of money on ads, without cold calling or annoying spam marketing campaigns? And then I had a video sales letter, and they would watch that video sales letter, and it would sell them on working with me and what I can do for them, etc. And then if you would scroll down, I had like case studies and testimonials, etc. But I had my VSL. They would go through my VSL, boom, 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 boom. And this prospect, this is like exactly what happened to this specific client who I delivered this stuff to. So they got my message, they read my message, and then they first went to see my VSL, boom. They see that I'm actually a G. Then they also went to my LinkedIn profile, then they saw my LinkedIn content, and my LinkedIn content was pretty much stuff like this. Once again, it's in Finnish. Back then I was just focusing on doing Finnish content, because I couldn't really speak English, even though my English is perfect right now, but my English was way worse back then. So I was just doing Finnish content, and pretty much here I just had a post saying, hey, this email campaign generated over 200 leads in a month, so warm positive replies, and I broke down how it works, etc. And this type of content is really, really powerful. Like this is the type of content that you want to do on LinkedIn, especially if you run an agency. And you pretty much just prove your competence. You just show that you know what you're talking about. Hey, I ran this campaign. These were the results. This is what we did. And of course, you don't have to give away all of your secret sauce, but just enough for the prospect and for the potential client to see that you actually know what you're talking about. So I was doing a bunch of these posts, just showing my successful campaigns, just showing what kind of scripts we use, just showing a bunch of screenshots and proof, and posting testimonials and case studies. So if someone gets a message from me and then they go to my LinkedIn profile, they see that, hey, this guy is active here. He has a bunch of people commenting. So I had like 13 comments, 83 likes, because it was really valuable stuff. People who go to read the comments, oh, this guy is getting really great results. They read my post, they see that I'm getting really good results, and I'm writing really well, that I'm acting, that I'm a real person. You're just showing them that you're a real person who can get results. And then the last thing, of course, they would go to my LinkedIn profile, which was also really, really optimized. And still is. I don't know why I'm talking in like it was in the past. My LinkedIn profile is still extremely optimized, of course. So they go to my LinkedIn profile and they see there that, hey, this guy is actually absolutely crushing it. It would have links to my VSLs, to my case studies, to my content. And yeah, it would have testimonials, references, all of that stuff. So someone would read through my LinkedIn profile and they would see that, hey, this guy is an actual person. He knows what he's talking about. He's getting results. He has a great offer. There's a bunch of like stuff that I can read from him. So they can read my post. They can read my sales letters and VSLs and landing pages, all of these things. So a combination of all of these three things is nurturing. So like obviously, this is not necessary for all prospects. Some people, they just receive a message from you. You send them a message, hey, John, I can get you more deals. And they are like, okay, boom, let's hop on a call. But for more sophisticated buyers who are more skeptical, naturally more skeptical, or they just need more information, they like to do their research. And you want to make sure if they do their research that something good stuff pops up. Like if they go to their profile or if they Google your name, they need to see a landing page from you with a good video sales letter. And if they go to your LinkedIn profile, they need to see that you're posting content. And if they read your content, they need to see from your content that you're getting results and that you're an expert and that you know what you're doing. And then the last thing, if they go check your LinkedIn profile, they need to see that you're a real person, real achievements, real clients, real testimonials, etc. And of course, if you're just starting out, you're not going to have maybe case studies, etc. But just do your best. Just show that you know what you're talking about, you know? And yeah, this is called nurturing. So maybe if I didn't have these things, they would see my message and they would think, it's pretty interesting, but not interesting enough. And then they go and try to do some research and they can't find anything about me. So then they're like, fucking never mind. This dude isn't real. Or like they don't really get interested enough and they wouldn't reply. But in this case, all of these assets were there. They went through it. They saw that I actually know what I'm doing. So they replied to my message. And once again, this is in Finnish, but I'll just quickly translate this to you. And this is a horrible, horrible message. This was the second message. And this was a horrible message. I'm not really proud of my outbound always, because this was last year, a long time ago. But pretty much here I just said, hey, I just wanted to send you a message. So this would be a bit more personal. My name is Leevi. I post on LinkedIn about lead gen and growth. My business helps other companies get more leads and more meetings without advertising or cold calling. For example, I just got one of my clients over 300 warm leads and 25 meetings in a month. But that's all about me. What are you doing or how is it going for you? And then this prospect replied, hey, tell me more about this thing. Tell me more about your lead generation method. Because obviously they got this message and they're like, really interesting. They went through all of this stuff. They saw that, okay, it's getting crazy results. This guy's absolutely killing it. He's absolutely getting banger results. He can help us. So then they obviously were like really interested. And this is pretty much a positive reply. So when you get a reply and the prospect shows interest, that's positive reply. And those replies get booked into meetings. And actually here, because my nurturing stuff, my sales assets, this stuff had really sold the prospect. Like the prospect was really excited to work with me. They're like fucking hyped already before they had ever talked to me. The prospect called me. He got sold by all of these things. He got sold that like I'm really good at what I do. So he called me because I got the message and I didn't reply to it immediately. I maybe replied like, or like maybe it sent out and he replied and then I didn't check my LinkedIn for the day. So he called me. I was like, yo, you sent me a message on LinkedIn about this lead gen stuff. I just wanted to hear more about this. So then pretty much what I just did on this call is we just conducted a discovery call. So in this call on the phone, I just talked with the prospect. So if I can actually help them, what they're doing, how many deals are they getting, what they're selling, what is their niche, basic discovery stuff. What are their goals? What is their current situation? Pretty much just try to map out if I can actually help them or not, and if I can actually, or if I want to actually work with them or not, you know? And then I wanted to work with them, so I went ahead and I scheduled a demo call. So I told the prospect, hey, this sounds absolutely fantastic. I think that I can for sure help you guys out. So let's hop on a new 30-minute meeting next Tuesday, and I'll show you how everything works. I'll show you the price. I'll show you the method. I'll show you all of these things. You know, and then we scheduled a demo call, and in the demo call, I closed the prospect. So they just asked some of questions, and because they were already really sold by this stuff, and really sold by my VSL and all of these things, it was a really easy close. And here I closed the prospect on $2,700 plus 12.5% of revenue generated. And normally, normally I don't really do revenue share deals with completely new clients. Like if I don't know that their sales process is like really solid or that they really know what they're doing, then I don't do revenue share deals. But because I saw that they're really good, I saw that their deals are really good, they had great case studies, and they had a great sales process and their numbers were looking great, etc. I obviously wanted to get a piece of the pie, so I made a revenue share deal because I knew that I could fucking crush it for them, you know? So $2,700 plus 12.5% of revenue generated was what I was getting paid. Yeah. So then from that, after I closed the deal, there's 3 things that happened. So I had to build the list. So obviously, like when you're sending cold emails, you need people to send the emails to, you know, you can't just send them to nobody. So I had to build the list of who we are going to send emails to. I had to do an onboarding call and I had to build the sending infrastructure. So if you have done cold email, you know that you need like a cold email sending setup to send these emails, and we are going to run through that in a second. But first thing that we are going to cover is list building. So pretty much the list building process was extremely simple, like it always is. So the first thing is defining ICP metrics in demo if possible. So sometimes the prospect has such like a simple niche, or like there's nothing special about the niche, like that you can like just ask it for them. And sometimes like not always companies know who they want to sell to, but this company knew really well who is their perfect client, and they had already worked with this client profile and all of these things. So I just asked them what is criteria, and pretty much the criteria that I just figured out is, okay, what is their geographical location, where are they based in? So then what is their revenue range? Obviously you can never track the perfect revenue range, but I asked what is their revenue range. What technologies do they use? So these were e-commerce companies, so I just asked what kind of e-commerce, like do they use Shopify, do they use WooCommerce, do they use this, or do they use that, or do they do, I asked for what technologies they use and what titles do they need to talk to so they can actually close deals. So I got this information already in the demo call. If they are not 100% sure of who they should work with, you want to get this information on the onboarding call. But in this scenario, they already knew. So before the onboarding call, I could already like get a head start, because you obviously want to like, if you want to have a satisfied client and get really good results, you need to move fast. You need to deliver stuff fast. You can't be lazy. So I immediately started building a list before the onboarding call even happened. So I got the ICP, boom, and I had the answers to this. And then I identified best scraping method. So really commonly, like you see, I scraped domain through store leads. If you're targeting e-commerce companies, store leads is the way to go. I think like it's probably the best. There's also a few other ones, but store leads is cheap. It's like $300 a month. There's a lot of e-commerce data. There's really great filters. So there's like really no point in using anything else in the beginning, at least. So I used store leads. I went to store leads. I put in their filters and scraped a list of domains. I'm going to even show you, if you go to store leads, boom, boom, boom. And let's go here. I'm going to get a million cold emails after I leak my fucking whole thing. So pretty much on store leads, pretty much what you do is you just select what technologies, maximum searches, fucking hell, use my maximum searches for the month. But pretty much what you do is you just select what technologies you want to use. So boom, WooCommerce, Shopify, and then you come here and you you can use all of these things, like what is their region, what is their country, what is their category. So are they apparel, are they food and drink, are they beauty and fitness, whatever. And then you can export this list and you can get all of their domains and all of their data. The main thing about store leads is, if you ever used it, or if you're ever planning to use it, the main thing is you can't get the email addresses. You will get the domains. So for example, you will get Amazon.com, but you won't get Jeff Bezos or Jeff@Amazon.com. You won't get Jeff Bezos's email. So you need to enrich it through a freelancer or different tools like Clay, etc. So what I did is I messaged a freelancer to enrich the domains. So pretty much I just went to Fiverr. I found someone who does like lead generation enrichment, like, super simple. You can go there and it costs like, I was paying, for the first list, I paid, I think, $70 for 100 verified leads. And now I'm paying $50 per 100 verified leads because I bought a lot of leads from them. So they obviously give me a bit of a discount. We bought probably like hundreds of thousands of leads through them. Worked with them for like 2 years. So yeah, super simple. They did their own work. So they went ham and they like did all of this like manually. They had a crazy construction process. They built the list and then the freelancer sent me a message. Hey, verify complete. There are 100% valid leads, 900 leads, and then another list that I had to check. So I took these lists and I verified them using millionverifier.com, which is a great verifier. And then I got a list of leads that had the company name, it had the domain, it had the name, it had the email, and they were all verified. So I was ready to rip some emails. And then for the sending infrastructure, this was also super simple. Pretty much I just bought 5 domains with prefixes, and pretty much what prefixes means is, let's say your own domain is called agencygrowth.com. Let's say you have like a crazy domain that you've gotten. Then pretty much when you're getting cold email domains, you just add some kind of prefix there. So you could do getagencygrowth.com, and you could do, tryagencygrowth.com or cagencygrowth.com, or, because if you haven't sent cold emails ever, you pretty much the main thing you just need to remember is if this is your main domain, this is the main domain, your main email, this is connected to your landing page, you don't want to use this for cold emails, because if it gets blacklisted or if it starts going to spam because Google algorithm triggers it, then obviously it's going to make your life a bit harder, because like you're trying to communicate with your clients and your emails are going to spam and all this crazy stuff. So you pretty much always want to get like burner emails that you can lose no matter what. So I bought 5 domains and I added 2 Google users per domain. So I had 10 email inboxes, Google Workspace inboxes, 10 Google inboxes, And then I just went through basic DMARC, DKIM, SPF setup. If you don't know how to do this, you can just go on YouTube and Google it. And there's also videos on my channel on how to do this. It's extremely simple. You literally just copy paste a few things. Takes like 3 minutes to do. And then you set up forwarding the main landing page. So once again, if you have gotten, for example, a domain, getagencygrowth.com for your cold emails, then you want to forward this to growth.com, to the main landing page. So if your website or landing page is here, you want it to forward there. Because let's say you send an email to someone and they're like, who is this person sending me emails from getagencygrowth.com email? They Google this and you want it to automatically show this. So you just set up really basic domain forwarding. Once again, it takes like 2 minutes. You can Google it if you don't know how to do it, but it is extremely simple. So then what I did is I connected domains to the sending tool. Install.ai, boom. I just went in there, plugged in my domains, and I started warm up. I just clicked the button, and amazing. And once again, if you have not sent cold emails before, you might be confused by like, what is a sending tool? What is warm up? So sending tool is pretty much just a software that you use that automatically sends your emails. So in the sending tool, you just write your script, you put in your lead list, and then it automatically sends the emails. So you take this list that has all the emails and you put it into the sending tool, and then you write what you want to send to them, and then it automatically sends to them using these new Google users that you have just gotten. And then pretty much warming up is just putting the new emails, because they're brand new emails. If you buy a brand new email and you immediately start sending 30, 40, 50 emails a day from one email account that was just created yesterday, it's going to look a bit suspicious. So Google might blacklist it, or these emails might start going to spam because it looks like a spam email. So what you do is you put it on the warm up, and warm up is pretty much just like this engagement pool where these emails, new emails in the warm up pool send emails to each other automatically, and then it looks legit and they look like an actual human is using it. So you're tricking the algorithms, you're tricking the robots, you're beating the system, escaping the matrix. So I put them in the warm up, and that's pretty much it. So to recap, I closed the client, boom, I started building the list because I already knew their ICP, boom. I scraped the list, verified the list. I had 3,500 leads in total. And then I also got 10 new email accounts, and I put them into warm up after I had done all the technical setups, etc. Boom. And that's pretty much what to do. And that's like just easy. That takes like an hour to do. If you're doing it for the first time, it might take 2 hours. If you are doing it for the 10th time like I was, it takes like 30 minutes to do. So the real money is made here. So I had an onboarding call, and in this onboarding call, pretty much I just clarified goals, like, okay, what is our goals for this partnership? I also clarified expectations, like what are realistic expectations? Because sometimes I start working with a client and they just want to like 10x their revenue in a month. And like, obviously that's like pretty hard to do unless they're making like $1 a month. But if they are a respectable size company, then obviously sometimes they might have unrealistic expectations. So you just clarify the expectations once again. Of course, the key here is that in the demo call, you give them realistic expectations. You can't like tell them that, yeah, we will 10x your revenue. And then in the onboarding call, tell them, we can't 10x your revenue. So pretty much here, you just want to remind them of the realistic expectations that you have given them on the demo call. So you need to always be realistic. You can never lie or overpromise to the clients because it's just going to bite you in the ass. But yeah, I reminded them of the clarified the goals. I reminded them of the expectations and also the KPIs. Like, how do we know we are successful? How many meetings do we need to book a month to know we are successful? How much revenue we need to generate in the next 6 months to know we are successful, etc. So pretty much just clarified KPIs that we are aiming for. So then we defined the offer, the benefits and guarantees. So obviously I already knew what they're selling at this point, because you will get to know it in the discovery call. But you just want to go through like to make sure that you're not missing anything. Like, okay, John, if you had 3 minutes to explain or 1 minute to explain to your perfect client what you do, what would you say? What are the benefits of working with you? What painful things can the client stop doing when they're working with you? What kind of results are they getting? Do they have any guarantees? And yeah, pretty much all of these things. How are you better than your competition? What is unique about your delivery mechanism, etc. Yeah. So I defined the offer, wrote everything down on a Google document, and then I listed down their case studies and references, of course, as well. So I pretty much just asked, okay, what kind of results have you gotten? Do you have any case studies? Do you have any references? What kind of companies have you worked with? Do you have video testimonials? Do you have proof of these results, etc.? So I just once again collected all of their case studies and references into this document that I will use when I write the cold email campaigns that you will see in a second. Then what I did, I set up Slack and agreed on timeline. So you always want to make sure that you can communicate with your clients in a super non-frictionless way. Client communication should be easy. And the key to really, really great client relationships, satisfied client, and long retention and high LTVs is client communication. Like if you just tell the client every single day what you're doing, even if you're underperforming in the beginning, or even if things are not going to according to the plan, as long as you're just being upfront with the client, you're sending them a message every single day. Hey, John, today we did this. Tomorrow we're going to do that. This is the results that we're getting right now. This is what's working. This is what's not working. This is the problem that we ran into. You know, they see that you are actively doing your best to get them really great results. If you don't send them any messages, if you don't communicate with the client, they don't know if you're even doing anything. Like, are they even working? Do they even exist? And if the client doesn't know if you're even working or not, that obviously is really bad for the working relationship, you know? So you always want to be really active with your communication. A lot of people, if their campaign isn't working as well as they thought it would, or it's delivering a little bit under KPIs, the natural reaction is like not send them messages, like just hide away, just like curl up into a ball and cry in the corner. But that is the exact opposite of what you should be doing. Always communicate with the client. No matter if the campaign is working, if the campaign isn't working, no matter what's happening, always send the client messages every single day. And that is how you get really good client satisfaction, really good client relationships, and the clients are going to stay with you for a longer time, way longer time, if you are just upfront with them. And you have calls with them every single week or every 2 weeks. And yeah, you should do everything correctly like that. So then we go into the actual email writing process. So this is where most of the money is made. Like this, setting up the infrastructure, this is pretty basic. This is always the same. And scraping the lead list, like, yeah, here you can make a difference by scraping a better lead list. But in a lot of cases, when you're scraping the first lead list for the client, this is also really basic because you're just trying to grasp a feel of the campaigns. So this is really where the money is made. So the writing process. So everyone has their own different writing process. Mine is really simple, and I've used the same writing process for like 3 years and still use to this date. So pretty much the first thing that I always do is I just write down assets and angles for the campaign. So I open up a document and I write as much as I can about this possible this coming campaign. So I always write all the benefits of the offer, like the smallest benefits, like they can stop doing something super small. I still write it like they will get this small benefit. I write everything. They can stop using unproductive sales reps. They can stop cold calling, or actually those are negative offer moves, but benefits like they will generate more leads. They will get more reach. They will get more engagement. They will get more traffic to the landing page. They will close more clients. They will generate more revenue. They will generate more profit. They will have higher profit margins, more sales cycles, higher closing rate because better lead quality. Like I write all the benefits of the offer. So obviously this client was an e-commerce growth marketing agency. So I just wrote down what is the benefit that these e-commerce stores will get. So I just wrote down like better profit margins, lower CPAs, lower CPCs, lower this, lower that, better LTVs, better AOVs, higher profits. You know, I just wrote down all the benefits that the client will get. Then also one thing that is really big is negatives that the offer removes. And I see people doing this, but they don't do this enough or focus on this enough. This is fucking huge. Like obviously, when someone buys your service or when someone buys your client service, they can stop doing like something in a lot of cases. So for example, if someone bought my client's service, the e-commerce growth marketing stuff, they could stop managing their own ads. They could stop doing their SEO. They could stop optimizing their email marketing. They could stop sending their own email broadcast. They could stop doing like a million different things. And yeah, a lot of people always focus on the benefits, like what can someone get? But it is equally, if not even more important of what they can stop doing. Because humans are pretty much like people make buying decisions based on motivation. Like something motivates them, they do something, you know? So for example, if you get a really good email, it might motivate you to do something. So humans are motivated by two things. They are motivated by like potential gain. You can gain something. And they're also motivated by the avoidance of something negative in your life. And it has been proven like a million times. There have been like million studies about it, that if there is an equal, or if there is a gain and an equal avoidance of something negative, the avoiding the negative thing is way bigger driver of motivation. You know, if someone tells you that, hey, you can buy or you can get $1,000 if you do this, and if someone tells you that, hey, if you don't do this, you will lose $1,000. Losing $1,000 is way more bigger motivation than potentially gaining $1,000. So always focus on what the client can stop doing. Like for example, if you're a lead generation agency, like, hey, you can stop cold calling, you can stop managing your own things, you can stop managing your sales reps. Like even if nothing else changes, even if they get zero other benefits, even if everything stays the same, if you can remove something painful or something negative out of their life, that is a huge value proposition for you. So always focus on this. Humans are extremely motivated by avoiding something negative. Like also, if you think about it, like let's say you go to the Apple store and you buy a new iPhone, you know, you go and buy a new iPhone. What is the reason why you usually buy a new iPhone? Like, yeah, like maybe 10%, 5% of the market, they are like tech geeks and they go buy the newest iPhone every single time because of the new chip or the new thing. Like they will buy it because of the technology. But 90% of the market who buy new iPhones, they buy the iPhone because their old iPhone is causing them pain and suffering. The memory is filled, the screen is cracked, the battery life is super bad, the phone is slow, and then that gets them to act and buy the phone. They never like see an ad for the new iPhone and they have a perfectly working iPhone, everything is absolutely perfect, and they see, damn, they added the new M3ZD Giga chip to this iPhone. I absolutely need to get this chip. No, that that doesn't really motivate people. What motivates them is, damn, my phone is broken again, this is lagging, this is slow, again I run out of battery life, my speakers are absolutely fucked, my screen is cracked, glass is falling all over the place, I need to go buy a new phone. And it's the same thing when you're selling B2B stuff. People are of course motivated by the benefit. Hey, they can grow my company, but if they're really struggling every single day, let's say they're really struggling with their ads, they like are spending 3 hours a day with their ads for their e-commerce store, and someone hits them up, hey, you don't have to touch your ads anymore. If they're really struggling with it, boom, of course they're gonna go for it. So really focus also on the negatives the offer removes. This is really golden stuff, and not many people focus on this, which is crazy. You are losing money if you're not focusing on this and testing this. Then I, of course, also wrote down all the case studies. So what results has the client gotten? What references do they have? So what clients have they worked with? And also what like their unique mechanism, like what is unique about their method of delivering these results. This is also really good, especially in more sophisticated and ever markets. And if you want to learn more about unique mechanisms, go read Eugene Schwartz's book, Breakthrough Advertising. It's really great. Talks about market sophistication and explains like the use of unique mechanism in different market sophistication or market maturity levels. So yeah, I wrote everything down, and then every single time what I do is I always wait 24 hours. And the reason why you wait 24 hours is because otherwise there is a risk that you are acting on impulse. You're just like fucking hyped, I signed a new client, you're just running campaigns, boom, these are ready, boom, these are ready. And you might be fatigued, you might be tired, you might be something, you know, even though those are pretty much the same thing. You always wait 24 hours and then you look at these things
with a fresh pair of eyes. Okay, what did I write down tomorrow? And usually when you do this, you will see, okay, this is shit. I missed this. This is not actually a benefit. This is not actually relevant. This is not actually something that I should use. You're just way smarter when you have slept on it. Then I go and I write 5 email variations. So I write 5 different email campaigns, and pretty much the structure that I always use is I do 3 emails. When I'm starting a new campaign, I do 3 different emails. So back to back to back. And the first email that I always do is intro email. And in this case, I use the subject line quick question. I almost always use this, or quick question, or just question, or a question for company name, or a question for first name, whatever it might be. Subject line quick question. And hey, first name, fucking hell, I destroyed my beautiful board. Hey, first name, hey John, saw that you are the CEO at XYZ company and thought this would be interesting to you. We help e-commerce stores or e-commerce companies in Europe get an extra blah, 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 blah. So whatever your offer might be. And this is just for like cold email template, but the same thing, you just replace the benefit. Grow an extra 20 to 30% or grow an extra 100% in the next 6 months or less without having to manage your ads or whatever it might be, using unique mechanism. So you just pretty much replace this with whatever you might use for the client. So we help, what is their niche? We help e-commerce stores in Europe grow an extra 50 to 100% in 6 months or less without having to manage their own ads, their emails, or spending tons of time doing SEO using XYZ unique mechanism. Do you mind if I send more information about this? And then your client's name. So obviously you don't write your own name and your own address, etc. You write your client's details here if you're doing a campaign for your clients. And then PS, I always like to add like a guarantee here or something really interesting that really tips the scale. Then I always like after this is sent to the prospects, the second email goes after 48 hours, and this is the first follow-up, and the subject line is blank because that way they thread together. They show up on the same email thread. Hey, first name, did you receive the email I sent you about taking on new clients? I sent 2 days ago. So once again, you just adapt this to the campaign that you're doing. So for example, if you're doing growth for e-commerce stores, hey, first name, did you receive the email that I sent you about growing your store? I sent it 2 days ago. And then once again, you wait not 48 hours, but you wait, this is a mistake, 5 days. I can't calculate. It's like 100 something hours. But you wait 5 days, and then the last email goes, and this is called the breakup email. Once again, subject line blank. Hey, first name, I tried reaching out to you a few days ago about benefit, about growing your store in the coming months, but I assume you are busy. If at any point you'd be interested in how we could get you extra customers or increase your profit margins or get you cheaper ads or increase your LTV, whatever is relevant for the niche, to company in the coming months for a small performance fee or whatever the pricing model is, feel free to reach out back to me. And this is a killer. PS, is there someone else I should reach out to about this at company? So sometimes you email, let's say, a busy CEO in a company, and the email is like, or the CEO is just super busy. They are not responsible for the growth of the store or growth of the company or for the sales process, whatever you're selling. But there is someone else who would be perfect for this. So then when you ask, hey, by the way, is there someone else that is responsible for this? They might, reach out to Marketing Mark. He actually is in charge of growing our store, or he's in charge of our ads, or he's in charge of our sales, whatever. So this is also a really great way to get intros. And then let's say they say that, hey, reach out to Mark. Then you just email Mark saying, hey, your CEO, John, or whatever title it was, your owner, Mike, just told me that I should talk to you about this and have a call with you about this. We pretty much reached out to Mike and told him that we can help you grow the store. You get the point. So this is always the email flows that I use. Intro email, boom, always just a straight offer. We help this niche in this location get this benefit without doing this painful thing in this time frame. Do you want to hear more? Then a quick follow-up, hey, did you get my email 2 days ago? And then after 5 days, hey, it seems like you're not interested on this anymore. Let me know if at any point you want to get this benefit. PS, is there someone else that is responsible for this, and who should I reach out to? So this is always the structure that I use every single time. I have been using this structure for like 2 years. You write them, and once again, you wait 24 hours. You don't want to get emotional. You don't want to operate based on intention, because sometimes you write these and you're like, fuck, these are bangers. And then you just like send them. And then after you have sent them, a few days later, you're like, oh, why would I send that? Like, that was absolutely terrible. So pretty much you wait 24 hours and you select your 3 favorite variations, 3 that you think are going to perform the best. So you write 5 and you select the best 3. And then you have a review call with the client. So you hop on a call with the client and you just run them through the emails. Hey, these are the 3 emails that we're going to send. This is the reason why we send it. Once again, you're just transparent with the client. You're just educating them. You're showing them that you actually know your shit. And this way the client actually has trust in you. And sometimes if you go really aggressive with your messaging, sometimes you go really aggressive, really hardcore, or something is just out of brand, the client might not approve your messaging. Here, like the main nuance that you have to understand here is, if the client tells you that, I think we should write a longer email, or I think we should use this CTA, don't listen to them on the actual strategical approach of the email campaigns. Like, you are the expert. That's why they hired you, or whatever you're doing. But sometimes they might tell, hey, we don't want to use this corporate language, or we don't want to sound this, or we don't want to use this word. Can we change it around? You know, sometimes they're just small brand things that they want to change because people care about their brand. So if that's the case, you just collect feedback on what they want to change. And then you go and you write them all again if you like truly fucked up, or if it was just small things, then you just like go here, boom. And you just show them, hey, these are the tweaks that I made. Is that fine? And then also what you do in this review call, no matter if they approve it or not, one really, really good thing. Once again, this is a little bit optional. If you're just starting out, it might be too much for you to manage, but I fucking love this. I think this is a really, really big key to making campaigns work. Is you ask for potential objections to emails. Because obviously if the client is familiar with selling their offer, they probably know what kind of objections people usually say. For example, for lead gen, someone might say, hey, we don't really want to do cold email because of the GDPR laws, or we already use cold email, or it's not great for our brand, whatever. And for e-commerce stores, it might be that, hey, we have already tried ads, or our product doesn't work with ads, or we don't want to seem too salesy, whatever. There's always, every single niche and every single offer has like standard 5 to 10 objections that they get a lot. So you ask your client, hey, what are these objections that you are usually getting in sales calls? And you list objections down. You just put them in a Google sheet, boom, all of the objections. And then you ask the client, hey, in the next 1 or 2 days, could you write an answer to these objections? If they know what they're doing, they are going to give you like great answers. Like if someone says this, just say this, and then they understand it. And then you just take those answers and you format those answers to email replies. So you format them into a bit of in a way, like, let's say you're sending emails and someone gives you an objection from the list, boom, you just go and you take the email and you just copy paste the email and reply to the objection, and you get a meeting, you know? But yeah, if the client approves the messaging, you go ahead and you launch the campaigns. And after you've launched the campaigns, pretty much what is going to start happening is the client the campaigns will start getting positive replies. So your emails are starting to get positive replies. People are saying, hey, we are interested. Some people are going to say, no, we are not interested. Just like, don't pay attention to those. But you're going to get, based on how good your cold email campaigns are, how good your scripts are, how good your lead lists are, how good the offer is, how good the list is, all of these things, you're going to start getting more or less positive replies. People are going to start saying, hey, this is really interesting to me. I would love to learn more, or I would love to hear more. So pretty much you do something called inbox management. And pretty much inbox management, you just have like a basic structure for it. I have like a really basic SOP for it that shows like exactly how to do this. This is what it looks like. So I'm going to show you, wait, how can I open this link here? Boom. So pretty much this is what it looks like. It is just a step-by-step instructions on how to do this. So you open Notion and you do this and you open the inboxes, boom, boom, boom. Is there new replies that are unread? Open the newest unread reply. Is it an automated reply? If it is, close the thing. Is it a positive reply? Boom, boom. And pretty much it's always the same. Like I have like a really easily structured, like if this, then that type of process, you know? And it like pretty much goes over everything, all the follow-ups. Super simple, but you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to have this kind of a structure for it. It can be something way, way, way simpler. But yeah, so pretty much you do is you just manage the inboxes. Like for example, let's say you send an email or you open up the email inbox and there is a new reply and it is unread. So then you open that unread reply and it is not an automated reply. And it is a reply showing interest and the prospect matches the client criteria. And it is a clear yes to having a meeting. Then and then you just go and you book the meeting, you know? It's always the same. This just looks super complex. It is actually way simpler, but the reason why this looks so complex is because I'm just like obsessed with processes. And this is for an SOP. So all of our clients use this. All of our inbox managers use this. Like this has been used to like fucking book tens of thousands of meetings in the past few years. So obviously we have had a lot of time to optimize this, but it doesn't have to be this extreme. And there's actually, I have bunch of videos on my channel where I show you how to do this exactly in the right way. But pretty much you just do this and then I like to have like reply templates. Like if this, then use this template. If that, then use this template and you just reply accordingly. So for example, you might open the inbox and there is an objection and they are saying that, hey, we don't want to do this because it damages our brand. Then you have already written an objection handler with the client and you just send it to them. And then they reply back, okay, it makes sense. Let's have a meeting. And then you just book the meeting, you know? So then when you get positive replies, you convert positive replies to calls. And pretty much a prospect says, hey, I really want to hear more about this. And then you just send them a message. Hey, great. Let's have a call about this next Thursday, 10 a.m. Boom, schedule it in. And that's where the client's responsibility starts. So now you have done your job. And this is pretty much as far as you go. Of course, if you're closing for them, then you are closing for them. But usually if you run a B2B lead generation agency, this is where your responsibility ends. And in this deal, this is where my responsibility ended. So this is the two different delivery mechanisms or conversion mechanisms that I use. So obviously when someone says that they're interested in working with you, you can do pretty much whatever the fuck you want. You can book them into a 30-minute meeting, 60-minute meeting, 15-minute meeting, etc. The more interesting the conversion mechanism is, the more meetings you're going to book. And we had two different strategies we used to book meetings. First thing that we did is we booked 15-minute phone calls, actual phone calls, not online Zoom meetings for 30 minutes. And the reason with this was in our niche, there was a lot of competition. So we didn't want to put the prospect through friction, like logging into Zoom, taking 30 minutes, scheduling all these things. We just asked them, hey, is it fine if I call you next week and we have a 15-minute conversation over the phone? And the prospect says, yeah, sure. And then you just ask, okay, is it fine if I call on Tuesday? They say, yes. Okay, is it fine if I call on 10 a.m.? Actually call 11 a.m. Okay, boom. And then you just send them a calendar invite and you call them 11 a.m. And then you do a discovery call. Hey, John, I just want to call you, see if we can actually help you, ask you a few questions about your business. And if we can help you, then we can hop on a demo call and I'll show you how everything works. Boom, great. And then you have the disco. Works extremely well because obviously it is way less friction and takes way less energy for a prospect to talk 15 minutes on the phone. Someone calls you on the phone, you know, boom, 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 instead of you opening your laptop and going to a meeting, etc. You can still do that, and depending a bit on the niche and the offer, there's a bunch of nuance to it. You can still do it, and if you're just starting out, it might be the move that you want to make. But this is what we did in this scenario because we knew there's a lot of competition in this niche. These people are getting a lot of offers and a lot of emails, and there's a lot of saturation, quote unquote saturation. So that's why we just wanted to take the easiest route possible. Hey, is it fine if I call you and we have a quick conversation over the phone? Boom, of course. Everyone says yes if it's a good offer. And then the second thing we did that worked super well is we offered them a free growth marketing audit on their company. And pretty much we sent them a message. Hey, John, we have created this 47-point growth audit for your company that shows exactly what you could be doing better and what you're already doing well and what are the changes that you need to make. And I guarantee if you just implement these things, you're going to see 20 to 30% growth in your business in the next few months. We have already done this with this and this and this company, and these are the results that they got. So is it fine if I show you this audit next Tuesday, 10 a.m., you know? And we would send them this message. And then if they said, yes, please, I want to see the growth audit. Obviously, we didn't make a growth audit for everyone. What we did is we would automatically send the company info. Fuck, I'm just messing this up. We would automatically send the company info, their virtual assistant, And then the virtual assistant performs the audit and fills a report based on the SOP. So they would have a really clear process. Go to here, look at this metric, put it here, look at this metric, put it here, look at this metric, and they had like a Google sheet that they would fill. And then pretty much we could just get like 20 audits created in a day if necessary. And it's super cheap. And then when the virtual assistant has created the audit in a Google sheet, they just attach it to the CRM. So then the person who is going to the call with the prospect to deal with the audit, they just quickly before the call, they open the audit, they see what it looks like, and then they open the call. Okay, John, here's the audit that we performed for you. Boom, boom, boom. This is what you could be doing better. This is what you could be doing worse, etc., etc., etc. And then after, of course, they have given the audit, and the prospect is like, damn, this is really valuable. This is fucking sick. I can't believe you did this for free. Then they just say, hey, we have like, these are only 47 points. We usually optimize for 300 points or 350 different things. So would you like to see how we could optimize all of those things for you and how we could do all of this for you if we work together? And then the prospect, if they like the audit and if they have gotten value from it, usually they would say, yes, of course I would want to see. They're like, bro, like these guys showed me 47 things that I could do better or that I'm already doing well. Of course, I'm going to see the other 253. And of course, I want them to do it because they are clearly experts at what they're doing. So yes, 100%. Show me the money, you know? So then pretty much what happens, if the prospect is qualified, if they actually can work with them, they book a demo call. And if they go to the call and the prospect is like, yeah, like for example, they are too small or they don't want to grow or they don't have the budget or whatever the fuck it might be, you just disqualify them and you stop the sales process. Like if a prospect isn't qualified, just don't talk to them. You know, there's no point. So they booked the demo call. Okay, John, like here pretty much 15-minute discovery call. They have the 15-minute conversation. Okay, amazing. It really sounds that we could help you a lot and we could deliver you this and this and this result. If you want, I can show you how everything works and what are our prices, what are our guarantees and all of these things. Do you have time for a 60-minute demo call next Tuesday, 10 a.m. or 2 p.m.? Boom. And then here with the audit angle, if we delivered them an audit, pretty much it would just be that like they show the audit. So you could do this differently, change your ads here, do this for SEO, do this and this and this and this. This is what you're missing. You could be making more money if you did this. And hey, these are only 47 things. We actually do 300 things and we can actually do this whole thing for you. So do you want to see how it works? Yes. Boom. Do you have time for a 60-minute call next Tuesday, 10 a.m. or 2 p.m.? I'll show you how everything works. Boom. You schedule in a demo call and then the demo call, the sales process that they use in the demo call is really great one. And this is if anyone has ever followed Nick Kosman, or how like my great friend Jack says, Nick Kosman. Nick Kosman from Sales Process.io, he created this really good sales process back in the day, OG, Spio days. So this is pretty much what they use. This works extremely well. Obviously, Nick's old stuff is really good. Not that sure about his new stuff, but his old stuff is really good and I really trust him. I've gotten personally mentored by him. I have paid him tens of thousands of dollars to learn his stuff. So this is the sales process that they used. Pretty much you first, when someone books in the call, you send them a message, you set expectations for the call, you send them a video sales letter, send them case studies, send them a personalized video. Then morning of the sales call, you confirm the call. So you just call them or send them a message, hey, are we still up for the call? The person says yes. And then 10 minutes or 1 minute before the call, you send them a message, hey, we have the call in 10 minutes. Then the prospect shows up. If they don't, you send a reschedule link, but if the prospect shows up, you get on the Zoom call, you start with video on, then you shut it off, you start the introduction, you set the pace, you get control, you gather information using qualification questions, you acknowledge their situation, ask permission to explain thesis, you give a quick overview of the thesis and your value proposition, big claim, and you use sales deck for this in most cases. And you show them case studies, you show them proof, you give them backstory, you walk them through the thesis, the mechanism, etc. The prospect buys in the thesis. If they don't, you do it again, boom, boom, boom. You introduce the features, the vehicle on how to do it. The prospect buys in the vehicle and then you go in the closer, like give the offer, give the price, you stack the feature, you give them the price anchor, you reiterate case studies, successful and unsuccessful stories. You give an action plan and articulate specific end state. So really simple. This is what we're going to do. Boom, boom, boom. And then you're going to get this. And then you just close and you give a cool off period and guarantees and drop the price and better terms and all of these things. And then when you have closed the prospect, you do all the basic things. You collect the payment, you sign the contracts, you add them to nurture campaigns, you build personal report, you get the payment method on file, etc. A really, really, really great sales process. I really like this process. I've used it myself a ton. A lot of my clients have used it. It just makes money. And this is from, like I said, from Nick Cosme. This is not created by me. This is a sales process created by Nick Cosme from Spio years and years and years ago when he was still grinding that stuff. Now he's on a different vibe. But yeah, that's pretty much the sales process they use. They just pretty much run the prospect through this really logical flow of closing. Every single time it was the same thing. They had a script for it. They first got their current situation. They showed them the case studies. Hey, this is what we have done in the past. This is our background story. Hey, these are our thesis or mechanism. We do it using X, Y, Z. Does this make sense? Prospect says yes. Okay, amazing. So our service looks like this. Does this make sense? Yes, amazing. Okay, this is the price. This is how much it would normally cost, but this is how much you're getting it for now. These are all the results we have gotten, and these are the 5 things we're going to do. And then after we've done all of these 5 things, you're going to be having this much revenue, and your profit margin are going to be this, and your store growth is this, etc. Does that action plan make sense? No. Okay, what do you want to change in the action plan? This would make more sense. Okay, boom. Does the action plan now make sense? Yes, it does. Amazing. Do you want to do it? No. Okay, no worries. If you do it right now, you will get this and you will get that. Boom, boom, boom. And basic closing things, basic looping things, handling objections, giving guarantees, giving cool-off periods, answering questions, offering better terms, and then pretty much just going to war with the prospect. And then when the prospect finally closes, you just confirm the information and etc. Really good stuff on this one. So yeah, they use the sales process. They close the deal. Fucking hell. And after they have closed the deal, I get paid 12.5% like our deal. So if they close a 10K deal, I get paid $1,250 for that. And yeah, this is pretty much how we generated them I'll have to check, $32,302 in the first 30 days of working with them. So like I said, usually if you're selling something high ticket, usually it takes like 60 to 90 days to close deals. So to get that much money in the first 30 days is obviously fucking fantastic. So if you run a lead generation agency, you can just use this process and just copy paste everything that I just showed you and do this for your clients, and it's gonna fucking print. They're gonna make a bunch of money. You're gonna get great case studies. If you run your own agency, you can just copy paste and or own B2B company, B2B service, whatever. You can just copy paste this protocol in your own business and make a bunch of money. And just overall, pretty much if you just do this, no matter what you do it for, who you do it for, as long as you don't fuck around with it, you're gonna make a bunch of money. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like and subscribe. Boom.